Futures downside once again this morning as we get more tariff-related headlines coming out of the White House late on Friday and over the weekend. More escalation surrounding this Greenland storyline. We'll touch on the whys coming up here this morning. Long story short, yeah, there's the S&P 500 down about 1.5 to 1.75% right now. NASDAQ about the same. To start things off so far this morning as we head into the thick of things as far as earnings go, we'll get Netflix after the close coming up tonight. We'll bring that to you live as it happens. Make sure you stick around for that. Long story short, it's going to be a risk-off kind of a day once again, where you get gold higher, you get silver higher, you get the dollar actually heading in the opposite direction. I think mostly on the back of the context of this story on a global standpoint here, as we get the threat, at least, of more tariffs on countries that don't back the U.S. plan to do something with Greenland. What that ends up being remains to be seen. Specifically, though, Europe in question here, I think, in a pretty big way, from the standpoint that they already had allegedly a deal done when it comes to tariffs. Now, he's coming back saying, well, wait a minute, there could be more, which is setting a crazy precedent, I think.
And we've seen this before with Europe retaliating against American companies. We know the Digital Markets Act there allows them to basically fine these American tech companies 1% or more of their global revenue or their global profit. I'll have to double check on that. So that's very much in focus today. And you're seeing negativity on all the Mag 7 right now. You got to keep your eyes, as Brendo mentioned, on the precious metals. Silver, another all-time high. Gold really breaking out. Nat gas, not really specifically related to the European tensions, of course, but it is freezing as hell outside here. I'm sure you guys are feeling some of that in the Northeast as well in the United States, and that's what nat gas, I believe UNG's up almost 16% here to start the morning, Brendo. So there's a whole lot to talk about.
I feel like we were talking about nat gas last week kind of randomly, and then, yeah, here we are in a huge cold snap to start the week off here. Here's gold to start the week off. Speaking of, that's a daily chart of gold futures right now. All-time highs. As we said, silver following very, very closely. Silver's been such a wild ride over the past couple of weeks. We'll see what happens here. But going into, as we said, the heart of earnings season, there's so many directions we can head as far as the narrative is concerned. Netflix seems to have this Warner Brother thing done on the all-cash deal standpoint. They're going to go with Netflix, it looks like, up a little bit here. What is it? Better part of $1, I guess, dollar and change higher from where it ended on Friday right now for Netflix, but we'll hear from them coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I'm just waiting for this saga to end, right? I feel like it's going to be a lot more in this sort of pseudo-drama because it's such a prolonged regulatory window for this thing to close. Yeah. If the Netflix deal goes through, Warner Brothers has to divest their legacy media, which could take 12 to 18 months. That's part number one. Then the regulators got to come in. President Trump has already made his kind of intentions quite clear that the Netflix may be, the acquirer may not be the best one to look at here. But crypto as well, Brendo. I don't know if you noticed on the weekend, we saw some weakness in the crypto market, Bitcoin specifically, basically echoing, or the timing was perfect with President Trump's retaliatory tariffs on these European countries that don't support the acquisition of Greenland. And it really hasn't recovered since that statement.
And here we were sitting here last week, talking a little bit about the disconnect, or the seemingly a disconnect between equities and crypto, but maybe we're a little early on that because we're seeing, the metals, actual metals, gold and silver flying. Crypto, not so much. Here's Lululemon, interesting headline this morning. More activist headlines surrounding Lululemon. Was reading a little bit about this once again. The board, the activist side of it, looking to essentially tear apart the board and put their people into the board that they want to see. This stock did recover a little bit going back to, I guess it was the beginning of December into the end of last year. Hasn't done much since, but we were talking about this a little bit. I guess it was November, December last year. Yep. Starting to see a little bit of a recovery here for Lululemon, but they're still about a month away here for earnings.
Yeah, 3 independent directors, Brando. He's trying to reshape the board. He's the founder, of course, but he's been has made his intentions or his feelings quite clear about the misdirection of the company. So we're going to have to see how that all works out. But he remains Wilson, this Chip Wilson guy. He's the founder. Yep. He remains one of the largest shareholders. He owns about a little bit more than 4.25% of the company. So that one to keep an eye on. And then I got to mention as well, because it's making such a big move pre-market, Apple Oven. Sure. They're being investigated here. AAPL APP, I think, or APP, excuse me, is down double digits. I think 13, 14%. You're going to have to double check, but a lot of volatility pre-market.
Yeah, wild stock over the past couple of weeks anyways to the downside. I mean, this thing had a huge run up last year as well. I guess 490, maybe that low. Next stop, we're at 526 right now for APP. We'll keep an eye on that one as well. So many things to talk about, guys. Happy Monday. Tuesday, it's Tuesday.
Knew that was going to happen. You almost got it there.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of the mistake it for Monday. That has a feel to it, of course. So welcome everybody, but a holiday shortened week for sure. And Tuesday is going to be a busy one. Maybe not even considered is the outside remote potential that we could get a Supreme Court decision again. I feel like every time the Supreme Court meets, we might actually end up with something. So we'll keep our ear to the ground for that. But it has to be about geopolitically what's going on, metals, crypto. I think if you're surprised by what's happening with Bitcoin, I don't think you should be. It's been a risk event for sure, been a risk stock for sure, and now trying to bounce off 91K after what had been a pretty decent run going into last week. So there's a lot to get to, and of course, earnings this week start to unfold. We got bigger things for earnings next week, but certainly, Netflix, something to look at other than the Warner Brothers deal, I think, after the bell, and then later in the week, we're going to get Intel. So there is a lot for us to unpack today. But the doom and gloom gap down over these tariffs has a similar feel, not as extreme to April, but kind of a similar feel. Like everyone sort of panicked on it. Every single time we've had this kind of a morning, typically it's been by the opening rush, more often than not, when we have this type of a gap down on this headline. So I kind of expect the rest. And yeah, it sucks. I'll get that out of the way. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, of course. That's sports, of course. Look, gold up here, up 3%. So that's going to be a nice mover there today. I mean, if you're looking at your portfolio, hopefully you diversified a little bit into SLV or to GLD. We talked about these and sort of, the run that they've been on. Welcome, everybody. I hope everybody did have such a great day yesterday with the day off and celebrated Martin Luther King Day. I was watching. I was like, why is there all these basketball games on? So it's nice to see in the middle of the day there. But silver up 5.5%, gold up 3%, I think it was just a couple seconds ago. So these names moving around. And then Brendan and Sharif mentioned IBIT as well. I mean, Bitcoin getting hit pretty good today, down 5%. Not a great morning to come over and look at your portfolio, of course, unless you're in CRML, critical metals, and different names like that. And it just goes to show about the diversification, of the portfolios, right? I mean, even if you're wondering about the strength of this market, well, you got to go over to the VIX. And if you type in, VIX into here, and we see what the volatility is spiking here today. So we get up to 19 and change right now on the VIX. So, took out basically all of December, all of January. We've seen spikes like this before. And if we talked about, Neil mentioned the tariff tantrum there back in April, we got up to 50 and 60 bucks here. Well, not dollars, but as a unit price there on the volatility index. So watch out if we get a spike up in the market. I think you can look for go long here on some of the VIX if you're trying to sort of hedge one of your portfolios. We're still looked at two or so, maybe 3 rate cuts this year. So I think things are still doing well. But yeah, man, it's a pretty big downside move. And then there was, you talked about nat gas, man. It is getting cold around here. It's supposed to be freezing over the next couple of weeks.
We got a bad
lots to go through there.
Yesterday was, I don't know if you got outside yesterday. Like I thought yesterday was cold with the wind. Cold, we were out obviously with the day off, my daughter actually had a PA day, so there was
you were saying.
There was no school, so I get to have fun with her. And then one of the neighborhood kids came by to play, so I took them tobogganing, and they were having an absolute blast.
Yeah.
The clouds went over the sun,
and then it became
and then the wind started picking up, and the kids went from this is the greatest thing ever after an hour to we're getting really cold. Let's go home.
Yeah.
So it's just, it's not enjoyable.
An hour's pretty good, though, outside.
That cold, though. So, I don't know. I was disappointed.
Kids are different, though. Kids don't feel it as much as we do.
Yeah, but that's what was surprised. Even they were like, we're too cold. Let's go home. I'm like, okay, let's do it. Hot chocolate after.
Yeah, a lot of coaches fired this weekend. We'll see. Now the college season is done, so we'll see if some coaches move over and get going there. Green Bay extended LaFleur, of course, and you guys got rid of yours, and Tomlin's there. Just saw someone talk about Tomlin.
Kubiak, I think.
In there. So, yeah, lots of stuff happening. Oh, Adam James brought one up to a volcano. Ooh.
Wait, what?
It went up to a volcano on Saturday.
Oh, snap. That sounds cool.
Yeah. That is cool. I wonder where you're at, Adam James Abrond. a bond, a James Bond. Yes, critical metals up 9%, should be going there today. It's going to be interesting to hear what Trump has to say about Greenland and how that all sort of figures out and flows through, right? I mean, we just talked about some of the different metal plays happening there. We looked at the VIX as well. And then you have stocks, just normal stocks down 2, 3, 4% today. Tesla getting hit downside again, another 2%. Nvidia there, I mean, Canada's out, Carney's out making some deals, but we'll have to wait to see how this affects China and some of that rhetoric. I don't know. We trying to figure out like some Greenland plays there. That's why the critical metals is trying to go. I feel like Bitcoin is going to be a pretty decent look today at some point, right? I don't know what Ethereum. I want to go short everything. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg right now. Ethereum down 6% as well. So wow, yeah, there's a lot of blood in the streets, guys. Let us know. Put it in the chat what you guys want us to look at and talk about here today, and we'll definitely get over there and look at some names. But buying dip names, Google, things like that. Some Caterpillar, I think you can get into your life because the rebuild is happening. And the build out for a lot of these data centers, you're going to need equipment. So Google continues to work. This can be its 4th straight down day. And then, yeah, a name that I was talking about, I like this Caterpillar. I like some, there's GEV. There's a couple decent names in there. And the banks tried to rally last week off of Goldman and Morgan. And today, back to the downside. I think you're going to see everything pretty much red in your portfolio unless you
own metals.
That's what I was going to say, unless you have some of those.
VIX. The VIX up to 20.
Bitcoin down. Yeah.
There was. What is Solana's down. What's up to? The VIX has got to be.
Yeah, we looked at the VIX was up. Yeah, it's up huge. Yeah.
I think we should still be
19.
showing it.
VIX was 50. What already showed it? Neil.
19,
15 to 19 there. VIX.
I think the thing about here though is you have one more push. It's not the end of no one's pricing in that this is even that big of an event if we don't hold up here because we've spiked past the teens before. And usually, it's a little bit more intense if we get into the 20s, and even then, that's not that big of a deal. I think when you put the bigger picture in mind, it's not the end of the world. But you know what? I want to point to this because I was showing Sharif this chart and get some thoughts on Bitcoin because the old Bitcoin trend line, look what's happening, and it did it again the last couple of weeks, where our prior support from 2023, zoom it in, almost on a dime, we've now turned 1, 2, 3, 4 times prior support on the daily chart has been resistance. So each time we've actually made higher lows. First we were bouncing off, bounced 80 and then 85s. We'll see how far this move takes us if we get back down and retest that 85. But every single bounce here off that prior trend line has gotten to that 85,000 zone. So that'll be a key one to watch here on Bitcoin. All of crypto is moving, obviously. Solana taking some out. When I was looking at some of the quote boards, some of the biggest movers, obviously, and probably get talked about today, are going to be like treasury plays, like your BMNRs are moving around, MSTRs, and then some of the inverse ETFs, obviously, for reasons that should obviously be understood by many. So there's a lot to cover on daily today. I feel like a lot of, even like the small cap stocks will probably have related themes a lot of the times here. Like critical metals is one we're certainly going to talk about. So buckle up. It should be a wild ride. I can't promise it'll be fun for your portfolio, but it should be a wild ride this week.
Yeah, if you like volatility, it'll be fun. Well, it's a roller coaster. Roller coasters are fun. You got to go up, you got to go down. Just giving you a good opportunity to buy, right? Earnings are still been pretty solid. This is all geopolitical tensions, and we've seen it before. So rinse and repeat. I think you just got to get. Hopefully, they have some, some dry powder. We talked about selling, Intel's near some of these tops. I've been talking about getting out of some Palantir even at some of these highs. Intel's still pretty good, right? Intel's actually up. Here we go. I found one. Intel's up today. There you go, Intel up 0.2. So, there's going to be some areas where you can probably try to still get out, and if you wanted to, it's not even like you're in trouble that much. I mean, even a stock like NVIDIA is back to where it was, last Tuesday? I mean, not a big deal here. NVIDIA, yeah, just back to where it was late last week. El Salvador says hello. I missed that. What, CR something V? Right there, what's up to El Salvador? There. That's where he is. He's in El Salvador. Nice. Okay.
When you said you're visiting a volcano, the first thing that came to my mind was Joe the Volcano, that 80s movie with Tom Hanks.
You're right. Yeah, that's been an old one. Yeah, Tom Hanks has been in so many movies. CRVS here, Corvus Pharmaceuticals. Was this on our? I thought I read something about this somewhere. It was on one of our? No, it's not on our super chat on our watch list. But yeah, CRVS. Good job, James, bringing this to everybody's attention. Obviously, when you talk about a pharmaceutical name, you know you've probably been up here before. If you ever got sort of some, maybe not. I was gonna say some sort of an approval of something, but yeah, there it goes. Like man. CRVS, huge move upside. Yeah.
Yeah, I see they got results of a phase 1 clinical trial evaluating a drug I cannot pronounce for patients with moderate to severe atopic dermatitis. So it's a phase 1 trial result that has that one going for sure. And we also got U.S. ADP employment change, 8K versus 11. This is kind of like a second order, not a huge number.
Jobs are going to be important,
whatsoever. But we are paying more attention, I think, to the labor market these days, at least for the Fed. But I don't think that's going to move the needle. We're not going to cut the next term. Anyways, today is probably going to be about how we're reacting to these new tariff threats, everybody. So I think we got to kind of focus on that. And on the outside, and remember, at 10 o'clock, last time I said we're not going to plan too heavily that you get something from the Supreme Court, but there is the chance at 10 o'clock again. So we'll see. Last time was a nothing burger. I'm going to go into it expecting nothing burger again, and then if there's a decision. But I think you want to be aware of it coming in at 10 o'clock, certainly that there is that possibility. So we'll keep our ear to the ground. Brendan, Dara, Sharif, everybody here will be waiting, anticipating. What do you guys think? You think there's what percent chance do you think the Supreme Court actually rules on the tariffs today? I like the zero.
I don't know. It seems like they're just going to do this on their own pace, and nobody really cares at this point.
I think we'll get an immediate market reaction if it goes against him, probably to the high side. But like he's made very clear many different times, and I'm sure his administration is preparing for this eventuality. They'd be foolish if they weren't. That he's going to come at this another way. And it could be, that more prolonged, another year of litigation before this finds its way to the Supreme Court. And then if you're another country, what are you doing, Brenda? Are you going to hold off another year of uncertainty, or are you just going to get this and put it behind you? At some point, the Supreme Court probably is considering this practical reality as opposed to just, more of a jurisprudence analysis of the legality of things. They're probably looking and saying, all right, how many countries have struck deals? How many countries are relying on these deals to move forward? And that has to form some of their assessment, one must assume.
Definitely.
So it's going to be interesting to see.
And it seems like they're leaning, anyways, from what I've read, they're leaning more towards the topicality type of resolution, per se, where it's, an individual type of decision versus just a blanket yes or no for all of them. But I think it was Scott Bessent that was on Friday came out and said, or maybe it was Lutnick, they'll do 10% tariffs across the board. If it's a no, they can do 10% tariffs across the board using other means. So, as you said, there'll be other options for them. But anyway, a couple people mentioning Intel back to the upside here. We ended the day below 47 on Friday, just took that out. So back to green here for Intel. Some of the semiconductors showing a little bit of strength. There was a note out of China. It's worth noting as well. Davos is underway this week. There's a bunch of people already making comments. Ray Dalio, I just saw, was commenting on the global situation, the global economy, and where things seem to be heading. Trump tomorrow at Davos, that's going to be a market mover regardless, I think. But Chinese ADR's downside here, there's a few people in the chat that were talking about this Carney or Canada-China deal. So they're going to go from 100%, the major headline was they're going to go from 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs down to 6.5%. And they're going to allow 49,000 to be sold in Canada per year.
Yep.
So from 100% all the way down to 6.5% is a massive, massive move. And then there's some agricultural stuff as well around canola oil. But I mean, we're already doing that, I think.
There's going to be some investment stuff. The Chinese are going to invest some, in critical infrastructure, whether it's batteries or EVs. So some Chinese money going to find its way here. But listen to this. This is an interesting take. Tesla's actually the best suited of these Chinese-made EVs to tap the Canadian market. Let me tell you why. Because back in 23, they set up a Model Y, a Canada-specific Model Y variant to be produced in Shanghai to make its way over here. They set up the whole thing, and they actually, I think they bumped it up 460% within 1 year. Then Prime Minister, or former Prime Minister Trudeau, let's call him that, put the 100% tariffs to kind of shadow what President Biden had done.
Right.
So Tesla had to cancel that whole thing. So Tesla's actually got Shanghai infrastructure ready and willing to ship cars to Canada. They've already done it, already to go. So if you're looking at who may benefit, at least in the short term, maybe not the long term, but the short term, Tesla stands to benefit a lot.
Maybe we'll get that third row Model Y rolling around the streets of Toronto here fairly shortly. But regardless, the Chinese story today was around regulations and tech-related more than anything. So some of the tech-related ADRs guys downside here, including Baba this morning.
Yeah, I think that's, we were talking last week about maybe not chasing this move in Alibaba. Certainly, this has been looking very, very good. There's no questions asked. Like, this broke trend on the daily, was looking like it was maybe trying to retest some of those highs, but when you look at how things move and you look at how it got to the downside, I mean, you stair-step down, you usually stair-step to the upside as well. Like, it was lower highs and consolidations, and I guess we're pulling back. And I want to see if we can actually hold on to this 50 period. That's going to be a theme for me in a couple of things today, like Bitcoin. We'll look at IBIT at the 50 period. That'll be a topic for me. And I think looking to see if we can actually hold on to this 50 on the daily in the upcoming days here for Alibaba and reaction. It's about 157. You go back to like 155 as well. I think that gets held, and it looks pretty productive for this upward move. And again, remember, when you're looking at any of the Chinese ADRs, you are going to be focused a little bit on some geopolitics, and there's going to be a lot of headline risk. But that doesn't mean that you don't have standard sort of technical plays that bear out. I think that's what's happening in Alibaba, and holding on to the 50 would confirm that. Give it a day or two, because I think one good down day and you're pretty much at that level. So I'd like to see that test here on Alibaba specifically. Looking across, I mean, there's some others that move as well. And looking over at PDD, which has been taking it on the chin a little bit more. If you're going to look at the other end of the spectrum, like what doesn't look remotely productive, this one, on the other hand, looks like we might be headed back to retest some lows. Like, this would be falling into some pretty hefty support on Pinduoduo at $90 if it gets any worse than it already is. So one, looking to pull back on some prior highs. Pinduoduo is on the precipice. Like, you're 10% away from the only support that's been there for the last couple of years. And then from there, it gets pretty ugly. But yeah, two to have on watch. Baba, I own. Pinduoduo, I think that's more of a trading opportunity than anything else, if it gets down.
Yeah, all right, guys. Yeah, Joe's not back till next Monday. Sorry, he went in the chat. He's in the chat, but he's not back until next Monday. So taking some time off there to recuperate. What's up, Joe, my guy? Yeah, though, just looking, I mean, we talked about some moves that were happening last week, and we saw a big move up there in Boeing. So if you like that stock, you know, I think this is probably, I don't want to think you go in and buy anything today, but, you know, on a little bit of a pullback, the stock's really been on one. I mean, broken through some of these levels here, 235, 240, nice little top area there for Boeing. Let's see if it winds up holding out right now, top end. So that would be a good little area to look for potential pullback, to buy a good story. And then this relates to China as well, you know, as Chinese step in here and start to buy some planes. I think Boeing could be a good talk. We talked about some Caterpillar on weakness. I like that play as well. And then if you are worried about the overall China story, we have FXI. These guys down, not too bad today. Is that Randy over here? What's going on, Randy? Yeah, we got to move here. Why don't we just move this? We don't want to celebrate Denver until we get here. Neil, take that out of here.
I'll take this.
We'll celebrate once we get Brian Shannon on, who probably didn't watch the game, but he's from Denver. Did you watch any football this weekend? Okay. The Bills, yeah, same old story there. So I've written down Tesla here. I mean, I know we're going to get into some Tesla stories, weak Cybertruck demand, so on and so forth. That's not really the story for me. I wrote down the weak Cybertruck. It's on our watch list, but down 2.2%. Obviously, a huge multinational company, and if we start to get very, very nervous about EU, about tariffs, about China again, about Canada, as we just mentioned, the benefit coming for Tesla, fine. But this is not a great story if there's going to be all this strife. I mean, we've seen this name obviously get hit before, but if you look back in April, it didn't actually get crushed like a lot of these other names did. So let's see if Tesla makes a little bit of a move down and able to, buy. Oh man, this again, my charts keep on getting a little bit choppy here. Into 400. for Tesla. I don't think that happens today, but I do like the short here. I've only written down 2 shorts so far. That is going to be the market. We got to wait for this market to settle down a little bit. It's getting a little bit of a bump up now, which is nice. If we can short this around 53, it should be a good trade. That's what we've written down. And then we'll look at, like I said, maybe Boeing for a dip buy and then Tesla potentially for a short as well. But yeah, Tesla earnings, people talking about. I actually don't even know when Tesla reports. Let me just double check that. Right now, reports in 8 days, Wednesday, January the 28th for Tesla. So that should be exciting. Wednesday. So yeah, that would be a day potentially we'll be staying late as well. Tonight, we'll get Netflix. I don't expect too much movement here, but you know, that $30 Time Warner, their bid should be solidified soon. It's going to be all cash.
Netflix is $27.75.
Yeah, but it's $30 cash is what they're trying to do, right? Isn't it?
No, so Skydance is 30.
They're just going to cash.
Netflix's offer, yeah, Netflix is keeping their offer at $27.75 and just going to cash.
Right.
So it's still, I think it's good news for Netflix that they didn't have to raise it to get this done.
They're doing fine there. They're not thinking about their shares. We'll see, man. $89 for Netflix. We'll see what happens tonight on earnings. But all right, yeah, sure. Throw up the super chat if you want.
D. Jones.
$5. All right, SCOTUS, like
SCOTUS.
Yeah, like POTUS there. For Trump with limits, metals and Reese become weapons in this trade war. Metals and Reese. What does Reese mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure what.
Are these stocks? NAK, lotto ticket, go pack, go. That's right. All right, so so some things in there that I'm not fully understanding. Northern Dynasty minerals, that's the one thing when you're talking about NAK. Maybe this is a stock that starts to go again. Northern Dynasty Minerals, we want to thank you for the super chat on this one. I don't know. I mean, again, do your own due diligence and everything like that. But I do think that some of these mineral names will start to kick again, right? We saw CRML. That's up pretty nicely here today. Again, the news on CRML, we're going to get to all of this, but gapping up after President Trump warned of escalating tariffs. There you go. Select European countries such as Greenland. So this just keeps on, shooting this stock to the moon here. 20% of this stock is float is short. And we did have LAC was another name, Lithium America. I think this name could go as well. At some point, down 3% today. So there's a few things. MP, like all of these are very situational trades, So we'll have to look at MP metals today. It's funny because CRML is going
rare earth metals.
Not. Yeah, rare earth.
I think you'd usually do it with like a lowercase s. So it'd be like I don't know. I think that's what threw it. So like REE lowercase s. But no, you're right about that. Critical metals has got to be on watch today. For sure. Just make sure, all of these plays, when you're trading these as day trades, you're usually looking continuation of momentum, like how does the chart look, a lot of things like that. But when you're starting to think about, okay, well, if you're investing in this and you think it's going to be a big game changer, you want to have a better understanding, sort of what they do, where they are in production. I think one of the cool things when we have Raheem on, and he'll be stopping by this week, I believe. Potentially even tomorrow, because tomorrow's Wednesday, potentially tomorrow, is he'll get into the nuts and bolts of sort of where certain companies sit and where they take advantage of this, like how far are they out from ramping up any kind of production or yield. So CRML to me is it's going to be a momentum play today, and we'll definitely talk about this one. But just make sure you understand for sure that just because it fits a theme doesn't necessarily mean that fundamentally, the stock is going to be worth what it is. We saw that with Quantum. I think you're going to see that with a few of these critical metal plays as well, but they're fun to trade, no doubt. Yeah, and I good talk to you about the Supreme Court, because if they do side with Trump, then a stock like a Walmart, we got a little bit of a fake bump there because of the imbalance that was adding these guys to the NASDAQ 100 on Friday. So there's a huge volume spike there for Walmart, which was still holding out highs, right? So Walmart looks like it wants to kick as well. So if they rule in favor of the Trump government, we could look at some of the retail names like a Target, like a Walmart, and then the name that's really been rocking as of late to the upside, of course, is Costco. Like they hit that bottom around 820 or so, or what was that? Whatever that was, they're 850 and now up to 960. So Costco, Walmart, a lot of these stocks still doing okay today. We'll see if they can hold out. Costco low, 111 high. So it looks like a lot of the tech names are the ones that are getting
hit here today, as well as IBIT and Ethereum. Man, the crypto names just keep getting worse here as we open up. Like, if this market really falls out here on the NASDAQ, I'm a little concerned that IBIT just really hits the floor at some point. Not well traded over the weekend, down to 90,000. We really bounced off that 97 or so right into the end of this tail. And we'll see if we can get into 50 today, 49.50 or so. But yeah, happy trading, everybody. If you went into the weekend short, you're pretty happy. The only name that's really very, extremely aggressive, there's the rare earth, critical metals names, as well as SLV and gold.
Silver is insane.
You know, some of these names. Just funny, because like you thought with gold so high up, potentially gold would have been chasing Bitcoin. Bitcoin's one way, gold and silver the other way today. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting how to pick what to trade. I'm looking to short the NASDAQ, I think is going to be a big one there. All right, let's go back over to the desk. We'll get some ideas here. It's 8:30, so we're live now every day at 8 a.m. So make sure you do join us. You can hear us blab on for about a half hour, where we get to now start going over some of our watch lists soon, and go over some of the notes. And you guys put it in the chat, anything you guys want us to look at. Some of those
Key
super
names.
chats are great. Key names, key ideas, anything like that.
All right, a report on NVIDIA I was just reading here, coming out of China, more delays, it looks like, as far as H200s going into China. There was an analyst essentially with an opinion saying there's clearly more to the gatekeeping that's going on than just the US saying, yes, go ahead, sell H200s into China. And it seems, according to this, the delay is mostly on the China side of things now. So NVIDIA is starting to roll back over a little bit, trying to hold 182, but down significantly along with most of the rest of the semis here. Yeah,
nothing we didn't really know from last week, Brendo. This has kind of been the ongoing on-again, off-again issue. The U.S. regulator allows H200 exports. A Chinese regulator kind of says, maybe not so quick. We know that the regulator was speaking directly with customs officials last week, all but telling them the H200 is not allowed in the country, albeit with very, very minor exceptions. Those exceptions happen to be, more like research when it comes to educational institutions, nothing government. They're really dissuading their big tech giants from using these, despite the fact that we got information from NVIDIA that they had received over 2 million H200 orders, which they probably can't fill. But I know their capacity at the moment, I believe, is 700,000 a year. Taiwan Semi doesn't have all their fabs ready to go in Arizona, so you know that they won't be able to increase capacity without canceling something else. What and whose products they cancel would be kind of, I don't know, your guess is as good as mine. But this is one of those ones where it remains convoluted because the regulator is kind of causing anomalies, not the market dynamics. Exactly. The market dynamics are very, very clear here. The Chinese want them. Yeah, and tons of demand. They just can't get them through the gate. The economic calendar, if you missed it this morning, just one real number this morning, wasn't really a market mover, but 8K versus 11.75 on the ADP employment weekly change. The only thing to be aware of this week, there's actually two. Thursday, we'll get a quarterly GDP print, and we'll also get PCE on Thursday morning, and then Friday morning, Michigan consumer sentiment. So Thursday morning, guys, coming up at 8:30, mark that down, GDP again, and then PCE 10 for the October and November period. So it'll be one of those double ups on some data on Thursday morning.
Yeah, it's, I mean, relatively quiet when it comes to that data, at least today, and like you said there, Brennan, but that doesn't mean we won't have anything. So the tape just started picking up here. I happen to have NVIDIA up as it was breaking down through 182, as you guys were just sort of talking about demand. But yeah, it's starting to accelerate. I mean, it's not a crazy move to the downside, but there was just a little bit of tape acceleration as it got through $182. So you're getting down to 2.5%. The bad news for NVIDIA before any of this is the stock it couldn't go anywhere. What we've been seeing, at least recently, in the chip space in particular, is even when we have strength, it's not here. It's typically been in the memory names. It's really been more Micron, SanDisk, and even when we get going elsewhere, AMD and Intel just seem to be moving a little bit better to the upside when they do. And this is it's not like it's particularly close. Like if you look at last week, bouncing off of $200 on AMD, I mean, you almost tag $240, right? And the range down here has been typically a 15 to 20% range, top to bottom, if you look from November to now. At the same time, with all of this uncertainty for NVIDIA, it's barely moving. So I think the way in which, if you're trading NVIDIA, the way you try to engage it has to be entirely different. Like you're looking for inside days. With AMD or Intel, you're looking for breakouts and massive mean reversions and all that stuff that's maybe more fun, or like day-long trends. With NVIDIA, you're just looking for it to have an inside move, and then once you sort of establish it, just play inside there. So with the notion that we're looking a little bit weak, like look at these sessions. Almost all the time, your best bet is to just look to pick a spot. If it bounces there, play it. If it doesn't, don't trade the stock. You'll play it, like I think 184 would be the logical level, just because that was a prior support. I think turning that into resistance makes sense for NVIDIA. But this is not your super exciting, let's go ham, we're going to see 5-10% days type of stock anymore. It's just not the case. So you want to be looking at the AMDs, you want to be looking at the Microns, you want to be looking at the Intels instead if you're looking for activity on trades. Like just to juxtapose that, why look at Intel every single day? I mean, Intel rejected $50 and went 6%, a 6% move. NVIDIA is not giving you a 6% move. It might gap it with the market, but we're not. If we get another 4% from here, that's NVIDIA moving $7. I don't see that happening. I could see Intel easily doing that kind of a thing. So this is why you trade something else. And this is a stock I'm looking at with a bit of a head and shoulders here. I don't care if they got an upgrade. And ultimately, it's failed 50 twice with a big down move. It looks like it's a bit on the other side of this. So it's this prior support in here into this little resistance on Friday that I'm interested in for a curl on Intel. Just got to trade where the movers are, and it's not NVIDIA.
Yeah, I have on that front, I'm just making this sticky note right now, but I have AMD written down there for a short as well. Like if this can break through 230, fine, but I'm going to play that move right here in case we do get a pop-up. And the reason why I'm choosing AMD, and I just wrote it down, it had such a great week. So it's prime for a little bit of a pullback anyways. Obviously, the market with this move down, only down 2% now. I don't think this is like worth worrying too much about. It's just it's had such a great run from 200 up to 230. I think it's time to slow down a little bit. So I'm going to be looking short here on advanced micro devices. Nothing about the stock, nothing really about the company. Just trying to figure out that if we do have some downward momentum here in the market, you can see right now, this name probably off open falls and gets hit quite nicely, but if it doesn't, we'll fade that pop. And if it does get hit, then let's let it go down, maybe retrace back to VWAP and then hit this short again here on advanced micro devices. So this would be a name for sure for me to look at, down 2.3%, still going lower. Good opportunity. I mean, a pick that I've been making here, Marvell breaks through $80. A lot of these names now down 2+% today, as well as Broadcom. Another great name. You're going to get an opportunity today to buy a lot of the dips in all of these chip names. I don't know if it's going to be a buy the dip opportunity. I give everything like 2 or 3 days, right? But we've seen these moves again, and Micron continues to hold strength. So if you're going to look at somewhere that might be strong here today, Micron only down 0.6 when a lot of these other names are falling. So if we do get a rebound in the market, maybe Micron could be up for a move higher. But yeah, that's a little bit of a look there for my chip names. I'm just going to work on this note and get it out. But Dave's trade of the week, you can put that up right here. Trade of the week, most successful names you traded in a high volatility Clement. You'll be good. Thank you, Martin Luther King Jr. Okay, so throw a dart. Okay. All right, yeah, I think that's probably right. Pick any of the volatile names. The only problem is you got to figure out long or short. So once you, I think there's going to be a lot of names to throw darts at. Which way? I think. Well,
the other thing, you don't always have to. Like you can have a price level in mind on the set name, and then if it's behaving, if you have a support level, if it's looking like a good long, it's maybe you're getting some kind of a bounce, a bottom tail. Just be where a movement is. I think is what Dave is talking about, and just noticed, of course, it capitalized this we have there. It capitalizes everything, which is why the person it was REE with the lower KS on the other one. Right, it's just that for some reason, it is what it is. It's a fantastic tool we have there, but just note everything gets capitalized when we put it on the screen if you put it in your notes. So therefore, some nuances can get missed every now and then. But I do really like that sentiment. But just remember, almost every time we've had some kind of a tariff headline or a shock where 1.5%, 2%, maybe more than that, based on tariffs, we know volatility at 9:30 is already a bit of a thing. Just understand that the first move oftentimes has been like a spike up. So like if you're sitting there and you like some fades, it's going to require a little bit of patience. I'm using this as an example because I happened to be on SNDK at the time. Like oftentimes, regardless of what's going to happen, like the first move has been a sharp spike into the upside. So I think if you're looking short, I think it requires some patience for sure today. But I think that's absolutely fantastic advice. Like and that's why I was sort of saying about NVIDIA. Like if NVIDIA has been great for you recently and all this volatility, fantastic. But like this individually has not been a volatile stock. There's been a few days here or there, but when it's moving, like when there's movement, AMD has just been like spectacularly better. Intel has just been spectacularly better. Micron has been spectacularly better in terms of how much movement you're actually going to get. So it just comes down to making sure that you have a plan in mind. You have an out. Understand that with more volatility, obviously becomes more risk. And I would suspect you get a little more slippage at the open as well in a morning like today. So when you have a stop, you might get slipped an extra 10, 20 cents depending on the stock, and you should anticipate that kind of a thing. It should be a lot of fun. As always, volatility is great for trading. You just have to understand that it's a double-edged sword.
All right, there's a note from Morgan Stanley on IT services specifically, some of the hardware names downside this morning, essentially saying that this could be the weakest non-COVID reading in 15 years on enterprise hardware outputs, budgetary outputs specifically, as everyone continues to shift towards the cloud and shift towards the AI concept. So I was just going through a list of some of these. I mean, these are not necessarily names that we'll pull up and look at quite frequently, but a lot of them are in ETFs. A lot of them could be in investment portfolios, so worth keeping an eye on. I mean, Dell downside here this morning in a pretty good way. HP looking very similar, not a lot of volume. HPE looking very similar, again, not a lot of volume. NetApp, NTAP is another one of these getting hit here this morning, back through $100 on the wrong side. Logitech, one that can give you kind of wild moves if it wants to. Downside again, back around that $90. CDW was the other one that I saw on this list, also getting hit. So again, it's one of those days where there's so many different storylines and so many different things to understand and kind of keep in context. But hardware names are going to be coming up here in the next couple of weeks as far as earnings are concerned. I think this actually might be something that we see on the back end of forecasts and sales projections from them.
Definitely, especially when it comes to corporate spending. We always get good guides with the earnings report on that, Brendo. But yeah, as you mentioned, Morgan Stanley, that is, downgrading its view on the entire sector, the whole industry. They were flagging a sharp slowdown in what they're calling enterprise hardware spending. That peaked in COVID. There's other reasons as well. We're not going to go into all of them, but basically they're saying that resellers expect about a 30 to 60% of customers to reduce their PC, server, and storage spending due to price increases tied to component inflation. Obi and I were talking about this on the Midday show last week. The prohibitive increase in the price of RAM. Anybody who's looking at upgrading their computer, just from you want to upgrade one 32 gigabyte piece or 64 gigabyte piece, you're probably paying double what you would have paid 6 months ago because, well, all the hyperscalers are buying these hand over fist. They're leaving very little for the rest of us.
Yeah, I think more and more you're hearing conversations, even around here, we're having conversations about, is it possible to even replace, physical hardware, PCs, desktop PC type situations with a mobile situation, with a laptop where someone can, be working remote, be working, plug into a desk wherever they need to. I have a side story, but I have a friend who does enterprise sales for Apple. And some of his biggest customers are the big banks here in Toronto, to a point where now when they're hiring anyone, any new staff that comes into a TD or a Scotiabank or Royal Bank, they're actually offering them day one a Windows-based laptop or a Apple-based laptop instead of, and they entirely get rid of, enterprise level desktop type hardware. So that storyline, I think, is just only beginning as far as that transition is concerned. Man, silver's going again here, but Microsoft day lows too right now, guys, for MSFT.
It is, but if we could just go back to Dell for a quick little second, because I think Dell, if you consider them as maybe miscalculating where demand was going to be, this is a stock that, hey, we have a key for it, so yikes. 115 goes on Dell this week, and I don't know, look out below. There's really not much. Go all the way back to November, and then we already bounced once this year off 115. You're within a stone's throw today, so we'll see if the market can take it through. But this is a level worth watching for Dell. You don't want stocks to go down, but you break a support level like this, I think you can get at least. I'm not saying it would do what it did at the highs when it triple topped. When triple topped, you had a pretty clean drop of like 20-something%, just over 20%. You lose that 115, I think you're at least going to have a bit of a jaunt to the downside. So you got to have this one. I think this one's on watch for a flat bottom break this week, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, I think that's about right with sort of the cloud computing right now and the use of some of these chips and RAM and all that kind of stuff. We talked about how Micron's had such a huge run up there. You've seen, SNDK, SanDisk as well, making huge moves recently. Is this all going to fall on its face or what? Like, they still continue to be relatively hot. I mean, even in a negative market, these PC, chip makers, PC parts, things like that continue to climb higher. And I think that although, playing the Roblox, you don't require huge amounts of hardware to play a lot of these games. I mean, a lot of it can be done on your iPhones or your iPads, and as Brendan mentioned, there are a lot of switching over. You mentioned the MacBook or a Windows-based laptop, things like that. Like, this is where we're going right now. There's a lot of work from home, so the PC market might be worse, and that's where Intel was this whole game of chips, right? And they were supposed to be into those PCs. So if that's sort of, starting to, I don't want to say it's taking the place of actual desktops. I mean, there are going to be use for desktops, a little more powerful and whatnot. But I know in our household, my son has a PC, but that's mainly on the gaming side of it. My daughter, he has a laptop as well. So it's just a matter of catching the right age, the right person, and then enterprise, I think, is huge, because a lot of the consumers right now are moving over to the MacBooks, and it's just so easy to carry these things now. They're super light, and we always said that you never need to know math because you always would have a computer in your pocket and a calculator. Now you have those things, and they're so super powerful now with your laptop/cell phone combination. Apple down 1.36% right now. This is going to be a name that I was saying you sell, and maybe this was sort of a little bit of a look into what we're going to experience over the next couple weeks and days, months potentially, that this is a downside play in Apple, and it really hasn't caught a bid for a very, very long time. So like Apple right back into there, that's November 20th. So you're now today on January 20th. That was the last time Apple had some good feels about it. Obviously, it being down 1.3% is not a great opportunity here, but you're coming into, again, come on, chart, right into this area of 240, 245. I think there could be some dip buy opportunities into that for an Apple. And then, SMCI, we'd seen that last week, hit that $28 or $29 mark and then had a really nice bump up. And we caught a huge bid up there on Friday. Maybe this name is one that is primed for a move down now off of a real aggressive higher high put in there over the month of December. It looks like trying to take that out of 36. That's kind of where we need to get before we really got excited about that. So for me, this would still be a fade underneath this $33 mark there for SMCI as well. So lots of good stories. And then if you're going to go back to the pure play, IBM, I mean, I know they have Lenovo, and there's been some good, little laptops there that IBM's been involved with. But this is, again, another sort of pure play on maybe the boxes and the physical computers. I really do like IBM in the fact of them having an AI aspect to them and a quantum play. I mean, IBM has been doing nothing as well, basically back to early November late October, where we finally started to break out and kind of just barcoding a little bit. IBM's an interesting name with a dividend. So if you were trying to maybe hide out in some tech plays, potentially IBM isn't a horrible place to be. But on my note, man, I'm short. I have the NASDAQ short, I have Tesla short, I have IBM short, and I have AMD short. So today I feel like no matter how we talk, a little bit short, we're going to try to get, which means my first position will probably be long.
And I don't know. I'm looking at silver today, but I'm looking for like a trend break like you did on Friday. But that would be a long potential setup off some prior highs. But no, I actually do like the IBM play for sure.
Yeah,
I got a
like the dividend.
I can't not say this. We got like Western omelets.
Yeah,
today.
I saw them there. I didn't grab one, but
I don't know how else to describe this.
What is it?
It tastes soggy. And I don't know.
Oh, probably because when it comes with the tin foil.
So it's like the condensation or something. It's a very...
Because we got them late, so maybe they were just sitting around for a minute.
And I like a Western omelet.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Silly. It still tastes pretty good, but
okay.
Kind of a weird.
But wet. Okay.
Yeah, kind of weird.
That does not sound.
We do have Besant making some comments as we go on today. So I do suspect we're going to be keeping our ear to the ground. The thing about Davos, which is always a big event, is you tend to get a lot of headlines. Like it's like headline and comment overload. Like there'll be a ton of interesting interviews, and you'll have some pretty big hitters that'll be constantly dropping some quotes and anecdotes, which could potentially move individual names or markets, which I think could be a bit of a big deal. But no, I do like this IBM play. And if you like 50-period moving averages, I keep thinking these things will dip even further. This one's consolidating off the prior high, I feel like, which is pretty good technical setup as well. And it's pretty safe, like you said, because of the dividend there.
Yeah, I like it because of the dividend. But before we move on, guys, I want everyone to make sure they check out PDS Biotechnology over there on the NASDAQ, PDSB. They're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. Please learn more at pdsbiotech.com. We want to thank them for their sponsorship. Go check them out, PDSB over there on the NASDAQ. 852 over there, guys. You like that talk about IBM and possible dividend? Well, they have a dividend, but a possible place to maybe hide out here in case you want to catch some yield?
Yeah, I mean, I think from an AI standpoint, it's certainly an option. The storyline remains to be seen as far as how long this is going to actually take to play out, I think. But one option, definitely. Just on Davos, guys, coming up tomorrow, I just looked it up. Trump speaking between 8:15 and 9:30. So it could be a eventful pre-market, to say the least, tomorrow again. Whether or not that actually goes off on time, more and more lately, it seems that his appointments are not on time.
You got to make you wait. But he spoke today in the lead up to that. Of course, I believe he did have a conversation with the Secretary General of NATO, and the Secretary General of NATO is trying to organize sort of a multilateral dialogue between the leaders of some of the European countries that President Trump has threatened tariffs on if they don't support the Greenland acquisition. So hopefully by the time he makes it onto the stage or wherever he's giving that speech, that maybe some of the tensions will have gone down. I'm not trying to draw exact parallels to the Maduro acquisition, let's call it that. But we did start off markedly red on that day, and the markets did bounce back. I think this is a little bit different, though, because now we're talking about tariffs and changing of balance sheets. But this should be a very, very eventful week, to say the least, Brendo.
Whether or not this is a negotiation tactic, as we've seen in the past, where we've seen him lead with a hammer and then end up at something that is much, much less than what it started off as, and sounding a little bit more gentle.
It reminds me of my old man in one very specific way. This was one of the more embarrassing kind of events or recurring events, let's go with that, in my childhood. Go shopping with my old man for cars. And then he'd always embarrass the hell out of me, right? He'd sit there with the salesman. The salesman's asking, I don't know, let's just throw any number out there, 35,000. My dad would offer, 15 or 17,500. Just, I want the ground to swallow me. Just get the hell out of here. I mean, you're asking for less than 50% of this guy, what this guy wants. President Trump kind of employs a similar strategy. If he's going in, he wants something for 100 million, he's going to tell you 25 million, and aggravate you and then get everybody else talking about it, and that's just kind of how he operates. Let's see how this all ends up.
There's been many people reiterating the simple fact that this is not new. The U.S. has been interested in acquiring Greenland for decades. In fact, I was reading a story at the end of last week, that was essentially tying the Alaska timeline to Greenland, and they were trying to do the same thing with Alaska and Greenland at the same time. Didn't work out with Greenland. So
apparently this has been going on for 100 years.
Yeah.
President Taft, President Eisenhower, I think Truman, and I'm not sure if FDR, but a lot of them have tried to acquire Greenland. Most were rebuffed, or they were given something different, like, for example, military rights, like we've seen. But this has been an ongoing issue for over 100 years.
Whether or not we get a resolution this time around remains to be seen. But back to crypto, just real quick. The weekly Tom Lee BMNR update just popped up in front of me here. It was essentially 1 million. They acquired 1 million ETH in the last days. BMNR down with Ethereum as well. But I mean, he's acquiring at a far higher pace than strategy is right now with Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what his approach is here. I'm a very small shareholder in this. I'm well out of the money, to make that very clear. I haven't added to the position. I'm in a wait and see mode because the chart really dictates wait and see. You're not really seeing anything appetizing the chart to say, hey, get in a little bit more. So I continue to hold and wait and see.
Yeah, we're just kind of chopping around back to, I mean, it's a decent support level. 31 coming into play here, guys, for BMNR once again.
But I was just kind of curious, Sharif, like, how'd you do negotiations, man? Like, sometimes it just kind of works.
It was never
similar.
That bad, Neil. Finality, it was never that bad. It was always working to the end, where it was just, raised and embarrassed. Like, I wish we could just get to the end a lot quicker.
I feel you on that one. There's a saying up for West Indian family, there's a saying that West Indian children don't embarrass their parents. West Indian parents will embarrass their children. But that's more to do with, like, a discipline thing. They're like, no, you think you can cause a scene. It's not the way that it's going to play out. But no, I think it's a fun story. I think negotiation is a big deal. But I think one of the things to keep in mind, and one of the reasons the bond market has been moving around a little bit, obviously, for this turmoil, is the U.S. government, if they were to buy, then it's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars, and it's going to come from somewhere, right? So it's going to be more boring and that kind of a thing. So one way or another, this is going to cost, whatever path you take, this is certainly going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars, and you got to be able to consider that. Adam James Abroad with the super chat, CRVS. Can we halt? Well, not until 9:30. Like, there's no halts in the pre-market, so we'll get that one out of the way. I mean, obviously it can. It's certainly possible that it could halt the volume profile. In addition to how much the stock is going to be up, being a $12 stock, it has the potential to do it. Ultimately, I don't know. We do know that it can't happen until after the market gets open. That's for sure. But you have a lot going with this in terms of it's making higher lows. Ignore some of these crazy dark pool wicks. Here, sometimes it's just cut a line through to show you. If you ignore the dark pool wicks, really all of these closes inside here in about 1150 range. You've been holding a nice trend on CRVS. So you want to be able to see if it can hold on to this. But certainly a halt possibility just can't happen until the open there. As Randy is in the building, you got the toque on indoors. Sometimes you come into the office and it's like a t-shirt when I think it's too cold, and today you got the toque, which I think is perfect. It is cold.
You guys talk about that stuff with your parents. That's actually what I do right now. So I actually go into all these places and offer those exact prices, Sharif. Like, maybe not that dramatic. You know, my kids right now, it's funny because we were in the car the other day and he said, I never have cash on me. I forget what it came up to. And he's like, no, Dad, you have cash on you when you're trying to negotiate stuff. Because I'm always like, well, you take cash? So I always say that kind of stuff. And my new thing is, I ask people if they'll take Bitcoin, you know? So that's like another thing to see if we get a little bit of a reduced price right there. But yeah, I'm the exact same way right now. I think that, again, probably is to do with coming through. Always trying to offer cash or cement shoes. You know, there's always a couple of different options the guy you're dealing with can choose, right? So, yeah, good movement there. We talked about Ethereum and, you know, going in there and start stepping in and trying to buy some ETH, but ETH has been getting hit like pretty aggressively to the downside as of late. I mean, we always look up. I had the VIX up here right now, still extending a little bit today, obviously, as we talked. That was 19 last look, now $20.30. Here is Ethereum, so you can check out Ethereum on Ethereum. I just want the, here we go. Let's go to Coinbase. I want the spot right there. So, you know, similarly to BTC, this one came up to key level and didn't even break it, came up to 5,000, came pretty close, and then all the way to the downside. So if you bounce off 5,000 and make this way back in right here, you're just now looking to, and again, you know, like we looked at Bitcoin, 85 to 83,000 or so. This Ethereum is probably something similar on this 28. I haven't looked at it as much as Bitcoin, obviously, as you guys watch the show, we talked about BTC a heck of a lot more. But right into here, $2,800 to me looks like a decent area. So, you know, you're at 31 or so right now and looking to get a little bit lower. Not a great weekend, obviously, here for Ethereum. But yeah, I would say this is getting close. I mean, if you want to follow Tom, I mean, there is something to be said, you know, about what you've been doing, picking up some 50 minutes, not big enough. Let's go to 30 minutes here. Yeah, so last week, maybe last month, you're coming into some potential support even earlier than that 2,800. So that's 3,000. So yeah, Ethereum, nice move down. I'm not huge into this because we had some of those bills get passed there and people talking about stable coins. You know, looking at a stock like USDC, which is Circle, you know, this one, Circle Internet Group, has been getting hit pretty aggressively over the last little while as well. I mean, I guess it's been pretty calm actually for the last month, but huge move down, right? This was 140 down here into 80. This is one of Obi's short picks. So USDC stable coins also getting hit to the downside. Now, I'm just not sure of where the use for a lot of these cases are. Like, I know Ethereum, you know, there is cases for them, obviously, as we talk about smart contracts, but they haven't changed anything in my life yet, and I'm hoping that eventually Ethereum does have these great use cases. But for me right now, I think it's a wait and see. You're just trading it as very much a risk-on asset. So today it looks like it's going to be risk-off, so we'll look to see if some of these continue to get as maybe the Nasdaq settle down a little bit. It hasn't been super, here, I'm just going to show you, Andre, it hasn't been super violent here this morning, you know, move up, move back in, now sort of in the middle again. So we'll see if we take it out. We're about a half hour away. We're going to start getting into some individual stocks now with our watch list, but the Nasdaq seems to be trying to find a little bit of a base here and get it going. So we'll see if we can hold this 25,000. I mean, it's been a while since we've talked about 25,000. That low is 25.1 right there. So we'll see if we can bounce off of 25,000 clean. But yeah, the sticky note is out, unless I didn't push it yet. I'll go over, I'll get that link in the chat right now. Thank you guys for asking, but it'll be out very soon. Circle Internet Group down another 4%. All right, Sharif, a little bit of a take on the market maybe if we go back to you, and then we'll start running through the rundown. Let's go back over to the desk.
All right, guys, let's have a look at where we closed on the SPY on Friday. We got to 691.70. We continued to put in those lower highs, and we closed towards the lows. We are markedly below that this morning, here to start trading at 681, so almost $10 lower than where we closed out on Friday, 1.5% in the negative here on the SPY, and we've lost a lot of key levels, boys. We've lost that key area of support that we had on the first trading day of the year, the 2nd of of January. That was 681 1/3. So that's going to be the main area that we're looking to hold there. We're going to say 680, Brendo, as our first level of support. If we can hold that, our first level of resistance is going to be that 685 to 687 area bottom that we put in back on the 14th. That's going to be resistance level number one.
Overall, it could be a lot worse to start the week. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that absolutely free. Down below in the description, you'll find the link, top link, in fact, will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Has everything you need to know on it. Every single morning in the pre-market comes right to your inbox. If you haven't done so yet, grab that. Let's talk about some of these metals, because as we get into the thick of things with Davos, again, if you missed it or just joining a little bit late, Trump will speak at Davos tomorrow morning between 8:15 and 8:30, or sorry, 8:15 and 9:30 our time, so Eastern time, which will obviously move the market, or has the potential to move the market. We're seeing this risk-off trade once again right across the board to start the new week. However, with metals to the upside, equities downside, it's worth noting yields to the upside as well. The long end, the 10 and the 30 back higher once again, which typically means the dollar's gaining strength, but not the case today.
Not the case, which is a bit an eye-opening divergence, Brendo. Good point there. The metals, they continue to be strong. They haven't really broken through some of the key levels, but gold and silver did extend their rally Tuesday morning. As we've talked about this, the geopolitical tensions as well as the trade uncertainty pushed investors deeper into these safe haven assets. Crypto was not one of them. Silver climbed about quite nicely this morning. Actually, let's just double check where it's at right now. Silver is up 6 3/4. Gold is up 3 1/3. So the strength there looks quite strong. Silver, though, more tightly linked to the global economic cycle, and rising bond yields as well. As you mentioned, Brendo, an ongoing bond market sell-off could pressure silver if growth fears outweigh that safe haven demand. But the precious metals are also raising the strength of some of the mining names. So you needn't only just look at the spot names or the futures names for gold and silver, but some of the precious metals, like Endeavor Mining was up 2 1/5 this morning, as well as some others. And equity flows are suggesting that people are seeking exposure, not just to the metals and the miners, not just to the miners and the future spot prices, but to the miners as well.
Yeah, so if you want to look at gold miners, for example, GDX, a good one an ETF, a good one to have a look at. But I mean, the play, guys, from a volatility standpoint has not been gold at all. Lately, it's been silver. Thoughts here for this type of concept? You can go a lot of different directions.
Yeah, I mean, despite the all-time high in gold, and as good as it, and don't get me wrong, there's probably nobody that's unhappy with what gold has been doing if you're long it. So I want to get that out of the way. But from a trading aspect, like silver, 7% again. The last time we had a move like this, well, we've had 2 gaps up this big in the last week of trading, actually trading sessions. And there's one here, and you can see, what do we do at the open? Dip, bounce, dip, rip. And we ended higher. And we had another gap up like this, and at the open, dip, and then essentially you got one dip and rip. And those are the last couple of times that we were gapped this percentage. It was about 7% each of those times, but in and around that range. I'm looking for something similar to happen. Here. I mean, the prior high is usually a pretty good place to look, just for an outright level. We had a couple of closes last week around that 84 level, so it's about $84, where if you get down to there, I'm just thinking long implicitly. But the other play is on the 15-minute, each of these, heavy down candle, and then there's a reversal. There's a trend break here on this day. You also had that on Thursday. You see these on the 15-minute. Once you get that trend down green 15-minute candle, want to go for the dip buy long. So I'm thinking that in silver, and just being patient with it. I don't even think I traded. I was looking short on silver on Friday, and I think I might have traded it here and then maybe retesting that resistance at 81. So that kind of patience will be required to play it, but it's worth it if you catch the right move on silver. So that dip and rip is what I'm looking for. The pattern has been pretty good with that.
Yeah, I think, you want to play strength today, and I mean, it makes sense to why silver and gold would both be up today. So we're excited to see that. The 200 period is at 84.50 there for silver. So any kind of a dip down here, I think it's primed to do a little bit of something there, and then GLD as well, upside, right? And you heard last week about BlackRock and all these guys that just have all this money piled into this whole market, both fixed incomes, both in equity markets, both in precious metals. So this has just been quite the huge move higher here. And as we have more and more global uncertainty, and you can see more so today than Friday, the actual economic trade is starting to make some sense now as people flood to, again, away from US dollar into stuff like precious metals with gold. Copper, again, has been ripping as well. And I like copper actually to potentially hold even some of these highs, even if silver and gold come back in. Copper has a huge use case for EVs, big into the housing rebuild, big into some of these data centers as well. So I really think copper is one that could hold out some of these highs if we do get a fade in the rest. Not moving like a meme stock, like a silver or anything's doing today, but I still really do like copper to come back in and then start to rip again if you do get any downside pressures in the metals. I would think copper has a very, very great chance of holding out some of the highs. So does gold. I just think silver is just gone and continues to be like that meme stock kind of trade, which means on good news potentially, like if this world settles down a little bit, if Trump pulls back some of this talk about extra tariffs for those that are friendly fire with Greenland, I think silver does come back in a little bit, and we can definitely play the longs there. But I think copper holds out just for that AI and data center play as well. So I like copper the best out of all of these two as well. And then
sticking with metals, Danny's
there we go.
Point here. If you're playing the miners today, silver miners that is, remember, wait for COMEX and LBMA to exhaust themselves, pushing downward before jumping in. That's been the play. It's been more trend reversions than anything else. And also, you like EXK better than HYMC. Hycroft. EXK over Hycroft. Hycroft was they were the
AMC.
Yeah, AMC.
Yeah, they put some money in and they got out, and now it's ripping up to the upside.
Before we go back to the debts, that CRVS with a bit of a turnaround here at $15, the best way to put it. I don't want to say tanking, but pull back here on CRVS. It did just break out, so it gave you a couple of extra dollars since we last mentioned it, and now getting a bit of a dip. Let's see how it holds on to this trend that was going in the pre-market. Now it's going to have to hold about $13. So a couple of small cappers in there if you're looking at the metals, and of course CRVS, which is our biopharma stock of the day. Next on the list, chips. I like ketchup.
Downside once again here this morning. We're expanding the range, in fact, on NVIDIA's chart. If you zoom out a little bit, I mean, this is what, 3-4 weeks of 15-minute data. Continuing to trend to the downside. We're bouncing off 180 this morning. Hasn't really been here since, I mean, you got to go back a couple of months at least. But the point here, we're not seeing that continuation move yet. And now this morning, we're getting more concerns, at least, about the possibility that these H200s going into China, specifically related to NVIDIA, these H200s going into China may be being blocked more so on their end than first thought.
Yeah, and that's what we've been reporting on, I think, Brendo, on this show for the last few months, as we've made it very clear that just because President Trump and the Department of Commerce give the go-ahead to Jensen and company to ship the H200 to China doesn't mean they're going to have a willing participant buyer there. Well, maybe they do, but the regulator not so much. So that's something that headline risk will keep tabs on, but well-established risk nonetheless. Separately today, NVIDIA said that they may unveil a Windows laptop on an ARM notebook later this year. It's not exactly market moving for NVIDIA, a bit of a smaller headline. Danny Ives of Wedbush basically saying that, some of this sell-off has to do more with Greenland, but his theory is the chips are more shielded from that than maybe some of the big tech players like your Amazons, your Apples, your Microsoft, your Googles, who may be subject to, more direct retaliatory tariffs. And then, Brendo, let's just call a spade a spade. The chips were extremely strong last week, mostly because of Taiwan Semi coming out with earnings and kind of, assuaging some of the fears that we had about an AI bubble. They're continuing their capex quite aggressively, and a new trade deal between Taiwan and the United States could be a nice buoy for that as well. So mixed sentiment, a little bit on this, a little bit on that. Yeah,
there's so much going on in Davos this morning. Speaking of Amazon, they, I forget who it was. It was one of the executives of Signal, the messaging app, Signal. Was speaking with Emily Chang on Bloomberg this morning in Davos, and they were talking about them starting to adapt Anthropic mostly into that app and using it a little bit more so. So maybe a positive sign for AI in general, but Anthropic specifically. But anyway, NVIDIA, I was just looking here, it's 175, 180. If you zoom out even further than this, I mean, there's probably room all the way down to here for NVIDIA guys, but specifically for NVIDIA, we're seeing this expansion of the range in this downward trend a little bit more.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, like the range expansion hasn't been enough to make it as exciting a mover as, you know, like all of the memory names, and then for AMD, which we already talked about, and then even talks like Intel. I mean, heck, SMCI was more exciting than this one on Friday, but it's the way it's moving down, I think, that is a bit of the problem, because when you look at some of the best opportunities in the stock, like look at these topping tail candles, like they're all big reversals to the downside, unfortunately. So it's not looking like a long until proven otherwise here with NVIDIA. All that said, it's hard for me to be bearish and not look where it makes a little bit more sense. We talked about where the movement has been. I just see one of the strongest chip stocks, like it or not, has been Intel recently. Do I think going into their earnings that they need to prove something? I absolutely think it's true here, because the U.S. government putting a stake in, NVIDIA taking a stake in, and some of the positive turnaround talks, some improvements on yield. Like, it's there, but maybe not justifying as far as it's moved. All of that said, it double topped at 50 last week. There's 150 fail. The fail at 50 was even more violent on Friday than it was on Thursday. So I just look for another back end kind of day here. So 47.5 to 47.6. That's this level, which is also prior support. I think it's pretty simple. If we cannot break through this, then I'm looking short. And if we break out this top, give it to like the 3/4, I'm willing to reverse into the long. But my first thought is, hey, we failed 50 twice, a little bit of a step down play before we catch a bid.
Yeah, I had it written on here just AMD, and the reason why I chose AMD over the rest. 230 short, we had a huge move last week. I think it looks like it wants to head back to 220 and just fade any pops is what I had written down there today. So all my 4 ideas are all based off a short, and it hasn't really done anything all pre-market. So that's a little bit interesting to me, thinking that, we came in and, like Brendan said, I listened to Bloomberg on the way in as well, on the way into work, and, it was pretty negative talk this whole way, talking about, getting into fixed income and just all this Greenland talk and threats from the EU. I just thought, like, some of these chip names here with tariff talk would have been hit a lot more than where it is, but excuse me, just chugged some water there. AMD has had such a great move over the last 4 or 5 days that I just think it's prime to make a move back. Like, I don't really see it ripping through 230 today. And so that's my sort of short area there in and around this $230. And it's just sort of comes back to where this 50-period moving average is. It was sort of the lows here on Friday. So let's just wait to see if we hold underneath this area. And this is Thursday, so we had quite a nice move down as well there and bounced in and around this 228, only to get back to 230 and then wind up breaking now back below that. So I'm going to use this as sort of like a little bit of a shelf. If we break higher, then we can get out, but start the short in and around 229 into 230. For this name, I actually think this can really tank right off the open. But the problem is you don't really want to, like, that's $224.50. That's $2. So that would be a decent move right there off the open to come back into this spot. And then you want to see what winds up happening. So if you think that's going to happen, then this is a good break, 226. So watch out for a quick little trade right off the open. The only thing is, some of these trades right off the open have been kind of like take a minute or two to settle out. So I don't think it's wise to put like a fair amount of shares right there in one of these names straight off the jump. Let the market settle down. I think we'll look back and I'll be like, woe is me, why didn't we do that? But at the end of the day, I think that's the right risk measure today. And then just to go light early, I think you can go heavy late once you figure out the levels. But Broadcom's another one of those names where if you don't have any Broadcom shares, I think you want to wait for this to come back in as well, just like NVIDIA. A lot of us are invested in NVIDIA, but Broadcom's coming into this 300 level, which is sort of that gap fill. So we'll see if it comes in, holds that 200 period moving average. But any of the chip names, I think Broadcom, I've already spoken about Marvell, but I like Broadcom and Marvell if they can drop into some of these levels. So this is where I'm going to look for some dips, and because I don't own one Broadcom share outside of the indexes. So we'll wait to see what happens with Broadcom. My eyes are there. Although I've said I don't want to buy any more AI names, but this would be one that would get me interested in as well. And then I don't know if we're going to talk about Netflix, or we are later on. I was going to say that's the sort of something that could be interesting tonight. Look to trade that tomorrow. But okay, crypto sliding today. Yeah. I don't know, man. Bitcoin's trying to hold out for 90,000. Let's go hit the story, and then we'll talk about BTC and Ethereum.
All right, crypto downside as well. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a little bit of a departure once again from the quote unquote risk off trade involving Bitcoin and involving some of these cryptos back to, I mean, 2 week ago levels here for IBIT 51 was that sticking point that was initially resistance, came back in as support. So maybe we got a test of 51 here again.
The actual point itself barely holding 90,000 right now, guys. So very much at the lower.
You're muted. You're muted.
Very much at the lower end of the sport. I was talking about Bitcoin. The coin itself actually down about 9 to 90,000. It really is sliding on geopolitical tensions, as we spoke about in the Greenland issue. Macro backdrop, not crypto-specific sell-off fears. Want to stress that. The consolidation range over the weekend was about 92 to 93,000, and at the time of the writing of this article, roughly $100 million in long positions were liquidated in the prior 24 hours. One looks at the price action now on the coin specifically, and you feel that that 100 million may be 200. Also, the crypto fear and greed index slipped into fear, reflecting kind of that waning short-term confidence despite the broader uptrend, which remains intact. And analysts were warning, Brendo, that further escalation in the trade rhetoric could weigh both on equities and crypto. And that key level that analysts or technicians were flagging at 91,824 as a critical area of support for Bitcoin, well, that's come and gone because we're back down into 90.
Yeah, I was even zooming out a little bit further here. There's a tiny gap that was never filled. If you go back, I guess it was a month or so ago, 50 down to 49 on IBIT, and then that 49 level ends up being support after that. So let's see what happens, guys, but definitely a disconnect here for Bitcoin today.
Oh, no doubt. This little jaunt, you can say there's weakness here, but let's be real, it was already happening. If you look at it on a daily on Bitcoin, well, show me where the bullishness has been in the last week. Go right back into that trend line that we were talking about earlier in the show. And if we can find support at 90K, I mean, it's kind of the obvious spot. And I don't know that I'd be looking long anywhere else. That said, when looking at 15 on IBIT, just like Brendan was, I'm eyeballing 52.5. Like the last time we were down in this range, we did end up holding in here, and then it was a breakaway. Like once we broke above 52.5, you broke away for a couple of days. So I look at that as kind of like the pivot price. Short end of 52.5 for me. Sorry, I was trying to hold this.
I think you did pretty good.
Yeah. Whatever. Apologies there. No, if we get up to that 52.5, then I'm going to look for the short. And I'm favoring it until we get some kind of a real test at 90,000 there. I haven't paid for locates on BM&R because I think today my focus is specifically at that price on IBIT. But if we're absolutely tanking and we never have a pop at all, then I might have to look elsewhere for like structure of a short. But I'm looking for a pop and fade on IBIT.
Yeah, I mean, look here today. I mean, this is what these here. Maybe I can zoom in just a little bit here, Andre. We can have a quick little look. I mean, Bitcoin right now down. It's not. These numbers aren't horrendous, right? I mean, Ethereum down 4%. It's not going to be the greatest. There's Ripple down 2.8%, breaking through that $2. We could talk about that XXRP. It's now broken. Remember, our key level was going to be $2. Now, I don't know if that really means anything in the cryptoverse. Solana's down in like Solana was just $250 back in October, so that's down to 128. That's choppy in half right there. There's Dogecoin. There's my Cardano. Used to be like in the top 10. Now number 12, getting hit down to 35%, 35 cents as well. So there's a lot of these names that have just been getting hit pretty decently here today. So I still have Broadcom up there, but I was going to say maybe Ethereum. I don't know. Like, the biggest pumper of Ethereum was Tom Lee, and now he's gotten BMNR into Mr. Beast and into all of these different investments. So I'm not sure what sort of use case anymore for BMNR. Obviously, it's a holding there for, we talked about them grabbing 2 more million ETH, but over the last 7 days, obviously you're going to be down on that purchase as well, Tom. So that's not going that great. And then you'll have to wait for some kind of a support of Ethereum smart contracts that, in my opinion right now, and I'm not in the game, obviously, and some of you guys that are out there might know, but smart contracts yet really haven't hit the mainstream as far as I know right now, as we look to see. Obviously there's some stablecoin usage that has been happening out there, and we've seen already, we talked about Circle. I just worry that it's not mainstream enough, so I'm just waiting basically for that one epic flush sort of a day there on Ethereum where you can get that coin maybe in triple digits again. But for right now, Circle just getting absolutely pumped. They're about to take down its IPO price. This is USDC. So they came to market here at $70, ripped all the way to 280. Now you've round tripped completely and looking to take down this $60 again, or $70. So just watch out here. Ethereum, I could see Bitcoin. I mean, there's a lot of talk about Bitcoin. So you're going to look at a stock like Amara or something like that if you're looking at $10 as a very, very key level here for Marathon. Again, another name to potentially look at in the crypto space. And then I said MSTR, you could use some strategy as, again, once again, a way to get levered into crypto. So down 5.5%. MSTR, it's so bad that maybe it's good. And I mean, they did get that bounce off of 150. So watch out for MSTR just smoking in today as well. Man, I thought the market, I was saying to Neil, I thought this market would really crank today to the low side. I guess the fact that it's down 2% is already a decent day, but we can get down 3% here. Like, I'm really surprised that the market's not falling a lot more here today. And I believe Trump is speaking today, right? So when or all day, every day, I don't know, but
for Davos, the amount of talk that we'll hear from the administration during Davos is going to be possibly nonstop.
We could have an intense day in this market if it starts to, the rhetoric starts to heat up and there's no pushing and pulling, just pushing. So let's get ready to see what this market does. In a matter of 4 minutes, man, we're getting ready to rock and roll.
The official speech, guys, for Trump is tomorrow morning, as I said, 8:15 to 9:30. I'm sure he'll jump in whenever there's a camera handy, as he typically does. On his way or maybe when he arrives, who knows. So yes, absolutely, let's keep an eye out for Trump-related comments. Let's talk about China. We're getting on in time here. Netflix, again, looks like Warner Brothers is going to go with Netflix all cash if we don't get to that. China tech specifically, downside big time overnight over in the Asian session. Regulators clamping down once again in that country on high-frequency trading, specifically requiring, what was it? I was just reading 80 to 100% margin rates for anyone participating in that high-frequency trading in China. That was volume flows hit 3.9 trillion yuan midweek last week, which was all-time high.
We've seen them do this before where weakness comes in, they restrict short selling for a period. So very interventionist, a little dissimilar to our style. Separately, PDD getting hit big here in the pre-market to the tune of 4.5%. China has brought in its probe, into the company formerly known as Pinduoduo after its employees exchanged blows. Chinese regulators dispatched investigators from various agencies to the company's Shanghai headquarters. This is reported by Bloomberg. As a result of that report, Brando City has added a 30-day downside catalyst watch on PDD, but keeping the buy rating on the shares with the price target of $170. The firm does see further downside following Bloomberg's report of a deepening investigation by Chinese regulators, something to keep an eye out for.
Coming up, remember, after the close tonight, Netflix earnings. We will cover that for you live. Make sure you stick around after 4 o'clock for that. We'll bring it to you, and we'll show you the price action. We'll show you everything you need to know as far as Netflix earnings. On Netflix, I watched the RIP on the weekend.
Good.
Ben Affleck and Matt Damon.
I saw he's been making the rounds on the podcast.
Yeah.
I wonder why, yeah.
Okay.
No?
It was okay. It was meh.
Like meh.
It was meh.
Right.
But anyways, Netflix earnings day, guys.
It's Netflix earnings day for sure. We just had some imbalances hit. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, okay, it's gone now. Intel had an imbalance of 700,000, but it looks like it quickly has paired off a little bit. Snapchat, 470,000 sell side, NCLH, BBAI, 440,000 to the sell side, UNG, 400,000 to the sell side as well. Big mover, obviously. I don't know why I'm rushing. I feel like 90 seconds. Usually it comes to that, we have some time. Big mover this morning has been silver, up 6.5%. It's slight pullback, but nothing too heavy. We'll see how it wants to behave with prior high. I'm looking for what has been dip and go, dip and go. A lot of patience has been required to look for the mean reversion on the dip. But this one, I expect there's going to be a lot of volatility in silver. We know we'll get some in the chips as well. And then that's critical metals, disappointing pre-market. It's been only going sideways. So I feel like this is a stock which is telling you wait 15 minutes on. Let's see what the opening range decides with it, because when you sit down, it was looking like a potential breakout trade, and now way too sideways. So we expect volatility this morning, and expect seeing GLD moving better than SLV. Possibly. I just like the way SLV has been trading intraday better. Like, it's been giving you some bigger moves, especially when you get that trend break. So I'm like, the fact that it's trading weaker gives the chance for that dip and rip, which is what I'm looking for. But GLD, another all-time high for gold, obviously as well. Crazy how the metals have been doing. But we got the countdown is on for the first time, brought to you by AIML Health. That's AIML on the CSC. I want to thank them for sponsoring the opening bell on this Tuesday, where Davos is also going on, and we're open.
All right, we're now open. Yeah, welcome everybody. Look at the market, man, shooting up right there as we get a little bit of a relief rally happening right now. Like I said, it didn't look that bad to me right off the open. Like, I thought we were going to have a dangerous open, and it looks like almost complete opposite here. As we start to rip up, it looks like AMD is saying, okay, we're going upside right now. Look at AMD, man, straight shoot upside into 230. There we go. I was going to say, I'm looking to get short. So there we go, man. I'm going to go short 230. Well, I am short right now. If this breaks through 50s, we're gone right now. So we're going to put that order in. Nice little trade to start with here. Sorry, I'm AMD. There's AMD right now. If we can get something down here in the 30s, just dance a little bit. Short right here at 79. So far, we're on. We'll see if, we just got, did we get hit there? No, in the 30s. But I've got on this sticky note that I'm throwing around right there. If this breaks 230, we're gone. We'll give this that 50, 60 cents early. Like I said, pretty light shares to start the day. We could have taken the profit, but it looks like right now we're going to have to suffer through a little bit of a bid here early as I'm short. Well, there it comes right back in as I'm short advanced micro devices. I'm going to drop my note.
Yeah, same thing. Well, I mean, very.
Okay, I'm trying to get my sticky note.
Oh,
that's okay. It's all good. It's down there.
It's all good. A very similar thing happened.
Go.
In Intel, we're a bit of a pop and fade. It goes right into. It's not pre-market highs, but it's right before the open. Wow, that was violent. We just top and tail wicked the highs and was back down like 25 pennies, and then you're doing it again here on Intel. So a lot of violence off the open.
AMD is moving a dollar at each tick.
By the way, Tesla. Well, I was going to look up at Tesla, but I was just getting some out at 47.4, but now you're breaking out the top. So you're going to have to wait for another level, potentially 48 here on Intel, or we just get a top and tail candle on this thing, because now you're blowing to the upside. Yeah. All right, now I can go. I got to show you guys Tesla over here. We didn't even talk Tesla. Apologies. Tesla just dropped $5 when everything I was looking at was breaking higher. Yeah, Tesla looking like it's losing the bid. Silver is also losing the bid, but my plan of action on SLV was to wait for a test of prior highs on a dip. So I'm looking for a trend reversal. So the fact that it's going down makes some sense to me as far as I'm concerned. NVIDIA looking incredibly weak as well. Critical metals doing absolutely nothing, at least off the jump. That stock, oh, no, never mind. It did tank.
Dude, I don't even know what's going on.
Okay, that's wild. It wasn't doing it a minute ago. Critical metals now has filled in the gap. Let's see if it can hold on to prior support. CRML getting smoked.
Is it? This is so wild.
It's almost, CRML could go red in a minute.
I keep taking profit on this AMD, but it's going to take up the top. Like, this is just wild. Like, it stopped out, and then it goes, and then it's $1 in the money. Then it's up to the top, then it's $1 in the money again. So, like, that was just a wild start there. As AMD, you can see now finally starting to kick down. I'm gonna try another short here. But the market is trying to fade out. I don't know if this is going to be, it's so violent right now that I have to stop out just because that's just how the stock is trading. But it's giving you huge moves. Just don't get caught on the wrong end of this trade. So leisure shares right now for advanced micro devices, but we are starting to go upside pretty darn good right now as we just hold on to a very, very small piece and wait to see if and how it settles down. Gold making that move lower as well. And we had written down there on the note, a top trade was going to be TQs. Then Tesla short is just unfortunately, as Neil said, it already made that move down quite aggressively right now for Tesla, down into 425, 426. But we did write down that top area of 435-ish. It gets as high as 430. Let's see what Tesla wants to do here today. But yeah, AMD, we're light on this, but it looks like it just wants to continue higher. Look at the market, man. Yeah, the
market's
taco.
now blasting.
Yeah, the taco trade there on Trump there. I forget what does that stand for again? Trump always chickens out.
Yes.
That's what it is. I don't know if that's going to be the case this time, but right now, man, the market is definitely feeling like that. Nice
But
move
chickens
higher.
out with, I don't know, there's a lot of angles you could go with that. I tend to think the Greenland thing is serious, but
yeah, same. That's right. I don't think so this time.
No, I mean, I'm wrong about that. No, I think
Hopefully
that's
we're
serious.
wrong, I guess.
No, I think it's serious. I think that's why the bond market's like it's going to cost a bunch of money, so let's price that in. $270 billion was what got thrown around, and if you figure it has to be higher than that, you still have to raise a bunch of money. But what is looking weak? So the metals. Well, I'm looking at silver. I know you just followed gold. That's looking weak, but not breaking with the rest of the market is IBIT. So if I liked IBIT short before, I'm going to sort of stick with that plan. If the NASDAQ wants to bounce, there's the NASDAQ bouncing. This is IBIT putting in lower highs. So I'm just going to play with that one, at least for the time being, as it is absolutely Rip City. I got to look over at Alphabet. Like, what was anything that I was didn't put it on the note, but like half interested in a bounce play. One of them was Alphabet, but I was looking way lower, down into the teens.
53s.
But now you're breaking out. If you fill in this entire gap on Alphabet without there being a pullback, I'd be surprised. Look at the last couple of up days. So this one at the open pulled all the way back. This one at the open pulled all the way back before eventually heading to the upside. So I'm going to note that and be pretty patient. But this was on my back burner for potential long. If we do get that dip into 320, maybe that's going to be the level to go. So the only thing that hasn't broken out that I'm watching is crypto, or Bitcoin, I should say. So I'm shorting that one in front of pre-market highs. Everything else is mooning.
Yeah, our patience is starting to pay off a little bit here with AMD as we did catch a little bit of a top there for advanced micro devices. But make sure you guys do continue to do this. We do have our, so CRVS, obviously we should be over there. That's up 72%. We did talk about that a little bit in the pre-market as well. IBRX up 6%, up to $6, up 19%. Here's Intel right here. We just talked about that. That's $48. We were short that earlier. Netflix with the earnings tonight up to $89. Tesla's down right there, $427 right now for Tesla. Walmart's starting to go as well. Wow, Walmart nicely cooking there, up 1%, so that's a nice one. And silver still up 5%, so we'll have to wait for that as well. But and then Micron, wow, we said like what's going to hold this thing down? Apparently nothing. We are now green on the day finally, so that was just took a minute to hold. But you can see right now for AMD starting to go to the downside. We're now $2 now in the money and doing quite well with that. For now, I mean, I have no idea where this is going. Let's bid some more here at 50, see if we can get a little bit more out now. But there's AMD for now on a little bit of a pullback. We were able to get something out. Let's see if we can get a little bit more out of AMD. So nice little $2 winner there, but had to be patient and wait for it. So hopefully it cranks even lower, man. I'm bidding 230 flat, and then we'll wait to see about this 228 fill, but that's still a minute away right now. So yeah, I mean, we talked about that with President Trump talking tomorrow at Davos. So
we have Greer talking right now.
Yep.
Effectively, like Greer is saying the tariff threat is an appropriate use of tariffs, which obviously is a big deal. And then keep in mind, we do have a situation where it's non-zero chance that the Supreme Court actually gives a ruling on the tariffs. Today, we're expecting potentially that. If it happens, it would be after 10 o'clock. So we have about 20 minutes for that to go. So I just reloaded on IBIT at VWAP. So it comes into VWAP, fails the high, gets to pretty much the low of the day, got some out. Going to look for this one to potentially continue down. We already talked about Tesla, so need to go back over there. But silver continues its fall. So it's still 5.5% up, but since the open, we've already dropped almost a full $1. Just looking for it to fill the gap a little bit further. But once I see a trend break of this down move, which is getting steeper, then I would look for the long in SLV. So plenty moving around here, no questions asked. And I see nothing is really halted in some small cappers, but obviously you've got enough big cap movement off the open that that's definitely keeping you engaged. Adara, I believe.
Guys, in addition to comments from Greer, which I haven't seen come through in the past couple minutes, we also have comments coming from UK Chancellor Reeves saying that she's going to be seeing U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick later today. So it looks like a UK-U.S. potential trade meeting happening later today, according to comments from UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves. Back to you.
The second you said that headline, I'm like, okay, and now we're starting to go. What was just getting filled, low of the day, and now you're breaking back out. So this is kind of the topsy-turvy we're in. Like if you're trading inside the range, your best bet is just take it all out instead of take a little bit out and try to hold for more, because is what it is. But the next available pop, we get to the pre-market high on IBIT. I got to zoom in so you can see it better. I'm going to give it 51.8. Look for this one to maybe press into the high before taking our next salvo in it. And by the way, as simultaneously, silver is looking to break this trend. It can do so over the volume-weighted average price. Once it does, I'll try to get long. I got to clean up some of these dark pool wicks. There's a few extra of them this morning that are a little crazy.
Yeah, big time movement here. So watch out for your charting. But yeah, we're waiting for AMD to break through 233. So that's going to be my short that we have on right now. And it's been pretty good, man. We just reloaded it there and got some more out to the downside. So I know it's been a tough day there with just the market in general starting to sort of feel like it wanted to go a little higher. You've been on IBIT, so I'm going to go over to Ethereum and just have a quick little look there as well. So I know IBIT's been sort of starting to go edge a little bit higher at 91.3. Ethereum, very, very similar, trying to get back to that, okay, now we're going, Neil. Yes, there it is, man. All right, so far so good here as we get this money storm going. I actually don't have the stream deck open, I just realized, but there it is. Nice move down. I got to get filled though first, man. We're at 73. Maybe, I don't know why that's not filling, but right there, nice move down. One little push and we'll get, okay, well, it doesn't want to go. So we'll bid some 231s, get that fill right there. But here we go, man. It's the money storm happening right now for us on AMD, now $2.50. We are now huge now. This is now going to be a very big trade. All right, man, sit up, man. Get your posture correct as we get this bid going. Big time trading there. Made our day. There it goes. So if I was to flatten out now, we'd add our goal, but I tend to lose this. So let's wait to see what winds up happening right now. 230, huge move to the downside, man. We stay in our short. We believed in it. Now let's see if this market wants to collapse all over itself. $3 right now in the money on this AMD trade. So there it goes, man. Stick with it and working out right here for AMD.
Yeah, that's what it's about. I mean, for me, I'm not sticking with it. I'm just making a new trade. Boom. It goes up and breaks the high, get out, and then wait for it to get to the next level, and then take the topping tail as we come right back in. But if the market's coming back in, then I think silver is going to be a play to the long side if the market ends up weak. So sticking with that, got to look to what is next. And this is a potential trend break here on SLV over volume-weighted average price if we're able to get it. So I'm back into IBIT after it made another topping tail candle, but I'm now hunting silver's move as well. And shout out to everyone in the chat, reminding everybody, make sure you put in $ with your symbols so we can track and make sure we're watching some of the names that you're looking at. Probably the number one story right now moving is going to be the memory names, SNDK, Micron. They just put in some big time moves, but it is just an all-time high topping tail potential here for SNDK. So it filled in the entirety of the gap and showing some signs, at least a little bit, of weakness pulling back in. So very, very strong moves in SNDK. Very strong move here. If it'll load up in Micron, I would make the assumption Western Digital as well. That's what's leading the market in to said upside. No questions asked.
Okay, again, guys, thanks for watching so far here. Let's go over some other names. I mean, I'm just bidding. Honestly, I'm covering this at VWAP. This is a monster trade, 229. We're taking out some more fills there. If we get into the 200 period and the 50 period, that's where we'll start to cover some more at 228. But let's give it an opportunity to make this move down. It's a big trade. Joe, I hope you're doing well. Get down, man. This is okay. You have a good weekend. Yeah. spend time and you come in and able to do stuff like this, man, this has been quite a nice start here to the day. All right, let's go over and have another look at some other stuff. I mean, this has been, again, like we talk about what's on our notes and how we're trying to trade here, right? So there it is, TQ short. We'll see. I got to look at that 53, the high. I don't know what the high is. We'll go look at that. Tesla short, IBIT short, AMD short. So we've got all these shorts on. We just had to wait for it just for a minute. AMD trying to go. Let's have a look. Tesla, looks like this might actually be a long, to be honest with you. It's not anywhere near those lows. Looks like it wants to kick back, even though these futures start to try to make a red candle here. Tesla's trying to mature up into that 430 again. So definitely a level to look at there with Tesla. Potentially we got some news with Hyundai and Palantir earlier today, but again, like that's kind of just doing this, not much going on, and that news was in the pre-market. So I think that was probably right around here, Adair, if you wanted to find out news there with Palantir was this morning there as well. So that's a nice play there. And then Netflix amended to cash their offer. So we can wait to see 27 3/4 there, 27.75 for WBD. So this will be a good one for you, Neil, if it gets to cash. 27.75, so trading a little bit above that right now, as I guess we're not certain about completion of that deal. But what's up, Adara?
Palantir and Hyundai deal was first announced at 6 a.m. exactly on the dot via a press release. Then at 9:09 a.m. there's a Reuters interview, and this could have been when you get that move here.
Right. Okay.
Palantir deal with. Excuse me, HG Hyundai worth hundreds of millions of dollars, according to Alex Karp. He says he's, quote, very bullish on the Korean market. So it's the interview and not the deal that seems to have made this move here.
Okay, so there you go.
Alex Karp's at Davos as well, so I suspect that you
Yeah.
ear to the ground for any Palantir moves as well. Like he's
Yeah. So let's just pay attention to that, to your
he's
point.
probably going to be one of the top interviews in terms of entertainment. That is going to be for sure. So look, at the end of the day here, okay, all right, we're pretty close to breaking this one out on SLV, regardless of what the market does. I mean, silver, I think volatility is going to stay, but we just have not been able to sustain any real big up moves with the exception of this one right off the open. So we get a second green candle in here. That's the long I'm looking for. IBIT's tracking back in toward the low of the day. We do have some small cappers. IBRX. Oh, wait a minute. Is it IRBX or IBRX? I believe it's IBRX. IBRX has been moving around. That's Immunity Bio. It's about to take out. It's taking out the highs as we speak. This one's over VWAP and trending pretty well. So just to cover some of the names that you guys have been paying attention to in our chat, this has gone a little bit, you know what, the last couple of days. Not necessarily something I chase, but the squeeze has been on for a while in this, and it is accelerating for sure. But when you get that third day bounce, you really need to hold that opening breakout level. That's a very popular short level if it gets back underneath that $7. All right, I need IBIT to break through the low of the day here. If you can't break the low, there's only one way to go. It's a saying I remember. And if we can't actually bust this low of the day, then I got to respect the fact that it could be a little bit of inside range and start working off of VWAP and maybe not even that high. Looking for the next reload in the IBIT short. Doesn't look like we're going to get the silver long yet. Still looking pretty weak.
Yeah, we're bleeding here on AMD, and I don't even really feel like getting out of this stock at all. I'm bidding 227 now, 227 quarters. But you know what? Now that I see that, let's put a little something. We did get 228.50 there. Let's just go 228 like 15s. Maybe we can get out of a piece. Okay, down there as well, as this is now not $1, not $2, not $3, but $4 right now in the money over here. So hopefully, if this is your style of trading, I was just asking people in the chat if you guys had this trade as well, because this is a big one, man. Today does feel a little different in the way that I still think there's a huge potential move downside, not as much so upside. I've been feeling short all day, and not necessarily, it's been right because I can look over and see the net, but it's not actually, the market isn't right now. It's trying to figure out what it wants to do. We opened up around here actually at 9:30 down here, and then had that huge move. We said, let's see what 25,000 has to stay today. Nothing. It doesn't even come close. That's 25.2 right there, and then a huge move up to 25,350, and now we're starting, okay, now let's go. Now maybe we can get a lot lower rate here. So yeah, man, it is a big trade here today. You're welcome, Silverado Blue, right there, man, for all that help, and I just hope that, you're able to watch, Neil and myself. There it comes right down into holding to 228 right now. Now we're 450 in the money, right? Again, for that. And this is why we're here for you guys, right? I mean, again, thank you. There it is. I got you. Thank you so much. And you're welcome, man. This is why we're here. We're looking at the chat. We're trying to figure out if you guys have anything. Here's another one right now, rolling with you on that AMD short. Great job on that one. I hope you guys are printing. I know we are right over here. Now in the money, $4. So great job by everybody there today. Neil's got the short IBIT. We've got the short AMD, and it's been a hell of a start to your Tuesday.
Absolutely big time start as the markets are heading to the downside. You can take advantage, if you're a savvy Canadian trader, of movement like this with Global X by Beta Pro by Global X and their NASDAQ 100, S&P 500, 3 daily leveraged ETFs. They got built-in FX hedging, so you can amplify these short-term moves and minimize the impact of currency swings. So you're bearish, really matter. They're built for active traders like yourselves if you're ready to take on the market. Make sure you read full disclosure, risk disclosure in the perspective at pro.ca. Investing, scan the QR code you see in front of you. And remember, with leveraged ETFs, trading vehicles, fantastic. But decay is always going to get you in the longer term. So yeah, fantastic for trading. Looks like we are going to fill in the majority of this gap. Just want to quickly show you the target here. 51 even on IBIT. Once we're in, pretty close to it. Really thought this was going to be our first floor, so we'll take that first percentage point and then work the next when it does happen. I say when it does happen, but probably does. But the other side of it, looking at what is next, and that's waiting for my entry. As I said, didn't really happen yet in SLV, but it's holding the trend line. If we can break this trend line out, it's still looking long. The fact that this is potentially breaking out would make some sense in the market weakness. As we're gap up on negative headlines and sentiment. So really, if this is going to reverse, I'd expect it because the market got weak, and that's the anticipation I have here for silver to break. We just have to be patient with it. Like on Friday, we waited this one out for a couple of shots to take reversions on it, and that's what ended up working instead of just buying it at a price level, which on silver that hasn't really worked out very well.
No, we're waiting for the silver pullback there. I reach out and took out more AMD. I mean, we did such a dramatic move, right? I was looking at other names like Marvell. So for AMD, I have about 20% left or so, which probably is too much. Should be getting out a little bit more of that. But there goes Marvell, about to turn green for the day here. So I'm going to actually take out a little bit more AMD as we're starting to look at some of these chip names starting to bounce quite nicely off some of those lows, right? So NVIDIA is the one that really hasn't been doing that work. So maybe this is the name. If we do come back into 181, I mean, essentially I would love the period up here of 182.50, but that could be a play that we are somewhat concerned about if that does come back. Yeah, so there goes AMD again. We're able to just get a fill there at 229 and change, and then whoops, nice upside play there for this name as it continues to get going as the market's making its way back. I'm not, I'm not in this name until 52. We probably should have taken it there. We were too much involved with AMD at that time, but that would be a look over there for me. And then as we're talking about IBIT, there's Ethereum, $23 as well. And then some of the bank stocks, like SoFi is moving around here today, down into $25. I may short AMD again if it does get back up to there. But this is what this whole broader market thing is doing right now is the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both crazy downside. I mean, there's not too much strength at all. We have Walmart going upside there as it's day one into the NASDAQ today. So that could be some artificial buying into the NASDAQ there for WMT. Other than that, right, like Costco's up a little bit, Amazon. We're waiting for a couple more minutes and we'll see if the Supreme Court has
I'm guessing no,
something to say. I'm guessing no as well. And then over here in the electronic technology, part of it, I said that if you were thinking about raising some cash, today's not a horrible day to look at some Intel for that as being a possibility there. And then Micron down here as well, up 4.5% as that name just keeps on going. Micron right now, $378. Is that just is like, wow. New highs, I believe, new all-time highs today for Micron as, yeah, they're saying like, what problem here? Like, we can still produce this DRAM and regardless of Greenland.
That story won't stop.
Micron's not stopping, no, that is for sure. And Walmart not stopping.
Well, Walmart, I think maybe, It's not going to be the same, I don't think, as Carvana. Way too stable of a stock to have a complete sell-off after it gets added to the index. But I do still believe, in a certain extent, to the sell the news thing. Like, I'm waiting for a buy the dip opportunity in the next few days as people sell potentially the addition. It just hasn't happened today. That's why it wasn't even on my list. But we're getting a bit of a bounce. I'm looking at VWAP here for IBIT. So if we're not going to get back into the pre-market high, I'll go to the volume weighted average price. It's the first short was there, second one got stopped, and then we had the short into the pre-market highs. And I understand when I'm talking about pre-market highs, it's 24. I know crypto's a 24-hour market, but I'm just talking about from like 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. whenever you happen to start your charting. Silver, sort of the same thing happening. We're going to go to Adara. I just want to quickly point out we could get to 50 on Intel. 2 days in a row, this has already turned at the $50 level. If it gets there again, I'm definitely going to try the fade up at that price. But VWAP I'm waiting for on IBIT, and we're going to Adara 5 minutes until probably nothing. In the Supreme Court, we'll see.
So you guys know here as well, the 10 a.m. potential Supreme Court decision is the only thing to expect at 10 from an economic perspective, because we're not supposed to get any numbers at that time. I do want to mention here, comments coming through from U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. He's talking about inflation, saying that overall the trajectory for inflation is, quote, in check, and that inflation is, quote, going down. So positive inflation view here for Jameson Greer. 6 minutes until we potentially get an answer from this U.S. Supreme Court with regards to tariffs. Back to you.
Okay. I'm just going to just reload up here. Like, I don't want to give away, obviously, what we made on AMD, because we did get a bunch of covers down here at 228, and now it's shooting up $4. We were just $4, and now it's all the way back. So that's why you got to take profit. That's why we draw these pretty lines on here and have them there. So the 200 period, the 50 period, all came together. So we did go from the high of the day short into the lows again, and then right back up to the highs. So AMD and these names are very, very, very strong. So we're going to keep on figuring out what our mics. Hit it a little bit, shake it around, put it back there. Hopefully that works out better now on the microphone. But Apple's making highs. I mean, the market is coming back. The market's making highs. Apple continue making lows right there, opposite there. I was actually looking when I said highs, and you just mentioned it, at the Intel chart. Intel
50.
Ripping right now. So, okay, here we go. We're probably going to get stopped out. 233, and we're out of AMD. So we'll be a positive stock, but we'll give some back, obviously, if this continues to rip like this. And here it goes. 233 right now. Very aggressive move here for AMD.
Yeah, well, aggressive move. Intel's almost at $50.
Crazy.
As it just broke that 49. So we play it off our level, but don't fight it. That's the only place that it did have red until you got to 48. And until we get to 50, I'm going to probably draw another trend line. But it does seem like now this could be the moment that silver finally turns around. Got to close above VWAP, but while we're watching silver potentially try to reverse,
Nvidia's going to go then.
Look at GLD. Look at the consolidation off of VWAP. This is accumulating off the volume weighted average price and has been doing so for the last 20 minutes, all sideways action potentially breaking out. So I do like that potential breakout in both the metals names. And then skipping back over to something we've ignored. Okay, I guess maybe you should buy the dip in Alibaba. I was sort of waiting for a little bit lower, that 50 period moving average on the daily, but Alibaba, it's already gone green, but threatening to go green again. You get above 166 quarter, and this is another gap that can get filled in. So, I mean, the market's looking pretty strong, but even some of these Chinese are looking to attempt to go green here. So I'm a little skeptical about those. But my next trade is looking like silver, unless if and when Bitcoin can get to VWAP or a lower high, I can short that. That doesn't seem to be breaking out yet, but potential break here. Finally, a trend break if we can close one more. So 3 minutes and then we get some confirmation here on SLV. Wow. Yeah, you can say wow about a lot of things there, Chris. You just said wow Walmart. I mean, the chart isn't a wow. Like V-shape move here in Walmart, getting some weaknesses, the market goes higher. Look at those memory names. They've been absolutely rocketing. We haven't even talked about Tesla. This one might be bucking the trend. I hate to do this for any Tesla bulls, but the market's been trending higher. This has actually been trending down. Doesn't mean it's going to continue to do so. This has been trending lower. This chart looks like Bitcoin's chart with the lower highs and then the test of the low of the day. Unfortunately, sorry.
52 bucks. I'm going to try a little short here on the Qs. So they're not. I think I just heard in my ear they're not doing, or I heard something about the Supreme Court. So yeah, I don't think that's coming today again. So that's gonna be a shocker there. And I don't know exactly what the market wants to do about that. So let's just wait to see about this high. I mean, we're gonna start the trade just in case the market does fall down here at 10 a.m. But it doesn't look like right now the the Supreme Court is going to rule on the administration and on any of these tariffs and the legality of them and so on and so forth, and what that looks like paying back or whatever. I think if there ever is a ruling on anything like this, then there'll be some sort of exceptions and what that happened here for the government, because the amount of money they've collected already is huge. So, okay, man, here we go. We're going upside right now. Let's pay attention to what happens around 10 a.m. But right now the market's taking a day's high. So anything short, wrong right now, unless you find something that's near the lows. I know NVIDIA is also, crypto's falling a little bit, but I do see that NVIDIA right here is also near their lows. So if something's weak, it might just be this one. All right, what's up, Adara? We're short AMD and we're short the TQs over here.
Yeah, we're going to talk happening now, guys. Let's take a look here at this market. This is the S&P 500, which gap down here along with pretty much everything else, unless it's silver, gold, or some kind of metal. Basically what happened here is looks like there's been a flood, at least initially, or a flight, sorry, to these safe haven assets like the precious metals, as we do have U.S. President Trump announcing his plans to tariff certain European countries with regards to his goal to acquire Greenland. Now, the goals are going to start with a certain tariff here on February 1st, and those tariffs will be increased as of June 1st if these countries don't comply. So interesting look here for the market. Again, as I mentioned here, SLV and GLD initially really strong to start the day. Right now giving up some of that early strength, but also poised to bounce here off of lows. So that's the look here for these metals for the overall market. Again, Supreme Court tariff decision could be happening here at 10 a.m. I have not heard or seen anything yet, but I, of course, will keep you all posted. Keep an eye on Coinbase and any of these crypto-related assets as well. You know, NYSE apparently announcing plans to consider tokenizing these companies and have that be available to trade. So that'll be an interesting look. We also, though, have Jameson Greer talking about crypto right now as well, saying, oh, sorry, this is Bessent, actually. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying the U.S. government's going to be adding seized Bitcoin to its digital asset treasury. So interesting look. At 11, initially really weak start to the day, but much like the rest of this market trying to rebound, it does have its own story, though, with traders circulating a report from Capital Watch about how apparently the company is being used by South Asian or Southeast Asian forces as a money laundering, quote, laundromat. So that's AAPL, last but not least, NFLX, absolutely on watch heading to its earnings report tonight. But even before that, we actually had some updates on its WBD deal. Apparently, the company is agreeing to revise the structure of their previously announced transaction. NFLX now going all cash versus their cash and stock deal previously announced. Keeping an eye out here for tariff news, guys, as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, Nas, you can always contact Nas. He knows something about laundering money.
Yes,
Shout
exactly.
out to Affirmative Action, one of the greatest. You know what? We had this discussion before, but that's a legit lyric. No, we're starting to bounce higher on SLV. So we finally got that trend break after essentially all morning, from 9 o'clock until about now. For an hour, we were sort of sliding back in here. This dark pool wick keeps coming back in, so it is what it is. If we get to the pre-market highs, which is about 86.7, that'll be the exit plan. But I want to start buying the dip in VWAP every chance we get on SLV as it starts to ramp in. And the other thing that's happening right now is Intel is up 5%.
What? Okay.
Okay, I'm pause just for effect there. Up 5%, got an upgrade, and the market's down 1.5 on the NASDAQ. But this now has 1, 2, 3, 4 points on ye old trend line. If it breaks the trend, then I can look for short, which is wild that it's this strong. So yeah, big time movement up there in Intel. We'll see if we can ride with SLV a little bit higher. Try to buy this dip in VWAP. And just going back over to Bitcoin, which is not participating in this move. It doesn't even get to VWAP here. So lower highs still happening in BTC I don't want to jump too far to the downside, but I feel like I almost need to look at this opening range bottom and just start shorting that. If the market stair-step up and stair-step down and I like it short, well, then I should be shorting the next step, which seems like 51.3 instead of 51.4.
We didn't get anything. Well, AMD just keeps going up. We just keep on. Here, I can show you what we've been doing. But right now, it is this futures trade right now that's starting to go for me, which is nice. Glad to see that one moving around here. We just keep on tipping higher here, and it's like we take the short, then we get out like for big wins, and then it takes the top out, and we get stopped out. So I don't know, maybe a little bit lesser. I mean, I don't know. I'm not using a huge amount of shares here, but we could just keep on trying AMD. The reason why I'm over here is like Nvidia is a lot weaker than AMD. So maybe I should just, I was hoping that AMD eventually plays catch up and starts to come to the downside, but right now they're hitting Nvidia quite aggressively and buying up AMD, which is very, very strange to me. So there's AMD at the top, here's Nvidia near the lows again. So I don't know, maybe we just gotta leave these names alone for now. I mean, Broadcom would be one that we've looked at here a little bit today. It's still down that 3%. We've looked at Intel as well. A name like an Amazon moving 232 and change, actually going decent today, considering what this market's been doing. Tesla's doing stuff as well right now, but yeah.
And then the low of the day. I mean.
Oh, Tesla is. Okay, well, so we were right about thinking about that short. It looks like the AMD short's going to be the wrong one. Netflix still up 1%, but that's coming back in as well as we wait for earnings on Netflix. But so far, so good on just shorting the NASDAQ right now as we sort of topped out on that. But yeah, shorting some of these chip names hasn't been right for me so far there today. But we are still short here on AMD. Basically, I was going to go against 235 for Advanced Micro Devices and just use less shares because I think this name pulls back. There's 235 from Friday's sort of highs. So we'll wait to see if it breaks that. But I'm going to continue to sort of play a little short here on Advanced Micro Devices while holding onto the short in the future. So if the market does fall in, like I think it does, then at least we got that short. And if AMD wants to go oppo, then we'll lose a little bit on that and then make something with the futures. But
and just a reminder to everybody,
nothing's really going around too much here.
We are not expecting a Supreme Court decision today. Just to reiterate that, it was a chance at 10 o'clock, but I think we've been talking about the best way to proceed is to assume that every single time they could say something, probably not going to. And maybe there'll be some kind of a heads up that, oh yeah, today it's more likely, but until then, kind of a nothing burger from the Supreme Court. And also keep in mind, like literally everybody, there's a huge delegation for the U.S. in Davos, and like all the big CEOs are there. So we are keeping ear to the ground for any of those stories. But rocket ships to the upside, to the left of them, and to the right of them. Intel continues to break higher. I guess at 5% before, but it's finally threatening to break trend. But shorted it at one level, and this is the idea. Like you can have a setup entry around a price level and short it off the level, and it might look like it's working, but once it breaks away, get away from it and look for a different strategy. And at this point, because we're close to 50, it's just going to be the trend breakdown, which I do like. Silver is continuing to hold VWAP. Did a little bit of a bounce, not a huge one, but a small bounce off VWAP. Nothing crazy to add yet. I don't know if I like the strength yet to add. I want to see it maybe set up on the 15-minute before adding back into that position. IBIT, still nothing doing on IBIT. I do feel like Intel is going to be the next one for me. Just watching what's moving the most right now, and it is mostly chip names. Whether it's the memory names, in this particular case, Intel's kind of doing its own thing, but they've been the sign of strength. So if I think the biggest move is coming in them, then the reversion is going to be the best chance. I just heard lottery.com moving around a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say like this
some small cappers are moving. There was some talk that the AppLovin story might be fugazi.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. AppLovin's almost green right now, as that name is all the way back up. I mean, it does tend to do this every time it gaps down on a short report. It will usually make up the entire move and then some. So this is like kind of a common reaction for it. Right. In terms of the story being fugazi, I need to do more research on that, and I will. Okay, again, I was just sort of saying that. I saw some people online saying that. I saw some people in the chat, but thank you, Adair, for the clarification. Thank you, Adair, for that. We'll get over that, but it's also APLD, Applied Digital, is getting smoked today. These guys getting hit pretty badly, down 10%, about to look like it wants to go close enough to SSR very, very soon here on APLD. So look out now for this move to the downside here again for APLD. PLD as it's going. So watch out there for that move. I was trying to look at, the watch list here to see like what exactly is moving around here on the high side. Out of all the stocks that I watch, there's only a handful of them that are actually green today, including, of course, AMD that I'm shorting right now. Netflix is up a little bit today. XOM is up. ARM is up 2.5%. That's nice. Micron up 4%, and Intel up 5%. Intel is the craziest one. And then if we sort of zoom it around here and change it up and go to the downside of there, there's Marathon. That's down 10%. We actually looked at Marathon today a little bit, and I said, like, what about if we hold that $10 area? That's coming into play very, very soon right there. SMCI down 7%. And again, that was another one where it just went so crazy on Friday that, due for a little bit of a pullback. You can see on the daily chart right there, the 50-period moving average for SMCI. IBIT obviously down as well. We've written that short down, but missed it. I know Neil had it. Roblox down 5%, SMR down 5%, man. Coinbase, everything bleeding to the downside right there right now, especially as these futures continue to go lower. It looks like we'll be stopped out there of AMD now, and maybe we finally throw in the towel because it's the short on the futures that's printing, not the short here on advanced micro devices. Just takes out 235 right there. Might have been a top around 235. So let's see if that is the case. But right now, yeah, nice downside move in the market, but an upside move here for advanced micro devices. So getting hit on that, but winning on the short. So that's par for the course. As we see there, it is another out right there on the futures. Let's go back over to Adair, see what she's up to.
Officially hearing no tariff decision. So once again, officially still pending your no Supreme Court decision on Trump's tariff authority. Back to you.
Yeah, and thank you, Dara. So official now. What was speculated, obviously, a little bit earlier. So just a quick plan of action here, because Intel did finally break this trend line, give it to the high, prior bar high usually, but I already have the stop at the high of the day. Was
ooh la la, some espressos
there.
Oh, you got the tariffs again.
Oh, we got
this
tariffs.
Is the Greenland espresso is here now, guys.
Espressos.
Looking for
we'll
have some of that in a second.
retracement.
Thank you, Randy.
Plan of action.
Thank you, Randy.
There. All right. Well.
Yeah. Well, I can hit some espressos.
When in Rome.
Yes, that would be nice if we were actually in Rome, but we are not.
Well, first of all, always. I'm so oh my.
I told you, God's country, man.
Literally I'm not making this up. I was reading a story she was reading me a story. That's how it works these days. Like she's reading me stories, and then she's like, I want to see pictures from our trips. I'm like, whatever. Before went to bed, pulled out the phone, and we're just going over literally last night, like Budapest, Rome. But she liked Rome the most. Like, can we go back? Like eventually, but we're going somewhere else. All right, kind of new things. What it's all about. Speaking of new things. Yikes, yikes, yikes. This is not a new stock, sorry, just looking at silver if it can finally retake VWAP here. But Tesla,
damn, man.
Maybe not a new stock for everybody, but certainly one that we haven't really covered. Yeah, Tesla is holding this downtrend pretty precipitously here. It just tried to bounce. Like, look at this topping, well, I guess it's like a reversal candle off of the low of the day. So this wasn't on my list of things to trade, but when I see that kind of an open range in the first half hour where you just trend down into a flat bottom, it just turns into a setup. So I'm going to throw this one up on my fourth. I have like 4 charts up here, the 4 stocks that I'm watching. I'm going to add Tesla to this list and say critical metals, you can get the boot, because if we break this trend up, I like Tesla for reversal long. Ideally, you don't break it down and it doesn't look too much nastier. And then the only new trade is going to be the short here in Intel. Again, give it to the high, look for that pre-market, look for the volume weighted average price, and we'll see if this one can get to the downside. Market coming back in. Whether we get back to that 2% or not, I think that's a reasonable target. The NASDAQ maxed out at about 2%, so a good place to look for a bounce and cover some shorts.
Yeah, for sure. We are just moments away here from potentially breaking lower. We're at the NASDAQ and we're looking at VWAP breaking a little bit lower. And it's actually kind of right on topic here, because if you are a funded futures trader, then this might be interesting to you right here. If someone handed you $1.25 million a trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a top prop firm that gives traders access to large simulated and live funded accounts every single day. So they've paid millions of dollars to traders around the world with the fast same-day and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off. You can buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan that QR code right there to check it out right there on your screen. We want to thank, again, Funded Futures Network for their sponsorship. And yeah, that's a good way of playing the markets these days with somebody else's money. So check them out there, Funded Futures. We, of course, are at Real Trading. And I'll show you the numbers of what people put up there on Friday in just a couple of seconds. Okay, so that's the NASDAQ. We just right before we did that read, we took another out there around 50s, 60s. We do have another bid there as well. Oh, no, I don't. My next bid is 52.16. Sorry, that's an offer. Would be down there. 51.16 is sort of around the lows. So that's what we're going to try to bid to see if it does come out. And then, just looking at this top tier area here is what I'm going to be looking at for potential short if we do get back up there. There's 52.16, there's 51.16, so that's kind of been the top and the bottom range here. Hopefully we can kick this back into the downside. We talked about Chinese names early. Alibaba did make a move up to 167 or so. Now getting faded just a bit here as the market's trying to pull back down a little bit. And then, yeah, people talking about PLTR. RKLB, Rocket Lab, was on fire last week. Going to give back a little bit today, but was on fire early, up to $98. And ASTS, another name that was absolutely motoring last week as well, trying to give a little bit back there. So if you're looking for some relative strength, it's over there. And then Mara looks like it's going to break $10 Marathon, especially if Bitcoin breaks through 90,000. So a nice little bounce there off 1025 for Marathon. Let's wait to see if and what winds up happening here. Hopefully a bounce off of 90,000 for you crypto traders looking for the long.
Yeah, well, I'd venture like right now, Bitcoin's at least trying, doing its best efforts, but it's not doing a very good job because this is a potential trend break, and look at the rejection as we speak. But kind of looking at this bid here on Intel, and some of these chips have been so strong, even when it just tried to break through 49. I had the short, I have the short in here. The second it broke 49, I'm like, okay, let's see how that move works. Instantly gets bid in the high 90s. So it just takes them out almost instantaneously, because that's the kind of break after a trend break at an even dollar. I'm expecting the sellers to start to win. And when that doesn't happen, get some out on the way to you want. And if we just hold here sideways for long enough, you're going to break higher. Almost certainly. Like it's a bull flag any way you cut it. So that trend break doesn't fall through right there. Got to take some out to lessen the pressure. Let's go to the super chat here. If you can throw it up there. Thank you very much. And Viper. Okay. Is there a better daily chart than ENS? How would you go about taking profits? Thanks. Love the show. Well, I haven't looked at it, so I couldn't tell you. But generally speaking, there's always a better chart. There's always a better chart. There's always a worse chart. If you think you're looking at the worst chart of all time, trust me, there's something else which is terrible. So this is a good-looking daily chart. I don't know. Look at SNDK. SNDK chart is better than this one. I'm not taking anything away, but there's always something a little bit crazier. What I do for taking profits on trades like this, personally, if I'm in a long over that was similar, I just look at measured, maybe like a measured move, like how long, like where did it consolidate? There's a consolidation. And, we had $30 here, so when I went the first $30, usually I would take some profit in the next $30. I just start thinking of that as my take profit. Like whatever the consolidation range was, I tend to look at like that kind of a gap and take profit out, or just look at some kind of a trend line. That's the only way I play these things in the long term. And once I put out everything I want, look for maybe dip buys if I still like the continuation price. If it was $30 consolidation at the bottom, I try to keep it as simple as that if I can. So pulling back in to this prior support on SLV, if we bounce 85.5, that'll be a place to try to add to it. If we're losing VWAP. This is why it never at any point looked like an added VWAP, because it wasn't making higher highs and higher lows off that entry point. So until I see that, I don't see any kind of a secondary salvo in this. And oddly enough, IBID's holding a trend break. I liked it for the short before, but now suddenly it's trying to break trend and head back into the upside. What I thought Tesla might do, looks like Bitcoin is actually doing as we speak.
Yeah, just messaging some people. Hockey over here. All right, so yeah, it looks like we're going to be right here with these futures, man. I mean, we're starting to go lower right now. It looks to bleed just a little bit there. And I think it's, brought to you by a lot of the bigger names today. I mean, Apple at the lows right now, NVIDIA. So the two largest sort of constituents here as part of the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are trying to, push some of these lows. But it's amazing because I keep shorting AMD, and that's the one that's sort of kicking off to the upside here again. But it's AMD downside, it's Apple downside, it's Netflix trying to go upside. We already went through all the names that are trying to go here today. JP Morgan, maybe some of these bank names are going to help us out here. They're already through earnings, so now we can maybe now focus on exactly how much records these guys are putting up right now on the banking sector. I know there's a lot of traders that have been looking at this move down and trying to say, hey, where can we find some potential value right now? Maybe there is in the banks. They've already showed up, man, and put out some great numbers. And then, a name like a Morgan Stanley or a Goldman Sachs or whomever, here not to play around, especially on the year of what should be less regulations. We talked about the Time Warner, Warner Brothers Discovery, Paramount, Netflix sort of deal starting to finally now look like it wants to come through again. So that should help with some of the, whoever's like underwriting that deal, will get some nice fees as well. And that's Goldman Sachs. Also looking to bring in SpaceX this coming year, Anthropic, Stripe. There's a bunch of different IPOs that could kick out. So, looking for strength in some of these spaces makes a little bit of sense as well. All right, so we're having a little bit of a pullback now. I'm going to take this opportunity to get some more out of AMD as it's finally starting to break through right now, back down in. So we'll take some 234s and see if it is getting weaker. We go back to our futures trade here, and that's just holding out. So I'm going to put another bid at 52, just take some out, and just wait to see what winds up happening here with Advanced Micro Devices. Look, hopefully it cracks a little bit lower. I'm waiting here at 233.75, get a little bit of this windfall breaking through 234, and then we'll just see it finally. I don't know if it's going to give it up, though. Let me bid out some more at 11s. There we go. I crossed the market. There we go. Can't even get filled, but we do. Let's see if we do get a drip down now, low here on Advanced Micro. I mean, I don't think it breaks. We already seen it hold the 50 period. So my target right now, 230, 250 or so for AMD.
Yeah, so prior bar eventually hit on our trend break, so we just come back over. Here we go. Thank you very much. So it was our trend break. There's our prior bar out. Just left it in and never added to it. Now looking for the next possible trade. I think we're still, when was the last? On Friday, we had dip, rip, and then the second pullback ended up being a bigger one. But this is still very much inside the range. So I feel like it might have to either run the low of the day or just show me some higher lows to take in that secondary play. IBIT, thankfully, we did not actually like the long in this on that break. It's still putting in lower highs. So I'm going to start playing with this underneath the volume weighted average price. We're about to go to the small cap recap. I know there's been a lot of names running out there. Keep throwing them in the chat. Make sure you use that $sign. But time to finally have a deeper dive into some of those small caps as we speak, because Adara is locked and loaded for one of the more popular segments, which is small cap recap.
Tons of small caps out here today. Obviously, we can't focus on all of them, but here are three that you can keep an eye on. And a lot of these have also rallied in the past as well. So, certainly names that do have that potential within them for these big moves. IVF is the ticker for this first name here, in vitro fertility companies. Looks like this initially started moving here on Friday after traders circulated an unconfirmed rumor that U.S. President Donald Trump is trying to make fertility treatments cheaper for Americans in order to boost birth rates. Now, it is true that we've had some kind of IVF and fertility-related news from Trump in the past, though, of course, this is unconfirmed, but IVF certainly to the upside. Then we have IBRX Immunity Bio, this one almost at intraday highs after announcing that it held a Type B end-of-phase meeting with the FDA with regards to one of its applications for this treatment for non-muscle invasive bladder cancer. So IBRX FDA treatment news, potentially good look for the stock. Last but not least, CRVS Corvus Pharmaceuticals. This one I know has been discussed a lot by the chat today. This company to the upside after highlighting data from its cohort 4, confirming results for placebo-controlled phase 1 clinical trials. So we've got a lot of biotech stuff on watch for small caps today. I do just want to mention one headline I just saw as I was scrolling through here. ALTS. This is Alt 5 Sigma Corporation. They're involved with World Liberty Financial, which of course is the Trump family's crypto venture. Donald Trump Jr., DJTJ as he's sometimes called, is teasing a, quote, big announcement with regards to ALTS. Apparently, I was also seeing earlier the company is going to be involved in some kind of Mar-a-Lago conference. So a couple different headlines here for ALTS this morning. Back to you.
No, with the second Adair said headline, I'm like, well, everything just hit the offer at the same moment. The Nasdaq bouncing, Tesla attempting to bounce here. Apologies for my Tesla chart. Tesla's going to be that one chart today, which now hates me. Bitcoin just caught a bit of a bid. Now it's rushing into the volume weighted average price. If it breaks VWAP, I have to start thinking about the other direction. But at least for now, we'll stay on pattern with this.
Devices.
But you look at, I just saw in the chat here, Robert Vital. If you look at some of the memory names, like, okay, like the market spiking, going higher. Micron just had a huge reversal candle. Like it popped when the market popped, got right to VWAP, and then dropped $3. Now it's a $300 stock, but still. This is now $12 from its high and starting to lose some of the glean that it had earlier in the session. It was the memory names which led the market early. The fact that they didn't participate in that bounce is certainly worth noting. But I'm going back to the well here on IBIT at the volume weighted average price. Just seems like it's one of the few things that's been holding expectation, like lower highs all the way through. So I'm reshorting this one at VWAP, and good thing we didn't get back into silver. It's not showing any signs. Whoops. It's not showing any signs of strength. We're still in another downward channel. We'll wait for it to make another reversion to take a shot at silver again. And another super chat from David. Appreciate you. I think it's David. Yeah, it's David. Just your 2 cents, but see the tariff ruling can kick down the road as a bit of a damper for speed wobbles in the market. Yeah, and they just keep kicking this can down the road. I think we're going to expect a little bit more of that. You have to remember, like the Supreme Court doesn't care about like our timeline for resolution.
Right.
It's just we can want there to be an answer, but they take their time. They understand the precedents that get set, and then on top of this, remember there's other avenues for legality of the tariffs in the first place. So in getting a hard answer on the future of tariffs from this ruling isn't even that certain anyways. Probably a mixed ruling, and then there's other ways for the president to put them on. So, we could be making a fuss about semi-nothing burger.
Yeah, it might be nothing. I think it'll give, like you were saying, a little wobble there in the market. I think you're right about that one. I'm going to go wobble over to Palantir now because shorting AMD, which keeps going higher, is not working. So there goes Palantir, 170, trying to make a move lower off of 170 right now. Going to give it to 171, kind of where we close. I mean, if this name's going to turn green, then wow on that one, especially if the market turns around. We do know that we have much more than $1 worth of risk into this short here for Palantir. I mean, that's risking $1, but the upside, if we do fall back in, like my first fill is going to be right here at 169.25. Hopefully that can come in. And then after that, we'll wait to see if we do get a downside push, and we'll average it in about 170.50 and then just try to hold out for a lower move. But I'm really surprised that this market is making a move back. I mean, this is going to be another one of those taco trades where, you hear Trump sort of shake the trees a little bit there and, make some moves to the low side where we all sort of start to say, hey, what about those critical metal talk, right? The minerals, the metals, rare earth, all that. This was up 10% in the pre-market, right? Now you're down 4%. Come on, there it is. Now you're down 4% right here in CRML as that continues to go lower. We looked at lithium as well today. That made a move higher. Now that's fallen back in. What about SMR? Like some of these plays that still, wow, AMD is at 237, man. That thing's going
37? No.
It's going parabolic right now a little bit. SMR up to 20 and falling back in as well. So as some of these chip names get going here, maybe NVIDIA's finally off the bottom there. I mean, it just kept on bouncing off one side. We could have gone long there. We chose to short AMD and we chose pain, I guess, in that short. But right now, NVIDIA just keeps, ticking higher right now, but not through their lows. We'll see if it can hold 179.50. There we go, right back up to VWAP. I'd say this looks like a short, but the market, to me, I'm already short, and we're short Palantir. So I don't know, man. I just little surprised at how aggressive AMD went to the upside, and now wondering if you want to do the same thing here with NVIDIA. You could go short now against 181, but that would be Like, don't fight this like I was doing on AMD. Just kept on ripping faces off to the north side there. But Intel's near 50 probably.
It's at 49.6. It's getting very close. Netflix is actually weak, which is, it'll do its own thing today for obvious reasons going into their earnings today. Just looking at some other names that might be moving around. I know Tesla, I got to show you maybe it's working now. Never mind. Right, I'll show you this chart on Tesla because my black chart is fine. It's just when I try to show you Tesla on that other chart, you can see what's happening. But Tesla finally breaking away from this downtrend. So there's your lower highs. Breakout through 427 looks pretty interesting here on TSLA. And recently, like that stock has been, I'd say weak, but it's starting to show signs of strength here. You're not seeing it in the metals at all. As I mentioned, I'm waiting for Intel to get to the 50 level. But if we can break away this 427 here on Tesla, and again, apologies for this particular chart, the black one's just fine. I think that has some room to maybe fill in the gap to 430. IBIT is holding around VWAP, or Bitcoin, I should say, holding that volume weighted average price in some lower highs. Doesn't really matter that it's down 5%, but obviously this was Bitcoin between 90 and 91 all morning long. Hasn't really broken out when the market is. So as long as that trend can continue, when the market's at that top looking for a curl, my general preference would be something which is making a lower high and trending down to play that short. And if we break the top, look for something to play maybe catch-up trade to the long side. Don't want to chase any highs here, and don't want to short anything that isn't following a pattern as we speak. So we're at about 10:30 here. Yeah. This is usually when I like VWAP trades, and I always like trend breaks, but you want to slow down and maybe reassess where relative strength and weakness is going to be. I think that's an important one. And one of those names, in terms of relative weakness, has to be critical metals. Remember earlier we were talking about how strong some of these plays were? Well, look at how it wasn't doing anything in the pre-market, and that's why I didn't even watch this at the open for any kind of a breakout trade. This suddenly is showing you a little bit more of okay, well, we got some consolidation second time, but it's got now a bit of a downtrend that I can play for a trend break, at least potentially. Down 4%, it's already gone red to green. You have a nice little consolidation here. If this can break, there could be a scalp into VWAP, but this was an easy sit it out, right? You gap up that much on positive sentiment in the space, and there's no pre-market volume, there's no breakout, it's just sliding around here. At the open, there was no bid, but it's looking a little bit more constructive now, at least for a potential break back up trade. So in IBIT for now. No break on Tesla yet, unfortunately. And Intel, it's 1% away from 50, but until it gets to 50, there's no next trade for me there.
Yeah, same Christopher Ocean. I do want to short some AMD real bad. I've already been doing that. All right, so GLD's on the way down right there. Not as bad as silver, as we did talk about some metals there with Neil, but silver's making lows. That's still the gold chart. There's silver right now taking out the sort of pre-market levels of at 8 a.m. where we made some of these. These are just dark prints, so I don't really consider these levels as being that important. But right into here, 84.50. You've broken below VWAP. Here comes the short. We had written down on our note that we did like a short against VWAP there for silver, but kind of missed that. So if we can come back up into 85.50 or change, we'll see if SLV creates a downside pressure point there for us as well. Robinhood, shout out to my good friend Joe, who is recovering maybe later this week, maybe not. Will be in, but Robinhood right there, nice move higher. Does not get into the nines again. That's twice. Like, we keep calling 9 handle on this name, but keeps on bouncing off 100. So there it is right there. I think Robinhood is very, very close to breaking, man. And when it does, I don't think it's going to be a good break there. Maybe even like a severe fracture. Down into $90 or so, I think, is potentially where Robinhood goes. And I don't know if that's true or not, but that looks like potentially where it might be going.
I shouldn't make a bonus.
And then SOFR, yeah, well, no, and you got Jared Stidham coming there. That was crazy. The New England Patriots will be representing the AFC. By the way, what a great, last week, man, we built a parlay live on the show. If you guys remember, we stayed away from the Buffalo game. We nailed that parlay. We had Rams, which was close, man. That went to OT. We had Rams, Seahawks, Patriots. Easy day.
Crazy.
Right there. Made some money on that.
So much fun.
There. Yeah, the Bears are a good team, but
they're fun to watch. I don't like. They got some flaws, but that is maybe one of the most fun teams to watch.
Not much
sheer
defense
nonsense
this weekend.
Well, there was defense in that Patriots game.
Yeah, by the Patriots, I guess.
No, but the Houston defense was in.
Oh, yeah, well, the Houston, yeah, they are a good defense.
Winning quarterback fumbles the ball 4 times and throws a pick and wins the game easily.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like that. Like, Drake May played like trash and won easily, and you can't even pretend he played well. It's like, no, that Houston defense is just a shame.
Just goes to show you what defense does. Like, Jordan Love goes 4-0, four picks, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and they can't win. But then, as you just said there, Drake May. But defense, that's what's happening right now in the NFL for sure. All right, man, the TQs goes right to the highs, and we do get stopped out of that one as well, as the market just keeps on ripping higher. So I don't know really what to do here. It does feel like a tilapia kind of day, the way this market's going. But TQs, nice upside move right there into the high of the day. No real reason for it to turn around. I mean, IBIT's now at 91,000, trying to get there. Sorry, BTC's at 91,000. So I assume IBIT's getting closer and closer to that 52 marker. But yeah, not really. So we have to wait for that to happen now. But yeah, stopped out of the futures right there. I would love to go short on something. I think this is well overdone to the upside. But you know, all these shorts, like we made money every time on these trades before we got blown out of them all. So it's just like short down, taken out. And now I think the right thing to do is just to kind of wait. It's funny that Palantir's the one that's sort of doing not much here in the wake of a big move in the future. So we'll have to wait to see. But Palantir right now saying hold my beer a little bit, as that might be the short that eventually wins, but not the NASDAQ, as that makes a new high right there right now. So 53, I guess we got to wait out for the NQs. Marvell, eh?
Yeah, if you're looking at the, 53, well, 25.42, I think. Oh, you're talking about the.
I was talking about the TQs. Yeah.
All right, that's where the confusion.
Wow,
was.
Marvell.
I think if you're looking at the NASDAQ futures, 25.45 would be that high that I think you can get yourself into. At least for now, VWAP is holding out on IBIT, but I'm not liking what I see. So again, it's just my stop at the prior high. So prior support turns into this little resistance, and I'm jumping out of it. Like the first short was so clean, and it got into the level on a 3-minute chart. You basically didn't have any press through. This is like 3 candles in a row to the upside. But silver is at least attempting to break trend, which is weird because when the market's going up, silver's been going down. And it was when the market pulled back, that's where you got that first trend break. All of a sudden, it's threatening to break higher with the market, but is what it is. My plan of action was to take trend breaks in silver when it broke any kind of a downtrend, and that's what's happening here. If it breaks 85, bless you. If it breaks 85, then we get the confirmation of this trend break, and then I can play it into the volume weighted average price. If it doesn't, then this one still remains a bit of a flush, and all roads seem like they were leading to 50 on Intel, and it's about to get there. I'm taking 2 shots at Intel. Each time it's given 1 fill on the bid and then broken the prior high. And now we're at $49.99. If you're hoping there's a bunch of offers out there, there aren't. It's not even a big level at 50, and Intel doesn't care. It's done 50 million shares. It'll chew right through that. So I need to see it either false break 50, not get through like 10s or 15s and come back in, or just sort of break the trend from the volume weighted average price, and then I can take an entry. Looking for scalp trades at this point on Intel. There's the 50 break. There wasn't a lot of shares on the offer. It had no trouble getting through that whatsoever. Let's see if it has any push through that level as Intel 6.5% to the upside. And remember,
wow,
the government bought it $19. $19. That looks pretty good. Their earnings call is going to be
the next time the government does
a very interesting earnings call. Yeah, the next time Trump makes an investment, not a bad place to join.
Yeah, I think we've learned our lesson on that one. Follow the
every
yellow
time.
brick
Maybe
road.
the only one that wasn't great was LAC, I would say. Right?
Yeah. Well, it was good for a minute.
Good, but
yeah,
it wasn't.
Not now.
It didn't last.
Yeah,
is what I was
yeah.
really getting at.
And look, the last time we punched through on Intel, I was here with Obi, and it almost. Well, I guess that must have been the pre-market, or that was it was this day right here, and we got as high as $50.40. So I think that's really the top for Intel. I'd almost play. That's why I didn't take it. I'd almost play this 50 area right there as the top 50-50 or so, not $50 flat. But yeah, what a huge move up there for it. It's too bad because last time I traded and I played it with quite a big amount of shares, breaking through 50, and then it just wobbled up here before falling back down. Now it looks like it's doing much more than wobbling and trying to actually hold this 50 bid. So that's nice. I mean, it still could fall, but it looks like for right now, it's sticking up just a little bit longer than it at least did last time. So maybe there is a long bias here. Yeah, well, obviously there is today, but through this $50 mark right now on Intel. So watch out for that one going a little bit higher there as well. Alibaba has been a good story over the last little while. You know, got a little nervousness there as, you know, China came into work, and then we got some words that Quen and sort of their LLM and some of the chips that Alibaba's working on has caught a little bit of, you know, tailwind in this situation from China. Quen had, I don't know, hundreds of millions of downloads. And so that system seems to be working out over there for Alibaba. I mean, Chinese will probably, you know, continue to be encouraged to download, you know, their LLMs, and I could see why. I mean, they're putting work in there that their, you know, government and their people want more than a Gemini or something like that. So on Gemini's standpoint, though, Google 325. Look, this could go green today as well, as the market has really battled back, and so has Google. Nice little bottom there at 320 up to 325. There goes GOOGL. You could trade with the L or without the L on Google, just be the different class of shares. And try to find strength today. You're going to have to only look in one sector, and that's going to be energy. Right there, XOM up 1%. Today, Valero just keeps on going higher. I think like every day we talk about Valero, it's up 1.49% right there for Valero. And Nat Gas itself, or sorry, not Nat Gas, CL, the light sweet crude there, we're on the G contract, I believe, into February, unless that's switched over, but there it is, $61 right now for, yeah, it must be the next month because there's not too much volume there, but oil still going higher today, up that 2%. I'll get the better contract for you momentarily. This just went to 169.50, so that's 50 cents in the money on Palantir, but I did not put any bids down there. Maybe we should. We were waiting for $1 on this play, but because we just bounced, let's put out about 10% or so down here near 50s in case that does make that move again, and we don't want to ignore that. We almost got 170.50. We came about 10 cents away from doing that right now. But let's see if Palantir, just another 10 cents down, and we'll get our first fill for the profit side of things there on PLTR. And we'll wait to see if the futures want to get going or not. Yeah, there it is. Downside play there for Palantir for now.
Yeah, and thank you for reminding me, because both, not just your nat gas futures, but also your oil futures, to flip over to the next contract. Looking at the March contract. So if you haven't done so, probably a good idea. Not that we look at energy too much, but you want to see what's going on in every single market. And speaking of, it's timely, as it's time to go to Midday watch. We will find out how energy and some sectors not tech are doing today.
It's actually one of the few green sectors, XOM, 1% here. Non-energy though, does have a couple names that are also strong. Newmont is one of them, NEM. Now, of course, that's very likely because these gold and precious metal mining plays are relatively strong right now amidst this move to these safe haven assets like gold, like silver, as we do of U.S. President Donald Trump, escalating his country, the U.S., of course, their interest in acquiring Greenland. Other than that, though, Neil and everyone, it is a pretty bleak look for these sectors. Producer manufacturing getting hit particularly hard. 3M down more than 6% in earnings day one. Applied materials down almost 3%, though GEV holding up relatively well. Consumer non-durables having some decent names here. Monster Energy and Procter & Gamble both up roughly 1% each, but Philip Morris in the tobacco space down nearly 3%. Consumer durables getting hit hard. Transportation really rough today. Process industries to the downside. Consumer services, finance all red after these bank names had a relatively decent end to the week. Last week with earnings, and retail trade also struggling. Lowe's down more than 2%. Amazon, the sole Mag 7 sector, down about 2% as well. Tech services and electronic tech both getting hit pretty hard. Oracle down another 3%. IBM down 4%, with some analysts expressing notes here on that tech and IT sector, but electronic tech, a little bit more of a mixed look as we have NVIDIA and Broadcom both sharply to the downside, while other chip plays like AMD, Intel, and a memory play like Micron all to the upside. So a bit more mixed if you're looking at electronic tech, but tech services almost entirely right across the board. Netflix, one of the few green names here, is going to be on watch ahead of their earnings after the bell today. Back to you, and do make sure to like and subscribe.
Yes, sir. Make sure you hit that like. Make sure you hit the subscribe. Shout out to Adara. And, throw the Z's at them. That brings me back to online poker playing days. Anyways, if someone takes way too long, you just like throw the Z's in the chat when they're slow playing. Hey, Maple Boys, I love it. That's right, we love some maple syrup. Had some this weekend because that's what you do when you have waffles. Where do you see Palantir heading into earnings in 2 weeks? Can we see 200 after earnings? Wishful thinking. Well, I would put in terms of earnings moves, I wouldn't. Just in terms of like the raw move, I wouldn't say it's wishful thinking to think it moves that much from like a notional standpoint. Like that's not a percentage too far for 2 weeks and then the aftermath of it. That said, it is pretty optimistic because this has been sort of working itself back in, like lower highs through, maybe a retest of that 200 period. I like a 200 period bounce into earnings if it can do so. I think that's going to be the key tell because you had big time support around 150 on Palantir, and that's going to line up with that 200 period, which is a popular dip buy, let's be real. I think that's the spot that you want to look for. Well, anyways, that's the spot that I'm looking for. I think it's optimistic to think that you'll be at 200 with this turmoil going on by the time you get to earnings. But in terms of that much volatility, I would suspect $30 to $40 very much in play after the fact. But it's more the dip that I think is more interesting in the 150 in that 200 period moving average. I tend to look at where it looks like we're heading instead of hoping that we can catch a bid. So yeah, I love the 200 period moving average for a lot of stocks. I don't put that as anyone different.
This is actually really funny here because AMD still going to 240, and then we just saw Intel basically fall off of that exact same level again up here at $50.40. So there goes Intel making moves back into the low side again, things right now as that just keeps on going. Who knows where? I mean, we've already seen a move, a pullback in Intel be part of the story at some point as well. Well, we looked at AMD and we said, wow, AMD is so super strong. I mean, it's only a matter of time before NVIDIA gets going as well. And it just did get going up into 182 right there into the pre-market sort of, or maybe right where we opened up. I wouldn't say the pre-market highs. I mean, that's pretty close for the pre-market as 183, but right into there of 182 again. So that came through and now is getting a little lower there with NVDA as, again, I think a lot of traders a little frustrated with this name, trying to sell off some winners, maybe to raise some cash, but still down 3% right there as NVIDIA is sort of stuck right now. Basically, NVIDIA has been stuck, let's just call it half a year. This is July. Yeah. You know, so NVIDIA's really not done much other than their earnings little bonanza right there where we popped through a bit and then made that move. This is the high of a few of the chip names back from October. So late October when SMH and all that sort of made some of their highs. There's NVIDIA up there at 210, now back to 181, 182 there for NVIDIA. So that name continues to be a problem. That was probably a good short right there until it proves that it wants to take out that 183. But we haven't been right shorting today. I mean, we've been thought this whole market was a short to start with, literally put everything down as a short, and looks like nothing will be a short other than Netflix, 88 change. That made a move to $90. They're going to report tonight. Make sure a lot of you said, hey, where's the after show? It's coming back tonight as we'll start sort of a little bit of a new format. We'll talk about some of the earnings plays. The big one, really, I believe, Adara, is just Netflix there tonight.
IBKR and UAL are the only other two that I would say are worth mentioning here.
So we get a little bit of love from those two names, IBKR and United. So those will be some good names to look at. So I'll give us a little bit of financials. We got the Netflix deal that we'll be talking about, and then we'll go back over to airlines.
You know what we did mention on the Netflix deal? Because if you have a bidding war going on, and I'm going to kick myself for this is a huge fail. Netflix bidding $27.75. That puts it when you still have the $30 outside chance that the Skydance could happen. this actually dipped into 28, almost $28. I would almost think of that 27.75 until we get something like a more firm headline or response as to what the next move would be for Skydance, where they'd move their bid up. Until then, almost like buy it in front of 27.75. I know I've been sort of bearish on Warner Brothers, saying you should sell this thing at 29 when it gets there each time. But look at the bid at 28. That's using the Netflix bid as a bit of a floor, and it did it today. That's a great reversion trade. That's a 2% reversion trade off the prior low. This is range-bound tradable. In the 29 area, you're looking to sell. In the 28 area, you're looking to buy. And just keep it that simple. So it's not a traditional style trade that we would look at where you're going to get this thing moving like dollars at a time. It'll never go 10% unless there's a higher bid. But there are opportunities out there. Speaking of, finally,
now we're starting to drop.
Yeah, Amazon. Silver just broke the trend and finally broke that 85 level. It's seemingly having a little bit of trouble at the third here, and I just realized, that is the prior low, so you should take more out there. That's the opening range bottom. So on the way to VWAP, take some more out into the opening range low, and then wait for it to test the volume weighted average price. You're still overall trending down, unfortunately. Like if I put this up on a 15-minute and zoom this in for you a little bit, and I have to redraw this, so bear with me. The reason why I say get out at VWAP is you now have this 15-minute trend line to contend with, which is going to coincide with underneath the volume weighted average price. So the high of the day right at the open, the lower high where I had the long before, held at E62, and then SLV. This trend line is going to intersect with the volume weighted average price. So I'm going to jump out at VWAP, and then again, look for VWAP to hold again for another potential long trade. So silver, picking your spots has worked for it, but overall, if you've been short, you've been better off in this particular stock. And IBIT, that's one of the few things that has been trending down, but on the way up, got short into VWAP, wicked the top, and then now started to come back in. So you're still weak in crypto land, last I checked. And my guess is BMNR is probably having a horrible day. Your treasury plays, MSTR. Yeah, 7% down, but actually a little bit stronger. So it's not that bad for BMNR, the chart, but 7% down. You're getting outsized moves when the market's strong. These guys aren't participating whatsoever. Sorry, Tom Lee.
Yeah, no, not great there. We just got our 169.25s there on Palantir. So this is actually starting to come in pretty nicely right now. It's funny because we just missed that 170.50 twice. Didn't even get aggressive with it. Just sat there at 170.50, did not get any more short. But there it is, a nice little flush down there for the market and for, of course, Palantir. Let me guess, AMD finally started to turn around, maybe not. But Palantir, good one there into 169. That's a good little flush. And then the market trying to finally give some. We got stopped out a little bit there at the top. Market trying to give back a little bit now as maybe we've topped out. And again, looking at that NVIDIA trade might be one other thing. BBAI is on one right now to the upside as well. I don't know what's going on there. But Big Bear AI straight stepping higher as that's looking to turn green. So maybe there. And then another one of the picks that I had was Marvell, and that has sort of started going upside there, up 3%. Like, I was not expecting that today for MRVL. Not like when I woke up and it was down one and a bit or whatever, down into $79. Nice straight upside move there for Marvell. Looking, though, top heavy again up here for MRVL. So, man, the market's coming back in. We do have money talks coming up right now. Commerce Secretary Lutnick talking right now at Davos as well. So lots of things could change at any time. Big Bear AI still going up. And let's go back over to Adara, find out what's going on with money talks, and back to trading. And then the midday show, Obi and Sharif again.
Talk here about this U.S. dollar. I've talked about this a while here. This daily chart trying to push higher, breaking that previous level of resistance going back to December 9th of 2025, that 99 and a third. We broke past 99 halves, held that as resistance the last 3 days. Now today, we are actually breaking well below that to the downside lows here of around 98.2, currently trading around 98.4, as there is a lot of uncertainty here for this U.S. dollar and for the market at large. We've talked a lot about U.S. President Donald Trump's attempt to acquire Greenland and his use of tariff warnings for some certain European countries as a potential bargaining chip with that in mind. I do want to talk about as well, though, another aspect here for currency that's going to be the Japanese yen versus the US dollar. Japanese yen was on watch, I believe yesterday was one of the times we're looking at this here. Prime Minister of Japan, Takachi, announcing she's going to be dissolving parliament on Friday, calling a snap general election on the 8th of February to secure voter support for her spending plans and her broader policy goals. So Japanese yen certainly on watch. JPY USD, again, in terms of the US dollar, we're going to keep an eye here on the potential Greenland acquisition just for its overall economic impacts, as well as the fact here that we could at some point be getting some tariff resolution from the Supreme Court. The other Supreme Court case to watch out here for with regards to the DXY could be involving Fed's Lisa Cook, who again, U.S. President Donald Trump attempted to fire. That case, I believe, from what I've been reading, is set to potentially have early arguments at the Supreme Court as early as tomorrow. So stay tuned. I'll be covering all of that for you guys. In the meantime, DXY weakness as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
All right.
Thank you very much there, Dara. So hopefully we've got some excitement on tap. I do hear Sharif.
Yeah, Sharif's here. Sharif's getting ready to go. Got a little coffee going on there. He's got
those of you that are asking, where's Joe today? Why is Obi going to be in? Remember, Joe had his ACL surgery, which he's recovering from. So wish him the best. He was in the chat earlier. I don't know if he's still there. I was in the chat earlier, and we'll see him hopefully back, I think, next week. But he's resting up after the surgery and doing well in good spirits, obviously. So you get Obi, oh boy, and oh my, whichever one you happen to like. I'm going to make a bit of a change on SLV. Like the last time, I just kind of kept it as it broke into a resistance spot. I just left the stop at the prior bar. Not this time. Stop goes to break even. Nothing has been sustained big enough. Like if it only goes 50 pennies when the stock has moved like $2 throughout the day, then I'm going to tighten up the stop and not let the last third lose. Whereas IBIT, and not much of a change here in IBIT, still sliding off VWAP. If it puts in another lower high here, I might add to it under VWAP and still looking for it to get back into 51, as it does look incredibly weak for sure. And Remy, no, it's not a trip to Turkey, as everyone likes to joke around there. Actually, I'm considering, to be honest, I'm considering shaving my head again. I like the look.
Yeah, you've done it before.
I'm a huge fan of it. I was toying with it this weekend, and then I actually didn't have time yesterday, anyways, because I thought Second, it's weird because when you're used to only looking after my daughter, like one kid, and then the neighbor came over, and it's like the two of them going absolutely ham. So yeah, I didn't have as much free time yesterday, which is good because we were super busy. And I forgot to take a picture. We are now like 65% done that Lego roll.
Oh yeah.
It is so cool.
Those are fun things to do.
I can't wait till it's done. Like it is one of the coolest sets I've ever seen. Like it's got a functioning like lift motor.
Yeah. I like those
part of it.
Things. Get some lights going on.
Oh, I can't wait till that thing is done and I'll be able to show you guys. But I want to make sure we show you like an actual finalized project when it starts going. So only about 5 minutes to go. I don't know what lunch is, but it's got to be better than the soggy omelet that I couldn't finish. I know I said it wasn't that bad, but it is.
Yeah, I didn't actually grab one.
And it has nothing to do with the omelet itself. It was a pure condensation. Like it was like waterlogged.
Yeah, that's
which is a bit weird, unfortunately. Bad. So what can you do?
Well, there was actually lunch yesterday, and we've seen this. This is January 12th to the 6th, though. Really? But I opened up the wrong. This is 19th. Okay. I don't know if this is going to be right or not. Yeah, it looks like it is. They just have the wrong date. Okay, let's go over and see what's for lunch, because I don't remember this happening last week. Because I would have said this already, the oven charred rapini yesterday. All right, today's flag is Mexican. So we've been adding a little flair to what's for lunch around here. Today is Mexican, and we have here beef chili. Mexican, I guess, here we go, oh, here it is, with Mexican rice right there, with toppings include today lettuce, red onions, tomatoes, cheese, jalapeno, and a corn salad. So Mexican beef chili with rice toppings include lettuce, onions, tomatoes, cheese, jalapeno, and a little side corn salad. We saw Randy tariff our coffees, so we'll see if there's going to be a percentage taken off of the corn salad right there, because this is a Mexican, so we got to get NAFTA going and all that kind of stuff to figure out what exactly is going on there. All right,
I might request the espresso in the middle instead of the full
Yeah,
coffee.
there's nothing wrong.
I kind of like
Yeah,
that.
nothing wrong with some espresso.
Doesn't
man.
get all freezing cold.
You've already talked about God's country today, and espresso, well taken there. Back, of course, in
Good song.
Italy. Yeah, God's Plan is a good song, too. All right, TQQs making their move lower. So here we go, man. We've got this one on right now. This is going to be a trade that hopefully I can hold all day. We'll see if the futures do come back in. I don't really have any bids. I do have one at VWAP at 51.70, and then we'll look for the low of the day at 51.50. And then after that, man, that's it. We'll see if we can win over there. Palantir is not moving the same as the futures. We did get some nice moves into the quarters. Again, we'll wait to see if we do break out above 171 here for Palantir. Other than that, man, we'll just wait. Is AMD now a short? Well, it wasn't earlier, and let's see if it is now. I mean, breaking back down through, you're going to have Obi coming through soon. So, you know, maybe potentially a reversion trade there on AMD. And then Intel, the exact same trade as the last time Obi and I were on together, and it broke through $50, hit 50.40 essentially, and now is down another $1. Something that we've seen happen over and over again. But there's that AMD take, boom, there it is again, boom. Or sorry, Intel, and there it is again right now on INTC. As we keep getting lower and lower here on Intel after that 50 break. But again, really super hot stock, man. Up another 5% on a double upgrade on Intel. So nice move there. Palantir trying to make a move back upside as well.
And just saw a good note in the chat, hopefully from Mark's here. Will there be an after-hour show for earnings? Absolutely. Today we got Netflix leading the way, and then UAL and Interactive Brokers. So those are the three, but Netflix I think we're the most concerned about, so we will cover that name 100%. And then as we get into deeper in earnings season, the big names on those days, we're going to have the aftermarket show for you. Maybe a little different in the format, but it'll still be the coverage you want, like what's actually happening, get the numbers to you, see the stocks as they're moving, and the reaction, price action as well. So 1 minute to go till we throw you guys over to Sharif and Obi, but lottery.com is just halted to the downside. So lottery.com is now SEGG, so SEGG here, SEG. Looks like it's indicating a 290 open, at least from what I can see, so it just plunged about $1 change at 340, indicating a 290, now 287 open to said downside, unfortunately, for lottery.com. The name that I am in, which is still putting in lower highs, is now retesting VWAP. If it does another curl at VWAP, it comes up, kind of reverses. I'll wait till the back end, hopefully, to get the trade, which is allow it to press into the high. And if it doesn't break or just wicks it, then look for the re-entry, as I've been still making some lower highs, so to speak. And Adam James abroad with another super chat. Thank you so much. A bunch of them this morning. I'll throw it up myself. I got it here. Sure. It's CRVS again. You're still in it from $10. It's up 100%. So we did talk about Corvus this morning as one of the small cappers, which was doing A, good volume, B, holding VWAP, and C, is holding trend in general. Almost 100%. Well, I guess it was 100% about a second ago. And it's a blue sky setup here for CRVS as well. So it's still looking very good, well above the volume weighted average price. Volume pretty solid. I'm a little surprised that it's been moving this much without a halt, but it's still a high possibility on any big move to the downside. This could be a halter. So keep that in mind. Volume good. Liquidity, I'd say liquidity is pretty solid as opposed to like fantastic would be the best way to look at it on CRVS. And then it's now 11 o'clock, but a disappointing gapper, which thankfully never gave a reason to get in, is still, critical metal is still just holding the bottom. No break into VWAP, just a nice little consolidation here at 17. Still waiting for it to find buyers above 17.25 and then look for a scalp into the volume weighted average price. Still a lot to watch. The market gliding back up as it seems like a Taco Tuesday of sorts.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not eating tacos. The market's
close though. There was some tortilla on that menu as well. So
that's not. It's just weird that it's Tuesday
and it's a Taco Tuesday theme.
And we're getting the Mexican food, but it's not tacos.
You're not wrong.
I don't know.
Definitely not wrong. On that one. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. It's now 11:01. We'll see you guys very, very soon. Thank you to everybody watching today. Over 10,000 of you. Hope you had a great day. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Adara, everybody, Sharif, thank you for the morning. Brendan, everybody that's part of this team, Ramin, Andre, Fabian, Take care, Joe. We'll see you very, very soon. And we'll pass you over right now to the midday show. All right, and let's enjoy some chili, and we'll see you guys soon. Bye.
Hopefully.
Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show.
What is up?
That's your boy, Obi. He is the one, Kenobi, and I am Sharif. Just give him a little head shake there. Let's say hello to everybody. Who we have in the chat, weaseling on in. We got the Hangry Wife. We got Christopher Ocean and Nerd Affiliated. Lion Trade. Shout out to the OG Other Zing. Bomb Chaser. Black Hawk. We got Brown Lighting and Andrew Chow. Shout out to Boosted Red Spot and George. We got Juan Rod. We got Green Saber. Shout out to Dr. Shuttle and Christmas. Deep Liquid something. I don't know, man. Gorev. We got John Zuver, Gavin Irish. Shout out to Never Quiz Up. Outlaw Traders joining us, as well as Brandon Cycle. Shout out to Sriraj, Wicked Chunky Slayin Stocks. Get it, girl. We got Chase Z. We got Oleg coming from Ukraine. We got Oshiro, iTrade 1970. Shout out to Brody, Jacques, Andrew. We got Hilltopper. Amoy Jar, Vizbot, man, Rainmaker, he's making it rain up in this place. A storm of prints is coming down from the screen. Randy Worm, shout out to Vincinity. 50, KC 526, we got Jaguar Nut and Papacito. Who else, man? Aziz, Mosquito Bite. Oh man, did I get plenty of those in what's it called, Aruba. And shout out to Holly, New York City. Mike is joining us as well. Obi, there's a whole lot of small cap gappers moving this morning, so I have plenty to talk about. Good morning. What do you got?
Good morning, guys. Hopefully you guys had a solid long weekend. You know, good time to do some rest and relaxation. And coming in hot is this market off of the open today. Bit of a gap down over the weekend, right? And recovery as well. You can see we're trying to recover a little bit. The bids potentially coming in after some selling in the pre-market session there as well. So yeah, let me know what have you guys been looking at. I know a lot of people were looking at silver, looking at caramel, CRML, or criminal, as you like to call it there. I was looking at a few other names as well. Lots of in play. We had Triple M with some earnings.
Yep.
That low day breakdown was a little bit finicky, but I was watching it as well. And Intel, funny enough, I tell the boys, I'm like, hey, I'm about to go switch my desk. Hopefully this reversion doesn't come in while I'm gone. Neil, I did not have the 50 breakdown again. And that gave you $1. It didn't give me $1. I was going to say it gave me $1. Guess what? I wasn't involved. So, bam. Anyways, so I think there was a bit of a seller, a held offer there at 50.18s we were talking about, but he could not get filled. And then guess what? We go back through 50, and now we're trading at 49.19s. So it is what it is. Where's the next trade? Maybe it'll be the breakout through the 50, or maybe today's the day we come in for a little bit of a double test. But guess what I was doing this morning, Sharif? I was I even kind of mentioned it again to the pod, and I was like, if the market is weak, if we're looking for that continuation selling, I want to get involved with Apple. Apple is breaking down on the weekly. Apple is also breaking down on the daily. So I like that level of confluence. And Apple did have some relative weakness on the day today. Even now, with the market recovering most of this leg that we had coming in from the overnight session, Apple got up to 255, couldn't even get there, rejected, VWAP hold. I don't even get involved in all of that. I'm just like, okay, that's a lot of information. VWAP sellers are very, very dominant. So I start pushing into this 252. This 252 was pretty much a flat bottom breakdown, Sharif. Let's take a look at it on a cleaner chart right here. There it is, perfect. Let's go to the 1 minute here. Again, not that clean, but it is right here. You can see here, 252s coming in right here. And wick. But it can't even get past VWAP. This next test to VWAP, I was there, a little involved there. It got even heavier through the right side of that of this smaller V there, and VWAP sellers came right back in. I'm like, all right, now we're poised for that 252 breakdown, and lo and behold, with the market tailwind, that came in quite nicely and gave about $1 into pre-market lows here at 251. So that was a trade there. Still holding on to a breadcrumb as of right now, just to kind of trail it out. But it came right back up towards that VWAP right now and pulling back in. So maybe we get a step down, stair step down into that 251 breakdown, and that's what I'm looking to get a little bit more aggressive on there on Apple. And the next stock that I traded, I think I only traded 2 stocks this morning. Yes, that is correct. Sometimes I got to check. I know someone's going to be a little excited about this one. Apple Oven. I was definitely loving some Apple Oven this morning. Did not have the long, but the short was absolutely beautiful there. 550 comes in off of the open. 550 cannot break through there, Sharif.
Can't break it. Cannot
break it. I'm like, all right, a little bit of bad news, right? So we'll see if this rejects and pulls back in. 550s cannot go, breaks down. I should be adding through this consolidation break 545s, but comes all the way down to 530s. 532 halves, I think, was my lowest cover there. I did try to add some more back in here. A little bit of a shake and bake, but left it alone. But guess what happens, Sharif? When we get back through that 550, we're off to the races. We're trading 572s right now. So that 550 back through on Apple Oven, gotta love that one. So that was my morning today. Nothing too crazy coming in off of the long weekend, but where's the next trade is the next question that I'm asking.
Great stuff, Ob. Great outlook there. All right, guys, as I mentioned off the top, in the world of small cap gappers, there's a whole lot running. So let's get right down to it. As you see, the position board, I'm already in 2 trades. I'll get to those in a minute. Let's cover the big movers, the biggest, the baddest, the big bad wolf, so to speak. SEGG, the number 1 gapper in the market right now, above $1 and really catching a bid here off the $3 defend. It was halted down at 340. It drops into that 294. Generally holds 3, right? 294 for all intents and purposes is that $3 level, and here it goes, taking out the halt level. It's blowing through levels right now, guys. $3.70. It's a 455 high. There's a lot of strength in this one. You need to be alive, though, to the lower highs. So this is an obvious area high, that 1055 that took us into the high of the day, 455, but we are putting in lower highs. So number 1, be on the lookout for $4, the psychological area of resistance. That's number 1. Number 2, we're looking at the prior bar closing print, 4.25, and then we're looking essentially at the high of the day, which is 455. It's up a little bit less than 200%. Very, very strong. I'm in CRVS and ONDS. I'll explain why when we get back from the big desk.
So a headline here from our friends at ECOR on the NASDAQ ElectroCore. They've just projected record-breaking revenue for fiscal 2025. This is being attributed to strong double-digit growth. We do have record annual revenue being projected by the company between 31.8 and $32 million. They're also expecting strong year-over-year growth of 26% year-over-year with that revenue guide. Solid Q4 performance. Apparently that quarter alone generated $9 to $9.2 million. That's 30% year-over-year jump. Company also touting its cash position and some upcoming catalysts, including an operational update during March of 2026. And back to you.
Okay, so let's continue on. There's the $4 break, and there is the drop again below 4 on SEGG. It's trying to work above that $4 area, but as I mentioned, you really need to keep an eye on that lower high setup, and that's kind of, I feel like, maybe the pattern we're kind of caught in at the moment. IBRX, another very strong name, up to the tune of 33.5%. This is a multi-day runner. It was running Friday, it was running Thursday, and I believe it had a couple of good days as well earlier last week. This used to be, I think, trading at around $1. Now it's at around 7.5. It does have a couple of key areas of technical support that I want to discuss. That 7.25 to 7.3 is an obvious area of prior resistance, and for the last, I want to say, maybe 20 minutes or so, it's been acting as support. Doesn't look like it's, decidedly held that area and looking to rocket back up, but keep your eye on IBRX, looking real good over here. AKAN was decent. I mean, it's up 30%. It's got some big boy pre-market highs that we're going to have to shake, and on volume, mind you. Like, look at these 6 a.m. volume bars, 1.7 million shares, 750,000, 907, 1.3, far more than what we're doing now or what we did at the 9:30 open. So we really need to respect these pre-market highs. Sometimes, you know, we make pre-market highs on suspicious amounts of volume, which are kind of low relative to what we do during regular trading hours. This is not one of those cases. We have more volume in the pre than we have in official trading, so you need to account for that. So this is going to be one of those ones where Uncle Sheriff is going to insist that that pre-market high get taken out before I touch this one. POLA is looking like hot garbage. It had a good, you know, afternoon, I want to say, on Friday. Had a great pre-market. In fact, it had a good earlier trading session, I want to say, until all hell broke down at around 10:20. It's on Uncle Sheriff's shit list right now because it lost that $2.90 area where the volume weighted average price is trading. So this is going to have to get above 290, ideally 3, for me to get back involved on this one. As you see, though, on the board, ONDS, I'm involved in that. I'm 2 pennies out of the money. CRVS, I'm involved in that. I've been taking prints through 16. Let's start with CRVS, though. This is feeling very, very flat top breakish. In the exact opposite, as Obi was showing you the flat bottom break, Neil as well was showing you a couple of flat bottom break candidates earlier in the day. Yep. This one looking awfully different. Reason being is quite simple. 16 is a hard row to hoe here for CRVS, despite the fact that it spiked up to 1660. One must suspect that there was some short covering through that $16 level as it spent almost no time there. I'm keeping my eye out on this one. I've got lofty price expectations for CRVS, given that it is up 100% on the day. It's looking flat top breakish. So if we get that decided flat top break, ideally I'd like to see something at a minimum in 17. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. We're not going to cry over spilled milk. ONDS, the reason I got into this one, quite simple. Stair step up, you get bull flag number 1, you start maybe forming bull flag number 2 around 1020, 1025. You pull into the 10 EMA, and this is what lured me in. We started seeing some higher lows and higher highs, that kind of curling effect that we typically get off, you know, a hold of the 10 EMA. But that broke down with this candle here, which actually made a higher high and then ended up closing as an inverse hammer candle. So the deal is with this one, I'm giving it to 50 pennies and 50 pennies only. It loses that 50 penny level, which is also a pseudo breakout level on the price action, you know, given that that was the top end of the range of the initial bull flag. I like my chances with this one, giving it to 50s. We'll see how this one goes. ACHC, excuse me, much lower on volume than its compatriots over here. Even though it's got about 5 million shares, the volume profile on this one's really dropped off since around 10:15. You got an initial bull flag, you got the second bull flag, and if this is going to be in the third bull flag, we are certainly using 15 as an area resistance of the, you know, the consolidation component of the second bull flag. I kind of perceive 14.50 to be the lower end of the range, $15 to the higher end. $15, mind you, is the high of the day on this one. Then LUNR is the one that I'm keeping my eye out on here, because it's a holdover from Thursday or from Friday. But just before we send it back to Obi, see what he's up to, SEGG just rocketed into another high of the day, but it is having trouble holding for again. This 1110 candle just rocketed up to 465, which took up the prior area, of 55, but look at it lose 4 again. So this one is kind of hard to read and gauge as to what, you know, areas to pick it up off, what areas to wet your beak on. So SEGG is going to require some, you know, deeper TA, at least for me, before I get in. I'm going to need to study the book and see kind of what's good and what's up with that one before I weasel in. But we are absolutely printing to the high side now on CRVS. Is taking out all my orders. I got to print here at 33s, and then we got to set up some near the $50 level on this monster. We're going to go ahead and wait at 48. Look, I don't think we've decidedly cleared that $16 level yet. Ideally, you know, we get far enough past 16, 1650, 16 whatever, that we can start using 16 as an area support as opposed to resistance. So my eye firmly fixed on the trades that I'm in. I'm break even on ONDS. I'm nicely in the money on CRVS, but this can change any moment. Just black. Sorry, I lied when I said I was going to send you to OB. I got one more to cover. IBRX, 798 high a day. Lo and behold, look where this is at now. Volume weighted average price after a big boy drop to the tune of $1. Key area of support, you got the $7 level-ish, 694 we're showing, and you got VWAP at this level, a little bit below 7. So you got a buy zone here. I want to say $7 to VWAP. IBRX needs to be in your focus right now if you're trading small caps, because you're doing about 1 million shares per 5-minute candle. That's ample. We've done about 126 million on the day. Don't try to catch a falling knife, though. As my friend Neil likes to say, let it prove to you that VWAP and or 7 and or both are a key area of technical support. You do that by waiting for that 5-minute candle to make a new high to confirm to you that buyers, at least locally, are overwhelming sellers. I'm going to keep my eye firmly fixed here on IBRX OV.
I like the look there. Thank you, Sharif, for covering all those crazy small cap runners, man. I think we got a super chat here by the uncompromised one.
I like that.
I like the name as well.
Yeah.
I hope rice tastes good with maple syrup. Thank you very much for the super chat. I don't know. I've never really tried that. Yeah, that's a good question.
I like sometimes the overlap between sweet and sour, which is cool, but
I pretty much totally cut out rice from my diet because I was just like, that's just way too many carbs. Think about it. It's more like I'll go with like a whole wheat rice instead.
You don't like brown rice though?
No, not really.
You're not about that life.
No, not really. I mean, the only time I probably have some rice and I'll take the pass is when I'm having some biryani. And that's it.
You're not going to smash any rice with butter? Well, butter chicken, you need naan. My bad.
Yeah, exactly.
My bad.
So you gotta get the naan. Sometimes the whole wheat naan is what I'm doing.
You ever go to Midday down the road over here, man? It's like
I haven't been to this one.
Yeah, it's like right down the road.
No, I haven't been to that one there, but
this was my England spot.
yeah, they're known for their sauce. Bro.
Yeah,
they're known for their hot sauce. Nando's. Yeah, it's really good. Their chicken though, hella dry.
Hella dry.
I'm just gonna say.
Say less.
Yeah, hella dry.
All right, guys.
Chicken.
CRVS is breaking out. Here we go. Oh, we're in the 40s. We got 91s on. Let's wet the beak up here. We're looking next for 50 penny levels. CRVS is absolutely. Pardon me, Assassino. Super chat, my man.
James.
Assassino. Thank you very much, Adam James abroad. Show me the money. We're gonna spin it for the dude because he's all over this one. He was tagging me already in the chat. He's like, "Look, brother, him and Yannick, we're like CRVS. That's the one you need to be looking at." I couldn't agree more. We're doing it freaking live. Joey options or not, we love you, Joey. We'll get better very soon. Hopefully, we'll see you. Yes. He sent me updated pictures of his leg. Okay. There's a lot of incisions in his leg, and I had to ask why. Apparently it's a revision, and hence why there are more incisions to fix the problems that the first operator had there. Here we go again. We're looking for 48s here on CRVS. We have, there it goes, OB into 48. Now we're setting up, you know where, baby. We're going to 69, all right? Okay. We're looking for...
All right.
I like how you're just entertaining my insanity. We're looking for 69 on CRVS. We're doing it live as well on ONDS. Beautiful curl here after kind of making me sweat a little bit. There comes 82s, and we're going to wet the beak here as well on ONDS. But we're looking for CRVS. We're looking for ONDS. And for the moment, we're not looking at IBRX because it continues to bleed its own blood below the volume-weighted average price.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, I just want to go through some of my watch lists that I had this morning and see what's going on there, because I'm looking again for the next opportunity there. Intel definitely was one of them. As it started to get closer to that 50, missed out on that one, but that curl is coming right back in there, Sharif. And I think that might have been a bounce off of VWAP, not even a bounce off of this prior structure on top of 49. We couldn't even break back below 49. I want to see if there's supply that still is kind of lingering here from last week. You can see here, comes into 50 and some change. I think 36s, 38s was the high there on Thursday. Supply comes right in, slams right back down. The next day, right off of the open there, Sharif, Wow, look at this. Coming in with aggression. Can't even get to prior day's highs, but 50-21s slaps it all the way down to 46s by the middle of the day there. Today, comes all the way up into 50-22s. So we did almost get to prior days levels and really break through them, but some supply coming right back in, but distinctly different this time around, Sharif, because guess what? We're holding this higher low on 49. So is today the day that we finally get through that 50 with some conviction, with some oomph? I'm looking for that. Intel is in a multi-day, multi-week, almost a multi-month uptrend off of a multi-month range breakout, right? So we were talking a lot about that last week. Anywhere between $17 and 26.27s was that consolidation range for the past couple of years. And then we've started to break out with some distinction. Again, with the presidential seal. You can't mess with that. He told you to buy in April. What'd you do? Was it April? I think so.
Yeah,
I think it was April.
Lows, though.
Yeah, exactly. So Intel was one of them. Walmart. Wow, this one was an S&P 400 ad or 500 ad. It's one or the other. I think it was a 500 ad. It was aggressive. This one right here, pre-market high, sorry, not pre-market highs, daily highs got just broken through on the imbalance candle. You can see here coming in, we'll go straight to the 50 candle right here. That buy imbalance comes in really heavy, really strong, over $1 billion to buy. I think that's what it was notionally. It slaps through that 119 area, which was a triple, quadruple top maybe, a flat top breakout here, Sharif, on those imbalances, and we close in and around just shy of 120. What's that closing price right there? 120.01 was the closing price. Today we come in. I was watching this. I was like, if it holds and continues, I like this for a potential push even higher. But guess what? Usually these ads, they don't necessarily do too well after they've been added. So we hold VWAP, hold VWAP, hold VWAP, and look at the beautiful breakdown when that structure finally cracks. We cannot hold VWAP anymore. We break through the opening range lows here at 120 halves. You can even take the 120.01s or 120 prior day close as well, prior day high as well. So there's a few different places that you can really be watching this thing and looking for the total unwind. And oh, did it unwind right there? 121s all the way down to 117s and some change. The day low is 1761 here on Walmart. So this one, a bit of a miss on my part. That short was absolutely beautiful. You can see once the sellers did step in, just continuous sellers. And now this is only a 1 minute chart. You go to something like a 5, you can see how much aggression these sellers really came in with, bringing us back down into some of prior day levels. So once that structure breaks, it's all about, I love structure breaks, man. When structure breaks, there's almost always opportunity because a lot of participants like to risk against and play against structure. Because what else do you really have on the chart? Right? And then if that's confluence with volume, then that's great as well. Another structure break here today was Triple M coming in hot with their earnings, a bit of a gap down, nothing too crazy, not really doing too much volume in the pre-market, but definitely some relative volume as well. 68 times. If you didn't know it had earnings, just an RVol scanner would have brought it to your attention. And look at the breakdown of the opening range lows. We attempt to push a little bit higher. VWAP sellers come right back in. We slam down through the open. Sure, it gets a little bit choppy here, but that's expected. It's 3M. It's slightly spready, and it can kind of vacuum up with some with any sort of I guess participation coming in. But VWAP sellers did persist, and currently we're about to break the low day here on Triple M. Trading to the downside. So that was one of them. And AMD came to my attention, just not necessarily in the pre-market, but off of the open, because it was and still is distinctly different from that of the market. The market was selling off initially. We did get a bit of a pullback, but grinding to the upside. I'm waiting for a reversion on this one. We heard Sean talk about it right before they got up from their desk. This is potentially on watch as well. I'm definitely stalking this one for a little bit of a pullback. And of course, Intel, we talked about it. Kind of similar story here. It's holding highs, both of them in the same sector, but AMD much higher in terms of extension relative to Intel. Now another name, Sharif, PDD. I think these guys got hit with a bit of a report this morning. I didn't. I ended up doing nothing on this one. Yeah, I think it was a probe on PDD, and we can go through specifically what it was here.
We'll go on the news segment. We got that on the.
Okay, is it on there?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it was just a bunch of tax. It was like fraudulent claims, right? So it gapped down with some relative volume. I was looking for a continuation. My idea was, can I look at PDD if it continues below some of these pre-market lows to take some inventory into and through 100? Guess what? That did not come right off the open. We just get slapped right to the upside for a bit of reversion coming in on the day. Now just consolidating, chopping around VWAP. So not really too concerned about this one as of right now. What else did I have? AAPL we covered. Walmart we covered. Intel. Yeah, those were pretty much some of the better names there. And SLV, of course. I was watching some SLV. I just remembered. There was one more which I didn't watch. But SLV, another gap up. Silver continues to push higher. We saw, I don't know if it was rumors, I don't know if it was absolutely real, but I saw a report from TDS, from TD Securities, where they kind of had their trading plan, and they were like, we're going to short 82s, our stop is 92s, I think, and that's on silver on the ounce, that's silver futures. And guess what? They got pretty much, if they took the stop that they mentioned that they were going to take, they got liquidated, right? And then after that bit of a push that was in and around here. That was the first time it pushes through 92s. Look at the flush that comes in post potential, I guess, squeeze out of TDS there. But we've been stepping up. And my thing was, okay, if that's real, in theory, let's say in theory that report is real, that TDS had a short position on silver futures, and they got taken out of it. They hit their stop on it.
Okay.
I'm going to say they weren't the only ones who were short.
Probably not, Ob.
There's a lot of other participants out there. So does silver continue to squeeze? Let's just take a look at the weekly chart here.
All right.
This thing really started to get going last week after a bit of a breakout. We had that first pullback off of 83s, 84s, right? Kind of enticing here, potentially getting into 82s and then looking for the leg down as it is very much overextended on the year, right? But continues to break out and push even higher here. So maybe we're looking for an even more parabolic move on some of these rare earth metals. I mean, silver and gold,
rare earth elements, minerals.
Yeah, and that's why stocks like CRML and the lot are kind of moving around at the same time here. So let's look at gold by the ounce. Gold by the ounce also pushing all-time highs there. All-time highs being 4,751. We're currently trading at 4,741. So only just shy of like roughly $9 away from all-time highs on that one. So that was one of them. Intuit was the last one on my watch list, Sharif, because I was like, look at this breakdown. This is the weekly. Right away on the weekly, does this not look like, well, it's not a clean flat bottom, but it's breaking structure. It's looking like it's breaking structure, and there's volume coming into this low as well. So this crack could definitely take us to the next level, which is all the way down here at 350s. We're currently trading at 530s, almost $200 away. Damn. So I was looking at it on the daily here. You can see back-to-back jacks here with seller dominance and increasing volume into an area of prior structure or lows right here. So I'm looking for a potential breakdown, and that breakdown will be through 530s. The current low right here is 529. So if you want to get specific, 529 is that prior low all the way from April, right? The April bid coming in at that 521. If that comes in, then I do think we may have some room for the downside. That was the idea. Didn't really come into fruition on the day today because it's just kind of chopping sideways. I think this is more of a swing trade than an intraday trade, but it's something I definitely want to watch because when that swing trade definitely does follow through, intraday we can definitely catch a piece off of that as well. I think we said we got a super chat here. Let's see what we got.
Sure.
Papacito, what's going on? Guys, check out BNAI, small cap only. Start moving. Oh,
I like
all
that.
right.
Poke
That's
it with the stick. Tell it do something. All right, just before I get into BNAI, let's just update my current position. So I added to both of them. One is doing okay, one is not. The one that's doing okay is ONDS. It comes right back into the 10 EMA on the 5. I add the same position that I had with the beak, looking for a clean break of 14. One is currently not forthcoming, seeing that the high of the day is 13.95 and has continued to be 13.95 despite several attempts to breach said level. Let me just see how many shares I've got over here on ONDS. I'm going to look to wet the beak on 88 as well if this one is to fail. The one that there is selling at, and it's been basically short sellers, takers on CRVS, a little control for the moment. Now we have a 2-candle red pullback on the 5-minute chart on CRVS. We're still above 16. 16 was my level there that I was looking for flat top rate to us through. We didn't quite take the highs that we put in the implied balance open, which is 1660, but we did get through 50, I believe. No, we got into 50, 1650 high. Now, as I've been watching CRVS trade up and down over here, there was a seller at 35, and then that seller moved down to 34, and then that seller moved down to 32. So the seller, or the algorithmic program that is selling or taking profits on CRVS over here, is doing that same old trick that we see so often on these small cap averages. When they post, they're moving and they're in the money, they keep moving their orders down a little bit more. Like I said, 35, then it's 34, then it's 32. So you need to be on the lookout for that until that seller or profit taker gets moved out of the way. So I see 1635 locally on CRVS. We'll have to wait and see if this can kind of jump a little bit back higher. And initially I was in at 1588, and then this one did look like it was going to take out 1650. So I did add to the low 40s, and out of the money now with a DCA with a adjusted cost basis, I should say, of 29. It's currently showing me 18s. The 10 EMA on the 5 is at 16, so I need to at least give it into 16. Now, thankfully, we didn't add with the same aggression with which we got in, but that is going to be my look right now because it looks like we will lose 16 here for the moment. And if that is the case, that's fine. We set up again at the right moment, at the right price. We don't have to chase this one with aggression. Keeping an eye on ONDS. We'll get to that one when we get back from the big desk.
We're going to talk crypto here. Here's a look at BTC. This is poised for its 6th straight red session. But what I want to talk about a bit, which I know we've talked about in this desk before, but I think does bear repeating with regards to how crypto is doing right now. This started on Thursday, this selling. And Thursday, January 15th, was when the Senate Banking Committee actually canceled a scheduled meeting to work on this bill, or write this bill, establishing marketplace rules for crypto and other digital assets. So this is actually something that the Senate regretted, or apparently did not feel 100% confident about doing. Noted pro-crypto Senator Cynthia Loomis saying that this was a blow, and quote, she feels a little bit like Flat Stanley after he got run over by the Mack truck. Now, why did this happen? Well, we did have one person speaking out here, Brian Armstrong, the CEO of Coinbase, who's actually going to be at Davos tomorrow. Not sure if he's there today, but either way, he said on this that they'd rather have no bill, and by they, I mean people in this crypto space, they'd rather have no bill than a bad bill, and that he wanted to speak up for the customers of Coinbase and the 52 million Americans who use crypto. His view was that the draft of the current bill would, quote, be materially worse than what could have come out had there been more editing. So interesting look here. Basically, this conflict between the idea of any bill being good versus certain bills being better than others. Either way here, certain context I think that is important for BTC where it currently stands from a technical standpoint. There is some support here around 89.2 on the daily chart that we could be coming into right now, trying desperately to hold on to 90,000. Low of day for BTC, below 90,000 at 89,750. So we send you back over to Sharif.
ONDS trying to work back into the highs. I believe we just got one penny off high. 1398 is the high. The candle at 1130, the 5-minute candle got to 1397. So it's still technically a lower high, even though we're accumulating for that 14 break. It's still a lower high, so we need to be alive to that. Now, keeping my eye here on CRV, and that'll push me out of the trade as I get slippage onto that one. That's super frustrating. I was up very nicely on CRV. Now we're going to go on that as a result of that illiquidity. I had it a stop there at 69. We ended up getting something in the 50s because it blew through all those levels. So you win some, you lose some. Keeping an eye here on ONDS, looking for that break through 14. We're going to be looking to add if we get an aggressive break through that level on ONDS. Now let's look at BNAI because somebody asked us earlier on BNAI. Well, BNAI is continuing to go over here. It's got 9% in the Ville of Green. It's working its way into $7, 692 high. But like that's what I've been noticing about BNAI. We don't really have that much in the way of volume. It is almost, it's after 11:30 and we still haven't done 1 million shares. We haven't even done a 900,000 shares yet. So light on volume, but keep your eye on this one. It could really get going. We're going with Dara with breaking news.
Good look here for DKNG and PENN, though DKNG DraftKings moving much more on this. This is the look at the chart. As you can see here on the screen, there is a report from Bill Sparrows, who is a senior betting analyst at Bookies. He's saying that he's hearing a judge is allowing Massachusetts to prohibit Kalshi from offering sports-related contracts in the state. So again, looks like names like Penn and DraftKings will have a little bit less competition from at least one of these prediction markets in Massachusetts, as a judge allows Massachusetts to prohibit Kalshi from offering sports-related contracts in the state. As far as I can tell right now, this is just a report, but if I get more info, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
I remember when Massachusetts prohibited their citizens from investing in Apple.
That was a thing?
Yeah.
How does that even work?
They said it's high risk, and
So you're not allowed to do it?
Well, they like to babysit their people, Joe. Ope, right? They, because you may not know what you're doing, so somebody else, wiser and with more experience, needs to think on your behalf. So
sounds a little, sounds like a control, a little bit of control there. I'm trying to figure out the right.
I'm not even making
figure out
that
the
up,
right
by the
word
way. I'm
for
not
it.
even making that
I
up.
would say some sort of a dictatorship, but I don't know about that.
No.
I don't know if it's that extreme, but yeah, let us think for you because you obviously can't do it yourself.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I know I
All
can't.
right.
I need somebody to think for me.
Yeah. Well, usually when I have that issue nowadays, I just go to ChatGPT. So, it's probably as of right now, or as of a couple of months ago, GPT is smarter and has a significantly higher reading comprehension or situational comprehensional ability than the average human being.
You're kidding.
So instead of asking around, it's just better to ask GPT. And there will come a point where it will be better than specialists.
Okay.
It will be better than people who know exactly what they're doing. They've gone to school for many, many years.
That's probably true.
The likelihood of it making mistakes is going to be so low. Humans make mistakes all the time.
They need to weed out the hallucinations, though, constantly. Because I feel like that's kind of, I don't know, it's not the biggest roadblock. Because, you can just look through things, but it just weakens the credibility of something when you put out a product with GPT and it's constantly hallucinating, and you're just
But that issue has been it's obviously been worked on. It's so much better now.
Yes,
it's only going to get better in an exponential way. We'll be right back from Midday.
Yep.
Just keep an eye here on QGen, QGEN, in case you guys are wondering why this one's moving around. Company reportedly weighing strategic options amid fresh interest, likely, again, some kind of take-private deal. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But either way here, QGEN, it did previously hold. In case you're wondering why this is moving around, that is why. Again, reportedly weighing strategic options. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Was it Baby Hands Donnie were in the chat saying humans are overrated? I absolutely agree with you there. You just got to wait till some of this AI gets into some of these robots and Optimus, and then they start actually moving around. And I think Jensen said this during CES, where he was like, we really need to push for this because the AIs need to understand how the physical world actually works. Because then they can actually, we can make probably leaps and bounds in other fields of science as well, right? And think about the precision in surgeries. Think about all of that, like that the robots will have with the knowledge and the reaction time to act so much faster as well. So I am very, very excited for what the new world has in store for us.
Don't say that Carney statement. Did you see what he said there when he met with Xi?
What did he say?
He used the triple word there, the New World Order.
Oh, okay.
The internet did not like that.
Oh, I'm sure.
I don't think he meant it like that, though. That's
no,
the
of
thing.
course.
But he used it though. He used it though,
Yeah.
and it was lost on nobody. All right, ONDS is at the high of the day. It's $13.99 in Highsville right now, keeping my eye on this one. There goes it, $14.02, and then the selling comes in aggressively right as we break through 14, to be expected, as the profit takers and or short sellers both are, going to be keeping an eye on that key psychological area of resistance. There's 14 again. It's a 14.02 high. We're showing 14s again here on ONDS. It's up 15%, so it's by no means the number one gapper in the market, but it had a very, very clean hold of the 10 EMA on the 5, and that's what pushed me into it initially. It fooled me a little bit by kind of showing me a candle to make a new high, then drop back down. I took that opportunity to add into the position. And now we're looking at taking, I believe I have my next profit taker here on ONDS at 14.11. So it'll have to clear 14 though. Back into CRVS we go, into 72s. I've wet the beak all the way up into the low 90s. But this one feels like it might be a more prolonged pullback on CRVS. It pulls into the 20 EMA, into that 1550. It holds it, and then it puts a kind of a bottoming tail looking kind of reversal candle. I want to say the candle at 11:35 on the 5-minute chart, but it's not exactly rocketing up through 16. And this has me feeling some kind of way in that I probably got this wrong, that it was going to be that decided $16 flat top break where we get that aggressive price action through the whole dollar level. It's not looking like that. It's a 1660 high, but that 60 penny level was put in much earlier at 950. The local area high is right into 50 pennies, 1650, dropping back down into 1667 we go. I've got 72s on this one, so we're only 44 pennies out of the money, but this is not going to be the one that I add through the 50 penny level. So if it loses that level, I'm out, and then that'll put me 1 for 3 on this name. So we'll have to wait and see whether this is going to set up or it's going to go on, list. So that, keeping an eye on that. 2 New York cents. Sold 300 shares of ONDS. I loaded up on Friday and one last time this morning. Average cost $12. Happy with the trade. Sold at $13.95. My man, you're printing storms there because ONDS just touched 14. You're holding from 11. Clearly, that's a fantastic trade. Good on you. We're hoping you print up multiple more storms than that and keep us apprised of your new position. I do appreciate you chiming in on some of the stocks we're trading here. Drew Farrell, SGN, your style. Let's take a look at SGN, see what that one is all about and whether it does fit my style. Get it, Joey. There he is, my man. There he is. CRVS. Hey. Get it, Joey.
What's going on, Joe? Hopefully you're feeling better.
I'm going to show this guy's leg in a second and the multiple areas of incision. Oh. I was asking him why. He had to explain. Love this guy, bro. I miss Joey, man. Get well soon, bro. Here's SGN just breaking its way onto the scene over here. It's a 20 penny name, so it's not really down my alley. I typically like to trade these ones above $1, but we can make exceptions every now and again. 52.75% is how high this one is on the day. Let's put it on the watch list on the side. We're actually a little bit lower, 49% now. Look, it has that pre-market high that's really glaring at me there on volume, mind you, at 4:35 a.m. So this one did about 5.4 million shares at 4:35 a.m. Prior to that, it had done about 2, so plenty of volume there. Into 24 pennies we go. We end up taking out that high in official trading on this current 5-minute candle, which ended up getting into about 25 pennies, 24.97. But there's quite a range, 19.36 low, 24.97 high. I'm talking decimal places here, not dollars. As I mentioned, up 43%. I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. It's not going to be my go-to right away because of the price, but IBRX is breaking down in a hurry. So SGN for the moment is going to replace it on the side chart. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. We'll report to you guys if we do decide to punch in. Keeping an eye here on ONDS. Back into the 10 EMA goes. I've got 67s. It's showing me 87s. So I don't want to say I'm protected. That's not the word I'm trying to use, but it is pulling back into the 10. So I always struggle with this issue. Do I continue to ride the trend, and when it pulls back into the 10 EMA, where it's found support multiple times on the day, add a decided break, I should say, of 14. This is where I can certainly improve the adding to winning positions or adding to ride the trend. So I am looking at that on ONDS. And then separately here, last but not least, before we send it back to OBE, this looks like it's going to be a fail here of CRVS, but I'm just going to let it stop me out. I'm not going to take it out early. SEGG is starting to do its thing, 25. It still has lower highs, though, on the 5-minute. So that trend line, if you were to draw it from the high of the day, let's do that right now. We'll do it live. On SEGG, that's still, a very clear downtrend despite this bamboozling candle here at 1110. So the only way I get involved is a clear break of that trend line where we keep putting in lower highs. Until that gets broken, I'm just not interested. This feels like a more prolonged bull flag, forming here with a downward channel. There's your lower trend line, upper trend line. I only really, for my purposes, am interested at what it does above that upper trend line because I'm not going to be taking this short. So keeping a firm eye here on SEGG for a possible entry. I was talking to KC526 and she was asking me if I was looking at certain levels on this monster. I'm keeping an eye on that trend break there, and then we'll decide if we can get back in there, Ope.
Yes, sir. It seems like the market's taking a little bit of a turn here. Apple back down below its low, making potentially some fresh lows here. Got involved with some Google here as well as it looks like it may be potentially curling over NVIDIA at the same time, coming into its day lows. I was also putting had some eyes on this DraftKings as per the news earlier. That's pulling back as well, but not really affecting the market in any sort of a way. NVIDIA is the one that I'm most interested in here, Sharif. We'll go to the 3-minute. That's what I like to look at. And this is an area of demand since the morning session. You see here once, twice, 3 times, and now coming in for the 4th. Cannot get past this opening range high, even with that strong bid that took us almost up to 182s. This was doing relative volume in the pre-market session with the gap down that did come in. So I did have eyes on this one. Seems like now maybe finally that low day might be coming in here. If you took opening range low, that wasn't necessarily the best. It only gave you about roughly about 0.360 pennies, 0.3%. So nothing too crazy. This trend break came in nicely. VWAP came in nicely as well on the back through. And coming right back into this 180 area, right? The day low is coming in at 179.58 as of right now. So we'll see how that one potentially pans out. Market might be doing a little bit of a turn. At least that's what I'm looking for here. Don't know if that's actually what's going to happen, but let's see if that curl finally comes in. Seller dominance, we did gap down. And the VIX, Sharif. I got a VIX alert this morning. And I was like, okay, all right, let's go. It's time to have some fun. VIX above 20 this morning. Nice little gap up on the gap down, right? On the volatility index of the S&P 500. So VIX 20s, definitely I am trading, maybe not differently, but some playbook trades start to come back into rotation as well, and looking for more stronger bouts of volatility, right? It is a volatility index. But we saw, what was it, UNG, I was watching at the same time, natural gas with the gap up relative volume. Yeah, strong push, right? A lot of people positioning in. And yeah, hold of 12.42s in the pre-market session, which couldn't really get through, pulled back into $12 right there. So nice little chop happening there. If you took that consolidation breakdown at 12.28s, 12.25s, 12 quarters, whatever, after observing that there was a potential held offer at 12.40s, it gave you a beautiful reversion on the trend break back into and through VWAP for a test of that $12. Day low coming in at 11.97 as of right now on United States Natural Gas Fund. So that was one of the things I was watching here as well. But the VIX, I do like the VIX. Do you ever take a look at the VIX when you're trading some of the small caps and being like, all right, well, if the VIX is high or low, maybe certain things come and go from the small cap
Great point. I've never done that, to be honest with you. I've kind of always associated the VIX with the larger market.
Right.
Maybe I should definitely look for correlations there.
Yeah, I mean, there might be. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just asking.
We keep, Brendo, Vito and I keep an eye on the VIX every morning when we're doing the kind of the morning rundown, just kind of identify where it is. But in general, no, that's actually that would be interesting, to see if there are correlations, because that's something you usually look for the market moving stocks like the Nvidias, the Apples, Microsofts, the things that can affect the Nasdaq 100 and the S&P 500 as the ones that are more VIX moving. Yeah. But since your boy Joey Options is still very active in the chat, and we're KC526, man, she's unreal. She's gifting a whole bunch of memberships. But before we thank KC526 for the umpteenth time, by the way, for gifting people memberships, we gotta show Joey Options his leg. Assassino, if we can get a full screen of this bad boy over here, there's observations that we need to make. I wasn't one to shave my legs, but your boy Joey Options can't say that anymore. I know. You can't go into surgery with a bushy legs, but there's no way he can say I've never shaved my legs anymore. I'm just teasing you, Joey. Love you, brother. What I want to say, Joey, there's a whole lot of incisions, my man. There's a whole lot, a little here. That looks like the surgeon there was just like, just cut him up, man. Let's see what this guy's made of right there. No, we love you, brother. We hope you get sued real well, and we hope you kill it. But you're not here, so we got a man butcher work. No, that's not true, man. Shout out to Joey Options. We love you, brother. Shout out to KC526. 10 Trader TV Live premium memberships, guys. Thank you so much to Casey for that. She's always doing it live, always doing the most in a great way. And those new members, I'm talking about Riley, one. I'm talking about David, Adam James, he got one. Johnny, Big Shank, come on, bro. Mike PD Ryder, no, he already had one. Hayden Ponish, Dennis Lee, all of you guys got memberships. The only way to get the membership, though, you got to be active in the chat. If you're not active in the chat, it won't assign a membership to you because it's assigned randomly. And now that you guys are premium members, I need to tell you where to get my morning note every day. Take advantage of it. It's quite comprehensive. It really kind of digs deep and shows you exactly what the underlying story is behind some of the major headlines that we talk about every day. So here it is, the Trader TV Live YouTube homepage. This is home right there. You just click posts right there. Click that bad boy, and then you're going to see a members only tab. Now that you guys have the subscription, it says morning market brief, Sharif's morning note, that big infographic, thumbnail right there. Click read more, and there is the Google Drive link right there. It sends you straight into the morning note, and that'll be ready before we go live every single morning. So typically at about 10 to 8, give or take. And that usually is, following with Adara's note that comes basically at the same time, sometimes a little bit earlier, sometimes a little bit later. All right, guys, we got to mention SGN. Shout out to you guys for mentioning this one. Here it goes. It's taking out area highs above 25 pennies into 27 here, Ram. This is awfully strong. It's about to take out 100%. Still far south of $1, but it's over 100% now on very good volume. 161 million shares traded on the day. Keep your eye on this one, but trade it carefully. Adara.
Keep an eye here on STGW. This is Stagwell Inc., and it is pushing higher. As you can see, Citrini Research with a long note on this name, STGW. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Market does seem like it's taking a bit of a curl here, Sharif. We're getting the second consecutive red candle here as we pull into the last 5 minutes of this current red candle. SPY breaking back below its VWAP. Right here, Softy was a relatively strong one this morning, and so was Google. Google a lot more than any of the rest of its Mag 7 friends. But was that in the chat? Somebody in the chat right here. Nobody, 2310, has asked me a couple times to take a look at Netflix. So let's take a look and see what Netflix is up to here. Another strong sell day right here. That's a creepy sound. 90 supply there on Thursday. right? We had a bit of a strong sell-off here, 91.5s on Wednesday, all the way down into a bit of a base, just above 88s here. And any sort of pop into 90 has been sold off since then, and that's only once. Today it happened twice there. 89.90 is the high, pulling back into 88. And now I've talked about this one multiple times over the past couple of weeks, and man, a lot of people, you know, they're theorizing, oh, Netflix is selling off because of the WBD. Yeah, maybe that's adding some fuel to the fire, but Netflix has been already selling off of a multi-year trend. We started this trend, Sharif, all the way in 2022. Higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, onward and upward, all the way to 133s. 134.12 is the all-time high on Netflix. And we've now broken this multi-year trend, 22, 23, 24, 25 into 26. And going into September, I would say the trend probably started to really break down and confirm, maybe here in this consolidation where we finally break back through 110s. But if you're watching some of the price action, you can see here, now this is a weekly chart. What's up, Randy?
Randy.
How's it going? So the weekly chart right here, it already started looking distinctly different above 100. You can see the path and the action that it took for the past couple of years. Stair step up, nice strong green days. Maybe we have a bit of a pullback, holds prior structure, holds, and this is really choppy. Like this piece right here looks distinctly different than any of the action that we've had since 2022. And then we really start to feel some weakness. Strong sell-offs off of earnings, strong sell-offs off of any sort of catalyst that came in. This is currently, in my opinion, the backside. And we're headed for, just keeping it simple, support and resistance. The prior support was right here at 82. See, Randy's definitely agreeing with me. 82s and some change is that prior low. Exactly, it's called the backslide, Randy. So, yeah, exactly, definitely sliding to the lows there, and yeah, it's just making a beeline for that prior support. Now the question becomes, Randy, has that support become into resistance? Are we going to crack that support? How significant is that support now, especially with Netflix? Question for Randy.
I wanted to ask him if he had heard about this. I know you don't have a mic, so, you know, feel free there. Okay, well, he doesn't have one. But we're going to do this on the afternoon news segment. But did you hear about how Tesla might be one of the most, one of the best positioned Chinese EVs to actually, you know, send cars to Canada because they had already gotten ready to do that in 23. Some of their Shanghai output was Canada destined, specifically a Model Y. And so these 49,000 cars may not actually be Chinese in origin. It may be Tesla, right? Because he had it ready in 20, and then in 24, you remember the 100% tariffs went on. So it's going to be super interesting to see kind of what happens. BYD, NIO, XPEB, none of them have a presence here. They don't even have any sales offices. Give it time, but you know, boots on the ground, Tesla is ready to go and take advantage of that 50,000, 49,000 allowance per year, which might be super interesting to see how this one sells. We saw Pink Cybertruck yesterday. Yikes. Yeah. Okay. Well.
Lookatmenow.com.
There you go. Ram, would you be a buyer of a Pink Cyb?
Probably not.
No?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay.
She's not about that.
I like the I think it's the black wrap ones that I've seen. They look nice.
Matte black, glossy. Sorry, not matte black, glossy black.
Glossy black?
Yeah,
Okay.
But you got to keep it super clean, otherwise it just looks.
The matte blacks are a little tough in terms of maintenance. Any sort of dust or splotches you can just see right away.
It's no good.
Yeah, but I think when it's clean, it looks absolutely solid. There. Joe saying Ram's truck is already pretty pink. Yeah, I mean close enough. Yeah.
And that picture of her stepping up onto the tire just to get into it and access the engine, it lives in my head for free, man. Shout out to everybody who's short, because it's tough. You can't jump on the truck as easily as maybe taller people. So
Even
That's
you
the
would have to
problem
get
there.
on top of the
Oh,
tire
here
on
we
my
go,
truck.
Nate.
So
All right.
calm down.
ONDS
Whoa.
into the high of the day it goes. 1403, excuse me. And this one looks to be on the way through 14. I'm waiting to wet the beak here at 1411. We're going to keep an eye here on ONDS. Initial entry 13.71, second entry 13 mid 60s. So we're looking for that one to continue. Let's keep an eye on that separately. I'm back into CRVS as this one trend and does look like making yet another attempt at a possible 16 break. Let's see if it can hold 16 this time. I've got 92s. It's showing me 92, so I'm essentially break even on this one. But there goes ONDS, Obi, into the high of the day, 14.15. We got 14.11s because that's where my order was. Now we're going to look to get a little bit more because OND right now, very strong in the small cap gapper world. It's not even close to being the number one gapper or the number one percentage gainer on the day. It's only up 16 some odd percent, but we're going to keep an eye on this one and see if we can get a little bit more. We just wet the beak as well on CRVS. But it is now 12:01, which means that we need to pause for a second. Obi and I will be back in about 10 minutes or so. We're going to send you to Adara behind us with happening now, and then Neil has his lesson of the day.
The market is continuing its slow but sure attempt here to recover from this gap down that we had. This gap down inspired in large part by some social posts from U.S. President Donald Trump over the weekend, suggesting that he would like to impose some tariffs on certain European countries for this potential acquisition of Greenland that he'd like to partake in. So that's the deal here with this market. Though again, nice recovery so far for the market today. It is worth noting a couple things kind of looming over the market, also tariff related. We still, for the third time now, we did not get any kind of Supreme Court decision when it comes to tariffs, though tomorrow we're apparently going to be getting some Supreme Court arguments in the Lisa Cook case. Lisa Cook, if you remember, was attempted to be fired by U.S. President Donald Trump. Did announce her firing, but I guess the legality of that is going to be debated and mentioned starting tomorrow, as far as I've seen. So that could be a big one for the market, but also for the U.S. dollar and the economy as a whole. In terms of new breaking news here for this market, DKNG, DraftKings at a big pop around 11:30, I believe, after we had some reports suggesting that apparently a judge in Massachusetts has come out and basically said that Kalshi could be blocked from offering sports betting related contracts in the state, which would allow DKNG, PENN, FLUT, Flutter, any of these other gambling companies to get a leg back up in the sector in the state. So DKNG, again, not at its reaction high, but certainly still doing quite well from that move. And of course, Netflix is going to be on watch. They did amend that deal for WBD, or their offer for WBD, to all cash, as reported last week, but they also have earnings tonight after the bell. If you remember last quarter, they got rocked a little bit by that Brazilian tax charge. Let's see if they have any other charges awaiting them tonight, again, after the bell, 4 p.m. We will be here, myself, Sean, and Neil, and I believe also Brendan, covering these earnings for you live at 4 p.m. Eastern. Do not miss it. Again, NFLX, you can find these earnings preview on X at TTV Research if you want a little bit more info, but the last report and what to expect from this one. But without further ado, Davos is on watch. Lots of things are happening, and Neil is giving us a lesson that's happening right this second. So Neil, lesson, thoughts?
Thank you very much, Adara. Going to be the easiest, well, I don't know what the easiest lesson of the day, but the concept's a simple one. Now, I'm not a doctor, so I can't read like an EKG. That being said, if it looks really messed up, then you should probably be able to tell the difference. I feel like when we're looking for trades, or at least opportunities to enter and trade a stock, sometimes you should be as simple as, oh, something has changed, and it's very dramatically and obviously changed. So oftentimes you'll hear, Sean has a sticky note, I'll have my note in the morning, and these are the stocks I'm planning on looking at. But every now and then something will come in out of the wild, which maybe I wasn't looking at before, but you see a chart, and it's just a little obvious. Now, that gave me an opportunity in SoFi, but I want to show a couple of examples first to make the point. Lots of people like to trade Palantir. I mean, I don't argue with that. It's a volatile stock. Like, look at what it did on Friday. Lots of things were volatile. But let's look at an obvious change in character. There's the open at 9:30, and then look at this action off the open. You're rinsing tops and bottoms. Basically, you're just back and forth in this condensing pattern. And it's not difficult to see when it changes. It's right about here where you have all these little lower highs, then it starts to break out. Here's your change in behavior. Now, if you're interested in Palantir, this would be about the moment you're like, hey, maybe I should be trading this. It's giving you an opportunity. It was doing nothing. Now it's seemingly changing behavior and going to the upside. And what does it do after the fact? Dip, consolidate, breakout, dip, consolidate, breakout. It turns into an actual moving stock with a good trend to the upside and a pretty clean pattern, pull back into prior high, that kind of thing, pull back into prior high and then revisit the top until about now where it's kind of pulls into the prior close and finds some resistance at 72. But at the moment where it just looks different on the 3-minute chart or whatever lower time frame you're watching, it suddenly turns from a choppy trade to a pretty clear direction. Now, the one I was looking at happened, like SoFi was on my list, and I ended up trading this in the other direction after it changes behavior. Like this one starts out like Palantir, where like you're actually getting breakout higher, pull back into prior high, go, consolidate, breakout, and then it's this little action on the last dip where you see it trend. The most green candles it had in a row, all that distinct buying, and like Palantir into the prior close, and then it just looks a little different. So after all of that, the first time it's trending green on a 3-minute, it changes behavior. It puts in a lower high. You know me, I like the short trend break. So when it kind of tests this trend line, I pull into a short. Why? Because the behavior changed. So then look for a trade setup. Now, if you look for a long setup, I suppose you could have said it could have broken this consolidation again. Fair. I just like the short. But the best example, and the one that really led me to this, no questions asked, was Rigetti. Because I think this is the best example of when a stock has a certain behavior and then changes that behavior, that's the moment that you want to jump in and take a look at the trade. Rigetti, very clearly, while the market was trending up, was weak this morning. And at the moment where that sell-off changed, it turns into a huge breakout. Now, the short was okay if you took it in SoFi, and Palantir long was pretty good if you had it. But if you're looking for this kind of behavior after the opening range is set, this is what a big move can give you. You had one push with a little resistance here, a couple of red candles on a 3-minute. And this is after it changes behavior like 23.8. It then proceeds to have 1, 2 red candles on a 3-minute until you've already bounced 10% to the upside. A full $2.50 here for the greater part of an hour on Rigetti. And it's as simple as this. You don't have to have, Rigetti's gonna bounce off of $24 because of support and resistance, or this indicator is gonna hold, or it's gonna break this, whatever 13 SMA, just make up some nonsense or some Fibonacci retracement. You don't need any of that stuff. It basically is just trending down off of the open, and then you simply look at the candlestick behavior. Like this is what it's doing in the pre-market. It should always look different at the open, and this is a clean downward trend, condensation, and then that's different. Okay, that's different. Any one of these consolidation breakouts that you take, once it exhibits a different pattern look, is good. Whether it's this break, whether it's that break, whether it's that break, they're all good to the upside. And sometimes that's as easy as trading needs to be. And especially at the open, because you see all that gamesmanship that happens in the first 15 minutes, sometimes 5-minute candles, whatever they might be. When that changes, that can be your time to pounce, even if the stock wasn't on your radar. And I use that as an example because it was a tricky one this morning. So people, might have had a rough morning, but if you found those kernels of success, like I said, for me, I went into SoFi. It just turned out that there were better opportunities out there regardless. But it can be as simple as, what was it doing in the open range? Has the pattern changed? And once the pattern changes, just get involved in the new, and then see if it gives you that big continuation. I think Rigetti is the best example of this. I'm sure you guys can find other ones out there. But there's your lesson of the day, everybody. And I can tell you, we complained that it wasn't tacos, but there were wraps. Like there were these little tiny wraps with the corn salad that and then there was like the Mexican beef that you could make these little tiny soft tacos or whatever you'd call it. I'm gonna give them like, there was like an A-, and the only reason I give it the A- is because the shells were really small. So like you couldn't make enough of them, was the only problem with the lunch. A couple more shells and I could have had 4 tacos instead of 2. But it was pretty tasty, so happy with that. The market looks like it's coming back in, so maybe these reversions short are gonna start to work. Ooh, I like IBIT at VWAP.
Euros in a half shell.
Thank you very much,
Turtle
Neil.
power. That's all I kept hearing there was half shell. And like,
No, I think Neil makes a great point there. Like TMNT. Come on.
What?
Teenage Mutant Ninja
Oh,
Turtles.
yeah. Oh, my God. He thought I said Splinter the other day when I was talking about the Sprinter van, and then that had me thinking about like a Master Splinter.
I think Neil makes a great point there.
Yeah.
Where he's just like, don't make it harder. Trading's already hard as it is.
So true.
You do not need to do anything to make it harder or more complicated than it really needs to be. And sometimes the most simple things are the ones that work.
So absolutely
and that's I'm finding that to be the case more and more, right? Just simple concepts, simple ways to get in and out of trade, just using structure, just keeping it simple, support and resistance, consolidation ranges, right? Prior bars, right sides, moving averages.
Oh,
maybe.
I just got to mention, sorry to interrupt you, that there's ADTX here that's moving midday. Shout out to Yannick for bringing this to my attention. I said to Yannick, I'm like, it's low on volume, but hey, it's up 35%. It's $1 and change, $1.16. Started out its life today south of the dollar, I believe at around 86 to 87 pennies. HOD on the day of the high, the day is $1.26. Currently trading at $1.16, as I mentioned, about 35%. Here are the key levels. Volume weighted average price is around 108. 10 EMA on the 5, south of the volume weighted average price as a result of the quick price ascension, 104. The whole dollar obviously goes without saying, a psychological area of support and resistance, and then 87 pennies or so was the closing print from Friday. So ADTX on that good stuff right now and looking to take out that $1.26 high. Quite strong, and the volume is supporting this. I want to say the current 5-minute candle has about 160,000 shares. Prior 5-minute candle, a little bit less than 500,000, 477,000. So you got to always take that into context. It's a dollar name, right, at 12:12, not a dollar name at 4 a.m. So time and price always is one of the things that you need to look at when you're talking about volume. Separately, SGN just came into the volume weighted average price at around 22 pennies, popping back off into 23, but an aggressive sell-off off that 29.50 high. We're talking about SGN, about a $0.25 ticker. And then Obe was asking me what could end up being the best looking small cap gapper on the day. It could be this one right here, right now. SEGG is breaking trend. It broke that downtrend line that it's been holding essentially since when we drew it, I want to say at 11:15, a decided break of that trend. All right, so if you're more risk inclined, your entry is now with a stop through the low of that trend line or current bar low. Take your pick. However, if you're risk averse, then you're looking for what I would say is a decided break and hold, not just a break and hold above $4, which has been very clearly a key area of technical resistance. Sure, we've been up to 465. We've been up higher than the $4 area. I want to say earlier on 453, then 465. Those are the two previous area highs. But you have very few closing prints above $4. The only one I can really see here on the 5-minute chart is this 1050. And then it was preceded by a down halt where we halted at 340. So be on the lookout here. SEGG looking good, but you never really know how these ones are going to act. So we're going to keep my eye here on SEGG. I'm personally going to take the decided break of 4. If it does that, then we'll get involved. Oh, by the way, ADTX looks like it might down halt. No. It was just not doing anything. But yeah, this one's losing VWAP in a hurry. I'd be looking for support either off 101 where the 10 EMA on the 5 is or $1. But I'm not going to catch a falling knife either. So we're going to have to pack our patience there. What do you got, Ope?
All right, guys, let me ask you this. If someone handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large SIM and live funded accounts every single day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast, same-day, and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off, buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code to check it out. Thank you very much.
There you go.
All right, Sharif. So it seems like we did get some selling here. AMD's starting to curl a little bit, so that's starting to work out here. For now, AMD is relatively strong with respect to the rest of its chip buddies in the sector, right? And I am looking for this chip to give us a little bit of a dip here back down, maybe potentially to VWAP, but we'll see. We're making a higher low. Someone in the chat said, can you please take a look at SNDK? And what an opening drive this one had, Sharif, off of the open.
Monster, bro.
Crazy. This thing is an absolute monster. More fresh highs on the day today, just ripping up back through 420. 416s was this consolidation prior day. You can see right here all day long. Let's make this full screen. All day long, we could not get above this 415, 416 area.
Right.
That was confluence with a little bit of VWAP coming into the end of the day. If you like to look at prior day VWAP, that's coming in right here in and around that area as well. So let's just drop this in there. You can see, boom, and look at this. Wow, look, I gotta follow my charts. Remember we were talking about this is a bit of a trend on SNDK, and we were kind of extended off of it, Sharif?
Right.
Look at this one, 3 touches. 1, 2, and today in the pre-market, some of the best action honestly happens in the pre-market, man.
Oh, 100%.
In the pre-market. I mean, you know everything about that, right? Especially on small caps, because you don't have participants that normally like to play in the open session that are not really involved in the pre-market, and you can get much cleaner price action there. It's usually more PVP in the pre-market than it is off of the open, but that level comes right back in. Absolutely beautiful trend hold on SNDK on a higher time frame, and that bid comes in right away. So it's just like, I don't even know if, like, you can get involved here, but there's more conviction as we break prior day consolidation highs here at 415s. That comes in right off of the opening drive, man. What a beautiful, beautiful move. What a beautiful chart on the higher time frame. 450s were tested today, right? This could very well continue to go. I'm watching it, but I'm waiting for the backside, to be honest. And it seems like it's not really here at all. Nothing distinctly different. We're still holding this trend. We're still way above this trend. And, Sharif, we have this anchored VWAP from when we really started to accelerate on January 6th at the same time. So that's sitting all the way down here at 370s. That's almost $100 away. So I am watching all of these at the same time. There comes AMD. Let's see if this can come into its VWAP. Look at that beautiful trend break, man. Wow, look at this. Another level, another key level, 225s. I definitely have to make sure I'm watching some of my support and resistance levels on a higher time frame, because when they come in on the intraday and participants want to participate, price action will action for sure. So VWAP hold off of the open. That was quite nice. But now we're breaking this consolidation, and it seems like the market is looking for a little bit of a pullback as well. So yeah, chips with the dip. Let's see if we can get down into VWAP. That's 234s, 234.48 specifically on this chart.
Oh, you little.
236.22s is what we're currently trading at here. What else am I a part of?
What are you
Google.
a part of, Bob?
Take a look through this one.
My man.
Right here, a bit of a trend break happening on Google as well. Slow down, not as convincing as AMD just yet.
Remember that Bobby Valentino song?
Which one?
Slow down. I just want to get to
know ya. Yes,
man.
of course.
Yes, my man.
Come on.
As soon as you said slow down.
Yeah, I was like, yes.
My bad.
No, you're good, man. Some of this price action, when the backside comes in, I'm just like, oh boy, just slow it down and take it slow.
Bro.
No, I mean, that's what it's called. Right side.
I know, but like,
side.
you know, I'm 13 years old at heart, so, you know,
too, man.
I'm gonna be giggling.
Yeah, no. I mean, I feel like we all get excited when we see some nice legs.
Give it
to the upside or to the downside.
my money, okay? Mr.
Give him his
Seg,
money.
We're long at 69s. Oh, can there be a better omen? Let's go, Seg, you little Okay, here we go. $4, double top. Here we go with 4. There's clearly a seller at 4. We've got 69s on at the moment. We're looking for a continuation above 4. $4 seller that we can't shake. Big time seller coming in at 4. 98's a little 99. Sometimes actually at the whole dollar. Keeping an eye here. Do I have anything posted north of 4? The answer is yes. We're waiting, I believe, at 425, but that is a lofty expectation. So I'm going to go ahead and wait at 11s for a possible beak wetter there, knowing full well that we could reject. Okay, simple as that. You never really know how these small cap gappers are going to act. They will break your heart. You know, I've mentioned that before. They're around for a good time, not a long time. And there it goes, through 4, taking out all my orders except that 25 order. We've got 69s on. We're doing it freaking live. Here comes the other one, and there it goes. We've got that 25 fill as well. Go Seg, you little punk. Very happy. And at the same time, oh, CRVS. What a move, man. We got 92s. We're taking 40s here on CRVS. We're back very positive on this one after going negative, that which pissed me off to no end because there was no way I was going to end up negative on this one. I had such a good entry on it. But there we go. Right back in the money on this one. Very pleased with both of these trades. We got SEG. We got ONDS. We got CRVS. They're all taking out highs. What's that, Assassino? My bad, brother. All right, we gotta go to OB.
Yes, sir. So PDS Biotechnology, that's PDSB on the NASDAQ, is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type in the United States in a few years. Learn more at pdsbiotech.com. That's PDSB on the NASDAQ. Let's see. The 236 is coming in here on AMD. Google is starting to catch a little bit of a sell, right, as sellers step into the bid. Thank you very much. It's potentially coming in here as well. There was a bit of structure, maybe potentially a flat bottom at 326s. Let's see if 326s. I'm looking for a convincing action underneath, into and through 326s. You can see the market taking a bit of a pullback here. So market tailwind definitely on our side here as we pull in, Sharif. So. Sir. NASDAQ, I'm looking for this to crack right here. We had a bit of a double bottom here at 25 through 33.5s, I guess. 335s, 25 335s, roughly. I don't have my candle details on, so I can't really get extremely specific, but we can see every time we did come back into here, we've been chopping, popping, but slowing down. We are on these markets for a little bit here. So it's, where's that kind of area here on the ES? You can see the ES has actually broken down. So it's making higher, lower highs and lower lows. And that prior lower low is sitting just above 68.80. So that's what I'm watching for here on both these futures, Sharif. So gotta keep a close eye on some of this AMD. AMD can wipe around. I've seen it wipe a dollar up and down multiple times. So I do have to be wary of that. Intel, I'm so tempted. I was so tempted to take some serious size on the 50, but it wasn't at my desk when that actually came in. Here's the 326s on Google. Someone's definitely slapping the bid there as we're seeing some red on the tape. We talked about the tape colors. What do they mean? Dark reds mean below the bid. Bright greens mean above the ask. Green and red normally are just on the level one, on the current trading price, and yellows are the mid prints. So I want to see a lot more. Yeah, it's more like it gives you a perspective of how like the participation is happening. Yeah. Because right? I want to know, like, sure, these prices are being printed. Sure, there's a buyer, there's a seller, but I want to be able to read some sort of demand, right, to the upside or the downside. And if someone is pushing into the bid, there's some demand for selling.
Over the ask, what color? Bright green. Under the bid, red. I love it. So mine is orange above the ask and then blue below the bid. Okay, yeah. And so I've made this point to the chat many times. You're able to see sentiment immediately through color, right? And so you can see the wave of sell orders orders or the wave of buy orders without actually looking at every individual price. You see it through color, and that it does really help in real time, when especially with these small cap gappers. Speaking of small cap gappers, more pleased I could not be for my trade here on CRVS. I added into this one at 92s I had, and we just took out the final out at 1669. It is a 1675 high of day now on CRVS, having taken out that previous intraday or daily high that we printed at 950, which was 1660 on the dot. But it is still 50 pennies here that I feel that we haven't cleared on any decisive basis, despite the fact we're above it right now. So keeping a firm eye here on CRVS for another add into this one. Now, separately, SEG, I got pushed out for the remaining amount, but guess what? That push out there was in the money. So we didn't end up losing anything on SEG. I have 0 LFT. Well, that's not true. I do have LFT, obviously, because I was trading with shares up here. So we didn't give back anything, on a losing trade, but we did give back some unrealized profits, full disclosure. Now, here's the deal. I perceive that 350 to 375 area on SEGG as a buy zone. I need to see a little bit more before, I'm really kind of, gung-ho behind that. But initial observations, given the recent price move up and then the pull back down, it seems to be 375 as a general area of support. If that gives the ghost, then I'm looking at the 50. And the reason I'm looking at the 50 penny area is because the EMA on the 5 is just a little bit higher than that area. So certainly in focus for me over here. The only trade we've got left on right now is ONDS. We got 05s coming back into 12. This one is a lot slower, as you can see by the percentage up on the day. It's only up 16.25%. I've already put my stop through this one. Anything below 15 is the end of the trade for me on this one. We've got 05s, sole risk 5 pennies on the last remaining couple of outs here. Let's go through some of these super chats, because I'm sorry, I did miss one earlier on. Let me go to there before I get to the DVLT one. Did you cover a TENX? Did you cover the super TENX? No. Okay, I'll get to that one in a second. But Justin, thank you very much. $5 Canadian. Appreciate that, brother. Hey, boys. What do you think about the possible deal with TCL buying Sony's TV division? Thanks for a great show as always. Cheers. I personally didn't even know that was happening. I didn't know that was happening.
Sony's TV division?
I know, but
Sony makes some of the best
screens. But is Sony something that you and I trade or invest in all that often?
I wish I could.
It's a Nikkei. Yeah. So I personally don't have any opinions on this. I didn't know what was happening. I think it would be irresponsible of me to opine on it without really, doing a little bit of a little research, just so that I can have some foundation for what I say. I don't know. Did you have anything that you wanted to opine on? I'm sorry.
I mean, this is news to me, man. I mean, we can take a look at the Sony chart and across the pond and see how that's going. We do have an ADR here as well. We do. We can just take a look at that for something.
ADR,
wow, there's the selling on through 326. Let's see how much further we can get. VWAP all the way down at 324s. I got out of that AMD just because it is very strong on the day. MF Dangerous in the chat was shouting out, nice trade on AMD. Let's go. Yeah, quick little scalp there from 328s down into 236s. We'll take a look at the Sony chart right after we hear some details about this deal.
Beautiful.
I thought if you guys do want to know more, I did look into this. So it looks like this has actually been announced. I know the wording of the super chat is if the deal goes through. I mean, it hasn't obviously gone through yet, but it looks like Sony has in fact announced plans to spin off its TV hardware business. That's going to be a new JV with TCL. They've signed a non-binding agreement for Sony's home entertainment business. TCL is going to get a 51% stake. Sony with a 49% stake. This partnership is being viewed, I think, more as far as I can tell, as a win for TCL, which will now be putting itself in the premium television landscape. So apparently they're going to be aiming to finalize binding agreements by the end of March. This JV, the goal to start here is in April 2027, of course, pending regulatory approval. So some dates to keep an eye on, again, March 2026 and then April 2027. If anyone wants more details on this, always let me know. I can look into it. But yeah, as far as I can tell, looks like this deal, as of this morning, has been announced. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, there you go. You got your answer right there. 2006 Jeep Limited. And here's the deal, man. I didn't drive a 2006 Jeep Limited, but I got a hand-me-down from my mom Dukes when I was in undergrad. 2001 Jeep Grand Cherokee, and that one was a V8 5-liter, and I had to pay for gas on that. And you can just imagine what the God. I hated my parents for that. Like, why'd you give me this? No, I would never hate my parents, and I'm always grateful for everything that they've done for me. So obviously that was a little tongue-in-cheek there. But let's have a look at TENX. And shout out to my man there. I took 2006 Jeep Limited for the 199 Super Chat. TENX, let's have a look at that. 10X Therapeutics. What do we got over here? So intraday, we've got very little in the way of price action. At all, it looks as if we're up 2 3/4% on the day, $101 million market cap. Not immediately seeing any new blotter entries for news on this one, so I'm not seeing much in terms of a catalyst. Oh, ending the story there. Look at this daily chart. Fantastic looking daily chart. Let's do a little TA on this. Clearly a breakout. I don't know where we are historically, but we're going to get to that in a second. Okay, so we're not. Okay, well, this one split, reverse split a whole bunch of times. So, you know, it's seen better days. Let's look at the weekly. Always start with a wider time frame. Really does help out. So clearly we're coming from much higher highs. Embarrassing. Let's go TENX. Okay, so we'll just flip back to the daily, and then we'll do a little TA on the daily, and that's not even loading up anymore. So I do apologize. Just give this one a second to load up, and then we'll get right down to it. There it is. So locally, obviously, aside from the previous areas of price action over here back in late 22, early 23, it looks like we've been kind of straddling the same price level from what I can see for, I want to say, the last almost 2 years. Looks like we've been down into these levels since April of 23. Locally, though, you can see we kind of definitely found some support at $5. It held $5 for the majority of last year, and then really reclaimed the 200 from the north side as opposed to the south side, and then this breakout has been on. It looks like the majority of prints are finding support at the 10 EMA, so if you put in a dip trade just to shadow the 10 EMA, it's for the most part held. There are these outlying days, for example, on the 2nd of January, so the first trading day this year, where we lost the 20, but that was the only time that TENX actually touched 20 since, I want to say, the 14th of November, when it lost the 20 momentarily after a monster topping tail candle. But we have since broken above that range, which seemed to be between 8 to 8.5. That's all gone. In fact, we're using that 8.5 now as an area of support. So this looks locally like a very good chart. And you got bottoming tail candles in the last 3 days, which are showing you buyers are loving that 10 EMA dip. And, you know, you're certainly closing off lows, even though we had some very marked, clear red days last week. This one managed to close off the lows, which is not a bad look. Maybe if you're really looking for a technical analysis entry, you're taking prior bar high break. Prior bar high break is 1665. The high of the day today is 1649. So all 3 candles, though, are bottoming tail candles, which tells you buyers are stepping in. TENX, what does this company do? 10X Therapeutics, as I mentioned. Phase 3 development stage pharmaceutical company focused on identifying, developing, and commercializing products that address cardiovascular and pulmonary disease with a high unmet medical needs. Their products, they have how many? 1, 2. They have 2 products in the pipeline at the moment. One is an oral, and they're both oral drugs. Okay, so just TA-wise, doesn't look too bad. Obviously, you're coming from much higher, so there could theoretically be bag holders there that will keep the price down as they look, to get out break even or to mitigate some of their losses. Shout out to Jeep, 2006 Jeep Cherokee Limited there. I do appreciate that. Do we have any other super chats here that I get to?
We got Vizbot. Thank you very much
so we got a whole bunch. Dang it. All right, we got to get to these. Oh, DVLT. Thank you, SSino. I appreciate that. DVLT on the next 12 months is going to be at $4. All right, pontificator, I like it. Let's shout out Jusu 94. Let's look at DVLT for the OG. This is the daily on DVLT, so you know, a little zig and zag. Looks like a head and shoulders breakdown preceded by an uptrend. Left shoulder head, right shoulder neckline break. I want to say in and around that 165, but there was certainly bamboozlement that came back and tested that high, but you are putting in lower highs and lower lows. That is not up for dispute. There's your local area high on the 27th of October, which got into about $4, a little bit less than $4. You have another area high, which is a lower high, by the way, on the 24th of November that got into 286. And then you have another area high, which double topped off 150. So area high, lower high, lower high. You have area low, lower low. Not quite yet, though, a lower low relative to what we did on the 31st of December, 30th and 31st of December, where we found support in and around that 48 penny. So let's just say 50 penny area. Into 72 we go. I've seen better daily charts, certainly, but you know, a break above that 150 area could certainly change things, as that was clearly a double top, and certainly sellers were taking profits there. Also, that 150 double top breaks the lower high trend, which would be an interesting, you know, an important technical analysis development. DVLT, thank you for that. What do we got over here? SNG, yeah, you guys are talking about trades. Sorry, I just got to get to these supers. You want to take Vizbot? Oh,
sure, yeah. Thank you very much, Vizbot, saying, love you guys. Thank you for great show every day. Wishing you all the best in your lives, even outside of trading.
So kind, man.
Hope for happy and healthy friends and family. Thank you very much.
That's so kind,
thank you for the blessings as well, and we wish you the same. Thank you very much for tuning in as well. We try to give it to you here live. Best of the best.
Then Adam James. He's not going to be as nice. I know how Adam is.
Okay.
He's a feisty one. I like that. I like that because I've got shades of that in my personality. Let's go on this high on life. Climbing volcanoes, eating the best fruit on earth, sitting in the sun, in the garden, listening to you guys and spending my morning making money, 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 and you guessed it, another money sign there. Life is grand. And all credit to Jesus. God bless the TTV family. Thank you very much, Adam James. Very nice comment, and I hope you have a fantastic day. I'm sure you feel the same way.
That was pretty nice, man. Come on.
It is. But he's a prickly one. Don't get on his backside, Adam.
You front ran the chat there. Come on,
he's a great guy, brother. But
nice.
I know my viewers, man. You know, I'm here every day, so I know how Adam is. But
thank you, Adam.
Very kind of you, Adam. I appreciate you, brother. All right, Obe,
yes, sir.
Let's cut the crap and get right down to work. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So here's what we got. CRVS is continuing to be him at the moment, 1685 high, continuing to go. It's up 108, 109%. 1685 is what I said the high was. We're showing 77s right now. We were done this trade at 69er, but we're going to look to get back in because this is a very clear, as we mentioned, it wasn't without bamboozlement, flat top break through $16, and there's another area high. In the 1688 it goes. It looks like it's destined for 17. Whether or not we see the same type of price action resistance at that whole $17 level, or whether or not this blows through it, it's a 97 penny high now. We're going to see 17 very, very soon. It feels like here on CRVS, very strong, very directional, but be on the lookout there. I got chopped up on it after having a really good trade initially. Then we went red on it. Now we're back to green on CRVS, but it is not without bamboozlement, so be on the lookout there. Once you feel maybe a level was cleared, it has a way of making you rethink that. Up 110% with a $17 on the dot high. I also want to mention SGN, and we just got a super for that at the moment. I'll get to that in a second. SGN, 29.5 penny high. It drops all the way down to 20. Double bottoms at 20. Ironically enough, not a level that I would have earmarked for support. It was the 20 EMA in addition to being the 20 penny area with a topping tail candle now into 27.5. Couldn't shake that seller, so that would be technically, if we reject here, that would be a lower high, about a 2 penny lower high off that 29.5 penny day high, and then a 27.5 penny local area high. A break above 27.5 pennies shows you that that seller that was keeping us down is now gone, and that makes it more likely than not that we hit that 29.5 penny high, and then we take out maybe 30. Who knows where this one goes? It's up 84% and looking at doing more damage there. So those are the ones that I'm looking at. These are the ones that are kind of running midday. But SEGG, we got to put some respect on this one's name because it is now doing a bit of a different dance than we had seen prior. Let's look at that said dance here. Look at all these candles here, which all of them, not without exception, all of them find support off the 10 EMA, and the 10 EMA is upward sloping here, so it's dynamic. The price level was never the same here on the 10 EMA when these wicks drop down into it. So this makes me feel like, we're kind of bull flagging for a $4 decided flat top break. As you can see, though, very few in the way of closing prints above $4 on SEGG. So that has to factor in to your analysis that the short seller and or profit taker is being quite aggressive with that $4 area. It's not without breaches, though. There are many breaches. I was caught on the many of those breaches on that 1220 candle. That's how we got that 4.25 print. But look at the candle that I took a 4.25 print at. It turns into an inverse hammer candle and closes substantially below that $4 level. So I need to see a lot more. I need to see closing prints on the 5-minute chart above that $4 to kind of rest assure a little bit more that we're going to remove, I should say, that $4 seller and or profit taker at around $4 on SEGG. This one is not on, this one should not be off your watch list yet because it is not breaking down. It's above the 10 EMA, it's above VWAP. It's clearly showing you its intentions to take out 4, and it's up 200% on the day, man. It's going to be on a lot of people's radars when they look up at wherever they look at their scanners there. I look up for my scanner because it's on the top screen. So yeah, those are the ones I'm keeping my eye out on. ADTX ended up being hot garbage as quickly as it was able to breach a volume weighted average price on the north side, as quickly as it lost it to the downside, and now it's holding on for dear life above that dollar area. So it's CRVS, ONDS, SEGG, and SGN that we're going to focus on here in the afternoon. Oh.
Yes, sir. So the market did give us a bit of a flush there on that 15-minute candle. There's about 3 minutes left. And we're catching a strong bid coming into the close of this candle in about 3 minutes. So guess what? 326s, I kind of saw it happening there earlier. I covered most of that Google right here onto 326s because I was just like, all right, well, if you're going to hold while the market's kind of dropping, this level is being held. It's strong on the day, higher lows, right, technically. Unfortunately, got out of AMD as well, but now we're trading below 236s. That's coming, it looks like it's making a beeline towards VWAP, which is just 234s and some change. But man, that 238, that was the place to really get involved with the market slowing down because this thing was very, very extended relative to anything else in the sector. A little bit of a balance. Bit of a mean reversion happening there on AMD on the trend break. Google as well. Let's see what we do with this 326s. If the market comes right back in, I'm willing to get involved. But where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. That was a quick little scalp there. BE all-time highs, saying Mike DeRuyter. So let's see. Let's take a look at BE here. Okay, these are all-time highs, 155.23.
I was just telling Katina, man, about that one, man.
On Bloom Energy.
Your boy Mitch,
He called it up.
talking about that.
Yeah, look at that breakout, man. That breakout's coming in. Sure, not very
look
clean.
At the reversion, though, off that
off of this
area
yeah,
high.
Yeah.
This hold through all
nice.
that, man.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're
annoying
holding through all that, but on the breakout here, on the intraday or even like a quick swing, yeah, that's coming in quite nicely with some fresh highs, and that it came in with an aggressive bid too, Sharif. This looks like you're right. This looked like it was going to break down, but 77 double bottom holds. And then it rips right back up, covering this whole range, which was about 75% in 3 weeks. It took multiple weeks. Let's see how many weeks. It took about 7 weeks to kind of chop around and fade off.
Usually you don't see it that way, Ob. Usually the move down is substantially quicker than the move up. In this case, it kind of...
I mean, it might be fueled by some external factors as well. I don't know what the short float on this thing is, but we can take a quick...
Double digits,
we can take a quick check here.
Well, it was. Who knows now, but...
Yeah, exactly. You got to remember, some of those quotes for the short float are...
couple weeks old.
3 to 4 weeks old.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure you're watching price action to get like a proper tell of what might be actually going on there. But Bloom Energy, let's take a quick look here. Short float, 9.41% here. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
10% float on something that has a, what do you call, a market cap of 36 billion, 200 million shares float. 10% is a decent chunk, right? Here comes the market with some fresh lows as well on this 15-minute candle. As we just go last 20 seconds. Wow, look at that. Look at that. I don't know if I want to call it a fugaze, but a few minutes coming into the candle, we catch that strong bid, and I'm like, oh no, we might be turning. And then with only seconds left to finish this 15-minute candle, slap it back down. There goes Google, straight through that 326, trading at 325 halves now. So yeah, I had to hold through that, but I'm not really watching the tape as aggressively as I really should be to really participate. Something might be going on, but things are following through, let's say that much at least on the day here, as both the Google and the Apple working out quite nicely here on these reversions that I have on. And wow, Intel as well. Another one I punched out of. That 50, again, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Again, take a look at this. Intel, let's go to 3-minute. I like that frame. 50 cannot go through 50. 50 supply has been there over the past now 3 days.
Oh, it's just
once again, look at that flat top right there.
Yeah.
50.02s is the high. Wick. Can't break, and then breaks this short-term trend to the downside. That's at 49.80s, 49.90s if you're nice with it, pulling back into 49.20s. Like, that is a significant move on a $50 stock, right? Pulling right back into consolidation lows now at 49. 49 was a double bottom from before. Structure hold, making a beeline for that 49. So now the question becomes, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Do we crack down into VWAP, which is just shy of 49, 48.87s here, if we break that structure low? With the market coming in like this and the type of stock that Intel is, sometimes it follows the market, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, it's very true.
But when it does, like it is now, it could be something interesting to really watch that tailwind, market tailwind, for confluence at the same time. So I'll be watching this one close. Do the buyers step back in at 49s? ES is breaking opening range lows currently, trying to, and the NASDAQ is on its way there as well. So
okay. Let's just cover one quick thing here. Yeah, I see that SEG is at VWAP. I'm watching. It lost clearly that $4 attempt to break, and it's back down into VWAP, which are higher lows. We're going to look at QUIK. Shout out to KC526. She already dropped 10 membies, 10 premium memberships for our YouTube guys. So check to see if you're now a member, because she was giving out memberships earlier, but you got to be in the chat in order to get one. And another $10 super chat by KC526. Sharif, looking to swing QUIK. Would you take a look, please? So this is the 5 minutes. So clearly, we're not looking for an intraday trade here, as she made very clear. It's a swing trade. I like this. Right off the bat, you're putting in higher lows. That's not up for debate, okay? So if you're looking at an area low back on the 4th of April, looks like that was a tariff tantrum low. It's higher lows, area low late August, early September, another area low in early November, all of which are higher. That's number one. Number two, you are now above the 200 moving average, and you weren't really able to stay and hold above the 200 moving average. That's number two. Number three, you're above a previous area high. So yeah, we were putting in higher lows. That's fantastic. But it would mean very little if we were not taking out area highs, because we would be capped. Well, certainly not. That $8 area was the previous area high. That takes us back to the early parts of November, and we took out that on a nice decisive break. Look at that continuation break from basically the first trading day of this year. That is the 2nd of January. Since the 2nd of January to today's price action, we're up about 50%. Okay, I'm not even looking at what this company does. Now, clearly, this company has seen better days. You're obviously looking back at the 31st, so the beginning of last year, end of 24. We got into about $13. Let's take a better, more thorough look there. So it looks like, you know, the closing prints all around 12, but the wicks did get into 13 and change. So a move above 12, 13, KC certainly changes the look there. Okay, well, and you're not that far away from it, mind you. You're at 895 high, or you're currently trading at 895. So I'd like to see what it does with 10 as well, Case, just because $10 psychological resistance, and we've seen it, Assassino act as resistance at 10 back on the late part of June of 2024, and again in 2023, and again October of 2023. But I got to tell you guys about something, especially the savvy Canadian traders who are looking to boost their exposure. They can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3x daily leveraged ETFs, which feature built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify the short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. So whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs, they're built for active day traders ready to take on the market. So you need to read the full disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Shout out to the great folks there at Beta Pro who give you, that currency hedge. I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, I don't mind that at all. Case QUIK was the one she was talking about. It's literally at the high of the day, just broke through area high into 99. This is not a bad look at all, Casey. What I would just say is, you're definitely looking for that 10 psychological resistance to clear. It may not do it in a straight line. And then if you do get above 13 or that topping tail candle that we got into the later part of last year, earlier this year, you're certainly looking probably at 19, 20 if the trend continues, okay? So yeah, good look there. But obviously, sound risk management skills, I don't need to tell you that. I already know that you got that on lock. So shout out to Casey. Just before we send it back to O, a couple of things I want to talk about here. SEGG continuing to fight for its life above that 350 area. And it's got 3 bottoming tail candles now on the 5-minute chart, all of which closed above the volume weighted average price, but all of which breached the volume weighted average price on a wick basis. So that's number one. We can kind of gauge that there are half-dollar buyers here. You needn't be a chartered market technician to spot that. That's number one. Number two, if we can get above the 10 EMA on the 5 on SEGG, which we're trading below right now, that puts it back into Uncle Sheriff's good books here. And even better, if we can get above that consolidation area low at 375 that we were holding basically from 12.15 to the breakdown at 12.40. You get above that, you have another attempt at $4 and a decided break above that. We're going to keep an eye here on SEGG, but it is CRVS's world, and we're all just living in it. My best out here was 69. I thought I was like, king, you know what? And this one blowing through 17 in a way that didn't even mimic at all or even look like the resistance that we saw at 16. This is taking out 17 like it doesn't even matter. $17.44 high. It's up 116%. Looking real good here on CRVS. Couple of bamboozling prints that, gave me a little bit of trouble earlier on. I was like insistent that this was going to be a flat top break and a continuation. It did. It went to $16.50 above that $16 flat top, but it lost 15.5. So it dropped $1 off the top and it lost a lot of my areas. So CRVS is certainly in focus. It's looking the best of the bunch right now, Ob.
Yes, sir. So these reversions are coming in hot and heavy as the ES breaks through that day low, and then the NASDAQ coming in here as well with about 7 minutes left, about half the candle almost, of the 15-minute candle. Now, I just like to use 15-minute candles just because it's a bit of a higher time frame than what I'm looking at for taking scalps. Always gives a bit of a perspective. So AMD made it all the way down into VWAP there, so a bit of a fumble. Not holding onto there and covering everything at 236s as it came down to 235s, 234s and some change. That was pretty solid, but took the scalp from 38s to 36s. That's fine. Google as well covered pretty much everything here on that 326, left the breadcrumb on, covered a little bit more here on those 325s. It seems like it is coming in, making a beeline for its VWAP as well. So I am looking now, Sharif, for the next trade, and there is one that stands out above the others in the chip sector specifically, and that is TSM. This was in the news last week. This was pretty solid as well. I do have some anchored VWAPs here. That gap up that we had, a 350 push. Oh, this was the stock, 349.99. So that was the pre-market high. We tried to push that 350 a couple of times. Day 2 was on Friday. This is earnings day 2, earnings day 3. We could not get through 350 the first 2 days, and now breaking through some of those reference prices That's a big miss on my part. Earnings day one low crack came in right off of the open. In the first 15 to 20 minutes right here. Which candle is this? That is the 9:39 candle. So 9 minutes right after the opening range low break, earnings day one low break, does not even look back here, Sharif. So that low was 337.90s. This consolidation high is not even through these 790s. It's 337.80s, 81s right here. So this little chop where the buyers did attempt to try to take it a little bit higher, but selling came right back in, and then this low was broken once again. This is a beautiful stair step down, man. You can see here, structure, that first buying that comes in, yeah, of course I'm going to call that a bit of structure there. And that low, when that breaks, we pull back in, we pull up, give you another chance to get short underneath that 336. So that pull up wasn't that strong. As a seller stepped right back in and trading back down to its lows, 330s, 329.26s, reference low. What is that? What might that be?
What is it?
Of the earnings prior day. See here, 327s. So 328s, not that far away from that our prior, I guess you want to call it earnings eve day close on TSM. So I'm watching this one because I'm looking for a potential reversion. This is a little overextended, even though it's earnings day 3, even though I missed probably one of the better trades on the day, which was the TSM short, right? If I were to look across the board and say, what were some of the best trades today? Intel 50 short. Now that I see it, TSM, earnings day 1 breakdown, that's a good one. A lot of these strong stocks, man. And then AMD reversion as well, absolutely solid. Of course, I'm gonna call out some of my reversions there. As sure, it doesn't go right away, but when that trend is done, when those buyers have dissipated, and the market tailwind is also on our side, it does give us a beautiful scalp for about, let's say, let's just measure how much that was all the way down into VWAP. It's about $3 and about a point and a half in terms of percentage. That was one of the top trades as well, in my opinion. And of course, if you were watching SNDK, this one is a little tougher, but higher time frame confluence, we talked about this, holding now for a third time on a multi-day trend after a gap up continuation. The strong sell-off day on Thursday, the 8th of January, held up the next day as well, breaking out of that reference where sellers did step in pretty aggressively on day 3 of this move when we actually got that strong bid on January 6th. So trend post, I guess, step up, hold, however you want to call it, however you want to name it in your playbook, trend hold. And then once again today, trend hold in the pre-market for an opening drive that gives you a crazy amount of range here. Let's just measure from the pre-market highs into the day highs here. Sure, maybe not everybody's holding for that initial pullback, but 11% up to there, and just shy of that on the initial push up into 443s, where selling first comes in. So those, I think, in my opinion, were some of the best opportunities. And that first leg on SNDK was about 8%.
I gotta talk here because CRVS is, it looks like a short squeeze here, guys. This is an aggressive price move. There are barely any red candles on the 1, let alone the 5. The last time we had a red candle on the 5-minute here on CRVS was 12.25. It is now 2 to 1. Very, very strong, very directional. Had no trouble with 17. Had no trouble with 18. Unlike, of course, the trouble that we had with 16. So clearly the shorts are caught offside here, given the relative, aggressive, well, not relative, aggressive price move. This, really can't be understated. It's up 130%, 1830 high. We were dabbling with this one, I think, down in the 15s, and there it is, another high day, 1846. Very, very directional, very strong. Where it ends up finding resistance and where it pulls back into, we're going to need to watch the price the price action and the chart patterns to kind of make that educated assessment. But if it clears 18 any more decisively, it looks like we could be on our way to 20 here on CRVS. So trade this carefully because it can rip your face off both ways. You know how these ones act. But yeah, very, very strong, very directional price action coming down into 18. Let's observe now to see if the buyers are going to step up. And certainly for the moment that they are, defending that $18 level. You may want to switch now if you're interested in trading these into a shorter term time frame. I'm talking about the 5, the 10, the 15, just so that you can spot local areas of support and resistance. Basically what you can see on the level 2. The only issue with the level 2 is it doesn't stay at that in that kind of picture where it shows you that same buyer is coming in at 33. I'm just giving you any random example there. Whereas on the price chart on a shorter term time frame, you're definitely going to see that back into 46 we go, and there's another high, 1850. The buyers are very strong here, so it looks like as if maybe we can just pick up some higher lows for the moment. What is the high now? 1360. It's going to break through there. Okay, there it goes. 66 area high now, up 130%. Very, very directional. Like we're going to see 19 probably sooner rather than later. Wow. This is extremely strong. 79 penny high now. Looks like we're just going to hit 19 in a matter of seconds, up 130 and some odd percent. Very, very directional, very strong. And it has the kind of effect of lessening the focus on some of these others like SEGG and ONDS who are bleeding down now and losing trend. 1879 high. We're putting in a red candle now on this 5-minute chart. Do we find support at 18? Are we going to find support at 18? We found support in the low teens last time, and we did it again here. Here's low 20s. Let's watch. Let's see if we come down into the mid-teens, and if we do, are there buyers stepping in? Now into 31, so the buyers are stepping in a little bit higher every time now. Keeping an eye here closely on this, looking for a 20 penny. There's a 20 penny buyer here that the shorts can't seem to shake, so let's keep an eye out on that. You could get in here, give it to 18, right? But trying to spot the right entry just requires a little bit of patience to see when the selling gets exhausted and what repetitive levels keep showing up on the level 2. So we had a buyer at 20, now we have a buyer at 21. So that buyer stepping up, we're going to get in here and we're going to give it basically to 14s, okay? So 18, 14, so we'll risk about 10 pennies or so. And that's what we'll give it. We got 28s on at the moment. Let's see if we can get some a little bit higher into the 50s. We'll go a little bit higher as well. We'll see if the buyers are going to step in here, help propel this one a little bit higher. It was a very aggressive buy sequence earlier there. It goes right up into my area. We're going to wet the beak there. 43 seller that we can't shake at the moment. There he goes. It's into 50. The breakout is on again. There's a 50 seller that we can't shake. We'll wet the beak there, and then we'll move it up. That 50 seller is gone. He got killed. It is now up into 60. We got 28s on. We're posting at 69, of course, as you know. 64 is coming in there. Not quite yet. And there it goes again. Boom, into 75. CRVS is him right now, and it's about to take out 19, and then I think we could easily see 20 if the shorts are caught offside. It feels like, though, the shorts are caught offside currently. Here comes again 1884 high day, 88s. Here comes 19 likely. We got about 54 million shares, a little bit less than that traded on the day. So very directional, very strong. Look to pick it up like I did there on the pullback. You can clearly see what I did there. So I showed it to you guys in real time. I saw a buyer at 20, and then when we drop back down into that same 20 penny area, that same buyer was at 21 this time. It's the same thing that we see with the selling, right? We talked about this. There was a seller at 35, and then next time when we got up into that 35, the same seller was at 34. Works both ways. So keep your eye on this one. We're looking for a little bit more. Oh.
Yes, sir. So I think we've missed a few super chats here. So let's go through some of these super chats. Did you take a look at Quick already? QUIC.
Yeah,
So we covered that one there.
I did.
All right. So Mr. Willis coming in here saying that you answered all the super chats, but
my bad, man.
SDST.
So sorry.
Sharif, that might be a small cap there. SDST, potentially. I mean, it sounds like one for sure. Is that something? No volume?
Well, there's 14.5 million shares. Oh, I'm looking at the 5-second chart.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's probably why.
So
below VWAP, can't trade those. Yeah.
SDST.
It had a really good 730 breakout OB, but then it's done,
Yeah, there you go. I mean, here, the stuff on this is the action, some of the best opportunities, probably just in the pre-market. Sure, you can keep a watch on it there, but most of the volume, most of the relative volume that it's done was at 7:30. I was going to say 4 a.m. there. 7:30 push, and after that, absolutely nothing. So some of those you got to be early for them. You got to be in the pre-market, like we just mentioned before. Next, Adam James saying, this is funny. Thank you again for the super chat, Adam. Selling the misses and loading up on NVIDIA if and when it hits the 160s. Meta in the 500s, many more names. I actually welcome a taco dip / correction. Yeah, man, I'm looking for that as well, Adam. I mean, you know, maybe you don't have to sell the misses, but you do you, man. I'm not gonna tell you how to operate there. But 160s on NVIDIA, he's interested in, and then Meta in the 500s, many more names as well. Yeah, no, for sure. A quick look at NVIDIA here.
Guys, ADTX is breaking out, but go ahead, Ob. ADTX, guys, it's going bonk.
You got to keep a close eye on some of those, man. Some of those can go absolutely crazy. But 160s, let's see what Adam is talking about here. 160s, yeah, I like that. I like that. That's kind of a structure low there. Every time we've come in over the past few times, we have caught a bit of a bid there on NVDA. We can take a look at Meta in the 500s. That's what you like. Damn, look at that. Last time we got all the way down to 470s. Strong bid there as well, but bigger picture, definitely a bit of an uptrend. So thank you, Adam, James, for that. David in the chat, AVAV chart today is the textbook of how execution trader exits a very large position, saying David Treziak.
Yeah, he's an OG.
AVAV, let's take a look at this. AeroVironment. A large textbook execution of how a large trader exits, so how a very large trader exits position. You're saying that this grinding selling, yeah, maybe. There's definitely a seller on board for sure, and it definitely has to be a large seller if you want to move something like this around for multiples of hours. This has been selling off since 9:39, pretty much a clean and steady downtrend for almost 3.5 hours, David. So good stuff on there. Is it doing relative volume? Absolutely yes. 1.9s to 1.7s, 2 times as volume increases into some of these lows, breaking prior week low, coming into some of this area as well with some relative volume. So haven't really been watching this stock that closely, but definitely a seller on the day here, on the book, on the tape, however you want to look at it. To keep it consistently going down like that, there's definitely something that is just stepping down on the offer throughout the day. Good point out. Whenever I see stuff like this, David, I'm just like, all right, we have identified that there is a very significant, large player, whatever, on the book, on the day today. And when he's done his business, he or she, I definitely want to participate because this is technically non-random, in my opinion. Right, so it's just we'll see how this potentially comes in. But look at this extension away from VWAP, extension away from opening range lows, and in terms of its ATR, I don't know how much it's done, but it's also looking like it's done some multiples of ATR on the day as well. So yeah, thanks for pointing that out. AVAV, strong seller on board on this one.
All right, guys, ADTX is breaking out, but it is kind of a little bit past some of its prime right there, a new high day, mind you. And this one is super sporadic, as you can kind of see by both the price action and the volume bars. I mean, this is when we reported on to you guys. The broke out literally right at 12 o'clock, and we brought it to you there, but it was quick to revert, $1.25 high, ended up trading well below VWAP. But funny enough, it ended up holding $1. Maybe that was the first tell. And then the second tell was these higher lows, which weren't really eye-catching by any means because they weren't moving up big. But then right at 1 o'clock, okay, so that's funny. The breakout's 12 o'clock, and then the other breakout's 1 o'clock. Okay, somebody with a very, very simple buy program today. Buy on the hour, and then revert back. I mean, he's probably not reverting back. It's the market, right? People trading this, but 145 high, essentially up to that 150. It's up 60%. But that is pretty, eye-catching there. 12 o'clock breakout, a chasm of price action, a chasm of volume bars there. Then right at 1 o'clock, the volume comes in spades, and we take out the prior intraday high, which I believe was $1.25. It is a bit of a bamboozler, though, so you probably had to be holding this into one to really take advantage of that 149. I don't know if we kind of rock it up in the same way that we've been doing before, but ADTX, one to keep your eye out on here. Profit taking looks like here on CRVS as this one breaks through 19 to the tune of 19.14. not the year that the First World War started, but the price action. Dropping down into 18, almost 18 to the dot, actually. This one didn't lose 18 on prior bar, which was 18.08 low, and current bar, $18 low. So 18 here on CRVS has a buyer. You need to watch the tape, though, and the price on the level 2 to kind of confirm that. But CRVS topping tail candle, finding support at 18, 1750 is a 10 EMA on the 5. All right, guys, I just wanted to go through that because we're going to start the new segment right now. Yep. It is, I believe, 10 past 1, so we're already late. It's 15 pages this morning, too.
Whoa.
But yeah. Well, we're probably not going to go through the whole thing. It's usually 15 pages, usually at 12, 13, 14, 15, somewhere in that vicinity. But most days, it's going to be 14, 15. And we try to give you, a comprehensive view of the market. You don't have to read every article, obviously. Whatever interests you, read it. Whatever it doesn't, you skip past it. That's the beauty of it. It's one story per page. So right away, you know.
Solid. Yeah, one-page summary.
Exactly. You're interested, you read. You're not, you skip it. All right. And then a lot of people like as well the trader takeaway. So they'll just go to the trader takeaway component of the story, kind of get, what should I be looking at as a trader rather than digging deep into the fundamentals. So that is a look there. Let's start though with this possible new trade war escalation vis-a-vis the actions on the weekend. President Trump basically saying that if European countries do not support his desire to acquire Greenland and however form he's going to try and acquire it, there may be tariffs that they may have to deal with. So let's go through the story. U.S. stock futures pointed sharply lower, and they still are. All 4 major averages negative after President Trump escalated rhetoric around Greenland, tying new tariffs, directly to a proposed U.S. acquisition of the Danish territory. Tariffs targeting 8 different NATO members, which start at 10% on the 1st of February, so in a couple of weeks, and then rise to 25% by the 1st of June, of course, if the issue has not been resolved. European leaders labeled the tariff threats as, quote, unacceptable. France reportedly urging the European Union to consider its strongest countermeasures that they've got there in the quiver or arsenal, or whatever you want to call it, something called the anti-coercion instrument. President Trump also threatened 200% tariffs, specifically, though, on French wine and champagne, expanding the trade dispute with his favorite European leader, of course, Emmanuel Macron. The Supreme Court. What?
Macaron Chacaron.
Macaron Chacaron. The Supreme Court, as we know, could rule as, who knows when it's going to come out, on the legality or the legal veracity of the tariffs that, President Trump has instituted on many countries around the world. He's used the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, and that is the basis upon which it's going to be tested in the Supreme Court. President Trump and other key members of his administration have made very clear that if the Supreme Court kiboshes this specific statute as a vehicle to advance these tariffs, he will and his administration will come at it from a different way. That is something we need to be alive to. He is set to speak at the World Economic Forum in Davos, I believe tomorrow, set for 10 a.m., but you never really know with President Trump. There are also other, issues around the world, not the least of which are the issues in Iran, where many deaths have been reported. That is adding to, of course, the economic uncertainty and the political volatility, economic volatility that we're seeing. Any look at the SPY here? Let's just take a look at the SPY.
Yeah, sure. We can take a look at the SPY. I was actually looking at some stocks that trade in Europe,
yes, sir,
because they would definitely be affected by some of these. And I did what do you call it? We can go through. I asked GPT this morning and yesterday about what can potentially be looked at for this move here. So give me 1 second. It did give me a list. It was just like looking at defense stocks, right? With some of these geopolitical advances.
There you go.
And it was just like, okay, cool. So in summary, it was just like, okay, export-driven industrials like car makers, Volkswagen,
100%.
BMW, right?
100%.
Airbus, maybe, Mercedes can be looked at. Defense sectors, right? BAE Systems in London, right? And you have Saab in Sweden. So there's a lot of different. You have Leonardo in Italy. So a lot of the stocks, they were open yesterday as well. Yep. That would potentially be moving around on this already have kind of made their relative volume in their move yesterday. So I was looking at a little bit of that. But the SPY today, we saw the gap down here, strong relative volume. The VIX as well spiked up into the 20s this morning.
Yes, sir.
On that. So maybe a little bit of a fear selling, fear mongering. I don't know what it is, but market definitely reacted to some of that move, right? And
yes, sir.
Adam called this out earlier. Is this going to be another taco trade? Right? Another taco dip buy? That's the question that I'm asking. The market will speak for itself more often than not.
Yeah.
Right? Most of the time it has been, and over and over. So how many times I ask myself, how many times am I going to fall for this? Right? I'm just going to let the market dictate that as well. So 678s, 680s, we held this prior structure. Prior structure is coming down here as well. So we can take a bit of a pullback here as well, back into the range when it comes to the spider. We have room all the way down to 650s. So yeah, some selling, some discounts on the market definitely are more than welcome, and we'll see where this takes us and how this will unfold.
Right? Okay. Let's get to the anti-coercion instrument component of the story. So we didn't really explain what this anti-coercion instrument does. So it's a 5-step process. The first is the core purpose of it is to deter foreign governments from using economic pressure. That kind of meets the definition. And then they have to define economic coercion. It's a multi-stage process in the analysis. By the way, there's the examination, determination, engagement. But what are some of the countermeasures that can be used? I think that's what most people are going to be interested in. One, there's a trade and investment countermeasure. So restrictions on goods, services, and foreign direct investment can be levied by the European Union against the United States. Second, market access. It could exclude foreign companies, specifically American here, from lucrative EU public tenders. So not from operating in general, but for tendering for public contracts across the European Union. And then there's an intellectual property component as well. You could be forced, believe it or not, to suspend certain IP intellectual property protections like your patents, your copyrights for companies from the coercing country, a coercive country. So think about this. You could be Apple for a second, and you could have maybe, whatever patent, let's just say something that they got there on the iPhone or the Apple Watch for a time, maybe even in perpetuity. You would be restricted from enforcing that intellectual property right in the European Union through European courts. You could still have it on the world stage and domestically, of course, but it may be unenforceable, at least in the courts in Europe. So those are not small measures by any means, and it's still a big market, even if you look, at the waning GDP, especially if you're comparing Europe to America since the great financial crisis. There's no comparison. One grew about 85% since the time, and the other one grew at 13.5%. So I'm not trying to dog anybody, but you just keep that in mind. We're going to pause for a second before we go to the second story. We're going to the big desk.
I just need to let you guys know, looks like U.S. President Donald Trump is going to be joining White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt for her press briefing today that was supposed to start at 1 p.m. Looks like as of right now, it has not begun yet. I have no less than 3 streams waiting for this. So the second anyone steps up to that podium, I will keep you posted. But again, U.S. President Trump set to begin speaking at any moment now. It is worth noting, apparently he's going to be joining Caroline Leavitt today because this is the 1-year anniversary of his inauguration for his second term. So January 20th, 2026. Again, if there's anything updated here, I will keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go on to the next story. As we know, precious metals continue to rise. Right now, silver or SLV up 6.25. Gold is a little bit less than 4 GLD that I'm talking about. So let's talk about this. They extended the rally today. As we mentioned in the first story, the geopolitical tensions and trade uncertainty have pushed investors more into these safe havens that we've been talking about, these precious metals. Unlike gold, though, as we've been talking a lot about as well, silver is more more tightly linked to the global economic cycle, more industrial use cases for silver as opposed to gold. And then rising bond yields, man. I keep my eye always on the 30-year, the 10-year, the 5-year, and the 2-year. And you had rising bond yields all across the board and ongoing bond market sell-offs, which could pressure silver if growth fears outweigh safe haven demand. That still hasn't happened yet, but I should tell you that silver is down 0.15% since the bell rang at 9:30. But precious metal strength, man, lifting mining equities as well. It's not just the spot prices or the futures prices for these precious metals. Endeavor Mining up 2.2. There's so many different mining names that you can focus as a vehicle play to play the precious metals rather than just investing in the spot metal itself or the futures. And then the equity flows here analyzed by analysts are suggesting that, investors are seeking exposure via metal miners and not just spot or futures, as we just mentioned there. Market direction remains tightly linked to President Trump's actions. Obi, what more can you tell us about this?
I mean, silver does seem like it's squeezing, man. That's what it's looking like. A lot of people, we talked about this a little bit earlier, positioning for the short, and maybe rightfully so, as the structure started to break down, sellers started to step in. But when it pops out, when it pops above that prior high, yeah, getting taken out as well. 83s, 84s was that prior high here. Let's get specific. 83.75 was that high on Monday, December 29th. So just coming into the end of the year, pulls back in. 72s hold and pushing up even higher, holding with higher highs and higher lows here. Another gap up, all-time highs coming in at 95.86s. So I do have eyes on this one. This one is probably going to continue until it's done here. Seems like it's headed straight for 100, Sharif. So minerals. Who posted that?
President Trump, man, give it a break, bro. Look what he posted.
This is on the White House.
American flag on his account, but like that's official.
I'm sure he's not specifically doing that himself.
Greenland, Canada, and the United States covered in the American flag. Come on, Donald, man. Come on. Never misses an opportunity to, poke, aggravate. Oh, funny. God. Anyway, it is what it is.
People are saying that is him controlling the account. Hey, man, I'm pretty sure he's not there, going on Photoshop or Paint or Canva or whatever, making these images.
Using AI.
No, you have to understand that, he has probably better things to do. He probably gets the message and he just says yes or no, right?
Yeah.
Is this okay to be posted? Yes, no. Come on, it's a president. He gives orders.
Look at that. He
doesn't do that kind of work.
He even took a little bit of South America.
That's
Venezuela
funny, right
also
there,
has the American flag on it. Come on, Donald. President Trump. He's dancing up on everybody right now. All right, let's get right to the next. Okay, well, this is kind of the same thing here. We're talking about the Mag 7 weakness because literally all of the Mag 7 are negative on the day. So I don't think we really need to go through this. It basically is the same story before that. Let's talk a little about Tesla. Tesla is down almost 3%. It's one of the worst performing ones. It's really a competition right now between NVIDIA and Amazon as to who is the worst performing on the day. Tesla in third place here. This is a bit of a different take on the Tesla headline, but I wanted to bring it to your attention anyway. As you know, Prime Minister Carney, the leader of this country, was in China, and then he went to Qatar after, basically to, drum up support for investment and trade deals. When he was in China, what he did was he lifted the 100% Chinese electric vehicle tariffs that were imposed on Chinese EVs coming into Canada. He removed them, and he put a 6% most favored nation tariff on them. But there is a caveat. That caveat is no more than 49,000 Chinese-made electric vehicles can come into Canada per year. That number could move up to 70,000. Offhand, one would expect Chinese companies to be the biggest benefactors of that. Well, this article shows it may actually be an American company, namely, I should say Tesla, that may be the biggest beneficiary initially, and then we'll see why the Chinese can come in. So Canada now, so we'll remove, as I mentioned, all this. Let's talk about Tesla and why they may be the best positioned. Because in 23, Tesla equipped their Shanghai facility to produce a Canada-specific Model Y, which would kind of allow for rapid export capability. That year, Tesla shipments helped drive up a 460% year-over-year surge in Chinese auto imports into Canada. Almost all of those were Chinese-made Teslas that were coming in from the Shanghai facility. However, that all halted in 24 when the tariffs jumped up to 100%, so that Canada reciprocated the American tariffs of a 100%. That key clause, though, reserves, by the way, 50% of the quota for these Chinese EVs coming into Canada for cars that are priced under $35,000, which may hurt Tesla, as none of their current lineup actually fits under $35,000. However, the article is saying not only will Tesla take advantage of the cars coming in above $35,000, but they could actually take advantage of the cars below it, because a Model 3 variant produced largely in China could have a headline number, an MSRP below that $35,000 range. That's not confirmed quite yet. So Tesla could be the biggest benefactor of that, especially because they have 39 stores across Canada already. So they've got a retail presence here, whereas you're like BYD, XPeng, NIO, Zeekr, Li, Huawei, who else, man? Alito, I think, as well. I think that's BYD or Zeekr. None of them have a presence here, so they would all have to set up something. Anyway, Obi, Tesla, down 2.9. What's the look?
And Tesla, I'm watching this one as well. Another one that's rejecting a key level, right? 500 came in. We were all looking for that 500 push. Everybody that I talked to was like, yeah, that 500 is incoming. Sure, it was incoming until it wasn't anymore. 498.83 is the high. And since we failed to follow through of this area break, that was in and around 475s, 473s, whatever, after a pullback and hold of this range, the long seemed pretty enticing for a potential push into 500, but a failure to follow through brings us right back into the range here, Sharif. So we still have a lot. This is pretty much no man's land in terms of this action here. The range is maybe all the way 415s, 414s, and then this ultimate low right here of recent action down at 384s. But I also always like to look at a much higher time frame on this one. Much higher time frame, Sharif. This is just a blip on the chart. We are very much consolidating near some of these prior highs.
There you go.
And that range itself is about over $100, right? Roughly. It says 80.93, but holding above that 400. So I think we do have an opportunity to pull back into these higher lows that we've been making, and something along the lines of trend would be maybe in and around that 320. And that's I know that's a bit of a bearish look, but if the market also gives us a turn, rejected or failed to follow through a bit of a key level, 500, and pulling back in, but bigger picture, well within range, well within trend. So I do like Tesla. I understand that, buying at highs can be kind of difficult for the breakout.
Absolutely.
Trust me, I try to take breakouts effectively all the time. But the thing is, you gotta do your best to be like, all right, where have the buyers been? And buyers are usually at the bottom of the trend, right? Or bottom of the trend range. And that's like, if I know a bunch of lines are going to show up once I do this, but you can see here, dominant trend. This is this line here. If you guys can focus on that, I know it's difficult, but that's all the way down in the mid 300s, and that's kind of the dominant trend. And even there, we've been wicking through it. So Tesla's a difficult one, man. It's very competitive in terms of price action and grasping opportunity. But the trade is definitely there with higher highs and higher lows there. And I'm getting in my ear that we have a bit of a super chat here, Adam.
No.
Thank you, Adam, for the super chat, saying Canada will never be the 51st state of the USA because it's already the 24th province of China. Okay, I don't know about that. That's kind of funny. But thank you, Adam, for keeping us entertained.
He's a prickly one.
Are you not entertained?
All right, man. Oh boy. All right, guys, let's go on to the next story. Netflix all-cash deal is boosting, certainty that they may acquire amid market weakness. Well, Netflix is one of the very few bigger cap names that's actually up on the day. Up about 0.5%. Let's talk about what happened here. They did rise about 0.7% in the after amending its merger agreement with Warner Brothers Discovery in an all-cash structure. The revised deal keeps the agreed valuation of $27.75 per share per WBD share, while removing the stock component, kind of increasing the certainty for WBD. The all-cash structure accelerates the process for Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders to vote, which is now expected in April of this year. The shareholder vote, that is. The board has already made their position quite clear. WBD has already filed its preliminary proxy statement with the SEC, signaling, momentum towards closing the actual deal. Netflix said they will fund the transaction at $27.75 a share with cash on hand, the available credit facilities for the company, and committed financing. That's what he said. Didn't explain what this committed financing is. Sometimes it's insiders, sometimes it's other, banks or investors who commit money as well. Prior to closing, though, let's talk about the deal structure. Prior to closing, Warner Brothers Discovery will have to separate Warner Brothers and the Discovery Global into two publicly traded companies. And WBD shareholders, if it goes through, will receive the cash considerations plus shares of Discovery Global post-separation. And the transaction remains subject, of course, to regulatory approvals and the customary closing conditions, with 12 to 18 months expected closing window from the original agreement date. I do believe, though, that 12 to 18 months is actually from the time of divestiture. So when Warner Brothers and Global split up, it's 12 to 18 months subsequent to that. But we've already seen there could be political overhang here for the Netflix deal, as it has to go through the federal regulator. And let's just cut the crap. There's somebody that's running the show up there, and he may not be okay with this. We'll have to wait and see. Time will tell. It'll be Netflix.
Yeah, Flakes, man. I've spoken on this multiple times, but it is coming straight into support, and it's using any and every catalyst to sell off some more. That's what it's been showing me at the very least.
That's a weekly?
This is a monthly chart. Right? Look at how nice the monthly chart is. This is even more beautiful. We had a similar kind of strong price action like this from November. Yeah, in and around here. Yeah, 70. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
That's literally what I'm looking for. I'm like, well, I don't know if it has to be a buy, but if it shows up as resistance turned into support, then the chart is going to be like, all right, well, this was a significant level before, and we're going to take a bit of a bounce. Even for a scalp on the monthly, I think it'll be interesting to see. But this structure low down in the 80s, I think that's going to be first. Obviously, that's going to be the first bus stop. Maybe we pick up some passengers and drop some more off here, and then go to the next one at 70. Right? This action on the weekly was distinctly different over the past few years. I pointed this out a little bit earlier on the show, but you can see the trend since 2022, strong trend. Yeah, there's chop along the way, but nothing that looks like this kind of price action. So this, to me, was a little distinctly different. Maybe eyes on, maybe pulling in, and then, yeah, it's getting sold off of earnings. It's getting sold off of any sort of a catalyst there and pulling back into some support levels. So, yeah, it's been very, very seller dominant week after week, all the way from 134 all-time highs, now trading at 88 halves. And potentially poised for even lower 82s is this structure low. And yeah, that was perfect. 70 is that prior level from here, but that's all the way from 2021. I don't know if that's, and you got to think about like what was the market environment then? What was their business like? Are participants are they going to be willing to defend some of those prices? That's the question there, because that reclaim, the breakout was quite nice, right? The breakout of this high, because this is where sellers were in 2021 and 2022. Very aggressive selling in the first quarter of the year there in 22s. And then this breakout of 70 was absolutely beautiful. I use this as an example of a V-shaped recovery. This is almost textbook V-shaped recovery. And in my account, I also had alerts to being like, okay, if we get above this, Netflix split, right? If we get above this, just get long. Because this is very aggressive selling, and that breakout is definitely going to be well worth it, even if you can stomach, what was this, 10, 15% to the downside? Yeah, 20% to the down. Even if you're able to stomach that breakout is going to come in real nice, and nice it did, all the way up. Again, these are split adjusted prices, but $70 all the way to 133s, almost a double up from that 70 breakout, right? And that happened all within Sharif. Within 266 days, within less than a year, we ripped up and broke out. So are we taking a pullback because that was a little too far, too fast?
Yeah.
Yes.
There was days where we were coming in every day and Netflix was consistently up. Consistently up every day. And I remember that very clearly. All right, let's get Adair's take on this latest development.
Yeah, if I was PSKY, I'd probably just throw in the towel. The one thing PSKY has going for it, as Sharif said, is that they probably have a very sympathetic regulator, the Federal Communications Commission. That would be Brendan Carr, who has fully admitted and actually kind of enjoyed the idea that he will very much act on the side of U.S. President Donald Trump to kind of put it a certain way. But again, if you look at statements he's made and posts he's made on social media, this is very much something he himself would say. I want to say here, though, for really quickly, before I get back to this Netflix thing, there was an NVIDIA story investing $150 million in AI inference startup Base 10 probably. So again, NVIDIA with more investment. Just to go back here, though, to NFLX, Paramount, and Warner Brothers. It's interesting here, too. I'm guessing that this new cash deal takes away one part of their prior bid here for Warner Brothers, which was that apparently Warner Brothers shareholders are going to get one share of the Discovery spinoff for each of their shares. Now, that was actually baked in to their prior $27.75 per share price. Again, now that that's all cash, don't know how that's going to work in or if that becomes an extra share in addition to this $27.75 a share deal. But either way, if that is an additional share, it's a good look here for NFLX, and I think probably even a better look here for WBD. Long story short, Paramount Skydance, unless Brendan Carr comes through for you, and that's an if, though it is probably pretty likely to at least partially happen, it's probably going to be pretty tough here for PSKY to get any kind of leg up here. The Skydance might have a curtain call.
Thank you very much for that. NVIDIA, this is the headline that Adara just brought us here coming in midday. NVIDIA invests $150 million in startup Bastion as part of a $300 million round being reported by the Wall Street Journal. They raised $300 million at a $5 billion valuation, and the round was led by venture capital firm IVP and Alphabet's Google, which capital G, I guess that's their venture capital firm. Their participation from NVIDIA. This is being reported by an individual by the name of Kate Clark out of the Journal, citing people familiar with the matter. NVIDIA is investing $150 million in the startup as part of a deal with which more than doubles the startup's valuation, she ends up noting. Thank you very much for that. NVIDIA down still, though, 3.75% on the day. It is the worst performing Mag 7 name on the day, followed by Amazon, and then Tesla, and then the dead one, Apple. Oh, crap, I closed my window, which is okay. We'll just open it up over here. Oh, just give me one quick sec to load up this bad boy. Oh, there we go. Because I have one that I mark up and then one for the boys and everybody over here that I don't mark up so they don't have to put up with my highlighting. Let's talk about Taiwan Semiconductor. What is this one up to today? Well, it's down. After having a great week last week, it's down 4.15. So Taiwan Semi is getting clipped. What is happening with this thing? All right, give me a second, Assassino, because this computer is freaking out. Usually it's Obi's computer that's freaking out and my computer that's freaking out, or my computer doesn't.
Whoa, this is Joe's PC.
Yeah. I know.
I don't know.
All right, we're good to go. Taiwan Semi, we already brought you this story, but there's just more details on the amount of land that they're buying. But Taiwan Semi, we brought you this story last week. They're rapidly expanding their U.S. footprint in Arizona. Arizona's emerging here as a centerpiece for Taiwan Semi. It's aimed at reducing, of course, the geopolitical risks that are tied with producing the most advanced chips on the island of Taiwan. Americans don't like that. American administration doesn't like that. The new U.S.-Taiwan trade agreement, which we also announced to you guys last week, has the effect of lowering tariffs on Taiwanese goods to the rate of 15%. That's down from 20%, mind you. But that is a quid pro quo because the Taiwanese are going to invest, and Taiwanese companies, of course, $250 billion in the United States. $100 billion of that was already earmarked by Taiwan Semi for their Arizona plant. But there's also going to be another $250 billion in credit guarantees for more expansion there. So a bit of a quid pro quo. Now here's the new part of this, at least for me anyway. Taiwan Semi, we already know that they have a huge piece of land in Arizona that they're building their fab on. There's already part of it that's built. They have 1,100 acres there for 6 chip plants, according to the article. They're adding to that 1,100, another 900 acres, just to, you know, preserve the flexibility for future expansion, which, to me anyway, signals a long-term commitment for the company to stay and produce chips in the United States. That the second Arizona fab has been accelerated as well, which with operations now targeted for opening in the second half of 27, so Q3 or 4 of 27, so about a year and a half from now. U.S. Commerce Secretary last week, Howard Lutnick, said the goal is to shift about 40% of Taiwan's chip supply to the U.S. We know, though, there's going to be a focus on the most advanced nodes. We are talking with the 3 and the 2 nanometer, even, you know, some higher, basically anything 7 and down, right? They want the bulwark of that to be produced domestically so they don't have to worry about any eventualities, let's just call it that. Total commitments include 6 new, as I mentioned, logic fabs and 2 advanced packaging plants. Don't overlook packaging, super important as well. Taiwan Semi guided CapEx, capital expenditures for all of 2026 to be about $56 billion. That is markedly higher than what it had previously guided. Recall, Taiwan Semi reported earnings last week. That's kind of where the majority of this information came out. And they're 1.8 freaking trillion, man. Yep. $1.8 trillion semiconductor company, up 56% in the past 12 months. Taiwan Semi.
Yeah, man. I think what a great run this name has had, and beautiful continuation. We saw that push into 350 last week on earnings, but I think, Sharif, today the trade was definitely the breakdown of that earnings day one. Gap up, push. We attempted to get through 350s. I participated in this. What a beautiful reversion going into the end of the day and the next day as well. 350 cannot go through. It tried 4 times if you count pre-market session, and the pre-market session might have given it away, Sharif. 349.99. How often do you see that? Wow. Right? In the pre-market, and then comes in, sure, opening session's a little bit different, but comes in the opening session and then boom, can't get through. 351s is the highest we got. The next day, 349.85, and supply steps right back in. Coming into today, the whole market gapping down, right? Some geopolitical fears. Consolidation from prior day gets rejected so clean. Like this is exactly, I was just about to say, this is a flat bottom break. Yeah. It follows through in the overnight session, in the session. I'm forgetting where this trade in the HK session, I think, right?
Yeah, the Asian session.
The Asian session comes in and wicks that consolidation low right off of the open, and we get that continuation, that breakdown.
Previous area support as resistance. It's fantastic.
Support turning into resistance on the day, and this was again better trades, the best trades. TSM day 3 breakdown. Even if you don't even have to get involved here. That's a little, maybe you're like, it's a little too fast. This is a little too hard. But on the structure breaks that we've seen in the pre-market, it comes in quite clean. Opening range lows at 339s, pre-market lows at 336s, prior earnings 1 low at 337s, 338s. So those are all places, I think, in my opinion, to get involved and take a look at TSM on a day 3 break. As well. It held this 341, 342 like a champ. So clean. So I want to see how this unfolds on a week higher time frame, well within range. It's not. It hasn't broken anything. Yeah. You can see we're technically breaking out still out of this 10 is holding as resistance. So the question becomes: do we come all the way down to 310? Does the resistance try to support? It's acting technically pretty clean. Watching. I like the way this TSM story is panning out.
Just before we go to the next story, President Emmanuel Macron of France was giving a speech at the World Economic Forum. I don't know why he's wearing his glasses indoors, maybe like some or something like that. But he said China is welcome. What we need is more Chinese direct investment in Europe. Stakes are oh man, oh boy.
I mean, they're saying that.
No, it's going to be President Trump's response to this. That's going to be the.
I understand.
With Mark Carney doing what he did in China last week. Now you have Europe jumping on the bandwagon. That's not going to please anybody in the administration. I want to see how this works out. Yeah,
I think the biggest leverage that countries on the other side of the pond have is the bonds that they hold, right? It's the bonds that they hold. They start dropping those bonds. Right now, they don't want to because it's going to hurt some of their investors as well.
Sure.
Right?
And the reserves, don't forget about that.
Of course, well, yeah, of course. But that is serious leverage. It is serious leverage. You start
have no leverage.
Yeah, you start dropping the bonds. What happens to the Dixie? Okay, all right. So we'll wait and see what happens. Interesting time.
Yeah, it's a really interesting time. If you're like, you're an observer, you like to see developments. I personally would rather my account should be stable, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. Let's talk about Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is down 4% and it lost 90,000, 89,450. ETH getting clipped as well, lost 3,000, down almost 7%. With MicroStrategy's MSTR, or strategy, sorry, I keep forgetting, 7.5 in the negative territory. IBIT is down 6.5%. So here's what we're talking about. Crypto slipped late Monday and into Tuesday as geopolitical tensions around Greenland triggered a broader risk-off move. We already talked about that whole thing. It's being blamed on macro backdrop rather than any crypto-specific news. We'll have to wait and see. That remains the dominant driver, according to this article. I don't think these levels are obviously not relevant anymore. Bitcoin was consolidating between 92 and 93.3. About $100 million in long positions were liquidated in about 24 hours. I'm willing to bet it's probably double, if not triple that amount now, with the crypto fear and greed index slipping and fear reflecting no waning short confidence despite the broader uptrend and building the key technical level. And further escalation, though, in rhetoric would weigh on both equity and crypto simultaneously. We have not seen, and I haven't seen at all, crypto acting as a safe haven trade in the way that gold, silver, and some of the other precious metals are acting. We're continuing to wait and see whether it ends up manifesting. Maybe we should stop waiting and look at it as a risk asset and continue to look at it as that. Technicians, though, they were flagging 91,844 as critical Bitcoin support area. It's lost in spades. About 89.4 is what we need. And then on the upside, the same analyst that was making 91.84 call saying we need a sustained move and hold of 94 to break through resistance. You can see IBIT, whatever you want to look at here. Look.
BTC. Yeah, BTC. I was watching over the weekend as well. We had that strong flush back into below 90s there. And this is the weekly chart. We're drawing this chart up. We're definitely drawing this chart up pretty well here. The question, I think the key level of most recent, Sharif, is going to be that 80,000. 80,500. What do we do with there? Do we hold distinctly above that? You can see the weeks have been holding higher highs, and we're holding structure pretty well relative to the prior down here at 74s and some change. But the selling has been pretty aggressive. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how BTC holds up in all this the rest of the market turmoil. Does it lead? Does it lag? I think the story. I mentioned this before as well. You got to understand some of these cycles and the range of the cycles. People are like, oh, this time is different. This time is different. I mentioned this many times. What happens if the market drops as well? You think people are going to leverage
crypto?
Yeah, of course they are. You think like money's already moving towards some of these gold and silver, right? Where potentially money moves. And there's global geopolitical. Right? We're already seeing some of the price action there. So is money actually taking there, pulling out of some of these other assets as well? I have no idea. But the range, all that is my pay. All I know is that Bitcoin can make 70 to 80% pullbacks over time.
Yeah, I've seen it.
And every single time people say, oh, no, this time is different.
Anybody who watched from 21 to 22, think again before saying no.
Yeah. No, it's just like, I've heard this so many times. With the utmost conviction, people will say, no, this time is different. And they'll give all these strong reasons.
It doesn't change.
It doesn't matter. Perception is the perception. Like,
exactly.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm more than willing to be absolutely totally wrong.
I'm invested in IBIT. I don't like looking at the correction, but the fact of the matter is, you got to be ready, man. I mean, it's volatile assets and transit trends. Let's go on to the next story, though. This one, recovery. AAPL was, I think, down over, I want to say 12%, maybe a little bit less at the lows, 10 definitely. Well, this one was saying it dropped 15% for the last 3 sessions, okay? I'm talking about from yesterday, from Friday's closing print to the pre-market low, we were down about 12%, give or take. Despite the sell-off, retail sentiment does remain optimistic, but there's a tug of war here kind of happening on Apple between the headline risk and the long-term growth believers. But why did it sell off 12 and change? And why is it now break even on the day, recovering basically all the lows and holding 500? Well, a report came out from this Capital Watch, which is alleging that AppLovin's primary shareholders used its Axon algorithm and array software to launder billions of dollars in illicit funds. The report claims the allegations could prompt an investigation, of course, by the Department of Justice. And at this stage, though, the claims are unproven, but the headline risk clearly weighed at least, intraday on short-term price action. Just to give you an idea of what AppLovin's been like as a name, the stock was up 108% in 2025. I think it was up higher than that, ended up closing off the highs. Q3 revenue did jump 68% year-over-year, 1.4 billion, with net income rising an eye-watering 92% year-over-year, a little bit less than $1 billion in profitability. 836 million is what they brought in. Following, though, the $800 million sale of AAA Studios, AppLovin expanded its share buyback program to an additional $3.2 billion. And the company did join the S&P 500 back in July, increasing passive fund ownership. If you don't know what that is, these funds, these ETFs, exchange-traded funds that want to shadow the S&P, have some of the components that the S&P has. They buy those different constituent names as they go in or out of the S&P. So if you're getting removed out of the S&P, usually there's a net outflow. If you're going in, there's usually a net inflow. It's not a hard and fast rule, but one to keep an eye on there. Wall Street's average 12-month price target on AppLovin sits at around $763, with the range between $650 and $860. So however way you split it right now, trading at $568 and holding $500 to the T this morning, there is a price premium, or there is a premium to be had right now, I guess, on the current price action relative to analyst average. Obi, AppLovin.
Yeah, I just want to mention that Trump is now talking. That press conference is coming in as well. So I got that in my ears. The AppLovin. I was loving this price action in the morning, man. 550 came in. Yeah, bad news. So I'm looking for sellers. I'm looking for continuation. 550, Sharif, could not get through. I got involved here a little bit there. 550 failure to follow through. Maybe if you want to call it opening range high, doesn't really follow through on this push as well. But 5 minutes in, we start to break down. So I already see the weakness. I'm like, all right, cool. I want to get involved. This thing was spready this morning. Sometimes $2, sometimes $3 worth of spread. And I was like, all right, cool, doesn't matter. Risk at the appropriate place, which is the high, and just get involved. And that came in real hot and heavy when those buyers could not hold anymore. So 550 came all the way down into VWAP, which was 450s, and all the way down into day lows, which is just above 532. So I scalped that out there. Again, for this one, I realized I was just like, you gotta have some more confidence and some more, confidence. We'll say that to take some size on this. And the way I kind of took it, it was a little sloppy, but when the selling actually came in, it gave a nice little drop. But the better trade, I think, on AppLovin today was that opening range high breakout. When we finally sold off, all the selling kind of came out of it. It's already gapped down a little bit, reclaims VWAP, and then finally gets back above that 550. We're off to the races. Any sort of pullback never even pulls into that opening range high, stepping up higher and higher, 560s, 570s, and then almost to 580s. We got all the way to 550, 578 and some change here at the day highs. Now coming into this beautiful structure that it's been holding since about 12 o'clock. So for the past 2 hours, Sharif, since we've been on, we've been holding support, maybe looking for a flat bottom here at 564. So a bit of bad news, sold off on it, but seemed like most of the selling already happened in the pre-market and off of the open. And that absorption, that pullback, back through 550 has held so far. So let's see how this kind of pans out in the next few days. But day one of this catalyst gave great opportunities on the day today.
All right, Adira, give us your take on AAPL.
My take is, I know usually I stick to a news take on things, but I think with AAPL, I think more value I can provide here is a trading take. By that I don't mean like trading advice. I mean just analyzing what AAPL tends to do on these types of catalysts. And what it tends to do is rally, not necessarily right off the open, but certainly after a little bit. You know, I was considering if I had to give this trade a name, because I did think about this, I'd probably call this the bad news bulls, because you expect this to be bearish, and then it gives you a really nice move. Obi mentioned he was loving this price action, and I think today there was certainly a lot to love. He already talked about it, so I don't want to get too much into it, but I will give you guys some past examples, because I think, you know, something that I can do here with my memory. If we go back to February of 2025, you can see here this is late February, I believe February 25th, 26th. You get this gap down, not one, but two short reports. That's on the Tuesday night. The Wednesday morning, gap down. We literally halt. I have never seen this on a $300 stock at the time. We halt. And guess what, guys? We still close green on the day. AAPL does not like to be red. And I'm not saying this is true for earnings, because that's a little bit wishy-washy here, but if it has bad news, it is going to get some kind of bounce. Now, Adira, that's just one example. What other examples can you provide? I have more, guys. Don't even fret. I have this day as well. This is in early to mid-October. I apologize. I don't have the exact dates for you guys, but they are available on XTD Research. There is an infographic with all of this. But as you can see, we get a big push down at the end of the day. This is, I believe, a Monday, because we had some reports of a probe. The next day, we get a really nice recovery. Now, obviously not making up all of the drop, but a good portion of it. So the point I'm trying to make here, this is the third time in my memory. I think there are other examples as well. We'll get a gap down or a big push lower on negative news or a short report, and AAPL does not care. It just wants a green session. So just be aware of that. Next time there's bad news on AAPL, maybe don't automatically assume it's going to be weak. I was already telling people the second I heard this, I was like, yo, I'm looking for some AAPL strength right off the open, or as soon as it shows up. So again, I don't want to step too much on Obi's toes with the technicals, because solid analysis, but more just be aware this is a stock that does not like to be read on bad news. Trump talking, he's showing a book of all of his accomplishments so far in the term, mostly talking about financial crimes in Minnesota, above all else. He also said he's, quote, sure that he's happily awaited for in Switzerland. So he's already teasing his appearance at Davos. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Let's go on to natural gas, up almost 20%. I'm talking about UNG. I don't have the nat gas futures, sadly, anymore. But UNG up 19.75% on the dot, and U.S. natural gas futures surged in the pre-market and continued to hold up, at least as forecasts turn sharply colder for late January, which is lifting the heating demand expectations across the entire country. We are talking about 15 to 25 degrees Fahrenheit below the average, with a major storm warning or major storm, winter storm, coming in according to reports later this week. We've already been getting clipped over here, so you guys are just catching up for now. The first front month Henry Hub futures jumped at the highest, 22.2%, rising about almost 70 pennies to 3.792 per barrel. The rally was amplified by short covering as traders rushed to unwind bearish bets following the colder model updates, with gas markets heavily weather sensitive. Even a few forecasts can kind of change sentiment quite rapidly. The U.S. as well, though, taking the opportunity to add to their storage. So their storage stood at 3,185 BCF, which is about 106 BCF below the 5-year average. So last week they also withdrew 71 BCF, but solid but not aggressive enough, drop to meaningfully shrink to surplus. But the storage buffer is why some analysts are cautioning that the rally could fade if the colder weather does not persist. So they're not too far below the 5-year average, so they're not going to be taking advantage to increase that reserve. Not too much I know about there, just reading what I see there in the articles. But anyway, bulls, if you're looking at this from a trading perspective, bulls need a colder forecast to stick and withdrawals to accelerate from the strategic reserve. Bears, they're pointing to the steady production from shale basins and a winter that has so far, not for the local side, but so far has been milder than feared. Maybe on your side, ours has been pretty bad. In any event, we're going to get a weekly updated account of the storage report on Thursday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. So if you're looking for a nat gas trade there and you're thinking maybe storage may have something to do with price, you need to be on the lookout there. So join us. Make sure you're with the big boys in Adara at 10:30 on Thursday. Obi, it's about 2 to 2. Yep. So give us your take here on UNG or nat gas.
I mean, I was watching UNG. It was one of the stocks on my watch list this morning for that gap up and how things are kind of unfolding here. But I was looking honestly for a bit of a continuation off of the open, but held offer here in the pre-market at 12. It was at 1240s, 1242 was the high, and I saw that and I was like, all right, maybe not. And we saw selling come in pretty decently for a 40-penny drop down into 12s right off of the open. That's held, and so far all day long, slow and steady grind right back up. So I don't think this is the end of this story just yet. I'm going to continue watching this one and keep it on my radar going forward, just specifically for this week to see how it's coming along. But the nat gas man has been in charge. All right, in charge on the higher time frame for sure.
Before we send you to the big boys, about 15 seconds left. I need to mention that CRVS is the absolute beast in the world of small cap gappers, and you've had very little in the way of bamboozlement. In the sense, you know, when we spike up $1, drop $1, you haven't really seen too much of that. As you can see, it really does seem to have that magnetic effect, pullback effect into the 10 EMA. It's been quite respectful of that 10 moving average on the 5, whether you're looking from the initial breakout at 7 a.m. or to the current price action now at 2 o'clock. CRVS is him. It's taking out highs as we speak. It's up 143%. It's likely on its way to $20. And here it is again, 83. It's about to hit 20. It's about to go 150% on the day. CRVS, great breakout, but trade it carefully as always, guys, and look to that 10 EMA. It doesn't happen by accident over and over and over and over and over again, okay? So send them off, Ob.
All right, man, it's been a great morning session, great midday session as well. Hopefully you guys have managed your risk well and traded well as well. I wish you guys good luck for the rest of the session.
Likewise.
Holiday shortened week. We only have 4 days. Today's almost done as well. So good luck. We'll see you guys tomorrow, right at 11. Take it easy, guys.
Days on. Yes, sir. Welcome everybody. We're back, and I am not muted. I had to double check there.
Okay.
I mean, look, man, it's almost like a Monday. I know it's Tuesday, but I mean, it might as well be a Monday up in here. The way things are. No, we had a holiday shortened week, obviously, condensing some trade action in. After the bell, stick around. We mentioned it this morning, but earnings season's in tow. We got Netflix after the bell. We're definitely going to be talking about that, so we will be back. We'll be at the table. We'll be spinning things around and showing you guys a bit of a new look. But we are going to be covering Netflix earnings, which are expected right after the bell. This CRVS stock has been an absolute rocket ship. So congratulations. Shout out to everyone that's been looking at this small capper. Probably the strongest thing in a market, which has not been strong because, hey, the NASDAQ is down almost 2%. That's effectively where we were when we sat down, and we're right back into it with things not looking so nice. It was trend up in the morning, slight trend up in the morning. We weren't blowing things out of the water, but it was trend up into the morning, and now we're looking to head back into the lows. I'm still working with IBIT. I just took a breakout trend trade on silver, which couldn't go again. So it was like a breakthrough with volume-weighted average price, but if it can't hold VWAP, I don't want it. I was playing this on dips before, but now I only want it above the volume-weighted average price. So sticking with the things that have worked in the morning, Bitcoin's been weak. We couldn't hold on to 90,000. I say we, but it couldn't hold on to 90,000, trading at 89.5 and testing the lows of the session. So your BMNRs, your MSTRs, they were weak all morning as the risk off extended pretty badly to them and is extending pretty much everywhere now.
Yeah, you can see right now we're short Netflix, Palantir, and TQQs as we get ready to the bottom. What's up, Vizbot? Thank you so much for your love on that. I mean, we just started the show, so thanks to Sharif and Obi for the Midday show. That's the great show. We'll just hope to follow in their footsteps. We will be doing we will be having very, very soon the Netflix earnings. So I am short right now Netflix into what should be a decent earnings call here this afternoon. So I'm going to go short Netflix. We've been hitting that short. It's now going to be P&L number one for me, so that's good. A couple shorts in a row there. We just got a nice little high there at 88.60 as well. We're just trying to play underneath VWAP right there, but would like to see this fall back in just a little bit. Don't feel like we've gotten that quite yet, as well as short the market. We've been short here. We actually added to that position right there, brought this down to the downside. Now trying to see, this is a good one, man. This is 50 cents in the money. We'll see if we can get out of it. If it does take, I might as well change this, 51.40, my new stop there. My stop was up at 52. So 41.40. 51.41 was put a stop in there. Make sure that we capture at least 20 cents and just move forward with all of this. So right now, so far, so good into what should be, Trump is speaking now, talking about the economy, this and that. There's a whole bunch of things flying through our news feed, and we'll be talking about that shortly. Here comes the TQQs. Oh, yeah, and then Palantir. This one, so this is my cleanest trade of the day because we only have it, we had it there, nice. Then we got stopped out on the way back up, so still put us in a positive spot. And now we're going to reshort again PLTR here in case this really does get going down there to the downside. So, just trying to use this 50 period or so again as some stops for us on Palantir. I actually still ramping it up into 170. But yeah, here we go, man. Short everything right now. And what's up, Charlie, and everybody that's in the chat as well, man. We're really glad that you're here with us, and hopefully we'll be able to put on some decent trades. I got 3 on right now. Neil's got 1. So it should be a busy afternoon, and then the rundown with Sharif, and then Netflix earnings right away. So
yeah, Netflix. I mean, in addition to Netflix, we'll get interactive brokers as well. I mean, maybe not as exciting of a name. I would venture to say people probably here use them more than they own the stock, that's for sure. And then we'll have airline, I think it's UAL, we said? Yeah, UAL after the bell as well, so the airlines will be back into play. They've been understated. I mean, well, look, we always talk about I shouldn't say we, I should speak for myself. I always talk about the airlines. It's a difficult business and it's kind of like a trade, don't own. But hey, these have been pretty good off the lows as well. Unfortunately today, like everything else, it doesn't look so bullish now as you're breaking some support here. We'll see. Obviously, anything can happen on earnings. Maybe not the best sign of the world that you were ramping into some highs and now losing a bit of support. But I'm going to look to fade some of these bounces. Just looking up at my charts to IBIT. This has trended down most of the day. But if I look at it, like VWAP was a thing before, and then kind of that open bottom at 10 o'clock is now the new resistance at 51 or just under 51. So I'm going to look to short this underneath this lower high, worry about VWAP the volume weighted average price, if we get there. But there's been a lot of weakness in the market. One of these, and I just saw in the chat from Doug, that wasn't weak, Intel. This was up almost 7% this morning. Like, it was an absolute rocket ship off of the open, and then for the 3rd day in a row, it fails that 50 level. So, tried it at resistance. It's to me like you're breaking down off 50. Try it at first resistance. Doesn't work. It kind of pulls into this high. Does the reversion. Doesn't work. Then it gets into the actual double top, which is a different story, and almost giving it all back here. Not all of it, because it's still up 3%, almost 3% was Intel. So there were a select few chip names which were just rocket ships off the open. You had to be very, very patient with to be certain. And Save Man Woman says Intel's cooked. We'll see. I mean, this afternoon, it looks like the move is certainly cooked. But it's been cooking since the government made their investment at $19. We'll see if it can hold up. I think they have a lot at stake this week's earnings. And push comes to shove. I think earnings are going to matter a heck of a lot, especially for the memory chip names, and then individual names like Intel, which ran pretty far without a lot of fundamental change. So let's be real. Micron, another one of those, the memory chip names. I mean, this stock broke out and it's still pretty close to an all-time high. I don't know that it's I mean, obviously it's pulled back a little bit, but if you look at Friday's high, it did spend a lot of the time today above Friday's high. I guess it's just teetering now. But another big day for some select chip names. This looks like it's on the back end of it a bit here. Watch out if Micron loses this bid, because that could be another all-time high rejection.
All right, some big names here. Obviously, you guys can see what I'm short here, about $1.50 or so, or about $1.30 with all of them. We'll see. I mean, Palantir may not break, man. I mean, I was thinking about putting another bid right here at 169. I mean, if we can get it, we can get it. If not, fine. You know, we already talked about where we're going to get stopped at. We took 50 cents a couple times here, hoping out and holding out for a bigger move. I think we're set up pretty good with all of these trades here into the closing hours. So, yeah, all right, let's get ready to go. We are going to have an interesting new sort of format for our closing show after 4 p.m. as well. So that should be a lot of fun. So stay tuned for that. You know, show us some support tonight. You guys always want these after hours shows. I'm expecting an absolute full attendance tonight on our post-market show. If you want it, support it. So that's going to be coming out today, and then we'll be throwing down. We actually showed you guys last week just by going to Trader TV Research, and if you do follow me, I've been posting up everything as well, but I always tag Trader TV Research. This is Adara's channel here, and if you go over, lots of stuff talking about it. Oscar talk, okay. Oh, that's Netflix there. And then, I don't know, I saw last week, earnings, this is today, pre-market, 3M, Fastenal, right? And then earnings this week. Wow, Adara, I think you got to slow down on some of these posts over here. Where are they all over here? Oh, there it is right here. Here's their earnings calendar. Yeah, so we got lots of stuff happening. We'll be hopefully going, I think, on Thursday after market. I'm not sure if we decided yet, but that's Intel right there, CSX as well. So a couple names. And then,
and Procter and Freeport.
Yeah, but I think J&J is actually just as big tomorrow. So Halliburton tomorrow as well. And then into next week where we get some of the big hitters coming through. So make sure you do. Here, I'll put this little photo there in our chat, and you guys could go check that out. But Netflix is today, and right now we're 40 cents in the money on the short on what is going to be P&L number one here with Netflix. And we just sort of started trading it, you know, got a good little bump there, shorted that right back into a level that we're waiting to break. So hopefully it does that. I'm bidding nowhere right now except for under 88. So, all right, Sharif, we don't want to keep you for very long, so it's over to the main desk right now for the rundown with Mr. Sharif.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to join us in the chat, and you got to vote. The way to vote, though, is you throw in that $ followed by whatever ticker your choice. So keep that in mind, but make sure to join us every day and to vote. Let's look at all four major averages, and all four major averages are negative on the day, with the NQ leading the way in negative territory here, 1.9% in Redville on the triple Qs. The SPY, not really much different, 1.88% in red, and that just made a new intraday low. The Dow Jones Industrial, the DIA, the ETF also down 1 2/3, and faring the best out of the bunch is the small cap hefty Russell 2000 with the IWM, the ETF there, down 0.95, not quite down 1%, but CRVS, the number one ticker as decided by you guys, Corvus stock spiking here on the heels of strong eczema study results. So Corvus Pharmaceuticals, CRVS, reported positive phase 1 trial results for their drug, which is for moderate to severe atopic dermatitis. It showed a 72% mean ESA reduction on day 56 versus the 40 for the placebo guys. The market liking that to the tune of $19.88. That is the high, up 143%.
And the rundown for this name and all the others brought to you by Funded Futures Network. Because I want to ask you a question. If someone handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large SIM and live funded accounts every day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world, with fast same-day and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off, so buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code you see right in front of you on screen to check them out. Shout out to funded futures network. And maybe you were long that CRVS. Look, 20% short float on this bad boy with a relatively, it's actually not as small as I would have thought. It's a 59 million float. So let's turn that over one time. Thought it might have been a little bit smaller than that based on some of the price action you see here. And you know the crazy thing about this, it's not really that crazy, is whoa, are we talking about a stock up 100%, which when you pull out the daily chart, is actually a relatively healthy chart. It is. So ever since this started holding $1, this is basically stair-stepping up, and it's a pretty solid breakout trade through $10. So sometimes we, like, when in doubt, zoom out, and it looks pretty nasty, and you're like, oh my goodness, maybe you don't want to be too involved in this one. This actually looks pretty solid. Again, no one ever went broke taking profit. You should always understand whether they can drop offerings here, but this one held up very well. Almost all the volume today was above the volume weighted average price, which is pretty distinct. It does seem like the $20 level, it's starting to slow down a little bit here, so might be doing a dip. Watch out for this 18. There was kind of a weird accumulation at $18. If that can hold, maybe you'll get that push into $20 this afternoon. So decent short float, not overwhelmingly either. It's not as if the float was so small that I think anybody who's got destroyed today, like any shorts had all kinds of opportunity to cover today. So I wouldn't call it necessarily a big time short squeeze based on the liquidity, but certainly a very productive day for CRVS and a decent looking chart. Just watch out for that potential offering, which you know could always come any given day.
That's so funny because we just, like, I was bidding 02s on Netflix. I decided to sit in front of 88. It came right down to and printed 03s and not 02s. So we've changed our bid now to 06 on Netflix. So if that comes in, great. And then also just took another profit there. I was talking with D-Dog there in the chat. I took another piece right here at the low of the day on the futures. You know, we've been going short this. It's the #1 trade idea on the note here today is the TQQ short. So I wrote down 53. We got pretty close. We got to 52.60 there. Wasn't here or else, man, I'd be even so much more short. But yeah, here it comes back into the close. Hopefully we get lower here on the NASDAQ. And as I'm holding Netflix pound here and the TQQs, dollar down today, as you can see on the board right there, Bitcoin down 4%. Bitcoin just broke 90,000 here during lunch. So that's going to get a little spicy to the downside as well. All right, Sharif, let's go. What is stock number 2?
It is AMD, Sean. President Trump still speaking, by the way, guys, saying many different things. He's touting the economy. He's saying that, you know, the United States is not going to have a trade deficit next year. Anything new, I'll keep you guys apprised of as the news conference continues to unfold. So AMD, guys, it was a really big spike up there at 9:30 on AMD. Going green on the day, now just marginally red, down 0.5%. There's really no specific AMD headline today, but there were several NVIDIA ones. Separately, NVIDIA wants to launch a new kind of PC to take on some of the Chromebooks. There was also the China headline about possibly restricting the H200 imports into that country, despite the U.S. Commerce Department giving the go-ahead for export. NVIDIA, of course, has its own MI355, which could make its way to China as well. AMD, guys, look a lot better than NVIDIA. Still is down 1/5.
Yeah, still that 1%. I mean, I can take it. I was trading this. Short was no good early, and it's great now. So I should have Pikachu. I choose you to short it up here, but like I said, it was not here at that 240. It kind of reminds me of Intel. It's like gets to a real key price, man, and then just falls off. Like I didn't think we'd get that high today, but we got burned early. It'll be my worst stock today, obviously, as we just continue to short AMD. We were able to take profit. Like, it was absolutely wild. I was going from dollar winner to dollar loser, like, very, very actively in the first 20 minutes or so. Back and forth. Eventually, we blew out that top at 236, and we had to get out, right? But now you can see a complete recovery into the downside here as the market just continues to bleed lower. So I think we're right with the AMD call, but just the timing bad. I think AMD goes lower from here. And it's too bad because I chose to go over to Palantir and short that one when I should have, and it was right into here, same timing, right? I should have shorted, like you can see right around 130 or so, should have shorted AMD because it's the one that's completely falling right now. If I just did that, we'd be now a couple bucks in the money, even lower. So let's see if the rest can play catch up right there. Netflix, give me that 06. Right, man, last time we talked about $1.30 in the money. Now we're about $1.08 in the money on these three trades. The market's getting a little spicier to the downside here. Some big wins coming through now on the desk. Let's see how low this market can go short the TQs currently.
Yeah, just going on, I'm glad you brought up AMD, because I think when you said like pick your poison, for me, I was in AMD off of this high from Wednesday. Oh, actually, that'll be Thursday's high, where it was back and forth. This is a 15-minute chart, and when it finally set up, I had actually just got wicked at 11:45. It's like, why not get back in? You got to pick your spot. There was another name which was just as strong this morning, and it was Intel. And if anything, and it just went back to the well with this, where you're going back into those highs. But if there's one thing that you have to be able to do, you can like something for a short, but like Intel was a long, so you can try it at certain levels, tried it here, and then again, wait for it to get to the next level, look for the pullback, enter there, make sure you get out, then wait for it to test the high, lower high. Actually took it a third time off that lower high, it didn't work. It's like 0 for 3 on Intel, and then it did work off 50, and this is that moment that AMD turned as well, right before noon. I played it back for VWAP. Obviously, it went further, but even just getting back to VWAP was good enough to pull a 1 for 4 and get the flat slightly up on Intel. It just comes down to if you're going to be wrong or if you're going to play a stock, wait for current key price levels. Like, it's one thing to be all over it because you're shorting something that's making lower highs all the way through. But if it's breaking and looking strong, wait for it to get to a key price and then sort of take your shot where it makes a little bit of sense, where you have a more defined out, where you know that you have gap fill potential, right? So allowing it to get to that absolute top level before jumping in, that's what saved the day ultimately today. Because this morning, everything was grinding to the upside, right? So if you're able to make it work, it has to do with sort of being patient and waiting for it to get into those key levels. And then when it shows a turn, take those shots at it. And while we're on the chips, just one more. I just wanted to quickly show one chip name, which I don't think we discussed SMCI at all this morning. But for what it's worth, as the market turned and is now pulling back, I just want to note that SMCI has just been kind of weirdly consolidating here and not doing much of anything. So if the market were to bounce, SMCI would be on my radar this afternoon for a potential breakout trade. And then maybe you could fill in a little bit of this gap. Just so very distinctly different to every other name that I'm looking at right now, where you got the V-shaped recovery. Everything was gapped down this morning, but it's holding pretty well. So if the market does break lower, whatever, maybe it joins. But if we actually get a bounce, SMCI has shown some relative strength that's worth watching this afternoon. Now let's see what stock number 3 is. I didn't cheat, so I actually don't know.
All right, guys, SoFi down almost 2%. It tried to go green momentarily with a 26.34 high, trading around 25.63. They did have a headline today with this GoTo. So GoTo Technologies, which apparently is the leading or the nation's leading dental talent marketplace. They're announcing here a new partnership with SoFi, trying to create a one-stop shop for digital finance services. Here's what they said. Through the private partnership, eligible GoTo users can gain access to enhanced financial support designed to help them better manage debt, build long-term stability, and achieve personal and career goals. GoTo, guys, nation's leading dental talent management or marketplace company, tying a new agreement today with SoFi.
Okay, maybe that's why SoFi was so strong this morning, or it was just everything was bouncing higher. But when I came back at noon and was talking about like the lesson of the day, one of the things was, well, when a stock is, if you're waiting for an opportunity to trade something, maybe look at when it just does something different, which on a 15-minute chart was all green candles until the first one at 10:45. Like, there's your first red candle, then puts in a lower high short to VWAP or like that support. Then it breaks down underneath that, so short the bottom end of the range. And I might go back to this well on trend for SoFi, but unfortunately on the higher time frame, still looking like SoFi's in this pullback, right? Head and shoulders here. There's your top. There's your lower high. We're still pressing back into this 25 again. I mean, try to bounce today. We'll see how successful it is, whether it can hold 25. If this market continues lower, at least a retest, I think, is in play. And let's see that 200-period moving average on the daily. That's where I think I'll be looking for the buying opportunity. But I didn't reload this just now underneath VWAP, but that's what I'm inclined to do for SoFi. So again, that 15-minute chart, it was just all green in the morning. And then the second it put in a red candle, it's like, okay, play the lower high. And then the trend is back in, and that's what ended up working today. You know, that patience, and when the market's going up, wait for signs of a turn, and then when you get them, that can be your better chance. Because there's opportunities to get in, but if you're too aggressive early on during the strength, that's where you can get a little bit hurt. I still like SoFi. Just going to remain bearish on this thing, at least until the low 20s, based on what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, I like, we talked a little bit about the bank stocks throughout, and I mean, if you just look at XLF and sort of how bad that name's been performing over the last 2 weeks or so since earnings, yeah, this may be, instead of, picking and choosing which sort of bank stock you're liking to look at there, I really like SoFi. So that would, like I said, that was going to be one of my picks if we had a little bit more names to pick. But there goes XLF downside and continuously bleeding. And so, you're going to look there, you're going to look at Robinhood. We do have, I thought it was also tonight, maybe IBKR was either tonight or tomorrow as well, so or whatever. So we'll see what happens with there tonight. And I think this name is very, very interesting, man. And you're right at the 200 period, like right now. So another interesting name to look at here for Hood. Like just right here at a tipping point, man, looking like a flat bottom break. I think we could get that through 100. So if we break 100 tomorrow, or I don't think it'll be today, it's at 105, but down another 5%, that could easily happen. So watch out right here for a nice move down. And we're getting lower, man. The futures are collapsing right now. So we've got a little bit of diamond hands on board right now as we go to the downside right now in the TQs. We go to the downside in Palantir's now 70 cents, and we finally broke a little bit lower. I was actually waiting for 60s to get filled. We almost got that. Let's be patient and wait. 168.60 here coming through, hopefully on PLTR. But yeah, so far so good on this downside push. Maybe we'll take a little bit out just not to get too greedy. But yeah, bank stocks, like them. Don't love them at these levels, but wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of a bounce back in the big boys, JPM, Morgan Stanley, and then some of these little banks can get going. Remember, SoFi is January the 30th, if my mind does not fail me again.
All right, guys, ONDS, Ondas Holdings, the next one here, up about 9% on the day, but off that 1420 high. Multiple analyst price target increases today. Let's start with Oppenheimer, maintaining the outperform rating on ONDS, but raising the price target from 12 to 16. A bit of a similar look here for Northland. Analyst Michael Lattimore raising the firm's price on Ondas from 10 to 16, keeping that outperform rating basically guided stronger in the last report. And the last but not least here, Lake Street also raising the firm's price target to 19 from 10 and keeping that buy rating after the company announced a significant upside in Q4 as well as its 2026 outlook, guys. ONDS up 8 3/4.
Yeah, weird day for the price target.
Keep going.
You'd love to see this hold out a little bit better, but unfortunately for ONDS, I mean, the good news is this looks like a heck of a reversal type day. I mean, the bad news would be, like, it's still putting in more or less the same lower high as last week. Last week, you were effectively failing 14 to 14 change. That's exactly where this stock turned around. So I'm going to call it somewhere, I don't know, around just underneath like 13 bucks. Like this 12.80, 13 area, that's what needs to hold today for this to remain productive. If we close underneath that bar, I'd be a little bit skittish about this upward move, but it still looks good on the higher time frame for ONDS. I just find the timing of that price target upgrade as it's starting to appear like the back end. Like, look at all the topping tails, look at all the rejections in these mid-teens here for ONDS. Outlook looks okay, but if I was in it, it's kind of the thing that would make me be trimming if I was in this one off the 50 period, or like if you had it from all the way down, like mid last year, you're probably sitting pretty. You probably already taken some profit, but if you were in it recently here, I'd be taking a little bit of profit, especially if you can't seem to hold on to this $12.80, $13 area this afternoon. So that's going to be a big key for OND. It's been a great stock recently, but not a lot of buying days since it turned at 15.
All right, man, the NASDAQ is extending, and the S&P 500 is extending their declines right now, and yeah, not great, man, as you can clearly see what's been happening right now as we continue to get lows, man, down 6% now on the TQQs. That one's now starting to get extended out, and we did get our 60 fill there on, I actually took 65 on Palantir there as we continue to go just a little bit lower. Check out the IBIT as well with Bitcoin. I think we have still back there, one more stock to go, and then maybe we can start talking a little bit about BTC, so on and so forth. Okay, Sharif, one more, my guy.
Micron, Sean, basically looking flat, up 0.08. Multiple headlines today. They rose initially in the pre-market after agreeing to acquire PSMC's P5 Taiwan fabrication site for $1.8 billion in cash. It includes a 300 millimeter fab clean room and establishes, that long-term partnership that they had with PSMC. It's expected to close the second half of this year with meaningful DRAM production starting the second half of 27. Separately, multiple analyst comments today on Micron, starting with TD Cowen maintaining the buy rating on Micron, but boosting the price target up markedly from 300 to 450. Likewise, with Stifel here maintaining the buy on Micron, boosting the price target a little bit more conservatively here, 300 to 360. Micron flat on the day.
Yeah, you know what? Obviously, if you're flat on the day, today you're having a good day relative to the market. No questions asked. One of these guys report. They're always at the end of the cycle. They're going to be a ways away. I just think if the stakes are high for Intel to prove something on Thursday, then this quarter for Micron is going to be a big one, and for all of these memory names, because everyone's expecting 4x improvement, 4x year over year when it comes to their EPS, and that's a lot to ask. That said, if they deliver, then you get a confirmation of all this buying. But given what's happened, like yikes, if there's even like a slight miss, or if they just don't like something on the conference call, I just feel like the back end could be a little bit nasty. For this afternoon, if we lose 360, I think this is, flush fill is the wrong way to think about it, but it's starting to look like you could get some head and shoulders action. And when you're talking about Micron, that's exactly when you got to look at some of the other cohorts. Like I'm actually surprised every time that Micron comes up and SNDK is like having a way better day, and it's like, but no one's really talking about it. Like for Micron to be flat and SNDK to be up 9%, it just kind of bears pointing out the baton got passed in this space from, like it was, when we were back here in late December or so, Micron was leading the way, and then that change happened here. Now SNDK seems to be leading the way in momentum for the memory chip names by far. Another 9% today and holding up much better. Maybe this gets reversed at some point in the near future. But for now, I think it's baton pass to SNDK over Micron when we get these up moves. So if you see a breakout happening in the memory space, still proven otherwise, I feel like this is the name that you want to grab early on and not necessarily Micron. Micron, great run for Micron, no questions asked. The fact that it's even flat today does speak to its strength, but nothing compared to SanDisk.
Yeah, some of these names are wild. WDC, another one that's starting to go upside. And if you look at Oracle right here, 181, this name continues to flat out just disappoint traders. Oracle looked like it wanted to get going there, trying to break through the 200 period moving average, and whoops, all the way there to the downside. Down goes Oracle, which reminded me I wanted to look up here our little tracker right here. And of course, in dead last place is Neil and myself. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening right here. But here's the official tracker. And as you can see, Neil right here down to 95.40. I'm at 95.80. Mateo's in this now? Okay, I don't know what he chose. But there's in first place is Adara. I don't know. First place is Adara right now, and Ramin Fabian. So there you go, man. And then Obi, Sharif, and then here's Neil holding up the rear with your boy as well. So we'll see what winds up happening right there moving forward. But in a bad day today, that's our stock tracker portfolio. Man, we had a good time doing that. We want to thank everybody for those trades. And let's just keep the positive thoughts going in this market right now, because I think it needs it, man. Here we go. Now we are almost in this club one more time. It is a dollar club right now to the downside here on Palantir. Finally breaking. We should be short AMD, but of course we are not. We pick and choose right here with PLTR. But there's a nice move down in AMD. I think it's still bleeding. Is it going to break 230 today? That's going to be the question that we all need to find out the answer to. So there it is. Nice move down there for Palantir and for AMD. AMD really getting weaker as this day goes, and so is Tesla. Last time I checked this one, it was at lows, and even lower right now, 350, 35%, bouncing near that 450 the last couple of days, but now it's just straight downside. Will we land at 420? What a surprise. If that winds up happening right there, we'll call in Weed Batman and see what he has to say about it. But there goes Tesla right now, breaking lower TSLA. Gonzos right now, nice move to the downside. Silver was cruising. We just talked about AG, which was a pick of Fabian's as well. So that's a silver play. And right now up 5.6% upside right now for SLV. And I believe gold, gold's sort of saving my portfolio a little bit, although I don't have that much in it. I haven't looked today, so I don't know if I want to. But gold up 4% and still going higher. Okay, here comes, Palantir is really collapsing, man. Here we go, man. We ride the bull. We props it up. Who's short? When we started this show, this is why I give this stuff to you, man. We were about $1.20 in the money on these three positions. Now we've got 90 cents here on Palantir. We've got 80 cents right here. That's $1.70 right there. Plus add another 60 cents onto that. So that's $2.30. So as I've been yapping along here for the last 25 minutes, we've added $1 to our P&L. So hopefully that continues to go right now as we continue to watch these markets. And I'm short, looking at the chat, seeing if there's anything you guys want to talk about. But right now, man, it is a downside push right here. And I think the market even gets lower than this. We're going to try to hold on to some of these shorts. There goes Netflix, just broke $88 into the low of the day. And bang, 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 we're short, man. We also were able to give you another one. But most importantly, we got reloaded up here on Netflix. So that's the bigger trade. Well, these are fine, but get reloaded, take that back into the downside right now. So far, so good there, man, as we just wait for earnings tonight on Netflix. Should be a good one. We should have Brian Shannon coming through soon as well, so that should be a good hit for us, and we'll talk to him about that. But there it is,
He likes earnings season.
Yeah, now we are 250 and going higher here in the money. So far, so good on these shorts.
Yeah, so far, so good. He was just waiting for that back end to come in to make the day. I see a lot of people saying ONDS is also dumped, SMCI, which this was like the only, one of the only tech stocks I was looking at that actually had a bullish setup potentially for the afternoon. Now even it's breaking down. So if we lose VWAP, I'd probably become interested in this one in the other direction to start to look for the absolute bottom. But I don't want to rush anything because I think this morning was a perfect example of eventually things came into work. But if it wasn't trending down, I didn't want to be all over it. And then if it's trending up, then you want to wait patiently for the opportunity. So I kind of missed one pop here in IBIT. And this is the only pop in IBIT I think that I didn't grab, but that was through the opening range low. So if we come back up here again into the 50-80, then I want to jump back over. But it is SMCI that now that it's losing the bid a little bit, I know it's down 5%, but the percent down in the day is a very deceiving thing. And ultimately, what was it doing for most of the morning? At the open, it was buying, and then it held higher as the market was going to said downside. So for most of the day, there's been relative strength in this stock. That's starting to abate. It's got to lose 31 to get me interested for a setup here as well. Tony saying BBAI is dumping. My guess is almost everything is going to be heading in to the downside. But again, it's about timing it. Right? I don't want to just sit here, punch short anything, or jump in at anything, because that timing is going to be everything in your trades, and that's sort of the idea. Let me just quickly check BBAI. I felt like this was...
It was good. It's down 4%.
Yeah, this was like SMCI earlier, where even as the market started pulling back, it was still looking relatively bullish, but no longer. Where is it with that 200? You might get that 200 period again, though, on BBAI. That's at $5.60. So the support on this stock has been pretty much undefeated. If I zoom out, you can see this a little bit better. Let that fill in. There. Now you get a better sense of what I'm getting at here with that 200 period on BBAI. Pretty significant. It gets 20 cents down from here, and you're pretty much at that bounce spot where you're going to want some support. So I'd wait that one out for the 560 test, about the only place I'd be interested in. But for me, it's going to be SMCI. If we get a pop in IBIT to make another short, we've been shorting that one pretty much all day, as it's been lower highs all the way through. But I want to see VWAP fail on SMCI before we get into it. Let us know what you guys have that you're interested in for sure. 420s coming in for Tesla.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, what do we say? I know I hate the term penalty box, but maybe that gets overused. But this one's in the penalty box, certainly. Ever since that 500 test, I heard Obi even say it as well. Look, you clearly failed when it got to the highs, but you can't. How are you supposed to complain about the move last year? Like, it quadruple bottomed at 220. Like, how many times do you have a chance to buy this 220 level, a quadruple bottom down here, and then you went all the way back into the highs? Oh, well, there's your move, and now we're pulling back off the highs under the 50. I don't know, 420 can't hold. I'm not unconvinced you're not waiting for somewhere in the high 380s or the 200 period. I think you want to get real patient with some of these stocks, to be sure. It's just too good of a move off the lows to expect a shallow retracement sometimes.
Yeah, I think you got to be very, very careful, especially with all of this tantrum sort of happening in the market right now. I mean, you're down 2%, and I don't think we need to throw in the towel here completely. Like, I know I'm short, and I'm sort of pounding the table on these shorts, but, you know, we were short in the morning and talking all about that. This is what the Qs looks like on a daily chart. So the NASDAQ today is giving it all back over the month of January and going back to sort of where we were at the beginning of the year, right into here. But yeah, I think you want to be real nervous if we can sort of break below this 580 mark, which gives us at least another 3 or 4% into tomorrow, and then 570 would be your 200 period moving average. The last time, obviously, we broke that, and if we zoom back out a little bit here, would be in April, which is right there. I don't even think we broke it during these dumps. No, so you know, that was an area, and it took all of that is, so the break happens March 10th or so, and then it takes March, April, May, so about 2.5, 3 months or so, depending on the date exactly, to get back through that. So you did have a washout period right there, and you could see started and stopped by volume. So that would be a big one there as we break higher. I think pretty consistent volume until right there where we made those lows, another extension on the volume. And so right now, not even getting a huge volume candle, but I mean, that's irregardless of the closing print. So we'll have to wait to see what happens today on the triple Qs and see what kind of volume that looks like there at the end of the day and see if there is a significant push for that. All right, you know, we got to set our stops now because we're getting close to, again, sort of a max pain. Like we just went down to 168.50 there, and here it comes right back up to 169 again as Palantir. So we know this stock can be strong when it wants to be. So let's get some out here in the 80s. We got our 60 fill already. We got a couple fills there, so we're happy with that. We just didn't get the continuation to the downside. We got a real good dump in Netflix, man. We got 91s there. Let's just put another bid right here, 95. We'll see if we can take that. As we start to get lighter and lighter on this position, I'm not sure how many shares of Netflix we've traded on this total position. Well, I know totally it's a couple thousand on this, but we're just going to wait, getting out and out and out of shares here at 87.90. Let's see if it drips down. We don't want to be too short heading into the earnings. I mean, at 350, when those imbalances come out, that could tell the story as well. So we're going to have to be careful with that. And then the NASDAQ. So most of my stops, if you guys are looking, are going to be at the 50 period moving average. So this was actually at 51.20. I guess I can change that now. I'd still like to get shorter on the Qs, but if we do break, if we break above, what is this, 51 flat basically, let's go 51.06. If it breaks above, then we'll stop ourselves out of that trade. Yeah, that's the only one that's really in any sort of worry for me. Not worried about Netflix. I still think that goes a little lower there, and nothing else really to be concerned with. Uber is a position that I recently bought a little bit more shares in, and that wasn't that recent, but it was at 85.86. That bounced nicely off 80. Let's see what Uber can do. They're down 2% here today. And, you know, what was a bank rebound based on some of those great earnings that we did have later last week. But earlier on in the week, we had JP Morgan, and they've really now started to fall again and took out last week's lows. So not great. Another 3% move down there for JPM. It got to 307, got back to like 315, 316 there on Friday, and now whoops, downside again as the banks start to become in question here, as you know, trade and this tariff worry. And I don't know what the tariffs would exactly have to do with the banks, but nice move down there. And we still worry about the credit card sort of talk there with Visa and MasterCard and all that. And I don't know. Right now, Bitcoin's not doing much, so I don't know if stable coins or anything. But yeah, Visa downside there.
The only thing Bitcoin is doing is struggling. IBIT's down 6.5% today.
Ooh,
so for people asking about lottery.com, it was halted for like 30 minutes here, but it was a volatility halt. So my guess is they just didn't have any liquidity. If the volatility halt lasts longer than the 5 minutes or the 10 minutes, it usually just means you have serious liquidity concerns and they don't open the stock back up for those reasons. But it just reopened. Lottery.com is SEGG now. It used to be something else a while ago, but unfortunately, yeah, it just opened back up. Still up 33%, but it's certainly giving up the ghost. I didn't see a new headline, but yeah, hopefully. You got to set stops when you trade these. I'm just kind of hoping no one's trapped in this. Because if you got trapped in the first down halt, it's given up the entirety of the move and continuing to head lower. We don't have locate, so even if I wanted to punch short, my guess is they'd be incredibly expensive, and it's about to go into another down halt at $1.41. So all of the gains that Lottery.com had from this morning are about to get given back. So if I see I mean, it looks visually like an offering.
Yeah, oh, wow.
Like the stock looks like an offering. Let me just double check because I didn't hear anything in my ear. Yada, 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 just going in. I'm not seeing anything for it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, it is an offering.
Oh, is it?
That's hilarious because when I look at it, all the halts in the news service had it as SEGG, but the news service still had LTRY as the headline for the story. So yeah, they get a public offering here of 2.5 million shares of common stock. If you are ever trading some kind of a small capper that is going, understand that when it's working for you, when you have that euphoria, a lot of the catastrophic downside is exactly this. It doesn't always happen intraday. Oftentimes you will get this happen overnight or in the pre-market or whatever it might be, but just understand that this is the end result. Like you end up gapping down through levels. If you don't have tight stops, you can get trapped in a halt and then give up all of your gains. So, halted indicating a 129 reopen for lottery.com. Not looking very good, unfortunately. Again, I hope no one got trapped in that one. U.S. stops for a reason. I think that's one of the, we always talk about make sure you have an out, but for those that don't agree with stop orders, I feel like just looking at a chart like that is probably enough reason to get you in. All right, so looking for this breakdown on SMCI, doesn't seem to want to give up the ghost underneath VWAP yet, but it's getting pretty close. Like once you break down and have an open and close underneath the volume weighted average price, that'll be enough for me to get in. Intel not really doing too much. Also looking at potentially getting back into IBIT. Just hasn't really pushed back into that opening range bottom yet in the 50-80s. For reload. I think we're going to go to the desk at some point for Adara, as I've just heard for some news. Ooh, I saw something else which is getting loaded. Well, maybe in a quick little second because I see we are getting ready. You mentioned already we're going to have.
Yeah, we should have Brian Shannon on very soon.
We're also setting up for Brian. And oh no, all black. Maybe that's an ominous sign. The screen is gone.
The screen is gone in the background. Okay.
Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, well, okay, that's right. So I just got in my ear. We're making some possible changes and working on some things. So yeah, all we're doing right there is maybe working on some things in the back, which requires turning the screen off. So we are working on getting Brian. But I believe we are going to. Are we going to Adara or not? Okay, we're going to go to Adara now at the desk.
I'll be quick, guys. I just want to let you know, if you guys remember, during CES, I had a regular schedule in terms of who was speaking when from publicly traded companies. Guess what? I'm doing it again for Davos. So here's the World Economic Forum 2026 annual meeting. This is the schedule for the first half of tomorrow, Wednesday, January 21st. If you're thinking, hey, 2:30 a.m., that's really early. This is in Eastern time. So that means a lot of this is going to be happening before the market opens. But I think provide you guys a bit of a sense of who is speaking and what companies to be aware of during tomorrow's pre-market session. Now, the second part of this, which I'm going to be posting imminently, it's already ready to go. That's going to have stuff more immediately in our pre-market session, and then heading into 9:30. I believe the last event will be at 12:30 p.m. Eastern, or ending rather at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. So I'm going to keep this up for the rest of the week. Again, guys, WEF 2026 or Davos schedules. They're going to be on X at TTV Research. Here is the first one. Back to you.
Thank you.
Murderer's Row for like the amount of like big names that you're going to see this.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's going to be. I mean, next week is going to be much bigger, but it should be a good one this week. As we talked about, there's really no Mag 7 names this week, so we'll have to wait for next week, and then it really gets kicked off in
really.
That's why Neil's here, my guy. Look at D-Dog here. How do you manage so many positions all at once? Yeah, I just hand it over, and he starts talking, and sometimes I come back in and out, and I look to put my positions in, and I think the big thing is stop orders, right? I mean, I gotta set the stop orders out and make sure I'm watching some of these trades. And I mean, today it's easy because I'm short everything. I'm short Netflix. I mean, and plus it's also easy when there's 75 cents plus in the money. So I just, Netflix triple short right there, bang, right into the earnings. I mean, this is what I do every day, so pretty comfortable to do it. And there's the TQs as well, and getting out and always making sure that I'm double checking where some of these stops are, because sometimes they'll start to rip up one way or the other. Like I'm just like, here, I have to cancel. I had a way bigger order to get more shares of Netflix short. It just didn't get up to those levels, so I got to double check order entry and things like that. But I think it's a great question. So again, thank you so much for asking that one. And it's just a matter of getting your stops in and just keep on going back to a little bit of the heavier positions and make sure that none of the levels that you thought about breaking might break out. So like right here, 169.40. So I have my stop on Palantir breaking 170 right up here. But since that's not going to be a play and there's only now an hour left, why not we just stop out of the rest of this right here and then regroup? So we've already made the money on Palantir here. Hopefully it continues to go down, but if it does break through some levels, then we're all good. So 169.51 coming into play right now. We'll put a stop into there. Without any further ado, we will call on a very great friend of the show, Mr. Brian Shannon. And I normally have him do this for you, Brian. Come up. Here's the money storm hitting right now. So the first question, as you can see, Neil finally put on his hat over here. Did you watch?
I was going to only put it on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you only put it on for him. Did you watch any of the game there, Brian?
I did. I watched most of it, actually. It was a good game to watch.
Yeah, well, definitely an exciting game there. Depends on what side of the ball you're on, but it was an exciting game anyways, an overtime game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, what can you
So not much to complain about. And there's the new Broncos, logo there. Nice little hat, Neil. I can see you haven't got much wear out of it, but good sport.
It's literally brand new.
Yeah, good sport wearing that there today as Neil celebrates the Broncos. So congratulations.
He said he would. He's a man of his word.
Yep.
Well, I honestly hope that they go to the Super Bowl because I strongly dislike the New England Patriots for some obvious reasons for fans that are out there. But speaking of Super Bowls, maybe not this week, Brian, but if you're as a swing trader, we're starting to come into some pretty big earnings, which next week we'll start to get some of the Mag 7 names, be a little bit more quiet, but we started out with Netflix here, which used to be a much more important stock than maybe it is now. But what's your process going into this? Because oftentimes, we get a lot of questions, what do you think about stock X or stock Y? What's your prediction going into earnings? I like to make decisions after earnings, but I want to know just your process is the market's having a bit of a reversal day today and a bit of a shock itself. Is there anything that's piqued your interest before earnings, or are you a wait and see kind of swing trader?
I'm with you, Neil. I like to, a little bit of wait and see. You were just talking about Datadog, and I remember the last earnings report there, DDOG. That was that big gap up over here where that blue line was, so basically about 50 days ago. And it ran up a couple days and then just has been annihilated. So, I always like to give it a couple days to settle down with the anchor from the earnings. And if I was looking to buy Datadog, which I was actually, I wanted to see it stabilized over in this area at or near that volume weighted average price from the earnings report, and then to be a buyer of strength after that little consolidation, and then put a stop under here. Instead, it just continued to decline, and dip buyers, continue to get punished in there. It's just been, horrible in there for that stock. Reminds me a lot of Oracle, and that wasn't, of course, an earnings report, but when these stocks sell off, it's tempting to buy the dips because they're big names and that sort of thing. But just like we're seeing in Apple, you can't just buy these things because they're down. When they're in downtrends, you give the benefit of the doubt to the sellers.
Yeah, and just sort of along those lines, right now we're giving a lot of the benefit of the doubt to sellers on, especially Mag 7 names. Just out of curiosity, are you a long only kind of trader, or will you dip your toes into shorting as well along with this trend? And just out of curiosity, because I know myself, I've never swung short my entire life, but do you have anything that you at least see setting up for some shorts? Because I saw there was a crazy move on Dell today, which looked pretty nasty, breaking some support. And I feel like there's a lot of stocks.
That is, yeah.
There's a lot of stocks
little
looking like
bearish
that
flag.
right now.
The problem with stocks like Dell, coming in, it's a beautiful, bearish flag setup, very similar to, this bearish flag in Apple that's broken down. And coming in today, I was looking to get short GEN, for instance, but it gapped lower like this, and I'm not going to chase GEN. And also NTAP was one that I had, you can see the drawing here is this was what I wanted to see happen was, we dropped from 110 to 103 on last 2 days of the week last week. I wanted to see it rally up and then short with a stop over here. I did get short a little bit of this one today, TOST. And that, is kind of the same story. It's below all these key moving averages. Longer term on the weekly chart, I've kind of got an eye on the anchor off of the 2023 low that it might come down and, let's say, undercut this. But when I short for a swing, Neil, I'm looking at it as, I just don't trust the shorts as much. So no matter what this stock does today, I absolutely will cover some before the close because, the way that shorts work, they'll gap up to here the next day, and I'll feel really stupid if I hadn't taken some off. And that puts me in a position of strength on the balance where if it starts to fail, well, then maybe I can re-add what I shorted, or if it continues lower, that's great too. But to me, I have to manage risk a lot tighter on shorts.
Oh, that's a great point. I'm glad you said that about managing risk. I mean, the market in a general sense, typically is going to the upside. I'm glad you had some short ideas, and it's always tough when you like a short like that and then you're having to potentially chase it a little bit. My question, if you could go back to just, it doesn't really matter which one of those gaps down. In that particular situation, if it fills the gap back in, would you ever consider reshorting that breakdown, or is that too strong of a move for it to fill the gap back in and still like the trade?
What I'll typically do is I'll have like a 2-day VWAP. So I just drew a second VWAP right here on this chart. And if this morning, let's say it rallied up to that 2-day VWAP, and then the daily VWAP then looked like this, then I would say, okay, if it found supply at the 2-day VWAP, then breaks today's VWAP, then I would look to get short right here with a stop likely above the high of the day at that point. So it's, let it bleed out a little bit back to the upside. Looking at this prior support as potential supply. If it fails in that zone near, yesterday's volume weighted average price plus what's elapsed today, with a declining 5-day moving average, with a declining 20 and 50, structurally it's still broken. So maybe I could get an opportunity for that rally and then roll over. But I'm not the type of person who's gonna, look at this on the open on a 2-minute chart and just short right there, especially when it opens. A daily S2, it's similar to, I'm not generally going to buy a stock if it's, gapped up to daily R2. To me, that means most of the range has been out. Now, looking in hindsight, there was an opportunity maybe to short here as it broke back below VWAP, found supply there, and to short it in here or even short it over here. But I didn't do that because I just basically took it off my list for today for a short.
Thanks, Brian. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing well, Sean. You sound a little low energy today.
No, a little bit. Just trying to relax here into the close. I have 3 shorts on, so it's like, let's just wait to see. Actually, just got stopped at a Palantir. I want to talk about Bitcoin. Ethereum down 10% right now here today. And I was, we're talking to traders earlier. I wonder how important, and tell me what you think about this, and I don't know if it's true for crypto or not, but how important is this psychological level? We're right at 3,000 here. Going back on a chart, this is just a 30-minute chart. We have a little bit of, consolidation back near 2,900, 2,800 or so. What do you think about Ethereum today? Solana's down to 128. XRP just broke $2. Feels like this whole sort of space is really, come tumbling down on us here a little bit. What do you think about crypto? Are we still staying away? I know I asked you something similar last week.
No, actually, and I had been long Bitcoin, and as it got up towards this anchor from the all-time high last week, that's where I was starting to say, okay, I retweeted it today that I said, it's at this level of potential supply. It's just had a nice little run. The anchor from the all-time high is likely to be a source of supply. So tighten your stops, maybe take a little bit of profits. and it's failed miserably from there. So right where it was supposed to. So knowing these key levels in advance is obviously tremendously helpful, just as it was in Ethereum, the anchor from the high, not the all-time high, but the high that it saw at the same time Bitcoin peaked, that you can see it was resistance in here, and then it was resistance here. So now it's breaking. I mean, this thing is pretty ugly. It's, if we looked and switched it to a weekly chart, it might look a little bit like a bearish flag in here. I don't like the looks of these things at all. So I am 100% out of crypto right now. Okay. And let's just go back to the daily. This is, we're right here at the dash 50-day moving average and the anchor from the November low. It should find buyers in here, but there's no evidence of it yet. So when I look at the shorter term time frame, there's no evidence of buyers in here. So I'm not ready to buy it yet. As you know, I'm not going to buy the dip. I want to buy strength after the dip. And it just isn't there for Bitcoin. So with a declining 200-day moving average, my bias for the year is still to the downside, neutral at best to maybe slightly positive, but with a 200-day moving average declining, it says the big money is still rolling out of this thing.
And I guess you really got to have sort of get that whole FOMO thought out of your head, because to be flat, crypto, and just waiting for something to happen, I think that shows a lot of, responsibility and a lot of patience in your style of trading, because I know it's hard for a lot of traders to do. And we got asked that question last week, hey, if you're thinking so negatively about the market, why not just liquidate everything and go into cash? I can't push that sell button, Apple's down 10%. I can't sell it down 10%. So that's why I think following some rules-based trading like you have right there with some of the marks on the chart really helps take away that sort of mental, do I want to hit the sell key or the buy key? Just do it based on programs and based on, what your studies have showed you. I think that that's something that you do obviously great, and shows that you're flat crypto. So even some of us always hold on to a little piece, but, going flat definitely just shows some great patience. On that note,
I'm not smart enough, Sean.
Yeah, nor am I.
I'm too emotional. If I don't have rules and strategies, I fall victim to the emotions. So I have rules of engagement and disengagement to make sure I don't. I mean, I don't mind that being a weakness because I've overcome it with strategies.
I mean, I think that's awesome. I think that's exactly what we're trying to do here. You talked about the energy levels and this and that. Sometimes you're getting too worked up. Sometimes you'll make trades that's oh my gosh, what have I done here, right? People want me to actually buy Big Bear AI. You want to talk about some BBAI, Brian? This is a stock that I recommended for this year. I think there's a lot of tailwinds in this stock, including so these guys do the scanners, and there's a lot of security related features as far as AI. They just installed those heat sensors and body scanners and whatnot in where New England Patriots play at the Kraft Group, their Gillette Stadium in Boston, Massachusetts. Anyways, BBAI, they keep on bouncing, Brian, off this 200 period moving average. Tell me it's different this time. I don't. What are you seeing in this stock? I mean, we always get it's one of the most popular stocks here that traders talk to us about. What do you think about BBAI, and how does this look on the chart? And are we buying this 200 period, or we're waiting until it breaks above 7?
I'm not a buyer of it here. When we look at this weekly chart, what I see, Sean, is just a big giant mess in here. Yeah. The good news about this mess is as you pointed out, it's holding the 200-day moving average, and this range is tightening. So that's a good part. That says we're getting ready for something, but we still have this little downtrend line. We have these lower highs in here. And, the good news is now we've got that 50-day moving average, that dash blue line flat. 20 is about to come up through it. So it's building in here. It's building energy, and we do have at least one higher low in here. Maybe there's another test. And if you're the type of person who, buys off the 200, then, it could be a nibble and then add on strength that looks like this. But for now, it's just, we had the big price correction from 10 down to, drop 50%. And now we're correcting more through time. And it just requires, I think, some patience in here before it can really get up and get going again.
Yeah. Agreed on all of that front. Let stocks settle down and come to you, especially in this environment. All right, one last question, because it was a stock that you gave us last week, and then maybe one. This really ran, the metals company. me. You gave this to us last week, and it actually, I think it was the very next day, Brian. And I just wanted to know what sort of the strategy, because it broke through that $8 there. You were talking about Tuesday. What's the date today? 20th, so about the 13th. We started to pop that very next day. So just a quick question. Are you still in this? What do you think about TMC? And I just know there's a lot of traders on our show that was like, oh, Brian nailed that one. And now it's kind of right back to those levels again. So do you still like the metals company here? Thoughts on TMC and then maybe a play that you're looking forward to the next couple of days or weeks?
Yeah, what we spoke about last week, Sean, was, and it's funny, this dashed orange line is a rolling 5-day moving average. So that's exactly where it was 5 days ago when we spoke about it. And what I was talking about at that point was I like to buy above this little level with a stop under here. And, you know, it did take off nicely the next day. I sold some into strength, as I always do. And then I, you know, got stopped out actually on this day as it undercut this higher, it made this low. And then I got stopped out right here. So I'm still watching the stock, but as far as the trade, it was basically a scratch only because I took some off on strength. And you know, it's kind of like BBAI that it maybe needs to just tighten up a little bit further in here on the, especially over on this, you know, 30-minute time frame, do something like this and then get going. But I have sold it. If I hadn't sold it and I'm looking to maybe hold with a wider stop, I think a worst case stop probably goes under here, which is this level on the daily time frame that occurred on what date was that? The 12th of this month.
And when you sell something, that first little tranche up there on the top side, is that a 25% or how do you judge, you know, how much to sell up there, percentage of your position? Is it the same every time? You talked about rules-based trading.
Usually it's about a third of the position, quarter or a third. If I really like it, then I'll sell a quarter. What I'll do is, you know, as it approaches, so for instance, you know, it broke out. So I'm always looking at the breakout level and saying, how did it get to the breakout level? It didn't quite break out. But as it got towards that level, I thought, well, here it's almost broken out. It's gotten a little bit extended to go there. For 7 to 8 is about a 13% rally, 15% rally. So I want to peel a little bit off and then raise my stop on the balance so I'm not stuck with it. Now it's just, you know, it's kind of dead money in here near term. But what I often do is when I see a level of, so going back to Bitcoin, for instance, at the anchor from the all-time high, I said, now's a time to either peel some off or start to raise your stop. And when I say raise your stop, I just mean, listen, it's at a potential level of supply. Let's not throw our stock away because we think there's going to be resistance. We only know resistance after the fact. But if we raise our stop aggressively on that first third and trail it up under, you know, the higher of the last 5-minute bar lows is what I like to use, either 2-minute or 5-minute if it has strong momentum, then I get out of that first portion. I'm holding 2/3 of it, and I'm in a position of strength on that 2/3. I don't feel like a jerk the next day if I'm holding the whole thing and it gaps down, because I do feel like a jerk if I hold the whole thing thinking, wow, why didn't I sell some? And that's how that came about, you know, that I take that first third off, because so many times I would lose money and just kind of beat myself up over it.
Right.
Actually, I love that, Brian. You use the term scratch trade. I mean, obviously, if you're anyone that golfs, knows scratch is good in golfing. But in trading, sometimes too, like if you can have something not work, ultimately, you know, in sort of in terms of your overall perfect plan, but you didn't even lose on the trade, I think that's fantastic for risk management and a great point to bring up to a lot of the swing traders out there. Like, you know, you brought us what you have to see. For all of your entries and exits, and also a bit of a risk plan for managing, which I think is absolutely perfect. Brian, always a pleasure to have you. Let everyone know where they can find you for sure. And if any final thoughts, for sure, let us know.
Sure. Well, and the thing on that strategy, if I can just, you know, expand on that a little bit, a lot of times people will, you know, if the stock had not broken down, instead continue to go higher over the next few days, a lot of people would be complaining, well, shoot, we gave away that first third as the stock maybe runs to 9 or 10 or 11. But the point is to be able to be in a position of strength at all times. And if it gaps down and takes your profits away, then you've been proactive about your risk management rather than being reactive, and you still have 2/3 of the position, which you can make a lot of money with still, which is a great position to be in, is the position of strength and reducing that risk from the start. So that's just to expand on that a little bit. As far as new ideas, what I'm looking at, I really need to see this market settle down a little bit. There's a lot of stocks that seemed like they were setting up that are kind of now just a little. They're going to need a little bit of time, just like TMC. I still like the daily setup, but the intraday time frame, it's these lower highs and lower lows with a declining 5-day moving average. So I'm afraid I don't have anything for you here, but I update every day for subscribers on X for $10 a month at Alpha Trends is the way to find me there.
There he is, our good friend, as always. Hey, best of luck in all of your ideas, and thank you for outlining them here and showing the discipline that you have. Best of luck, and of course, we'll talk to you next week, Brian. And when we're into earnings season, I'm sure there'll be a heck of a lot more excitement as well.
Okay.
Ciao, Brian. Thank you so much. See you. All right, Brian Shannon, our guest trader of the day. We want to thank him for that. Yeah, good one there with the hat. That was a fun little segment. Federal Trade Commission spokesperson says FTC will appeal decision in Meta antitrust case. So, I was going to say we can go to Adair for more details on this one if she has anything. But
those are all the details.
All right, back to me. So just we'll wait. I mean, again, we do have a little news story thing here that I can show the story up here. I actually don't have that right here, but here it is right here. Blackstone, senior officials. Trump. There's more Trump talk here I could put up. I actually don't even see the Meta story. It was just on Benzinga, so I don't think there's too much going on there. Trump right now is just going and going. Here's an interesting story. What do you think about this? I should have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize. Okay, we'll clear that trigger there as well. U.S. crude, here it is, U.S. crude oil futures as well, starting to settle down at up 1.5%. There today is crude. So just some different stories that have been popping around a little bit here today. Let's go over to Darren and find out another one.
Yeah, so I'll just give you a little bit more details here with META. Basically, on November 18th, the U.S. District of Columbia judge here ruling in favor of Meta in that FTC case. This was a case that started initially on December 8th of 2020, so this went on for like nearly 5 years. Basically, in the end here, Judge James Boasberg rules in favor of Meta, saying that even if the company might have had a monopoly position in the past, the FTC was not able to establish that the company had a monopoly position at the time of the ruling. So kind of interesting verdict there. Either way, that's what the FTC is appealing, as far as I can tell. So a little bit more context there for that FTC announcement. Again, this appeal comes like just over 2 months after the decision was made. Interesting stuff. One stock that did move here as well, at least a little bit on Trump's Q&A, is Coca-Cola, KO. Trump said during his speech that Coca-Cola is an example of a company that I guess would be negatively impacted by tariffs. This was kind of a one-off random mention here by Trump. Looks like he's now answering questions, though, at this press briefing. So all stay tuned. I'll keep you guys posted with everything you need to know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, defensive name, Coke there. I think, it's interesting because I feel like in we don't usually talk about Coke. I mean, a headline like that, potentially. But it was usually in the context of Warren Buffett or discussing it or liking it. And now that he's sort of out of the picture, like I don't even know who's gonna tout that stock anymore. I feel like that is one of those I immediately associate Coke, Apple, so it used to be with Oxy, sometimes the railroads, essentially with Berkshire Hathaway. It's going to be interesting to see Abel and whether some of those like stalwarts remain in favor, because I mean so much of the strength that
such a
came
good
for
support
stocks like that was support from Berkshire Hathaway. And so you would be able to run to that when anytime Berkshire is buying a stock like that, you just kind of jump in with them or just buy Berkshire as well. But it should be interesting to see how all of this changes this year. It's a big year and a lot of cash available for the new leadership of Berkshire Hathaway. Or we just got
I think Trump, so Trump is taking...
Trump's speaking right now.
Yes,
Obviously,
so we're on fire a little bit here. We did reload this as we were speaking with Brian and didn't want to interrupt him. So there's the reload there. Almost stopped out, of course, but not on the futures. And this is, again, it's going to be a good stock here today. As we go short again, we go short again right there. This is like the definition of like believing in your trade. You're averaging down into it there, as well as Netflix. We averaged, actually, we didn't get our average in Netflix. We were waiting there at 88.10, did not grab that, and now we're sort of put our stop right there as well. So now my Netflix stop is breaking above this 88.05 right there. If we take that out, then we're gone on Netflix. Our Palantir came out at 50s. You know, we were going to make it 70. Obviously, in hindsight, as this market falls down, thing is the market is very, very easy to humble you. So you don't want to stay in something that you know was wrong. And, you know, I thought AMD was right on this short. Looks like we had to wait all afternoon, but that wasn't a good short until it was. And that's what we're talking about there, waiting for certain things to happen. As XOM and oil continues to bump higher, so does XOM, so does CVX, so does a stock like Valero. I mean, these stocks have been absolutely hot fire over the last little while. Wow, Netflix. Someone asked me in the chat, like, here we go, man. This is going to be P&L number one. Unless I think Obi had a big trade on that, might be P&L one. But here's Netflix right now, starting to bleed again to the downside. Now, someone asked before I get off topic here, am I going to be short into the earnings? No, we got to be flat. So I'm going to be flat. I don't think it's wise anyways to be short, not in a day trade. I mean, if you're short with options or a swing trade or something, fine. But like, I have to cover as soon as basically the number comes out. So it's not really worth the risk of getting stopped out or having a huge win or a huge loss based on a random earnings report that I know nothing about. So I think the short is probably okay on Netflix. I mean, you know, just if you guys are waiting for something to happen, I don't know what the report's going to be like, but I know their daily active users probably, I'm going to say went up in the quarter. We did have some big NFL games throughout Thanksgiving and whatnot. I think that should help. You know, some different boxing matches that they've had. They had the Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua fight there. Is that his name? Joshua David? I can't remember. I don't know. I think it's is it Anthony Joshua? Okay. AJ, yeah. The Leafs have a Joshua, so that's why I keep on getting confused. But nice move to the downside there. So I'm thinking it should be a very, very interesting report for Netflix. And then you want to hear, obviously, the board. You know, they're going to get questions about he's going to find out about Greenland soon is I think what we just heard, or what they're talking about here in the chat. Let's go over to Adara, who's excited to tell us something about Donald.
CRML here, critical metals popping a little bit here, right near day's lows. U.S. President Donald Trump was just asked, how far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland? His entire answer, you'll find out. So we know that CRML is kind of part of that Greenland correlation play. They do have that Tanberries project in Greenland, so CRML, always a good stock to look at when you hear Greenland news. Again, Trump's response to how far he'll go to acquire Greenland are the three words, you'll find out. Back to you.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Like those stocks have been disappointing.
Markets stay low.
That CRML, but look, I got back and someone has asked me if I liked SoFi. What was the other stock? I think it was SoFi versus CHYM. My simple answer is I don't like either stock at these prices, but I own SoFi. So I do prefer SoFi, but I'm not a buyer of the stock at these prices. But it has been trending since it broke trend when I jumped in. It's been trending down, and this one actually popped back into the trend line. So it was a reload. Now you're breaking into if you break this bottom at 25.5, I got to look somewhere in the opening range, 25.25 to 25.40. Like that's that next level into the downside, and ultimately, when something starts trending down like this, ideally, like that's what IBIT did. That's what you want to try to stick to if you can. Unfortunately, Jose Alvarado just said Oracle's under 181. This is actually, Oracle could break down on the daily. Like we talked about Dell earlier, having like a recent support low that could be breaking down. I mean, this is when the market's basically coming off highs. And this could lose that 176 as early as this week. And if you remember Dell this morning, yikes, and this is what we're talking about with Brian, like it lost the 115 level and just continues lower. So this is absolutely getting woodshedded today, down 7 points. You're not going to see much in tech lounge. It's down 7 points because everything everything caught a pretty decent bounce. Like we were down a couple of points, and the things that were down 4 or 5% got bounces before this rush to the downside. Dell never did. Like there was no opportunity for you in Dell to catch a bid. It was just nasty pretty much all day. Like this just trended down. That's the one. It's stocks like these, as opposed to, like Intel may have eventually worked, but off the open, Dell was just a sell, and it never stopped being a sell. Like, Bitcoin was a sell, it never stopped being a sell. Tom Lee's BMNR, this is an example. BMNR, why is it not coming in my drop down? My drop down's not working. Isn't that weird? Yeah. Like this has been trend down, but it hasn't lost the bid. Well, yeah, you can short the pops on this. I've been waiting all day for this to actually fall apart a little bit more. I feel like BMNR, the reason why it didn't, because it was already down so much. So it was an outsized move relative to the rest of crypto, and down 8%. And that's why it didn't actually lose. Here's a better example. It didn't even lose the bid from today. I still don't like this. Like I'm going to come in tomorrow, and it's like, prove to me that all of these crypto plays aren't still shorts. Like I would come in thinking short an IBIT. I'm going to come in thinking breakdown in BMNR to fill a little bit of this gap. Not yet, BMNR, but your time is definitely coming. Doesn't look very good to me. Double top at 34. Confirmation day, holding underneath last week's lows. Yeah, everything about that looks like it's still going to be a short tomorrow. But for now, the only reload was in SoFi on this trend line. And if it breaks the trend line, I'm not thinking long. It's 318. I don't know about the reversal play at all. And keep in mind, remember, when Walmart went into the index, the NASDAQ 100, sometimes we'll see like residual action. All the crazy, we had monster volume obviously at the close on Friday. You might see some residual action at the close today on Walmart or AstraZeneca. Those were the two index changes. Not necessarily something to anticipate, but something we'll keep our eye on. Nothing really pointing out any crazy action at the close, although, Chewy's already $1 million to sell on the early look.
Oh, is it? Oh my God.
GDX is a 1.7 million sell. ETFs tend to not be that big of a deal. You got Enbridge, that's dual listed. I wouldn't care too much about that. And then TRP, 2.4 million. So nothing too crazy, but we did see that massive number for Walmart on Friday after it got added to the NASDAQ 100.
So with Trump talking and, doing his own thing right around here now, it's going to be better off covering everything at some point. So we got a bunch of outs there at the low of the day, so that's not great. We just got like a huge bump up there. It went to 92. I'm going to try to short if that happens again. I didn't even have a short up here. Well worth it to take this sort of back and forth action here. But we're getting lighter and lighter. What's up to Charlie there in the chat? You are 100% right. I'll fire off the hot dog cannon for you, my friend, because you did call this move down in the futures. And just in case you guys were wondering, this is who's on deck tomorrow for earnings. Netflix, UAL, IBKR tonight. Tomorrow, J&J, Halliburton, Ally, Schwab coming in. And then if you're going to look, what's up, Charlie? Hope you're doing well. As I just mentioned right there, this is you and I, man. We on point right now. There's the short that we had written down here today. And, we were short, everything short today. And pretty much all of my trades have been short. I don't think I have a long today. Short in AMD, we were lost on it. So there's that. Netflix, man, there's the short. Huge trade, but about to get stopped out, breaking through this. So like I said, this will be P&L 1 for me. PLTR, short, all right? And then finally, the futures with the TQQ instrument, short as well. So, so far so good on some of this. And, no longs, man. I'm just trying to stick with that sort of thought for now. Could we get back into a long? Of course we can. But, the market is, this was too bad. We got stopped out there. And, again, have rules, right? And we got stopped once it broke 50. Could have used the 200 period. That's a rule of mine. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Did not use that rule. But we didn't want this to continue to blow up. So take a little bit of money on this Palantir short right there and get out for flat when it comes back up. That was a trade of mine. DraftKings right now approaching some scanners. I don't really know if it's an active one or not. I'd actually talked about, I sold this, in all this sort of mess up in here. I actually talked about trimming some positions in the old portfolio, just random ones that we had left over. And all of a sudden, DraftKings, I didn't buy down here. This is an older position. So in here somewhere over the last couple of weeks, sold some DraftKings. Now it's dripping down, of course, with the national game, championship game yesterday over with now. The betting, as football only has 3 more games, that's going to come to a screeching halt for their website. Maybe golf, I
I'd
think,
be worried.
be popular.
I don't know if you saw the any of the highlights for the national championship.
No, I was watching a little bit of it, but I didn't watch too much. It went to overtime, didn't it?
It was there was a block.
got out of
It was
Netflix.
it was the fourth quarter comeback or
Right.
fourth quarter late incredible TD, but there was a blocked punt earlier in the game.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm not a tinfoil, but if I had money on Miami
Yeah.
and I saw that blocked punt, the first guy tried to block the dude that came in. The second dude, you can't even say he just kind of guided him back toward the punter. You watch the replay, I'm like, I'm not sure what he was doing,
Yeah.
but he put up no effort and the guy just walked past him. They didn't
It was
even
early in the game.
They weren't even trying a blocked punt. Like it was literally like it wasn't even a blocked punt
Sort of like a missed assignment.
he just two guys just kind of let the dude go past, blocked the punt, and got a touchdown. Like when you think about it, there's a lot of money out there on these games. It is what it is.
Yeah,
Like,
these kids make a lot of money, though. I mean, most.
Yeah,
of these,
but not some dude on special teams doesn't make a lot of money.
Not a lot, no.
Bet that. But I think we're going to go to Adair in a quick second. I just trailed out. We've been in IBIT the whole day, but once it couldn't break lower, and we just kind of took out this triple top. So I just trailed out of it. 8 minutes, and then we'll get probably some updates on the early looks. Let's go to the desk with Adair.
So to let you guys know here, U.S. President Donald Trump just teased what his Davos speech is going to be about, and he said it's basically going to be about the same things that he talked about today. So just recapping his first year and giving, in his opinion, the European countries, even the European countries, I guess some how-to tips for governance from U.S. President Trump. So again, that's certainly what his Davos speech is going to be about. I bring this up as well because that's going to be 8:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. You can find this whole World Economic Forum, or WEF Davos schedule here on X at TTV Research. I already released and previewed here for you guys part 1. Here is part 2. This covers 6:30 a.m. Eastern all the way to 12:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And again, U.S. President Trump speaking apparently about the same things he said today at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. You'll be able to catch that live on Trader TV. Back to you.
And thank you very much, Adair. Just for everyone that's asking, I put this in the chat, but we might not have said it. Netflix expected move is about 7.5%, like 7.7%. So that's what the options market is pricing in for the expectation of volatility. And then keep in mind, people are going to want to hear about the debt situation. The call is going to matter here today. You know, they moved to cash for the Warner Brothers deal, and creating content isn't necessarily the cheapest endeavor out there. So certainly people are going to want to hear about the debt situation for Netflix. And Obi pointed this one out on Netflix. If you go out to just quickly, and we'll probably talk a lot about it. Obviously, it's the biggest earnings name tonight. So we're going to talk a lot about this. But if you look at this on like a really higher time frame, this broke the uptrend a couple months ago. So until we retest these low 80s, like all these little wick bottoms, like you're starting to get into that gap fill. And even if you lose that on a monthly chart, you've got 70 to contend with. I think the weekly probably shows you a bit of it doesn't look very bullish to buy in front of the 80s when you look at the monthly, but on the weekly chart, it does look a little bit more constructive because you've broken trend. And as Brian said, when a stock is trending down, you should be picky about where to get in. And if it depends on if you're trading and trying to time it, then you need to see something happen, maybe a trend break or some higher lows, like that kind of a thing. If you're just looking for a DCA to support and where to start, I think that's a bit of a different story. Because if you're looking at where am I adding in my long term, I don't care about getting it exactly right. I just want to wait it out long enough that I don't feel terrible about where I've been buying the stock. And I feel like that's going to be the story. I'm not hoping it goes to the downside, but I do have a bid in front of $83 on this thing, which based on the expected move, if it goes down, that's getting triggered. Triggered would be a stop. It's getting filled is the way I should properly state that. Yeah. So, 7.7%, that doesn't seem like a heck of a lot. But ultimately, when you consider how far it's fallen down going into the earnings, I still think that's a pretty decent move. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, I want to let everybody know that, heading into earnings, as we're sort of talking about this, we got like now 20 minutes until those imbalances come through. We do have a little bit of a Netflix problem there. It broke higher, so we were able to stop out, which is completely fine. Out, and we just had a little piece left there. So, yeah, we did wound up getting stopped out there on Netflix, so we'll just see where it goes from here. But all good on this trade, man, as we got stopped out there, and now it starts to fade out just a little bit. We've got a good win here on the futures as that's near the low of the day and still going a little bit lower. But let's look for something else, right? I mean, we have lots of opportunities to trade here. It's not going to stop just because. So that's what we're doing. It's TQQs. That's it for me right now. Waiting for the next little bit of a setup. What do you guys want us to do? CRML, right? So as Trump is out there sort of banging his drum here, talking all about Greenland, we did get another bump higher right there. Like, I can't believe you can just annex another country like this, but looks like that is what's going to wind up happening. 17.50. That's the breakout level there. So an interesting game to play, I would say, with CRML. Like, I don't know where exactly the end game is going to be here, but it's been pretty choppy. This does remind me of silver when it was going back and forth, when you had like 4, 5, 6% days in a row. So that's going to be a really interesting name. And last week we got some Greenland specific plays that people had given, like old tickers that were like GRLND or something like that. So silver, I think this looks like a great break. I think it's going to happen now at 84.50. I mean, you know, gap higher right into this level. This is 84, 84.50. So it's looking like a good support area right now, actually, rather than a break. But if you look at what's going on with silver, I still think it's a risk on type of trade for silver, despite it being risk off today in the market. There should be a flood into sort of precious metals, which we saw today with gold ticking a little higher. I don't know if gold's given anything back again, but silver was up 3, still up 3. Copper was a good one because of so copper is pure play copper. This is the copper ETF. So 82 up 1.5%. So again, like that, sort of where we're going with copper. And then if you're gonna look at the TLT, the Treasury today is going to be moving around as well because of sort of inflows out of the market, inflows out of the 20-year, down 1.2% right now. And I mean, you just started to break lower on this as well. You don't see too many gaps here on the TLT. So this T-bill note getting lower on the Treasury, getting lower there as well. And we have the dollar up on our screen right there, almost moving 1% today to the downside. So this is not like the greatest day for the U.S. stock market or, you know, U.S. dollar. We just saw the Treasury as well as, I don't think we're, you know, looking at World War III or anything, but 2% is not great. The Nasdaq's hanging in. Down 2% on the S.
It's not just down 2%.
You don't normally get that.
It's gapped down, and then at the open, you got the taco, whatever you want to call it. You got the taco buy.
Yeah.
And you're right back to lows. Like, it would be one thing. Like, if we were down 1% today, I'd actually consider that a good day because we opened up, I don't know, 1.8 or what the heck we were, and then you wouldn't be having this bleed. But like all the stocks, I mean, the vast majority of the things that were stocks that were strong, that were leading that charge back up, they've all reversed course, and now they look pretty nasty. We're talking about the memory names like a Micron, like that's only up 1% now, and of course, Jinx. Jinx in this case would be a good thing because maybe this is going to break back toward VWAP, but early superhuman strength turns into a fallback. I already showed you so far. I mean, you can go Mag 7 land if you want. Like Meta tried to go, couldn't. We know how bad Apple has been. Like, take something like Alphabet, which has been a rock star. Really? And I'm trying to give you praise, Alphabet. The chart doesn't want to load. Rock star. It was trending all morning long. It's not going to close at the low, but it's going to close pretty close to it. That's not what we've liked. That's not what we've been seeing a heck of a lot of on when you have this kind of a bull market. Typically, when we get the V-shaped recovery kind of thing, and then the retrace day, we're at least holding out some semblance of a high. Like, how many times you watch the afternoon show, and what we're discussing on a day like this is, oh, look for some reversions off the highs. Because we caught that bounce and we're pulling back into maybe some prior resistance levels or breaking trend because we held that up move for most of the day. Not really. Like, today was a day where if it was tricky shorting on the way up, it gave you every chance to get it back on just about everything, which is very, very different from what we're seeing. I said at 3:30 I would give a double check. Still the same thing on the look. Like I said, Chewy's going to be in there. Soxel might not have been there before. Shares got Enbridge still. This is something that was not there. That was GDX was there, and now it's not. So GDX was like 1.7 million, I believe, to the sell side. It's not even there anymore. So a bit of disappointment. But that's a place, and again, where if you're looking for where the strength might have been here, very strong day for the gold miners at least. Pull the daily back up, highs, and holds on to all of those gains. right? Like this is like you gap up, well, the market gives it up and just pure consolidation. Like if I look over at like, if you look at like GLD, just, obviously the miner is going to be a little bit different, but if you look at just GLD, very strong as well, though giving a little bit back. So gold, very good day for gold. I give it like a C day for silver because unlike those, like silver is actually trending down. Like I had a couple of spots where it worked alongside, but overall more trending down. So gold gets the win today.
All right, before we move on, we have to tell you about PDS Biotechnology. They're over there on the NASDAQ. It's symbol PDSB. They are transforming how immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. Please learn more at pdsbiotech.com. That's pdsbiotech.com to learn more and scan that QR code. Check the link in our description, obviously, for that very important shout out, and thank you to them for sponsoring our show. And, you guys got to support our show tonight, man. We do have a earnings show ready for you at 4 o'clock. It'll be Brendo, myself, Neil, I believe Adara, all at these desks, man. It's going to be a new view. It's going to be everything you've wanted and more. So make sure you do join us. For everybody that's like, where'd the after show go? Join us today and support it and let us know that you want to watch. So that's going to be coming today at 4 p.m. when Netflix is expected to be out stat ASAP there at 4 p.m. So I exited. Netflix is going to be my P&L number one today, so that's good. No mistakes whatsoever there on Netflix. I mean, obviously, these shorts worked out pretty good. I mean, would have liked to have been short early or even off VWAP right there, but just short into these levels, that worked. Like I got short here basically when we broke through 88.50. That was a good trade. And then it went back up, tried to mess around a little bit. We were pretty light, so we let it. So I actually, to be honest with you, I missed the break of the 200, so we actually get a better price than I thought, and then all the way to the downside, and now out of that symbol as we just wait for the market to continue to bleed down. So one stock that got absolutely clapped today that didn't really have any sort of a relief rally or whatever you want to call it, Amazon. Although right now it's starting to get going, it went straight down from basically from noon all the way till 3 o'clock. So you had 3 hours of straight downside. You get one little bump there. Yes, Adara.
To let you guys know, Trump finished his briefing. He has left the podium.
He's left the podium. Okay, so you could now get the market to maybe bounce a little bit back because, I mean, a lot of the talk here for Donald Trump and for the market has obviously been negative with respect to Greenland, tariff problems, things like that. So, maybe if he's gone now, we can either resume regularly scheduled programming, which this NASDAQ has been nothing but downside, or maybe the other thought of it is, which is why we have stop orders, and which mine is right into here, about 25,180, would be, I mean, we said we'd see 25,000 today, which we were not quite there. We're at 25,1. Could be the fact that, okay, he's off the podium. Now let's just focus on earnings and let's focus on, what the next couple of days could bring for us. But the NASDAQ down 2 and a bit percentage points here. And now that he's off, doesn't seem to be rallying any bit. This is not like, Powell has left the mic or anything. This is President Trump. He was just getting bombarded with the same kind of questions by the sounds of it. It doesn't look like he commented at all on the Netflix deal. That's kind of what I was waiting for. But okay, here we go, man. The market making a new one. We got the face slapper on right now. This is the only position we have on the show. This is short right now. The TQQs representing the NASDAQ. Down a little bit. We're going to see if we can take another 30 cents on a reloaded position. Our stop still remains the same, man. I'm going to wait for 51 to break. So if that hits, great. Other than that, that's the only trade I'm working with. A break of 51 gets me out. Any closer, we'll reload it. But yeah, Taco Tuesday today in Trump land.
Kind of tacos.
Kind of, yeah. They came with small little tortillas there.
The smallest tortilla of all time. It was. I was trying to show them on the midday when I did the lesson.
Yeah, it was really small.
But I had already finished it. It was so tiny. But it was still tasty. I didn't really mind it. I got out of SoFi. I was sort of mentioning that into the chat, but you now double bottom. We got into the range, which is this opening range bottom here, 25.4 to 25.5, but it's starting to bounce a little bit with only about 20 minutes to go. This will be the one. It's just, I mean, IBIT worked as well because it was trend down, but this one, from the time it made the top, just very cleanly held the trend line, sort of allowing you to get back in multiple times. Which worked, culminating in the end of the day here. And as I said, SoFi, I'm not much of a buyer of SoFi at these levels. Here, I'll pull up a weekly chart for SoFi. I just feel like if you're going to lose, like we've been consolidating up here. Like if you've liked it at 25 on the weekly, it's been, hey, scalp long off 25 to 30. I just feel like a breakdown and then a retest. I'm sitting in front of 22, and that's this level here. The 50 period on the weekly, it just feels like we have a little bit of a date with that on SoFi. So we'll exit that one. It was really about patience and sort of waiting for the market to come back in today to start the week off. It's a Tuesday, but to start the week off well, for sure. But the market's not starting the week off well. You know, ultimately, whether you're red or green, like it's
the opposite
your portfolio, unless you're like short biased, is certainly not liking the start to the week. But you know what? That's why we have earnings coming through. To potentially take the attention away from all this geopolitical stuff. I mean, quarter after quarter, I feel like we've been having all these, it's like 80% of S&P 500 names are beating earnings and EPS expectations and blah, blah, blah. And if we get more of that coming back in, well, that could be exactly what the market ordered. And when you think about it, we're not really that far from the highs, everybody. Like this is not, like 2% stinks and it's not fun and nobody likes it to see the ES and the NASDAQ down that much. But ultimately, you know, for a lot of names, it's a bit of a drop in the proverbial bucket.
I think this gentleman here, Jack B. Nimble, is correct. I think that this is just the beginning. If Trump does not back down from this rhetoric, I think, about Greenland and about these tariffs and everything, I think there's many more days very similar to what today is bringing. So definitely, if you guys are positioned heavily like I am in this market, you want to be careful a little bit here because, yeah, I'm pretty much full equity right now. I have put like maybe 5% in cash or something like how I didn't raise any last week. We talked about, well, some positions, yes, but nothing that significant. It's too bad that I stopped myself out of, actually, that's not, who cares? Palantir's not doing anything. All right, NVIDIA right now, I always go back to the well to look at some of these stocks. Yeah, NVIDIA, wow, down 4%. So you want to talk, like the last thing I bought with NVIDIA was 175, right? And so, yeah, we watch it go all the way to 210 or so, all the way back into right to where we bought it again. So, you know, have we seen these days before? Yes, we have. Have the darker days been upon us before? Yes, they have. So, you know, let's not hit the panic button right now, but if you have been stuck buying some of these tops, maybe a minute before you're able to get out. But, and again, someone just in the chat said this. I mean, this has generally been the key as the market really falling, man. We've got a great trade here on the NASDAQ. But Trump will save the market like he always does. I think that's what, there's a lot of people hoping that, but hope is not a strategy. And
until it happens.
You know, until it happens. But I think that's right. I mean, the market is a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. It's been hit before and been bought back up on different stories. So earnings are real strong right now. So the economy seems to be kicking it. If you take away all this sort of talk from the president and from his sort of side shows that have been happening.
Not talked enough was this like nuclear option that Europe is talking about, which could potentially target a lot of big cap U.S. tech companies, right? Like it would take a lot, but if there's no backing down, that's kind of a fight that nobody wants to see right now.
What was the nuclear option?
All of Europe.
Yeah.
Essentially, the EU, their response to this whole Greenland situation, if it were to escalate, like EU is going to take aim at a whole host of U.S. companies. In the same way that some kind of China and the U.S. do like the tit for tat thing, if the entire EU decides that they want to go that route, I mean, a lot has to happen. My guess is the only way that happens is if you get to this boiling point where like nothing gets settled, Trump doesn't back down, he pops the escalation on the EU tariffs.
Yeah, wow. That would be
months down the line. I think we'd still have. There's a lot that has to happen to get to that point, but you don't want to see a further further deterioration, especially when you had like good relations with the U.S. and the U.K. and now that could be breaking down as well. You still have China. Now we also, when was the last time we even talked about what was going on with Venezuela? We haven't even mentioned that once today, which is crazy.
Yeah, I know. Venezuela has been, well, President Trump said he took out 50 million barrels so far out of Venezuela. So shout out to that.
What happened to those crypto reserves? Are they?
Yeah, I don't know. It's the crypto reserve has gone bankrupt right there. So we'll wait to see what's going on. This is the Donald Trump ABTC, their American Bitcoin Corporation here for the Trumps, and you can see what's happened to this stock right here. Where's Eric at, man? Come on, Eric. Post another video about ABTC, American Bitcoin Trust. So this is the Trumps, and then DJT. There again, they had Donald Trump's family's net worth out again. Family, it said 6.8 billion. So wow,
that all?
for that. There's a huge move up in DJT. I was still waiting for this name. Come on, there it is. I was still waiting for this name to get into $10 again because that was that sort of SPAC level, and oh boy, we got a nice spike off of that right there, off of $10. So I think you wait for DJT to come back into 10, 20 there. And there it goes again, man. We've got it, man. The face slapper is on right now as the futures, man. We just took some more fills down here. Getting lighter and lighter on this position, but we still have about a third. So this is really holding the day for me right now for myself and for the net. As the futures and the TQQs continue to go lower here, man. I don't know, down 2.2%. I said earlier we could go down 3%. That was in the morning time. Let's see if that's true here as the market really trying to bleed downside now. And still a long time to go, man. Still 18 minutes. We got 18 minutes left. We'll see what happens to this market. We said we don't like them when the market closes on its lows. Looks like it's doing it one more time here today. Bad, man. This is really starting to come in. Scared for tomorrow. I don't care about Netflix earnings as far as the market is concerned, but just worried that not much has changed, and if in fact maybe things have gotten worse, as Trump just said, let's see what's next. That's not a good thing to say. So we'll see what's next for this market. I think lower tomorrow.
And for Adam James abroad, the CRVS party does continue, and it is at the highs. So the market gives it all back after trending up most of the morning. This hasn't given back a dime unless you bought it, I don't know, like 3 minutes ago at the absolute top. You pretty much can't be out of the money on CRVS. So congratulations for all those. And that's where we're tuning in this morning. There wasn't a heck of a lot that was gapping up, that was kind of giving you everything you wanted, holding the gap up, which was trending higher above the volume weighted average price with a like it's not even a bad daily chart either. That's the thing that really stood out with this. So I think it was a phase, what was the deal with this one? It was like a phase one for Corvus, like a phase one trial for some kind of like a dermatology drug, I believe was the case. Not that it really matters when you're trading it, but I mean, ultimately, some people might want to hang on to this thing. Do keep in mind, we saw this in particular with lottery.com today, what happens if an offering gets dropped and how nasty it can be. So I don't know that that's going to be the case with CRVS. Who knows? But again, no one ever on broke taking profits. Have an idea of having stop orders in there. I think that can certainly help you for sure. I'm not doing anything until the imbalances come in. As I said, enough of a battle here today to be able to get back to green. Like the market gave you that chance, but yeah, as crazy as it was, I feel like this is one of those like got away with it kind of days. Because there were a couple of stocks that did trend down for most of the day, but there was enough of the, like Intel would be a good example of it. Like there were enough of the, like take your shot at the key level, doesn't work, take your shot at the key level, doesn't work, take your shot at the key level, doesn't work, and then it kind of double tops there, get one move to VWAP. It's like the 1.4 gets me flat. I mean, basically exactly flat on Intel. But there were better opportunities out there, like SoFi when it made the top, but you had to wait for it. Like that's the difference. Like SoFi, like waiting. We always talk about patience, but sometimes you're waiting for the move to give you the press, fill in the gap, get to the prior close, and then trend back in, and that's what you want to look for. Outside of that action of the first 30 minutes, I always feel when we have a headline like we did, and you're down 2%, there's so much going on in the morning, it's very easy to be less patient because there's so much volatility. Like that volatility is opportunity, but oftentimes, when you're thinking short in a day that the market's that far gap to the downside, you almost have to let that relief come in a little bit there and be patient about that. But CRVS, great one in there, Adam. We'll be curious to see how this does tomorrow. Can't remember the last time one of these had a very productive day too. But if you can even just consolidate, that would be good for this.
Yeah, just trying to review like what some of the top trades were for me today, and try to find out like how we can, replicate this tomorrow. And I think that once the market decided that it was underneath VWAP pretty confidently there, this could have been bigger. The market coming to the downside. I mean, it's still good, but the market coming to the downside, we could have maybe done a little bit of something different there. Okay, just quickly with only 4 minutes now, adjust stop order time, right? So 50.80 on that break. Let's get that going, because our stop before was 51.06. So this is the only position we have left. So 50.81 or so. Let's go to 86. We could get a little bit of a blow higher here into these imbalances. So we'll watch out to see if there is any sort of a bigger move over there for that one. Other than that, man, no other stop orders out, nothing else going on. Netflix is going to report tonight. Should be a good number. We do have, you can see in the background, we're getting set up with Brendo, Dara as well. What we're looking for here is 55 cents on the EPS side of things, revenue of 11.97 billion. We'll see, man. Last time they beat on both sides, the top and the bottom line for Netflix. And just looking at a daily chart, because our system won't have it very good here because of the split, but here's the chart for, the continuous chart for Netflix. And as you can see, it has had obviously a little bit of a rough time, going since this whole Warner Brothers talk. But, their quarterback in October was good. We sort of gapped higher, was right into here. And then I think this is October 21st. I'm going to have to find the date of their last report, but that's when we sort of topped out, got into these lows now. So what a nice move there from $125 down to $88. We'll see what Netflix has to say. Remember, they had Stranger Things. They had K-pop Demon Hunter. They had a good quarter, I feel like. They had Stranger Things in the theaters. They also had K-pop over there. And they had a couple good sporting events as well. So I think Netflix should show an increase in revenue, but I don't know. So we'll get that all figured out very, very soon. Now you can put up whatever.
Easy peasy again, stays consistent. Easy peasy dropping the contribution 1.2%. Resistance style long. Short 2.2K.
Yeah, I actually saw the chat. He was saying it's supposed to be my picture on there. So he says he goes long and short, similar to me. So
go both
going both ways there. So good call on that one.
Long today?
No, I didn't. I think he must have gone long. So yeah, I don't know. Here's another one. What's up, David? All right, so he's got on here. Okay, so puts into 20. So that's December of 26. You got a long time away here. $600. Oh, QQQ puts to 600. Okay, they're up 4.5% today. Yeah, not too risky, right? So if you're going to go out that far, if those dates are correct, you're talking about the third Friday in December. So you're talking 300 days from now, a $600 put. So yeah, that's looking like that might be a call for sure, especially if this market continues to bleed down. That's another way, David, to play, right, is to go really extremely long dated. So that is a good call there. And if you think that this is going to be, I've already said this, I think this year will be a very trying year for Mag 7. And I like that call, David. I think you're onto something there. You've got, as Kramer would say, horse sense. So I like that call a lot. All right, so let's go. Here we are now moments away until those imbalances start to hit. We'll sort it by size there. And then for right now, we have our broker. So I'm going to make sure to get rid of all these, get it ready to go. That we just see the NYSE, NASDAQ, and the AMEX. So right into there. So now we're going to get ready to go. BMNR with a little bit of a sell. We now have 15 seconds. I think a stock that could have obviously a lot of action on it. We've seen NVIDIA the last couple of days had multiple millions of shares on this. So here we go with only 5 seconds left. We're still in the futures. Let me take a quick little fill right now on the TQs as we take some out into this. Nice move down right now. So we are now out on this. BMY is a sell. We're just sort of sorting this all out as you can quickly see. There's NVIDIA, only 1 million shares to sell, so not really hitting the market that much on 180 million shares. NASDAQ and Amazon also with downside there as well. So yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a downside push. TLT, we're not going to look over there. Yeah, NVIDIA is getting bigger to the sell side right now. So we'll wait to see at 355 if there's any sort of flipping happening right there, but right now it's NVIDIA to the sell side.
Yeah, NVIDIA downside. Chewy's $1 million to the sell side. I haven't even looked at that stock in quite some time, but And does it really move on this? No, it actually bounces a little bit to the upside there. So Chewy, despite that 1 million sell, I don't know, like it's down a couple points today, so that could be a little bit of it as well. We did talk about what's going to happen with Netflix, but as a reminder, as we swing around to throw you to what's going to be the return of, I suppose it's actually the return of the aftermarket show. Netflix is expected out at 4. So we are expecting this to be pretty much right away. So we're going to have all of the movement and live reaction. We'll get the numbers as fast as possible. As usual, we'll be able to look at this one live. It has managed to hold a 4-day bid down here on Netflix, so it's into some support. The expected move is 7.7%. There's this, there's Interactive Brokers as well, IBKR, and then UAL, United, is going to be the other one. Oh, Top VoIP, great point. As I just mentioned, UAL. Yeah, you know what? We talk about how bad things have been today. Well, here's 2 stocks that have been absolutely breakouts and bangers. One of them is Boeing. Boeing breaking high of the day as we speak on the press to $250. And there's been a lot of chatter about, I don't know why Micron made the rundown in the afternoon over SNDK. One name was flat, and the other one was almost up 10%. Another all-time high for SNDK, giving a little bit back at the end of the day, but I mean, come on, like what more can you ask for this membership stock? This has been an absolute runner for sure. Salmain in the chat, is Netflix a buy going into earnings? I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole. I mean, there are those who, I'm just going to keep it on this chart. There are those who love to like make shots before earnings. I'm more of a react after or keep the bigger time frame. Here on the weekly, I just think the support's down here in the low 80s next. And then on the monthly chart, like it's in a downward trend. Like technically that's what's happening with it. So if you think that this is getting overdone to the downside, first test of support is in those 80s, and then the next one somewhere down here at like 65 to 70. Like in the long term, like I'm not uncomfortable with those prices in the long term. It was a great bounce for the long, anywhere on the trend where you got it. Like I was happy that I sold all my Disney and then putting it into Netflix. But at some point, I expect this to turn around. But it's a precipitous downward trend. I want to see signs of that breaking before it's like pile into it. But I do have a stink bid, which has been sitting there for a while in front of 83. Could get filled this afternoon. 7.7%. That's not a lot. You're only talking about like that's like a $6 move or a $7 move from here, which could easily take you into that 80.
I think you'll get that.
If we get that, then to me, I'm getting filled, right? I should double.
I think you will.
I know it's still in there.
I think you will get that filled today.
I think stink bid. And whenever I say that, it's basically on a long-term basis a bid that is very unlikely to fill, that week based on price. So if I'll put that in when it's over $100. Like it's a very low probability of hitting. But I've found that if I don't do that and I'm DCAing into a stock on the year, it'll get down close to that price and it might wick it or some nonsense. I have an order out and I'm like kicking myself or whatever. For whatever reason, I might be not looking at the market that day. So I'm looking to grab one if we can. We'll see. I do like to see bids out there if I'm DCAing. For sure.
Okay, we just got a nice fill down there on the market. The market is going to go out at the low. Here we go, man. Join us all, 4 of us, myself, Neil, and Adara, for this brand new hour show. So we're ready for that. Very excited to talk all about earnings and review. So please, guys, stay tuned for it. Let us know what you think of this feedback and give us some feedback. 350 coming in. I'm going to take out one more piece right now and then see what winds up happening. We did not get it. There we go. We get a 55 now. And waiting for these imbalances to come through and see if there's any sort of a flip action happening. I don't know why that keeps on resorting. NVIDIA got bigger. NVIDIA got way bigger to the sell side right there. 2 million. Now Apple flips over to a buy, but there goes NVIDIA bleeding downside right now, creating some crazy action on NVIDIA. Apple, whoops. This is why it is very, very worth, paying attention to what we're talking about with these imbalances. You never know which way these stocks are going to go. And off with the bid, at the end of the day, a lot of volume on this stock as well. AC catches a buy, probably not much. Oh, there's Netflix. Netflix with a big sell. Wow. There it goes. And Netflix with a nice sell into the close right here. So it's sort of a little bit of a look at what to expect, man. Netflix right here, 1.6 million shares to the sell side. So someone get me the heck out of this name before earnings. We're going to have to wait to see what's going on with Netflix. A big sell order just hit the tape. I didn't see it before. And as you can see, whoosh, downside right there. It's 856 right now. We're messing around with the lighting. We're going to get that exactly the way we like that for you guys into this brand new show that we have for you in just a matter of 4 minutes. It's Netflix earnings. They're on tap and on deck right now. So it should be a good one. And then we continue with more earnings this week into next week. And on that note, let's go over. Hey, it's been a minute since you've seen this guy at this time. Yeah. It's Brendan and Adara over at the big desk. I don't hear him, but I guess we don't need to.
We turn. This is going to be on screen. We'll take this as we get data to go along with it. So we're going to bring you exactly what the numbers are.
There's mic issues right now, unfortunately. So I'm going to take over for a bit. We're going to let you guys know here what to expect. Again, Netflix earnings preview revenue. We're expecting $11.97 billion, EPS 55 cents. Now, last quarter, we did have revenue exactly in line with estimates. It was a miss as well, but we'll go back to Brendan here.
Yeah, it was my fault. It was not their fault. So, yeah. We're going to have everything on screen. We're going to have a couple seconds here just to get turned around and comfortable in their brand new homes, and we'll bring you everything as it happens. Miss Adara is going to keep her eyes glued. As far as the numbers come out, we should get this right away, almost instantaneously. So right at 4 o'clock here. So we'll bring you what is expected and what is the actual numbers as they come out. One of the interesting data points that I was reading before I came over here this afternoon is the net subs add a little bit below where everyone was expecting it to be. So one of the key metrics that everyone pays a lot of attention to with this is subs add number for Netflix, around 11 to 14 million. That was the range, which is below last year's blowout, but still ahead of prior expectations that we were getting going into this quarter. So the first net, what was jumping off the page for you as far as what to expect here for Netflix?
I think this ad revenue, like we had Greg Peters, co-CEO, saying that apparently they more than doubled, to use his terms, their ad revenue last year, or they're expecting to more than double, they're expecting to more than double their revenue for this year versus what they did last year. They also said last quarter was their best quarter ever, but again, they're not really giving us numbers on this. They're just kind of giving us estimates or things to expect. We're going to wait and see what happens there. That fiscal 25 revenue growth, pretty good here, a little bit higher than estimates. But yeah, I think they can do anything better than that double miss or one in line, one miss with that Brazil charge last quarter. It'll be good.
Yeah, about 2 minutes ago before we should get data coming through. Again, the guys are going to join us for the first time. Mr. Rabin is working on here for them for the first time on the in-desk, as we call it, to discuss some of these numbers and how the actual stock reacts. So we'll bring in the news with Dara. We'll talk a little bit about what is happening as far as the market is concerned. Netflix is absolutely tanking as we speak. Heavy selling coming to the close here as far as the market is concerned as well. But guys, if we have them ready, why don't we give them a view of what Neil and Sean look like on the other side of the desk whenever you have that shot, if we do. Oh, they're just adjusting the lights. They're up. So we have the ability now to, I need a wide shot of this as well. We have the ability now to actually look at each other. So we're basically sitting in more of a circle. We can have a discussion, guys, and talk a little bit about what is happening as far as the market is concerned. Absolutely tanking here, as I said, into the close. There it is. The market is closed. Again, Darryl will keep an eye out for the actual numbers as they come through. The guys, the stock itself, absolutely tanking here, though.
To the close. I mean, Netflix went all the way down into $87 there. And now we did have that imbalance, that sell imbalance. So let's see, now we're kicking up to $87.50 right now. And here it goes back up 88. So we're just getting a little bit of a relief rally right now on Netflix. So wait to see, Neil, where this thing goes from here.
Yeah, that's the thing. expecting things right away at 4 o'clock, but you start to trickle in. But you do like the fact that the first thing was a buy. Keep in mind, though, because it's sold off going into the earnings, like any kind of risk off would be an initial pop. Remember, that first move that you see on any earnings name is not indicative of how it's going to go. You want to see the top and the bottom lines. You want to see guidance. I think it's going to matter a heck of a lot what they say on the call later on this evening, especially with regards to the Warner Brothers deal. That's going to be a big one as the numbers start to come in here for
So
Netflix.
something's happened.
Yeah, now we're bouncing really heavily here into 88, looking to potentially break out that top rate. Even as I say that, we're right back to the bottom.
Yeah, it just looks like it just came out there. 76 cents versus 55. Adair's going to parse through these numbers, but there goes Netflix right now, down 2%, 86 and change. Neil, where's your stink bid at? That might 83.
$83, and you know that it's always 22 cents.
Right. Okay.
Always 22 cents.
We're coming into that rate now. We did also get a report from UAL as well. So United Air is out, but it's Netflix is what you guys want. UAL looks like it's going to the upside right now. You just let us know, Adair. Come in when you have that report. I'm hearing 76 cents versus 55 cents right now for Netflix. But 88, here it goes, 88, $89. We just touched out to 88.50. So yeah, we can go over to you, Adair. What do you have over there?
Yeah, I always like to be careful here. I'm only seeing stuff on X, but one thing I am seeing, apparently Netflix guiding 2026 revenue between $50.7 billion and $51.7 billion. That's going to be mostly above estimates here of $50.96 billion. So again, low end $50.7 billion, high end $51.7 billion. Estimate here is just below $51 billion, so that's mostly going to be above estimates.
All right. Overall, Neil, you mentioned the call. It's worth noting 4:45 for the call. We're not going to have to wait too long as far as getting some comments here, but a little bit of follow through, guys, for the stock here.
Oh, I'd say a little bit of follow through to the downside for sure. And again, I think the call, you're going to have to assuage some. Fears is the wrong word, but I mean, anytime you have a cash deal and you already are incurring some debt, that's going to be a big theme. When we get to the call at 4:45, you're still breaking lower. The expected move was 7.7% to the downside, so there's still some room for this to go. And we've dropped a couple of dollars here, but it's not. Oh, there we go. Now
Lows
pop
again.
into 85. It just broke the low one more time. But if we talk about where this could be headed, I mean, ultimately, this 85 is just a bit of a drop in the bucket. I still am thinking about those low 80s, that 83 zone, because when you start to look at the higher time frame picture, this is not that big of a move to the downside. I know red is red, but when it's significantly less than the expected move, then ultimately the only people that make money are the ones selling options in a play like this. And unless you're kind of trying to scalp this, which I can't imagine why you would be, not much of a win here because it wasn't that big of a move yet. Yet is the key word.
Yeah, I mean, still at this $86 mark. So why don't you ready for this, Adair? Do you want to go over some of the numbers? Okay, so let's throw it over to Adair and we'll talk about all these numbers. Right now, Netflix down 2.5%.
So I'm seeing a couple different things here. It looks like we did have Q4, again, EPS, I'm seeing both 56 and 76 cents, but either way, that's going to be above estimates here of 43 cents. So like year-over-year improvement, revenue, $12.05 billion, above estimates of $11.97 billion. Profitability, again, yeah, the EPS looks like it is 56 cents is overall what I'm seeing here. So just be cautious there. EPS outlook, that's probably where people are getting confused. The EPS outlook here, 76 cents. They're guiding, that's below estimates of 81 cents for Q1 2026. Q1 operating margin outlook, 32.1%. That is below estimates of 34%. Operating margin outlook for 2026, 31.5%. They are expecting higher operating income growth in the second half of 2026 versus the first half of 2026. Apparently, users and engagement side of things, paid memberships crossing 325 million during the quarter. Ad revenue outlook roughly double for 2026, so kind of in line with what we saw for this year. For 2025, free cash flow outlook roughly $11 billion for 2026. There is a one-time item once again for NFLX this quarter. Q4 net income included roughly $60 million in costs related to the Warner Brothers related bridge loan and associated financing.
Surprisingly little, though, on that. I was just parsing through one release here as well. I don't see even a comment, guys, as far as the Warner Brothers deal is concerned outside of that. So, I mean, I think a lot of people are maybe looking for some sort of directional move or maybe a statement or some sort of comments on the actual Warner Brothers deal.
Yeah, I just feel like you're going to have to, I guess we're waiting for the call on that. I think that's probably the only way to think about it at this point. Like, that's where we're going to be able to see some of it. I mean, look, I like that's a big beat on the free cash flow. So that's a positive. You wouldn't know it by the reaction of the stock, but I kind of feel like that's pretty good. That could mitigate some of the concerns about the cost of this deal. But I think I don't want to lose sight of the fact that there was this overhang on the stock is if they were going to raise their bid, which I know when you go to all cash, okay, fine, that does have a little bit of extra financing concerns, but I mean, ultimately, they didn't end up raising their price. So if they're going to get it at the price they want. I'm talking about Warner Brothers here at that $27.75, but it's not catching a bid for any of these metrics. So I think this falls squarely in the it's bad, it could be worse, but ultimately we haven't had that complete capitulatory bottom. We're not looking at double digits to the downside here with Netflix. And as I said, I think if that does happen, it'll be because something gets said on the call, which doesn't really assuage our debt concerns here with Netflix. But I really do like that free cash flow number. Pretty big beat there, 187 versus 146.
We actually have, just quickly here, we have another name, IBKR, Interactive Brokers right here, 65 cents beats 59, as well as sales beating, but IBKR did tick down to $66 right now. They're just down 4+% as IBKR on the daily right here, trying to hold on to the 69er level. We'll see if it does wind up breaking it, but there goes Netflix. And I don't see it's a top beat, it's a bottom beat here. It's 56 versus 55, it's 12 versus 11.9, but Netflix getting hit down another 5% here today after hours. So it was actually pretty flat heading into this print, and then downside. We did see that big seller come through at the end of the day on the imbalance locator, and there you go, Netflix down to the downside right now. So it looks like we'll get Interactive Brokers downside, we get Netflix downside as well. So Brendan, not a great start here to the week. We'll see if we do get some of those fills on Netflix, looking a lot lower right now.
Yeah, one end, guys, to the upside here, they're not all bad. UAL, not a huge move, but airlines have been decently strong over the past couple of weeks here. UAL Q4 results just out as well. 310 versus 292. EPS guidance $1 to $1.50, which was higher. Full year 26 EPS seen at $12 to $14. So again, not a huge move as far as the stock is concerned, but UAL to the upside. Netflix number is actually on screen there now for everyone to have a look at as well.
For UAL, I mean, it's down today like 3 points, but at least it's not moving any further. But that's not going to be the bigger story. I mean, obviously, we're going to be more concerned with what's happening and the free fall that we're seeing in Netflix here this afternoon. I have mixed feelings about it because, like, on the one end, like, I know I was saying, yeah, we're gonna get the fill on the dip buy, and it's like, right. It's not like we're not getting the bigger expected move. It did finally tag 83, so like that'll have gotten actually filled. But at the same time, like, there's that part of me that, like, as you go up and down that report, like you did there, Sean, it's like, okay, but there really wasn't too much bad or negative that you can sink your teeth into. So you're gonna care about what the reaction to the market is gonna be tomorrow here. Like, are there going to be some dip buyers that start to emerge at these levels? Or are we just gonna have a continued fall through? Because I felt like, this is a stock which had already been beaten up going into this. Like we're like, what, 30-something% off of some of the highs?
Yeah, even more.
And again, I point to that cash flow looking pretty good. I mean, ultimately, it seems like we know where this deal is going to go. I feel like the only reason they don't get the deal done is going to be because of the president, and he hasn't really come out and said too much anything recently to negate this Warner Brothers deal that I'm aware of. So
it's 445, or 445, I believe, is the call. So, but here's a Netflix chart. So right now we're at $83. So if we're looking at a daily chart, you mentioned how far it had gotten hit, man. Its high was 134, guys. Now you're all the way down to 88, or sorry, that's where we closed. Yeah. We're down right now to $83. So this is that very bottom that we're looking at right now, 83. So that's coming in to play right now, 82.66, if you're going to be exact. And there goes Netflix right now. Thanks, eSignal, for those charts. But there it goes, breaking through $83 books right now. So here we go, man. Down again now. Down, and I think it was down about 1%. So down about 5+% right now for Netflix. As there it is, Netflix crossed 325 million paid memberships right there. So that's exceeding growth as well. Operating margin 31.5% on Netflix, but that cannot get out of its own way. IBKR, just real quickly, have a check on that. Not really moving. It did make a move down. I wanted to see if Robinhood, a secondary play, had anything on that. And we know that SoFi as well, often talked about by many of you. SoFi not moving. How is this affecting Brendan and Adair, Neil, everybody, the broader market? Not at all. So the Qs right now, kind of just chilling out, waiting for something to do, not really being a huge part of Netflix story. I think it's a couple percentage points in the NASDAQ is Netflix, if that. So, definitely not like it used to be, that's for sure.
325 was the sub number?
That's what I see there. Paid memberships during Q4.
Okay, got it. So they were looking for 11 to 14 on the upside, 317 on the last number. So there or thereabouts, I guess, possibly a little bit weak on that number as well.
Yeah, we're just looking here. It also says growth in H1 and H2 looks to be more positive. Ad revenue as well to roughly double with operating margins of 31.5%.
There's another thing. I mean, pausing buybacks to fund the Warner Brothers deal.
Oh, is that what they're doing? Yeah.
Is another headline that we can drop out of there. So look, we like stock buybacks. I mean, who does? If you own a stock, you like stock buybacks.
Yeah,
I think in a situation where you start to tell us if we didn't like, if the market didn't like the deal for Netflix to begin with, now that they're having to fund it by pausing some buybacks, that could be a little bit of a negative.
Yep.
We'll see. Like, I'm not going to make any determination. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I've DCA'd twice into this thing. I'd buy 2 more times this year, and that's about it. I don't think there's anything here yet that makes me want to double down at this level. And that last, I like the cash. I liked the cash beat, but the pausing of the buyback gives you a little bit. The buybacks gives you a little bit of pause here.
Yeah, I would think that that's why we like a stock like Apple. That's why we like stocks like Google's and all that have these big share buybacks, and a pause definitely hurting right now. You're at the lows, so you're at 82.60 right now. We have a written low of 82.60. We're at 82.90. Just made brand new lows there for Netflix. A quick little check on Brendan's UAL, as he mentioned it before, 110 and change. Not much action going on there. And then we can see. Let's just check out some of these other plays. Is Disney moving at all on this? No, it doesn't look like it. Big spread on Disney, over $1 spread right there. But Netflix says in 2026, here's a headline, they'll expand their offering to licensed titles starting this month. So live action films, new U.S. licensed partnership with Universal. So we'll see. I'm not sure. Oops, that's Netflix. Didn't show up there. Sorry. .NQ right there. So $83. So I don't know what properties Universal has if they're going to start to license, but apparently that's going to start here in 2026. So we'll see if there's anything going on there.
Typically, it's during the quarterly earnings reports that we get oh, by the way, the prices are going up again. Haven't seen that. Again, maybe we'll have to wait for the earnings call. If anyone's sticking around for that, again, it's going to be 4:45. We're not going to be sticking around for that, but feel free to have a listen at your leisure, again, to the earnings call. But prices almost on a yearly basis, I believe, for the past 3 to 5 have gone up in this country. To a point where I got rid of Netflix more than a year ago. Do you guys even know at this point what you're paying?
I feel bad answering this way because
I don't know.
Responsibility in terms of what you're paying for things each month. I have a very good idea of what my personal, what my family's budget is. But I have no idea what I'm paying for Netflix. I'm just being dead honest about it. That's one of the reasons I like it. And to that point, I would almost say it'd be nice if they did raise prices, because if some people like myself and maybe others aren't as concerned, if I was, maybe it is what it is. I'm just not. But I think a lot of people might be in that. But the fact that they've had success with the ad tier, I think bodes well for them. There's been significant growth there, so they can probably get away with maybe some bumps of the no ad would make some sense to me. I'd almost like to hear that as someone who just flat out doesn't even check it at this point. But
I got to be honest, I have the ad tier essentially of Amazon Prime. I mean, we have Amazon Prime just for the delivery service. But the ad tier of Amazon Prime, the video service, in my opinion, is completely unwatchable.
It's unwatchable.
It's 2.5 minutes
It's mostly ads.
of ads every time they come on with ads. It's essentially TV.
Yeah.
I don't know how much it is.
I would argue
don't know if
worse
you know.
than TV,
I don't
actually.
know if you know, like, how much is it to get rid of those?
I just have it for delivery, much like you said.
Yeah.
Like I was trying to watch like what the recent day we had off a while ago. It was American Thanksgiving. I was trying to watch Law and Order, and I was like, I would rather do this a sketchy way than have to watch these ads, because it's like, I think you're right. A lot of people probably aren't getting Prime for the Prime Video, and then again, you wonder how many people are actually paying to get the ads off. I find the Netflix ad experience to be less invasive, though I no longer currently have Netflix, so take that how you will.
Is it one of those things, though, where they have to get to a point where they space those out a little bit more, make it a little bit more effortless?
Shorter and spaced out would be better. Also, the placement of the ads I find in Amazon is really, really bad. Like, I also use Tubi, which is totally free, all ads, and yet Tubi, I find, is really good at placing them in a way where it does not disrupt your viewing experience. Amazon, you just get angry waiting for these ads to end. So, like, they need to work on something.
One of the best things I did last year was went to YouTube Premium and got rid of ads on YouTube, because that was getting to a point where it was out of control as well. But I don't know, do you guys watch the ad tier of Netflix?
I do. First of all, I got YouTube Premium, and a lot of it had to do with my daughter spends all her time on YouTube relative to all of the others. But that being said, I'll give one slightly different perspective to the ad tiers. And this is my experience. I'm only talking about my almost 9-year-old daughter. When an ad comes on, and we're doing family movie night, and an ad comes on Amazon, she loves it. Because the notion of a commercial, like what,
Novel.
it's like, Daddy, this is what you were talking about when you were a kid. I'm like, yeah, this is more along the lines of you have a longer pause. She's used to the short, brief things on YouTube that she used to get, and this whole idea that, oh, you get to watch this ad and that ad, and I don't wonder if maybe they're just trying to feel out how far they can go with it. So like, if I'm Amazon doesn't care whether they make money on their streaming. Netflix has to make money, ultimately speaking.
Yeah.
Amazon doesn't care if they make money, so they could just be pushing the limits of how aggressive they can be with it just to figure it out, which I would be all on board with.
One of those stocks where I don't think anyone had Netflix on their list for picks this year, correct me?
I think Obi said he almost wanted to short it, but then he didn't end up putting on his list, so.
Obi will be Obi. Is there a level, though, guys? The next obvious topic here, is there a level, though, that we get to on Netflix, Sean, that, you know, it starts to look a little more attractive?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just hit it, to be honest with you there, Brendan. I mean, I think we just might have, I mean, we talked about it here. Let me call up a daily chart. I was trying to show a 900 period on this chart here, because just to get back in, but we just touched out to 82.50 right there, and that's literally where we bounced. So we actually mentioned to you that the low was 82.66, and that is almost what we just hit right now. We got to 82.60, so that looks like we might have been in for something there at these levels, but I think I would rather wait. I mean, you're now getting almost a perfect storm here on Netflix, where you're down now that 5%. The implied move was what, 7 and a bit? So right now Netflix is falling back in. You know, an interesting thing that I think has changed for Netflix too is the password sharing, you know. Now they're going to get a little less views now because of all that password sharing nonsense. So that they've cleaned that up a little bit, and I agree with you. I would honestly rather just pay whatever to avoid all of those ads. Like I'm not, by the time I'm sitting down watching Netflix, man, it's like 9 or 10 at night. I'm like no more patience.
No time.
Yeah, no time. Like get those ads out of there. I'll pay $1 a day or whatever it is. I think our Netflix is like $30. I think after we've added, because my parents also are part of it.
Right.
I think we add another $7 or $8 to the parents.
Okay. When you're sharing though.
Yeah. But my kids have it in their room. They have we have these projectors set up. Yeah. They have it on their phones when we're traveling and all things like that. So
it's a must when you're traveling. I mean,
I don't know, man. What is $30 a month? Honestly, like, I'm not trying to sound like, you know, super rich. Believe me, if you had all my money, you probably would, you know, burn yours or whatever. Have any money?
It only adds up if you have them all.
Right.
I think that's I think what's boiling down to. Like, I think some of the exhaustion points are going to come down to, well, if you happen to also there's some really good stuff. I love Apple TV. I'm never getting rid of that. Like, they have some ridiculously good science fiction shows on there, which I'm the only one in my family that watches it. Everybody watches Netflix in my family. Everybody watches.
I wonder if Netflix needs to include something else, because we have Apple TV, but it's all wrapped up. So for $50 a month, we get Apple Music for 5 people. We get Apple TV for 5 people. You get the 2 terabyte data. Netflix could maybe do that. Maybe they could offer some of their subscribers a gateway to more storage, or I don't know. What they do? Gaming?
think that the gaming's really picked up.
I don't think
It
that's
could
a
have
thing.
either for them. It's just I see it there every single time. My daughter has never once even said, "Oh, there's an interesting game here." She completely ignores it. But they are doing something right. Like they've turned the corner. They're making money. It's just a little bit of disappointment.
It's a massive business. It's 325 million global subscribers. 325 million global subscribers. Just real quick on Nike here. I just pulled it up. It's not really doing anything on this, but Nike just announcing leadership changes across key regions with new VP GM appointments for Europe and Greater China, alongside the retirement of Carl Grabert, the planned departure of Angela Dong as well from that region specifically. So executive change up looks like for Nike. It's down a little bit, but nothing significant here for NKE. But on Netflix, I mean, is it something that, or something? There was rumors going back to last year, I remember, at one point that they were going to start poaching some podcasts and trying to get more podcast content on that platform. Is there something that you guys, would point to and say, yeah, if they did that, I mean, live sports, obviously more live sports would be, I think, top of that list for a lot of people?
Oh, you just answered the question. I mean, like, it's okay, fine. Like, if you get into the podcast thing, you're just further understanding and competing with YouTube, realizing that really YouTube is a big part of your competition. Actually, oddly enough, the whole YouTube thing, that's part of why, to me, any antitrust concerns with this Warner Brothers deal, I get it. Warner Brothers has a big catalog and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But get out of here when you talk about the level of competition these guys have just with Alphabet alone and YouTube and the juggernaut that they are. There's plenty of competition. Like, it's just, it's old head thinking that there's too much of an antitrust concern with this deal. But that being said, it's live sports. It's what you said there. We're big sports fans. For sure. They've already had some good content there. They've got to expand. You see all of these deals, Apple TVs, Amazon, they're all going into live sports and going in there in a big way. And you've got to start talking about some of the big, I want to see NFL games there.
Yeah.
I want to see college sports there.
They have NFL games.
No, but I'm talking about expansion. Not,
yeah.
They don't have any. I'm a MLB guy. I want to see some MLB on there as well, like as much as they can to make sure they're competing with these other platforms that don't have to be profitable.
Which is going to be key. Derry, you have an interesting graphic there.
Yeah, I just updated this really quickly here. I posted a version of this before the earnings, but here's the updated one for Q4 2025. A look at Netflix revenue by region. I mean, probably not super surprising here. We do have this United States, Canada, North America here with the largest chunk here, $5.34 billion of Netflix's streaming revenue. Second year is EMEA. Then we've got Latin America, and then the Asia Pacific, basically tied here for third or fourth place. And when you come to growth, it's pretty interesting. We have US and EMEA revenue both up 18% year over year. Latin America growing the slowest, but APAC up 17% year over year. So all of these growing fairly steadily. Lowest growth here, again, LAT or LATAM, that's going to be 15% year over year growth. Again, brand new, just worked on this right now with the brand new earnings data. You can find it on X at TTV Research.
So given that, is there a specific type of content that we need to look at then and say maybe they need to be doing more so of that in that region, to get a little bit of a better jump?
I know at least one LATAM show that they stopped that was like a massive thing for them. It had a huge cult following. It was called Lite. This was like a Spanish show that ran, I think, from 2018 to 2025. They did multiple seasons here. They've had like Cable Girls. Like, I think their telenovela-esque content was at one point really strong. The fact that growth is slowing makes me wonder, have they made less of it? I don't know. I mean, I know their Asian content has always been pretty good, European content pretty strong, but maybe you guys need to find another good telenovela-esque show, because as someone who watched some of that content, Netflix was doing it very well.
Oh, my wife as well. The pullback continues though, guys. We're right back to aftermarket lows anyways, 82.50 for Netflix.
They actually have a bunch of anime right now, like a bunch of it. Like my kid is all over that, man. They have like, all
big time
10,000 episodes, honestly, of One Piece. They have everything, like so many different things that my kid is watching. Like he watches Netflix more than anybody else. And I just saw right here, they do have a classic coming up in Japan. And then it looks like they're trying to expand into video podcasting. So that would be interesting if they could do that. Maybe they could pull Rogan or something. I have no idea. And they talked about their cloud-first video gaming. So these are some angles there. But if that's all that it is, maybe it's not enough as the stock goes right back to day's lows.
Yeah, at least it's holding this bottom. I'll give it that much. But I want to throw up the super chat because obviously, as you guys know, this is a new and improved sort of look for everybody. I think it looks fantastic, and who loves the aftermarket show. It's a blast, but the NASDAQ is still a disaster. I feel like that's a little bit overstated. I know we came in down 2%, end up on the lows, and Netflix is going to leave a bit of a sour taste in your mouth to start out some of the bigger earnings names that are coming through. But 2% is not a disaster. We've been down this road before. And we've had all this turmoil before, and we've certainly seen the president turn things around with a single comment.
For the NASDAQ?
And we have, the NASDAQ in general, not Netflix. I mean, Netflix is going to do what it's going to do. It's not a big constituent or anything anymore.
I think the NASDAQ the NASDAQ can turn around tomorrow.
Yeah,
I mean,
not a disaster.
Yeah. I'm not too worried about that, but we are glad that everybody is enjoying this after show, and you guys left some comments even about the screens behind us. They had no idea about that screen too, but.
That's a big yes,
but they're talking about the screens, right into there. All these screens that me and I have, and that's what we use on the show. So make sure you do join us every single day. Brendan, does this mean that because we're going late here tomorrow, I can sleep in tomorrow? We're still going at 8 a.m. or what?
Absolutely not. You have to be here at 8 o'clock.
Tried.
I was going to mention something. I totally forgot. It'll come to me.
Oh yeah. So on that note, let's just review a couple other names.
I was going to
say. Yeah, by the dip.
Let's talk about what we do tomorrow here, because yes, I think not only the NASDAQ, but I mean the S&P and the Dow, I think, have been the leaders going into 2026 here. A much needed pullback. I was looking at a daily chart of everything just before I came over here, and it was getting to a point where we were kind of flat. We were just around at the highs, not really doing anything. So a much needed pullback, giving a lot of people, I think, an opportunity, maybe if they don't like buying highs, to dip their toe in a little bit at some point, including now Netflix. Not a great way to kick off tech, if you will. It's kind of tech. Earnings season going into Thursday, then we'll get Intel, and then a whole bunch more next week that we'll talk about later in the week. What do we do tomorrow here, guys, with Netflix thoughts?
Well, we went right to the level that I was kind of looking for that support, and we've double tapped at 83. The old double tap, at least so far, is held. At this point, without a reaction on the earnings call, imagine a world in which nothing gets said about WBD and we're still at 83 and we're holding this level tomorrow, then I'm inclined to come in and just look for that as first support. But the call does matter to me. Ultimately, I feel like I want to hear them say something about stopping the buybacks to fund the deal, and then just tell me that once this deal is done, we expect to initiate those right back.
Oh, they'd have to put them back.
I think that's kind of like, if you don't specifically say that on the call, I think the market would probably not like that. Yeah. So that would make me a little bit negative, but I want to hear them say that specifically, and then I feel better about this level, which for now is holding.
Look, Netflix to start before we even went down this hole here, we was down 1.1% to begin with. So now you're down 5.7. So this move is only 4%. We've seen much more dramatic moves than this. I'd like to see actually a key level of $80, just psychologically, see if that can wind up holding. That would put us down about that 7%, which was what was implied. So I do think that Netflix tomorrow should be an interesting trade. It's going to be expensive to do it with options, obviously, if you haven't looked at that yet. But look, content, we talk about that. If they can close this Warner Brothers deal, I think that this is something that we'll look back at and say maybe this was a buy the dip situation, and nothing wrong. We talked about the theory of if you liked it at $95, hopefully you bought 25 shares. If you bought 25 more shares maybe today, and now you're getting an opportunity to add to that position right here to open up your 100-share position. So that's what you do, you dollar cost average. And it's very risky to buy anything into earnings.
Yes.
We have no idea. They actually beat on the top and bottom line. So let's wait for that call. 445 is imminent.
Yeah, one of the things I was really keen on, and we'll look for this when it does come, again, 445, as Sean was mentioning for the earnings call, is what about redundancies? There's going to be a lot of redundancies if they bring in Warner Brothers, which is essentially a studio. Netflix already has their own studio, a state-of-the-art one at that. What do they do with not only the people involved in that, what do they do with the technology involved in that? Is there cost savings that are going to come along from that? So, I mean, I don't know if they'll mention it yet.
Not yet, because it's not done. The deal's not done yet. But look, this is the not fun thing to say. But everyone's going to be saying the same thing. there's going to be some efficiencies with job cuts.
Yeah.
And there's going to be some increased pricing power.
That's why you do deals like this.
That's why you do the deals, and it's not nice because people end up losing jobs, and ultimately, and some people might have to pay more if they do raise some prices. But that is ultimately going to be a good thing for Netflix when they push the deal through. And on top of that, the other good positive is now you can watch The Wire on Netflix when they get this deal done.
Okay, I'm down with that.
Darren, do you want to just run through the numbers here real quick to just wrap things up, and we'll give everyone a recap before we head out. But we'll wrap it up at that, guys. If you liked it, obviously hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't. We do this for any and all big earnings reports. So we'll be back on Thursday for Intel this week, and then there's a whole bunch more next week and the week after that. So come back for those. Ms. Adara, give us the numbers here.
Let's do this. I'll give you guys some of my insight as well, because I actually read through the official report on their website. So revenue, $12.05 billion, just above estimates of roughly $12 billion, and up 18% year over year. EPS 56 cents, beating the estimates of 55 cents by a hair. Operating income, $2.96 billion. That's up year over year, but down on a sequential basis. Operating margin, 24.5%. Apparently up year over year, but down on a sequential basis. Free cash flow is going to be way better than expected and up 36% year over year at $1.87 billion. Guidance, guys, is where we really have some issues. EPS guide for Q1 26, 76 cents, below estimates of 81 cents. Revenue guiding $12.16 billion. Below estimates of $12.2 billion. Operating income, they're guiding $3.91 billion. That's going to miss estimates of $4.18 billion. Operating margin, 32.1%, below estimates of 34.4%. And that operating margin guidance I've seen by a lot of people to be kind of attributed to some of this weakness. They are guiding, I mean, the top end of their guidance does beat estimates here for revenue for the fiscal year, but that operating margin going to be a problem for the fiscal year as well.
Just seeing as well, again, the call scheduled for 4:45, but just seeing Netflix says its ad revenue specifically could roughly double in full year 2026 from last full year, I guess. So Q4, the numbers we were just talking about here. Again, Netflix saying its ad revenue could roughly double in full year 2026 versus 2025. So will we be up, down, sideways? Who knows, coming in here tomorrow. But guys, leave a comment below. What do you want to see more of? That's what I want to hear. What do you want to see more of in these shows specifically?
I want to see more Sharif and Joe and all that, because I'm getting tired over here. Oh, that's a good look. Look at this look.
I didn't even know we're using this shot. I love
Ramin
it.
is really, no, I think it's the first time for that. Right now,
Getting
Ramin's
these
just
right.
running around here like crazy. But no, thanks, Brendan. Yeah, I think it was a great show. And, you know, you think this was a good one. We had one basic company reporting today.
Yeah.
Wait till it starts coming next week. We're going to have Google, Microsoft, all these
Forget
names
about it.
coming even at the same day. I think we're going to lose our mind over here. We're going to work on the setup. We're going to get bigger and better doing this, get more comfortable.
Well, this
This is my first time on camera.
No, one thing that'd be really cool, when we have multiple names, we can sort of, it'll be easy to narrow down, like one person can look at one, be focused on that, and it's easy conversational. That's the first thing I love about this, is I feel like it's really easy for us to have a real proper conversation with everybody, and that's exactly what we're looking for.
The whole thing about this Netflix is like, will Netflix be around in 5 years? Yes, I mean, I think this will. I think this is just going to be one of those little drops in the bucket here, and you know, streaming is the way of the future, if not here right now. So Netflix, the largest streamer in the world, I think continues. I think they have better content than many of the other. You talked about Apple, how you like it. I would say let's stay patient with this Netflix trade and join us tomorrow morning, and we'll see what happens with the extension of this move.
Yeah, and how much of this, guys, this move down we're seeing in Netflix right now is, in fact, just overall follow-through from the day. You know, this was a pretty negative day, really no sign of anything positive coming in the next couple of days. So as the guys were saying, we'll see where we are at in the morning. Thank you, Adara, for everything, as always. We'll wrap it up at that, guys. Thanks for joining for the inaugural earnings show. We'll be back again on Thursday with this. Until tomorrow morning, join us at 8 o'clock. Thank you, guys. Cheers.